Ancillary Anthology. August 2019 edition. Disclaimer. I am not the translator for the WN or LN, so word choice in the sections I translated may be somewhat inconsistent with later translations or preferred word selection. I am not a native Japanese speaker. I am not a cert IE translator. Cite information at own risk. To translate is to suffer. To suffer is to be ziggy. You get what you pay for. Pay someone better so I don't have to translate any more, but no one else cares, I guess. I have and will continue to botch translations, and years later 9 mistakes I have to catch on my own. All contents are used in fair use for non-proit education and by 17 U.S.C. 107. Can be used without permissions. Ziggy Squaresoft Ziggurat. August 2019. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 3 August 2019 Changes. 1 Grammar and Typesetting X's. 2 Super Old Interview added. 3 Crossover Summary added. 4 Program Errors fixed. Sections edited. 5 Tweets updated. 6 Arcadia Missing Post read. 7 Full Screen continues to be shit. 8 Retranslated Volume 11 Author Thoughts. 9 Split into 2 volumes to 9 Coding Issues. 4 Contents. 1 SBS 7. 1.1 DTLMVS. 7. 1.2 GTV 10B. 17. 1.3 AA. 25. 1.40 XGBCS. 38. 208 41. 2.1 TVPLT. 41. 2.2 NTMTS. 42. 2.3 NTPDLVS. 54. 2.4 STCSS. 57. 2.5 OIS. 77. 2.6 MFDT. 117. 3 DCDASS 119. 3.1 DCD1. TSCT. 119. 3.2 DCD2. TDHS. S. 173. 3.3 DCD2SS. TMTP. 226. 3.4 AS. B02SSF. G. 230. 3.5 AS. B03 SSH 248. 3.6 DCD3. TSMGO. 268. 3.7 S2 DCD. TGSTA. 315. 3.8 HUTG. 333. 3.9 TMN. 382. 4 Anime Only Info 405. 4.1 ASN. 405. 54.2 D1 TTF 10. 408. 4.3 TFM. 415. 4.4 W. 417. 4.5 GVCS. V1. 418. 4.6 NCSC. CV. 1. 422. 4.7 CBSS 6C. CV4I. 424. 4.8 SOCV. V2E. V3. 426. 4.9 GVC TAC. CV5. 428. 4.10 LDH. CV5. 430. 4.11 STAME. CV6 432. 4.12 RR. AOG. CV6 433. 4.13 NPBCV. V9. 435. 4.14 JRMK. RE. PBNC. NP. BNC. V9. 439. 4.15 MS2M. 445. 4.16 AS2QAN. 446. 4.17 V12 PBHPK. 447. Contents. 6 Overlord Ancillary Anthology. SBS. 1.1 DTLMV. S. In the past, when they were creating the Great Tomb of Nazarick, the 41 guild members known as the Supreme Beings implemented all sorts of unique designs into each level. For example, the forest in one level, a glacier in another. It was akin to sealing 10 unique worlds inside the Great Tomb. So what was the unique theme of the 9th level? If it had to be compared to something, the best example would be a sacred castle. Within that level was the personal room of the one who supervised all of the guardians within the Great Tomb, the highest ranked of all the NPCs, the succubus of pure white Albedo. Her room was one of the few President tile suite-like rooms reserved for the Supreme Beings. However, only one Supreme Being was left. Instead of a room, it would be more adequate to call it a home. A professional great grand piano lay in one corner of the living room, and all sorts of plants decorated the interior. There were multiple kitchens and bedrooms, and 2 bathrooms. From the grand art features to the wallpaper, the room's design was elegant, but not overwhelming. Anyone who took in the sights might be so moved that they would sigh in awe. Still, it would make impressing everyone just as difficult. This was especially true now, given that beside the table covered in a white tablecloth was a girl with her arms crossed and her chin on the table. Her mood was anything but cheerful. A cold brilliance resided within her half-open eyes, but her depressed mood showed clearly through her beauty. After enter 7 ing this room, the vampire guardian of the earth's 3rd levels, Shalltear, asked. A question of her colleague, who had stayed in the same position all this while. Aura, what is the matter, Ainz Ooal? You look just like the bugs that went against Insectoid will, that we tore apart. The one who answered wasn't the dark elf guardian of the 6th level, who was being queried, but the owner of the room, Albedo. A gentle light shone through her golden pupils as she watched Aura with gentle eyes. Although Albedo's gaze was like being in the presence of a goddess, Aura did not look happy about being subjected to it. She must be tired. Unlike a devil like me, Aura is a dark elf, so sleep is necessary. Sorry, right? I see. Shalltear, who didn't understand what Aura was really thinking about, nodded in agreement. I get it, Aura is still a kid, so it's only normal that she looks bad after staying up all night. By the way, Albedo, devils don't need to eat or sleep, but you can do so if you wish. Why is that? Gluttony and sloth we have always been able to indulge in the 7 deadly sins of old. It is not very useful though. The buff effects from food don't work on devils. Even expensive items will just go into the trash. Sigh. Aura sighed loudly enough for them both to hear. The two of them, who were going off topic, looked at Aura at the same time. Aura looked at them unhappy through her half-closed eyes. It's midnight right now, but I got enough sleep. I'm thinking about something else. Earlier when I met Demiurge, I was told Aura, keep a tight rein on those SBS. ATWO so they won't go berserk. How weird. Aura mimicked the serious tone of Demiurge, and the image of that serious guardian of the 7th Lord, devil who often worked outside of Nazarick on Insectoid orders, came to their minds. Yup, that is weird. Right? Albedo nodded in agreement. The only one who can hold my reins is Insama. Hey? Suspecting that she heard it wrong, Aura kept her long elf ears to be certain. Oh, you are right, Ainz Ooal. Ignoring the confused Aura, Shalltear voiced support for the opinion. Holding a whip in one hand while riding on top, that's the best, Ainz Ooal. And as the whip lashes out, there has to be a ball in the mouth, Ainz Ooal. Their conversation is heading in a weird direction, a pervert meeting another pervert might trigger something bad. Can someone please deal with this? That will probably be me, Aura concluded grimly, speaking out before the blushing Albedo with her wavering eyes could comment. You got it wrong. Or rather, what he meant was for me to babysit you too. But why me? That's right, isn't it weird to give the responsibility to you, who is the youngest? Here? I know, how about letting me take on this job? Albedo stuck her chest out as she was saying that. Shalltear did the same as if to oppose her. Seeing the ample bosom that didn't match Shalltear's apparent age, Aura understood its true nature and felt sorry for her. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 90 RM. Doesn't that feel uncomfortable? Uncomfortable? Aura, who asked the question, drooped her shoulders weakly, sighing like a middle-aged man. Nah, never mind. Anyway, why did you ask us to gather here? That's true, Ainz Ooal. I don't know why to. What happened, Ainz Ooal? Actually, I have something I need to discuss with everyone. Normally, the highest-ranking NPC, the Guardian Overseer, would only summon Monday the floor guardians for matters of highly important matters. That, however, was what an uninformed person would think. Aura, who understood Albedo's nature, averted her eyes and reached for a triple-layered cake, sparkling with silver light at a corner of the table. She stuffed the large piece of cake made by the head chef into her mouth as a means of escaping reality. Aura knew this trip to Albedo's room was a waste of time and consoled herself in this way. Wait, Aura, are you listening? Yes, I'm listening. Just spit it out. Aura didn't stop her hands, slowly filling her plate with cakes, taking care to not let them fall over. If they did, she wouldn't be able to squeeze the whipping cream onto her plate. You are not taking this seriously at all. Albedo's tone was displeased, and Aura stopped as she became aware of her companions. She certainly hadn't stopped because her plate was full. You can discuss with Shalltear too, right? What a pain, really. Well, what's the matter? SBS 10. Actually, it is about my armor. Armor? What is wrong with it, Ainz Ooal? Before I begin, I would like to understand how much you know about my armor. Aura and Shalltear exchanged looks really and said. The armor created by a supreme being? I heard that is the only divine class magic item you possess, Ainz Ooal. Magic items were categorized according to the amount of data they held. In other words, the magic power of this world. Starting from lesser class, medium class, greater class to the highest class of items, divine class. Yes, both of you are right. My armor Hermes Trismegistus is a divine class magic item. However, Albedo took a sturdy and tough-looking suit of black armor out of thin air. The armor stood beside her with a soft metallic clang. Shalltear, you can use item appraisal spells, right? Could you cast them on this armor? No problem, Ainz Ooal. Shalltear stood up from her seat and walked towards the armor. She activated her magic, but frowned right after that. What the she coughed. It is a divine class item, but the performance is. Could it be, Ainz Ooal, it was enchanted with magic disruption spells, Ainz Ooal? No, my armor specializes in physical defense, but has no other abilities. Aura felt that this was really troubling. Since Albedo had the role of a tank in combat, she had to fend off the opponent's attacks and thus she was focused. Overlord August 2019 Anthology 110 and Defense. However, having no other abilities would be a problem too. 4. Example, resistance against fire or ice, or general resistance against magic. There could also be other useful abilities, such as strength enhancement or reduction in mana consumption. Compared to pure stats enhancement, such abilities would be stronger, but what of it, Albedo? Complaining about the armor bestowed onto you by the Supreme Beings don't joke about that sort of thing. Not showing reverence to the Supreme Beings was unforgivable. Shalltear's eyes became sharp and dangerous when Aura finished her words. No, don't misunderstand me. I didn't say that. First of all, this armor suits me the best. This is my trump card. No, I have something that could be called that too. After gaining job levels with prerequisites that were a pain to fulfill, one could learn a unique skill. They were usually known as trump cards. For example, Shalltear was able to create an avatar with the same stats as herself. By the way, Aura didn't have such levels, so she didn't possess trump cards like these. My trump card is Teehee special skill that transfers the damage I take onto the armor. By using this skill, I can avoid one attack, no matter how powerful it is. Yes, I can escape unscathed from even the most powerful super tier spell. That Insama is proudest of. However, the damage will be absorbed by the armor instead, and it might break from that blow even if it was enchanted with strengthening spells. This skill is powerful, but the usage is kind of awkward. Basically, magic items such as armor would not be destroyed unless they were targeted by special spells. Also, metal was durable and highly resistant to pure energy attacks like lightning, flame, or ice. Hence, armor made from metal was hard to destroy, which meant that metallic armor had high defense, but low HP. And so, if Albedo diverted the damage to the armor, it would ignore the armor's defense, which meant that it would be unexpectedly easy to break the armor. Her defense would fall drastically after the armor was destroyed, and it would make her an easier target. It might be called a trump card, but that was just an empty title to buy time. That was how Aura SBS 1-2 FELT about it. Yes, my combat potential will plummet if my armor breaks. However, Shalltear who appraised this armor should have realized it. My armor was made with this skill in mind. Also, most trump cards can only be used once a day, but mine can be used 3 times a day. Just enhancing it with magic will increase its HP, but it wouldn't be able to survive 3 attacks, right? Shalltear reacted faster than Albedo, who was about to answer Aura's query. I see, so that's it, Ainz Ooal. Aura, who suddenly felt a chill from the giggling Albedo, turned sharply to towards Shalltear. Shalltear, who understood what was going on, started explaining. That might look like a single piece of armor, but it is actually 3 pieces in 1. You could call it triple layer armor. Aura uttered as she only understood, which meant that the armor would take 3 attacks to break. That's how it is, Aura. I'm glad you can understand. I get it, an armor made specifically for Albedo's trump card. As expected of the item crafted by the Supreme Beings. Aura suddenly thought of the problem. So, what's wrong with it? Like I said, calm down. We're getting to it now. But first, let me talk about the armor. The innermost layer is an armor in liquid form, which fits my body perfectly, and enhances my physical abilities. Next would be a full body armor layer, like an undershirt. And finally, the outermost layer covers the inner layers and boosts their defenses. Overlord August 2019 Anthology 13 OK. And so, the order of them breaking would be from the outer layer. Albedo took a deep breath and Aura gulped. What could the problem be? My skin exposure level doesn't increase when my armor breaks. Aura wondered if she misheard something. Ignoring Shalltear, who was calm. Menting, I see. Aura leaned forward to be sure of what she was hearing. You understand, right? Skin exposure should go up after the armor breaks. I don't want to show my skin off to those bugs, but as someone who works closely with Insama, there are plenty of opportunities to defend him as a vanguard. In that case, armor that increases skin exposure is necessary to entice Insama. Albedo revealed the foolish side of her. Magnificent Ainz Ooal. Albedo, you are absolutely right, Ainz Ooal. The number of idiots increased. Aura pitted her earlier self. Why did I take them so seriously just before? Idiots. She looked at the stupid duo with narrowed eyes, as if she was watching them from afar. This is the only armor I have. I don't have things like bikini armor or skin tight armor. Well, I have something like that from the clothing pair Ron Sinosama gave me. However, I don't expect much from them in terms of defense, Ainz Ooal. Albedo inhaled sharply, and a strange expression that blended passion and professionalism appeared on her face. That won't do. While we are servicing in Sama, we also have to act as SBS 14HIS shields. It won't do unless both objectives are met. Her idiocy returned. In no time. Do you understand, Shalltear? Your armor lacks skin exposure, too. What? We should strive for a sexiness and performance, an armor that serves these 2 purposes at the same time. It did not matter, but it would give her a headache in the future if Aura ignored this now. She should get these irritating matters out of the way as soon as possible. That kind of armor, no matter what kind of armor, attacking the exposed part of the body will deal more damage. But if there are armor pieces that look like string bikinis, it would increase the chance of making babies within Sama. Albedo erected her fingers into a V sign. That isn't armor, just something that looks like it. How about thinking about the problem from another angle, Ainz Ooal? An invisible armor will do nicely, Ainz Ooal. Just covering the important parts would be enough, Ainz Ooal. It will walk. TL, Japan. Where do you want to walk to, you two? No, it won't be good no matter where they walk. Aura thought as she shook her head and sighed softly. She just wanted to wash her hands of this topic. Let Shalltear take care of it, then. Asking in her heart to a comrade who was not present to help, Aura poked her fork into the cake on her plates. The cake melting in her mouth enticed her. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 15WITH its sweetness, relieving the fatigue in her brain. Ah, delicious. Her companions, who had progressed from the development of the armor to a passionate discussion of armor theory, faded away from Aura's sight. However, she still empathized with the craftsman who had to make this armor. Can someone inject some common sense into the brains of these two? It can't be helped, and asking in Sama would be rude too. After finishing off a slice of cake in 3 bites, Aura reached for the next piece. SBS 161.2 GTV 10B. Shalltear, who had been invited to Albedo's room, blinked as she saw a petite dark elf standing at the side, and then she looked to the owner of the room in surprise. She heard a laugh, and then an answer. Aira, what's wrong? I think it's good to deepen our relationships as women. Do you mind? I don't mind. How about you? We are all right with this. You can refer to yourself in the singular now. Then I shall. I suppose I can be forgiven for only doing this once a day. Shalltear was led into the room and to the indicated table, and her eyes took in what was laid upon the pure white tablecloth. The preparations for afternoon tea had already been laid out. There were as many teacups as there were people. There were also triple layered cake racks gleaming in silver and packed with desserts. No matter where one looked, there was always something delicious in view. It was a mouth-watering sight. At a glance, there were tender, juicy strawberries, soft and moist sponge cakes, as well as strawberry cakes made with butter that was virtually oil-free. There were fruit tarts which exuded a citrus fragrance, made with copious amounts of fresh fruits. In addition, there was a rich cheese cake which radiated a refreshingly tangy scent. The sticky chocolate cake was brown in color and sprinkled with gold powder. Of course, the choices were not as boring as being limited to cakes alone. There were cream puffs that seemed to be squashed under the weight of the custard sauce which chilled them. There were long, cylindrical peach jellies and jellies made of Kyoho grapes, and even jellies of fruits which could only be found in Yggdrasil. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 17 What's this all about? I asked Pestonia to make some sweets. However, it's not sous chef-esque cooking, so eating it won't grant any magical effects or the like. Oh, so the trolley was to bring these over. Shalltear recalled her encounter with the dog-headed head maid. At the same time, Albedo was skillfully making her own preparations. The teacups were all well made. Although one usually associated teacups with the color white, Albedo was setting out black teacups covered with intricate designs of gold. I'll agree. They were practically works of art. However, I prefer blue. I'll bring some along next time. I think I've got some in gold with laurel patterns. The two of you have good taste. No, I should say the supreme beings have bestowed you with good taste. Albedo was still pouring tea even as she spoke. The fragrance filled the surrounding air, and it stimulated Shalltear's nose. She thought of several kinds of tea as she continued to savor the scent, and then Shalltear decided on a particular variety. Is this platinum Asgard Pico? I'm not too sure, but I think it should be. Pestonia said something along those lines. Why is something as good as this in the hands of someone who can't ever cheat it? What do you mean, Shalltear? This is an extremely high-end crop that needs to be harvested in Asgard at special times within special seasons, by people with specialized job classes. SBS 18 millimeters, mm. Albedo, is it alright to use such good stuff? Won't it make Insama or the other supreme beings mad? It will be INE. I have already received Insama's approval. Please. Shalltear's hand wavered between acceptance and rejection as she reached toward the cup presented to her. The sheer quality of the tea intimidated her. Aura did not hesitate for an instant and gulped it down, with one hand planted on her waist as she did. In contrast to Shalltear, who was staring with eyes wide, Aura merely said, so bitter. After downing an entire cup of super high-class black tea in one shot. Fruit juice or sports drinks would be better. It's wasted on you. Shalltear forced back the urge to scream that at her. Aura was just a girl, so educating her in the ways of enjoying tea was her duty as her senior. Aura, allow me to show you the proper way to drink tea. Shalltear gracefully picked up her teacup and took a mouthful. The natural tangy flavor spread through her mouth. Of course, Shalltear preferred fresh blood, but she could also savor this sort of thing. That was how reigned her palate was. Drinking it elegantly in this manner is the proper way in which to enjoy tea. She wanted to say that, but Aura paid Shalltear no heed and moved on to wolling down strawberry cakes instead. Shalltear could only stare in dumbfounded silence. Albedo, more please. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 19 All right. What will you have next? MMIT like. Aura. Here I am, trying to teach you the proper. I say, Shalltear. Tea is meant to be savored as it is drunk, am I wrong? Sir. Tamely it looks uncouth before Insama and the others, but this is a private tea party among friends, is it not? In addition, she does not drink in such a crude way, so it should be INE, don't you think? Ho-ho, you lose. Anyway, Albedo, did you just call us here for a tea party? Indeed. I wanted to have a nice chat with my fellow guardians. Shalltear quirked an eyebrow, but did not rebuke her. The fact was, they were all beings created by the supreme beings. Though they showed their loyalty in different ways, their aims were one all the same. That being the case, deep ending their understanding of each other was a good idea. Now where have I seen the furniture in this room before? The furniture in this room was quite similar to Shalltear's recollections of the room which belonged to a certain great person. In response to that question, Albedo smiled radiantly before answering. That's right, Shalltear. By the grace of Insama, I have been permitted to decorate my room in the same way as that of the supreme beings. You're even using the same things as the supreme beings that would have been more polite to refuse. Are you saying I should refuse a gift from Insama? SBS 20. Their intense glares suddenly turned toward their carefree compatriot. Aura looked from one party to the other, and then asked Shalltear in surprise. I don't know why you're so mad, Shalltear. My room is piled with furniture. From Byokibuku Kagami-sama. Isn't your room the same way? Indeed, it was. Just about all the furniture in Shalltear's burial chamber was placed there by her creator. When one put it that way, there was nothing else she could say. As she watched Albedo smile and Shalltear bite her lip, Aura posed a question. Then, Albedo, how about your clothes? If you were given furniture, does that mean you don't have clothes? Those two were granted to me by Insama. Why does Insama have women's clothes? The suddenly immobile Albedo looked uneasily to Shalltear, as though begging for help. However, Shalltear could not spare the energy to help her. That was because she was desperately trying to deny the answer which loomed in her mind. That sort of thing happens too. Isn't that usually because he has a woman he wants to give them to? Thanks to Aura's words, the suddenly frozen Albedo raised her teacup and saucer to her mouth, savoring the fragrant tea as she smiled and replied. Indeed, Insama is such an outstanding individual. He must have courted more women than there are stars in the galaxy. The saucer and teacup clattered as they struck each other. The amazing thing was that all the tea that spilled out was somehow retained within the saucer, without staining the white tablecloth. Neither did Shalltear have the energy to calmly praise Albedo. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 21 He must change his women one after the other. That's right. After all, he is Insama, the one who rules all the 41 supreme beings. He must be very popular. The most important thing, is who gets to remain by his side in the end. His history with women is not the problem, of course. If any of those women from before dares to shamelessly show her face before him again, I will nightly kill her. Why yes. Albedo and Shalltear smiled to each other. In the corner of their eyes, Aura shrugged, as if to say, well, it's INE. Let's leave it at that for now. Then, how about something else? But what should we talk about? It should be something to do with Insama, right, Aura? Sure we could. As for Insama, he's very charming, and very gentle. Shalltear noticed Albedo's face twitch a little. If one did not know what lurked within those depths, one might have assumed those gentle eyes were Sim. By looking at them, she deliberately fondled the ring on her left ring finger. Bathing in the light it radiated. You bitch, Shalltear swallowed those words before they could be spoken, and smiled. This was not entirely an act, because her face naturally relaxed every time she thought of her master. Insama is truly an outstanding master. Which part of him do you think is the most beautiful, Shalltear Bloodfallen? If there's too much custard, it'll spill out of the puffs. That would be his pure white body, of course. Its proportions are ideal. How? I wish I could touch his body. Needless to say, what she actually wanted to do was climb all over him and SBS. To Savio are the taste of his bones, but she could not actually say that. Indeed, his body against which even ivory pales in comparison is quite beautiful, although, don't you think the most beautiful parts of Insama are his eyes? Those mesmerizing, deep eyes, like gateways into the abyss. I can feel his dignity and iron will through their jewel-like glow. Not bad. Still, Shalltear did not feel they could surpass Ainz's pure white body. Really? Then wouldn't his alabaster body be better? Do you not wish to be embraced by that body? Do you not want to touch it with your hands? A crack appeared in Albedo's smile. Sensing that this was the moment to act, Vance, Shalltear pressed the attack. That's not all. Consider his hands placed upon our waists, and drawing us close to him. Okay. More, please. And how About then being brought before his broad and sturdy chest, to hear him whisper, in low tones, his loathing words to us. Fu. Albedo seemed to be pinching her nose. Her fingers were lecked with some thing red. Ah, this cheesecake is great. How about it, Albedo? Tell me your answer. Is his body not better? That's far too impure. How could you talk about that sort of thing? Tempting me with his body is unfair. I was talking about pure beauty. Is that so? Yet the way you're acting is declaring my victory. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 23 Ga. I say. What do you say, Aura? This is the most exciting part. Wipe your mouth so. You can be a live witness as this woman admits her defeat. Come, Albedo. Admit it. Admit that the most beautiful part of Ainz is his bony body. And you. A smile of victory dawned on Shalltear's face as she watched how Albedo was gritting her teeth, and then Aura muttered to herself. What part of Ainz isn't beautiful? Isn't he pretty all over? Shalltear nodded to Albedo. Indeed, Ainz is the physical incarnation of beauty. We can't say which part of him is best. Yes, Albedo. It would be disrespectful to do something like assigning ranks to the body parts of Ainz, the supreme one. So we have our answer. All parts of Ainz are beautiful. However, there are parts which are more attractive, based on personal preference. This was truly a glorious sight. Well, aside from the confusion a certain girl felt at all of this, is it really all right to have these people as my fellow guardians? SBS 241.3 AA. The regular maid stood in front of the door. As usual, her back was ramrod straight, her posture immaculate, with no signs of crumbling. In truth, he could not shake the notion that she had used some kind of spell to freeze her self in position. And then, her eyes were trained directly on Ainz. Inside in his heart, this has become a part of his daily routine, and not seeing her there made him feel a little uneasy. Even so, he felt like he was being watched over. The same went for the 8 edge assassins who were always clinging to the ceiling. It only served to intensify the feeling Ainz had of being watched. This constant observation, even though it was not enough to overcome the ruler of Nazarick, was like torture for Suzuki Satoru, who was but an ordinary man. More to the point, they were even monitoring him all the way to his bed. When would Suzuki Satoru be able to IND relief? And there was one more thing. The maids were given 1 day to rest out of every 41 which they worked. Still, these utterly unethical and torturous conditions had not been imposed by Ainz himself. The maids had strongly opposed the rest scheme he had initially proposed. Instead, they said, would rather continue working. Ainz had awarded them those rest days for their hard work. That had taken a lot of bargaining. Still, Ainz had to consider things from the maid's point of view. In Yggdrasil, one could negate bad statuses like fatigue with items or skills. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 25 AND removing them with spells was hardly a big deal. These maids who adored him so possessed items like that. Still, he had his doubts over whether those items retained their effects in this world. In addition, he wondered if their mental exhaustion remained, even if their physical fatigue had been eliminated. There were too many things he did not know. It was not Ainz's intention to cruelly use them. Thus, he had loaned them the undead he had created in order to lighten their burden. Even so, that did not decrease the workload the maids had to shoulder throughout the sprawling 9th floor and the 10th floor. Moreover, while he had thought lending them the undead would be a good idea, the maids had not taken more breaks. Thus, Suzuki Satoru's heart craved time to rest. Of course, he could simply order the maids not to enter any room he was in. However, that would be doing them a disservice. Ainz was very happy that the maids were working so hard for him. Isn't there something I can do which won't make them sad? As he idly pondered that problem, his eyes fell to the report in front of him. The reports which Albedo submitted were very difficult to understand. He could still understand balance sheets, income statements, and cash flow calculations, but all he could do was go when faced with a national level budget. Well, if Albedo and Pandora's actors signed off on it, then the estimates shouldn't be too far off. Which means putting my seal of approval on it shouldn't be a problem. TL note, the JP term is Hanko, or chop seal used for signature. The fact was that he rarely looked through the documents that he stamped. SBS 26I and the instant that Ainz raised his stamp, a devilish flash of inspiration raced through him. Holidays to him. As the word slipped unconsciously from Ainz's mouth, he panicked and tried to cover it up with the aid of coughing. Insama. Is something the matter? The duty made for today blew into a panic as well and stepped up. No, nothing's the matter. Ahem. Just having a bit of trouble with my throat. Surely something was very amiss if a skeleton could have throat problems. My sincerest apologies. I will adjust the humidity right away. It's INE. Nothing to be worried about. Although, I wonder if someone's been talking about me. Is that all right? In that case, if you permit it. If he attributed the sneezing to being caused by someone speaking about him, then the maid would not blame it on the humidity, and that would be the end of it. TL note, the old Japanese trope of people sneezing when others talk about them. After watching the maid return to her position in front of the door, Ainz Refo. Cussed on the lash of inspiration that had popped up in his mind. That's right. How about implementing a block of holidays in Nazarick? 3 days would do. The Archeology Megacorps handed out holidays for summer, and Ainz's company typically gave 3 days of block holidays. We could make a calendar for Nazarick, and then mark off holidays from there. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 270 HAT said, it kind of frightens me to lose defensive strength, so we'll probably need to rotate the rest periods for each floor. How about bringing back the wage system I scrapped in the past? They'll need something to use for recreation if they have days off. Ainz felt a thrill of delight as his plans came together. The dream he had once had, the plan for making Nazarick an ethical organization, which he had to discard as unworkable, once more surged to the forefront of his heart. And if there's a holiday, maybe I should send the mates on a trip. Maybe I should set up a tour agent via rental tours. Maybe come to think of it, there aren't many tourist spots in my country. Why looks like I'll need to consider this for the future. Should I discuss the matter with Albedo? No, that's right. As he pondered the matter, Ainz noticed that there was something different about the maid standing in front of the door from just now. She had been alert and at attention just now, but currently she was even more so. It was as though she was tensed up in preparation for a battle. What is it? Is something the matter? No, I simply thought you wanted to give me a command, in Sama. SBS 28. Ah, so that was what you thought. No, don't worry. I was simply thinking about the future of Nazarick. Ainz rubbed his face. He could not feel anything from his unmoving features. Still, had something changed there? No, I don't get it. Well, that's I guess. More importantly, there's my idea. From earlier, even if I drew up a list of sightseeing spots, the plan would be doomed to failure for starters. I ought to think about the how to get the ordinary mates to take a break for a while plan. Still, how should I do it? If he told them to take a vacation straight to their faces, they would gladly reject it, and if things went poorly, they might end up crying. Do you not need us, in Sama? They would say. No. There ought to be a better way than that. The worst thing would be if they swallowed their feelings and harbored them inside until they only exploded. That would be scary. In his former friend Hero's company, there had once been somebody who committed suicide by jumping off a building. Hero had once mused that maybe things would not have gotten to that state if only he had the chance to blow off steam earlier. As Ainz recalled those words, his body trembled. The concept of fear was alien to the undead, but the dread he felt from inside him refused to go away. I need to institute a system of taking holidays which the maids can accept. No. Would that be too much to ask for? How should I phrase it to them? As a reward. For good service or something. It won't work. If I only pay attention to the maids, then I won't know what the floor guardians and the area guardians are thinking. Should I conduct a test here with relatively low stakes? Ainz nodded. The important thing was for them to understand that this was not a punishment. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 290 irregular mates, who hated resting, would not be able to accept that. Therefore, he would have to change the mate's way of thinking at the same time. Similar thoughts had come to him during his days as a Solariman. It would be strange for someone to take a day off if nobody else took a day off as well. However, if many people were on vacation, then it would be hard to take a vacation day as well. Therefore, he had to pay attention to who would be applying for a holiday. That said, he could not force any of the maids to do so. The subordinates ought to be more willing to take a holiday if they see their superiors openly doing so. In this case, their superiors are Pestonia and Sebas. And me. Maid. Ainz rose from his seat and turned around. The regular maid listened attentively, her eyes wide open. I will be taking a long holiday of 3 days. Call for Albedo. Yes. I shall summon her right away. As he watched the maid hurry off, Ainz nodded. Taking a holiday out of the blue would incur dissatisfaction. One had to inform the others ahead of time. For that reason, it was important to arrange for a replacement to cover your duties in the meantime. While going on holiday for too long would mean that nobody would be able to fill the gap he had left in the organization. Going on holiday for about 3 days or so ought to be acceptable. Phew. Being able to take a 3-day holiday on any occasion other than the new year shows what a big shot I am. Still, even with a holiday, what should I do? SBS 30. In the past, he would have just spent it all on Yggdrasil. He could not do that. Now, Ainz thought about the matter. However, he could not think of any other interests he had other than Yggdrasil. If he went strolling around Nazarick, that would be like the boss of the company going on a walk around the office while he was on vacation. Should I go shopping? Watch a movie? Read books? Listen to music? None of that really interests me, as I thought there was nothing else for me in life other than Yggdrasil. All the mates were gathered in one of the rooms of the 9th floor. This was an emergency. For starters, being Ainz's duty maid was a very important task. The regular mates of Nazarick valued that duty above everything else, as did the person assigned to that role. Therefore, the fact that Ainz's duty maid was present as well meant that they had abandoned their duty. Naturally, the person who had gathered them here was none other than the Guardian Overseer Albedo, in other words, the second highest ranking person in Nazarick. As the boss of their boss, it only made sense that they would obey her orders, but even so, Ainz's duty maid had refused the summons. That only made sense, because serving Ainz Ooal Gown, the absolute ruler of Nazarick, took priority over everything else. Thus, when they saw the duty maid, the other maids all froze in shock. She was the maid who was on break today. She was not alarmed by the fact that she had been called here. In the days before taking on the role of Ainz's duty maid, she had thoroughly prepared and composed herself. Normally, she would not be around, but she could not. Overlord August 2019 Anthology 31 Refuse Albedo's orders. Hey, what's going on? Isn't it Toil the duty maid today? This must be some thing really big. That's true. All the other maids are gathered here too, so who's the company? Ainz saw me today? The maid who asked the question looked over at Pestonia, who would be standing beside Albedo. Even Pestonia-sama is here. I'm getting a little worried. Talking among themselves was strictly forbidden when they were gathered on orders. That said, they were free to speak until Albedo arrived, or until Pestonia told them otherwise. Neither were those maids the only ones to do so. There were other maids speaking here and there, and some of the menservants were talking among themselves as well. Still, it would seem the two of them had been overheard. A Toil approached the two maids who were talking to each other. It's Ayane. Today, Yuri-sama is taking my place by Sama's side. Oni-sama? The topic seemed to have garnered everyone's interest. Snippets of startled, whispered conversation came from all around. The Pleiades were maids, but they were combat maids. As battle maids, they were not assigned to the same duties as the regular maids. That was why the Pleiades had little contact with the regular maids. If Yuri Oni-sama is on the job, then she'll perfectly cover our duties. So does that mean she's taking our jobs? SBS 32. That worries me too. Several similarly concerned voices could be heard as well. In any case, how are we going to proceed from here? Are we going to be reassigned? The menservants are here too. And then there's Eclair-sama. One of the menservants was holding Eclair as he spoke to Pestonia. Well, I can accept that for now, hey? Isn't that human here? There was a human maid being trained in Nazarick for the time being. They regular maids had a strange relationship with her, and none of them had spent much time with her. You mean the woman that Ainz took pity upon? Isn't she in a human city now? The maids giggled to each other. They had many superiors, but only one supreme ruler. That was the ruler of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, Ainz Ooal Gown. These maids would kneel before him, obey any order he gave, and dedicate their hearts to him, the one who stood over all the maids of the world. Therefore, it was truly pitiable for someone so close to him to not be allowed to work for him. Just then, the door opened, and Albedo and Sebas entered the room. Tension. I'll be there in an instant. The levity in the air from earlier was now gone. After looking over everyone, Albedo explained the reason that everyone had been gathered here today. Overlord August 2019 Anthology 33 Insama will be on vacation for several days. You have all been gathered here to prepare for that. The assembled regular maids looked at each other. After that, one of them asked a question. A moment, please, Albedo-sama. If that is the case, then the maid assigned to Insama. Albedo held up a hand to quiet her before she could finish. It is only natural that you should have questions. However, I would like you to listen to me before you ask them. This was the beginning of Ainz's 3 days of vacation. So, Albedo, can I leave the rest to you? Yes. I will manage Nazarick in your place. Albedo bowed her head deeply. Nomu. In truth, I have always been fully confident that you could handle that duty, Albedo. That was why he could rest easy in his role as a ruler. If this goes well, maybe it would be a good idea to take regular vacations like this, Ainz mused. Thank you very much. May I know what you plan to do now, Insama? Nomu. I was thinking of rolling around in my room for a while before going for a walk around Nazarick. Indeed, Albedo smiled. Does she think it's a boring way to spend one's vacation? Maybe touch me. San would spend his time with his family, so should I go somewhere with Pan? SBS 340 ORAS actor. Ainz furrowed his brows. It was not that Pandora's actor was a bad person. Just that dealing with him was quite mentally exhausting. That said, he liked how he would suddenly shout off for no reason at all. Well, rolling around in bed is a good way of using one's free time. Phew, maybe I could spend a day practicing how to be a ruler. I've got all kinds of ideas I want to try out. That being the case, what's with those maids over there? There were 40 maids lined up in the room, and Pestonia stood at their head. Since we did not know how many maids you would need to help you out during your vacation, I felt it prudent to have everyone take part. I have entrusted the daily tasks to the various floor guardians, and if need be, I can have key personnel dispatched to assist one. Unable to comprehend her meaning, Ainz tilted his head. What on earth's going on? I'd like you to tell me. But of course, that was not in keeping with the image of Nazarick's ruler. Overlord August 2019 Anthology 35. Surely there's no need for that, is there? I just want to roll around in my Room. I sincerely apologize for this one. While I do agree with what you have said, we have calculated that this amount of people will be needed to provide the optimum assistance for your 3 days of vacation. One. If you wish to roll around in your room, then I feel we must ensure you move around in perfect comfort. One. For rolling around? Yes. One. We have already decided who will help move your body around. One. For instance, if you wish to roll on your back, we will have 8 mates to turn you. One. In addition, if you wish to read a book, we will have one person hold the book while another watches where you look and turns the page. One. What did you say? Ainz looked at Albedo in search of salvation, but the look he received from her was not what he hoped for. Insama, will you not permit this? If we decrease the number of people allocated to you, then we will be disgraced in the 1 in 1,000, 1 in 100 million chance that your rest is not as perfect as it could have been. As Albedo replied, Ainz's brain worked furiously. However, he noticed it. Ainz Suzuki Satoru had many duties as the ruler of Nazarick. However, they, mates and the other followers of Nazarick were bound to servants. Therefore, even when Ainz was on vacation, he was still their absolute superior. It was just like how a company's president continued to be its president even. SBS 36WHE and he was on leave. What is this? He could sense a tremendous pressure from the mates as they contemplated his 3 days of vacation. This is bad. I am grateful that you have accepted our goodwill. Now then, mates. Let us not shame the kindness Insama has shown us. Let us ensure Insama is fully satisfied during his rest. The mates replied in unison, an overpowering force unleashed in response to Albedo's words. This forceful shout was one that he had never heard before. And so, Ainz's gut-cramping 3-day vacation began. It felt like he was in a retirement home, and it was a hellish experience. At the same time, he decided to put the mates' vacation plan on hold. Still, Ainz did not give up. He would make Nazarick into a kind, ethical world for his beloved children. Overlord August 2019 Anthology 371.40 XGBCS December 2018 Synopsis shamelessly stolen from the wiki, they be copied. One of my articles before the day after I wrote it, so YOLO. Well, if someone had Ross it would be nice. Mom and Nabe IND themselves in a thick fog. The two are on a mission of exploration under the direction of Guildmaster Pluton and Zach from here until. After 2 to 3 weeks, the adamantite adventurers have been traveling with no end to the fog in the unexplored region that they IND themselves in. They too complain about the visibility and contemplating using magic to assist them. However, they see the fog thinning out and bright red light. They see it as ire. And 2 people. One is a man holding mushrooms and the other a woman of a stellar elven woman. However, Mammon notices that she is actually a golem. The campers are immediately wary of the newcomers. Mammon introduces himself and Nape. The two with the ire likewise give them names: the man B. Inghimachi Dase, a traveler, and his golem companion Golem Taro. Mammon is a little confused by the name, as in Japanese it's similar to pajamas. He dismisses as a coincidence. He notes Golem Taro and marvels at her construction, noting her to better than Lucifer's work. He compliments the golem, which Himachi then invites them by the ire. Mammon is suspicious of their hospital. ITY but decides to accept. The adventurers ask about the fog they encounter, and wonder if the two have encountered anything strange. Mammon is still on his guard but cannot ignore such a well-crafted golem is beside him with such independence. He wishes to acquire Golem Taro for Nazarick but reminds himself he must be on alert. Seeking more information, Mammon casually asks if Himachi is a player, but the latter is confused by the phrase. Mammon hastily explains it's a term for people with dark hair from the south in the New World. Before they could go further, sudden shocks from the earth commence and the fog becomes thicker. The yak-like creature emerges from the fog, revealing it to be the source of the phenomena. Himachi is impressed by the beast and believes it to be harmless contrast to its menacing stature and advisement from his campmates. Just as the yak attack, Golem Taro swiftly intervenes and bashes the head of the beast with her wrist. The scene stuns both Mammon and Nape, with the former estimating that Nape would not stand against that brute. SBS 38 Strength Himachi chastises Golem Taro for killing the animal. Mammon decides that since the fog issue has been resolved, it's best to separate. Himachi is disappointed but understands seeing that they are leaving due to his partner. They, 2 adventurers, leave discussing what they had seen, disturbed at Himachi's denseness and the ability of the golem. Mammon admits that his undead are no match for that golem and resolves to look into golem construction. They decide to return to Oriental and report to the guild. Overlord August 2019 Anthology 39 BS 40 Overlord Ancillary Anthology OAT 2.1 TVPLT. So you all probably know about the bonus novel written for Season 3. Well, that is basically a continuation of the following story, known popularly as the Twitter side story. Maruyama calls this timeline the sugar and spice timeline, or the typical LN protagonist Momogaru. Ziggy calls it the Kino's bizarre adventure story himself. It's effectively an excuse for Maru to write about the 13 heroes in formation he planned for but never had a chance to really elaborate on it because it would be unnatural. Popular theories among the dorky Japanese is that it was a short story Maruyama wrote in the past of his take on the cliché light novel. Hero saves the world from demon setting. He just recycled that into Overlord. For its background, he's mentioned before in Arcadia how things like the 12 swords would probably not come up despite him having done all that writing. Work on it. It's a chance for him to elaborate on those centuries lost to the demon gods, where nations were more advanced than they are now besides the theocracy, but only in terms of tier magic. Pre-tier magic society is still unknown to us. How canon information from this story in the LNS setting will probably vary. It should be a fun time at least. 412.2 NTMT. S. Momonga sat on the throne, looking over the room with eyes that held lit. TLE's satisfaction, but mainly embarrassment. He noticed the maids and Sebas Tian standing in the corner. They seemed lonely, standing by themselves like that. After making sure that he could give the command that came to his mind, Momonga recalled the order format that had been programmed long ago, and motioned lightly with one hand, moving from top to bottom. Kneel. Albedo, Sebas, and the 6 maids simultaneously dropped to one knee, bowing to their lord. Momonga raised his left hand to check the time. 23 hours 55 minutes and 48 seconds. It was nearly time. If he tried calling for a game master now, they might be too busy setting off fireworks to respond to Momonga. Momonga leaned his back against the throne, and lazily gazed at the ceiling. Since Nazrick had been praised as the most difficult dungeon in the game, some people might think of challenging them on the last day of the game. When that happened, he intended to be there to meet them, as the guildmess. Momonga had sent mails to all his former friends, but only a handful had come. He was here, waiting for them too. A guild master had to welcome his members. Relics of the past, play. Momonga lapsed into silent contemplation. He felt empty now. Still, it had been fun. He moved his eyes, counting the large flags which hung from the ceiling. There were 41 of them in total, the same number as there were guild members, and each of them bore the members' unique symbols. Momonga pointed to one of them with his finger, but then stopped halfway. OAT. 42. I can't waste my time idling here. Momonga thought about how he had been preparing to celebrate the end of the game in a lashy way. Yet, nobody had come. The reason was obvious. Enough everyone would prioritize their real lives over a game. It was a sin. Simple conclusion, but at the same time it was also very lonely for Momonga. Therefore, he decided to abandon his plans for tonight. With a gaddis sound, Momonga forcefully rose to his feet. I can't stay still here. At the very least, he'll go out with a bang. There was no more time. Momonga raised his right hand, and funneled power into the ring on his right. Ringing her dot, he touched the ring of Ainz Ooal Gown, and looked over the list of teleport destinations which popped up. The ear's to appear was his own room, and Momonga wondered why he had put that in there in the ear's place. Annoyed, Momonga scrolled through the rest of the destinations. There we are. His exclamation was loud with joy. He highlighted his desired destination, the surface, and selected it. He was teleported into a larger room in an instant. There were long, thin stone tables, or at least there used to be on either side of him. The lower had been polished until it was like white marble. Behind him, a light of stairs continued downwards, leading to a pair of large double doors which opened into the erst lower of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. This place was the closest to the surface that the ring could take him, to the central mausoleum of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. I need to hurry. Momonga made haste as he said that. He glanced at the time on his left hand. 23 hours 58 minutes and 3 seconds. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 43. There wasn't much time left. It was as though the train bell had rung and the train door was hissing air in preparation to close. Like a Solariman rushing at full speed down the stairs to catch his train, Guildmaster Momonga cast the flight spell, and soared out of the great underground tomb of Nazarick into the sprawling swamps that surrounded it. It was surprisingly difficult to maneuver while lying. It felt like a kind of aerial dog-eating game. However, after long experience with light, it was easy to control one's movement through the air. As such, there was no need to concentrate on lying. However, one could not move without using the in-game console. The foggy swamps came into view almost immediately. He could see the silhouettes of monsters in the mist. Because it was the last day of YG Drizzle, all the monsters were deactivated. As a result, they could not attack Momonga, nor could he attack them. That's why I thought that intruders might come. Today, they could pass through the Gurnbira swamps without expending any resources. However, nobody came. Momonga narrowed his eyes though his expression did not change and landed on his chosen destination, an island floating in the middle of the swamp. It was a strange little island. Cylindrical objects were lined up in a row upon it. Momonga withdrew a small rod with a push button on the end from his pocket space. Let's go. As though rebuking himself, Momonga forcefully pressed the button down. In that instant, the tubes in the ground below him launched a series of glowing balls up into the air all at once. These were cheap fireworks. In preparation for this, Momonga had bought 5,000 rounds of these fireworks and set them up on this island. Because they were grouped so closely, the rising fireworks looked like a single big cluster as they soared into the sky. Ideally, he would have liked to watch this with any of the guild members who had come with him. However, there was nobody beside him. OAT. 44 I need to wake up at 4. Momonga murmured that to himself as he watched the ironworks ascend on. Plumes of white smoke. And then, there was a vast explosion. This was no longer a ironworks display. It looked more like the super tier spell fallen down in action. The brilliant white light larded in a huge mass of radiance, which enveloped Momonga. He didn't think this was the last DMMO game he would play. Momonga, no, the person called Suzuki Satoru had not played any other games like this apart from Yggdrasil. However, he was still hopeful for the future. Suddenly, he felt a desire to stay here and not return to the real world. But still, I guess it feels good like this for now, with the light surrounding me. Reality resumed several seconds later. Those few moments were the incarnation of Satoru Suzuki's joy. It seemed he had closed his eyes from the brightness. Momonga frantically opened them. It was strange. Because the brain was directly connected to the Megacon, he could close his eyes in the game. Momonga was worried. He thought he might have lost his sight. What's this? Momonga muttered to himself. He had no idea what was going on. An unexpected landscape stretched out beneath his feet. Momonga was floating in the sky, but that was understandable. After all, he had cast a light spell on himself some time ago. However, the land below his feet was not a swamp. It was a ruin. It wasn't just one or two ruined buildings. Was it an abandoned village? No, this was larger. It looked like an entire city had been reduced to ruins beneath him. With an unexpected lack of panic, Momonga calmly checked the time on his left hand. 0:03:45, 46, 47. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 45 Momonga surveyed his surroundings over and over again. The sky was COV. Aired in thick, dark clouds, and it was nightly nightfall. Below his feet were the ruins of a destroyed city. What's this? It was nightly past midnight. He considered that the time displayed by the system clock had gone haywire. Did they delay the server shutdown? Countless possibilities popped up in his head, but he was still a long way from coming to a definitive conclusion. However, the most likely possibility was that they had delayed the server shutdown. If that was the case, he might be able to open a ticket with the GM. Momonga hurriedly activated the call function which he had left unused until now, and his hand stopped. The console did not appear. He couldn't feel anything. It was as though he had been cut off from the system entirely. What the hell is this? As he said this, he felt that he should land before devoying his thinking. The use of the flight spell would cause a console to appear to control one's movements. But Momonga realized that he could not IND it, nor did he need it. Momonga slowly descended from a great height and landed easily on the ground. This is... Momonga looked at his hands, and saw nothing but bones. He was keenly aware that these were his own hands. What the hell's going on? OAT. 46 earlier, Momonga had been lying very skillfully. He moved through the air, almost unconsciously, as though he were moving his right hand. He realized that he had been controlling the flight spell with his thoughts. This was a very strange situation. However, despite finding himself in a strange situation like this, he felt surprisingly calm, and only a little afraid. He suddenly remembered the words of one of his comrades: impatience is the seed of defeat, while constant, calm and reasoned thinking is a necessity. Why calm your heart and widen your vision? Take in every thing within your thoughts, and you can turn the situation around. The ear's thing to do was to IND out where he was. If only someone else was here. He used the flight spell to observe his surroundings from the air. Well, there were a lot of ruined houses all around him. He had a bad feeling about this. It was as though he could sense something peeking at him from the narrow gaps in between the destroyed houses. Being in an open area would give him a clear line of sight to the region around him, but at the same time he was completely exposed to any opponents who cared to look. Momonga considered that someone might try to PK him under these strange circumstances. Therefore, until the mystery was unraveled, it would be better to travel stealthily. That being the case, he began the first step towards that complete invisibility. Momonga cast this spell. It was a spell that was far superior to invisibility. He would be completely invisible to anyone unless they used specialized magic to see him. After that, Momonga considered using a skill that he had relied on when he had played Yggdrasil. Although it had many advantages, it was not very useful when used by an undead creature which had gone invisible. Still, it would be useful as a decoy, since he could not be sure that his encounters with other beings would be amicable. Should I hide my face? Maybe, but then, wouldn't I be suspicious of anyone who hid their face in Yggdrasil? Oh, almost. After that, Momonga activated one of his passive skills. It was a skill which Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 47 COULD detect the undead. As he worried about whether or not the skill might work, it activated. In that moment, Momonga suddenly had a bad feeling. Chet. Momonga crouched down against a nearby wall. To be precise, he moved him so he would be concealed from the direction of the nearest undead reception. What? An undead reaction from the side, moving randomly? Where did it come from? Momonga clung tightly to the wall and froze there. The undead reaction did not tell him anything about the strength of his opponent. The high-ranked undead could even see through complete invisibility. He had two options. One was to move away from here, or to be more precise, from the undead reaction. The other was to check the undead's level and see if he could deal with it. However, there was no guarantee that he would be able to find a safe place if he moved away from here. In that case, it would be safer to stay here, where he could keep track of the undead. In addition, Momonga was also undead, and if his opponent was of a lower level than him, he would not have to worry about fighting it. Well, as long as there's nothing other than undead out there. Momonga tried to recall the feeling he had while using flight. His Koni Denke increased. I can do it. For some reason, I'm also Koni Dent that I can use attack magic with. Without problems. Feels kind of bad, like I'm not myself anymore. No, that's a question we'll worry about later. In any case, as long as I can teleport, I have a way to escape, even if it's just teleporting straight up into the sky. Momonga looked around his surroundings, making sure to cover all the blind spots in his vision. In a stroke of luck, he found a nearby ruined house with walls that were just the right size to conceal him. Momonga dashed to ward it, slipping in through a crack in one of the walls. OHT. 4ATHE ceiling had collapsed and its remains were around his feet, but the four walls of the house were still sturdy. As Momonga thought about casting a spell, he noted that the technological level here seemed very low. The houses weren't made of reinforced concrete. At least, that was the conclusion he came to after seeing the wood debris at his feet. As I thought, is this Yggdrasil? What he saw now didn't resemble anything he had seen in the real world. However, that still left a lot of questions in his mind. Momonga shelved that case aside for now and cast another spell. Distant vision. He took control of the scrying sensor and steered it into the air. The worst case scenario was if his opponent was an undead which could see through invisibility, and he had to pray that his opponent did not possess any means of blocking and counter-attacking against information-gathering magic. What's this? It wasn't anything like what he had used in Yggdrasil at all. In Yggdrasil, the distant vision spell would display what it saw on a magical screen. That screen could be expanded or shrunken at will. Now, instead, the scrying sensor's field of vision overlapped his own. It was a strange and bizarre feeling. However, it did not present any problems in the spell's use. He controlled it naturally and freely, and the expanded sensory abilities he had seemed like part of him. Momonga ignored the slight panic he felt and directed distant vision to put the undead in his sight. It was a zombie. Its name was Blue, which meant that it was a trivial opponent for him. With that done, Momonga continued looking for more undead in the vicinity. Momonga ended the distant vision spell with the Wu, as though he had given up. After all, sustaining total invisibility was a major drain on his mana reserves. He wanted to make sure of his own strength. If his spells were as potent as they were back then, he wouldn't have any problems here. If he could, he would. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 49 like to destroy that zombie in order to test his strength, but that ran the risk of aggroing all the undead in the zone. Since Momonga was also an undead creature like the zombie, there was a high chance it would not attack him. Thus, he could focus on gathering information, and not defending himself. After deciding his course of action, Momonga moved out to investigate the ruined city. From his investigations, he confirmed that the tech level in this place was low. It resembled a movie set, with its complete lack of modern machinery. There were no cables or pipes buried in the ground, although it still looked like this was a civilized place. This was the first time he had seen a wood-burning stove outside of Yggdrasil. Is this Yggdrasil? No, it's far too different. Slowly, Momonga began to realize the truth. He was definitely not in the game. However, if that were the case, what of himself? His body was a skeleton, yet he could still move. The common sense he had lived with over the years was suddenly shattered, and the new logic of his current state had yet to sink into Momonga. He had advanced onto the main street, and as he looked down its length, he saw what might have been gates once, but which were a pile of rubble now. Still, what happened here? If there was an explosion, it wouldn't have brought a whole city down like this. Did a typhoon pass through here or something? As Momonga was musing on the city as history, he suddenly lynched. What? There was an undead reaction in the distance. It wasn't moving slowly, like a zombie. It was running away from him at top speed. Momonga's eyes narrowed. This was no zombie. Whatever it was intelligent. OAT. 50. I won't let you escape. Information source. His body looked lightly into the air, and then surged forward at great speed. His opponent was moving in a zigzag pattern, which showed its familiarity with the layout of the city. However, the speed of Momonga's light more than made up for that advantage. Momonga single-mindedly charged after his opponent, and eventually managed to catch a glimpse of it. It wore a hood and a mantle, and it turned its head to look behind its small body many times as it ran through the narrow alleys of the city. Eventually, Momonga descended in front of the figure. Because it had been looking behind itself just as Momonga landed in front of it, it didn't see Momonga, and crashed right into him. The short figure bounced off Momonga and fell on its butt with a dissonant sound. The hood shifted, and he could see golden hair beneath it. Good evening. It's a cloudy night out, it seems. The short figure did not reply to the greeting, only panted heavily as she tried to catch her breath. I have a few things I'd like to ask you. Would you mind answering my case? Shins? Under the hood, Momonga saw that her eyes were deep crimson in color. A child? A street rat? No, she doesn't stink. Well, she's undead, so I don't think she'd stink much anyway, and she's too tidy for that. In any case, I'll say it again. I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Do you mind answering them? The child nodded her head vigorously. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 51 I am Suzuki Satoru. What is your name? Her crimson pupils widened into circles. AUAA. Her voice was barely audible, and he couldn't understand her words at all. Is she not Japanese? Is that child not a player? Your name is AUAA. He felt a little foolish as he realized that she might be a foreigner, and that might have been her name. OAA? That's a strange name, is it? The child shook her head. That's not your name? Then, does that mean you can't pronounce your name? Again, she shook her head. The child was desperately trying to speak, but Momonga could not derive any meaning from her words. Where are your parents? As she said that, Momonga remembered that she was undead, and she wouldn't be likely to have parents. Still, the child's reaction was a little strange. The child hung her head, then shook it. She seemed to be saying, "They're gone. I should think of how to say goodbye." Then, Momonga thought as he looked over the child who spoke with queer pronunciation. Suddenly, she spoke again in a very small voice, but this time, he could understand her. OAT. 52 Ino Ashrath in Barun. As she repeated herself, Momonga could only understand what she was saying. My name is Kino Fasrath in Barun. That was the girl's name. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 532.3 NTPDL. VS. ZN. This comes from a Sutetsu comment response in 2012, so WN is the basis. Shalltear's yield of vision was dyed a brilliant white. In the next moment, she had no idea where she was. She was tossed and turned about, like a branch swallowed in a whirlpool, and she lost her sense of balance. Shalltear had no idea what was going on. All she felt amidst the blinding light was intense pain. Her body felt heavy as she tried to defend herself, and she had difficulty moving. However, Shalltear moved with all her heart and soul. That was because she understood that something bad had happened. She curled up into a ball, shielding her body with her arms. This was an ultimate explosion. It stained the world with a blinding white lash. There was a thunderous roar and an eruption of heat. The shock wave it generated blew the land away, and the rising dirt and sand formed a mush. Room clouded in the air. The lethal area of the superheated pulse was measured in kilometers, and there was no trace of movement within it. As the dust and smoke dispersed, the horrid conditions within were made clear. Nothing could have lived within that area, but inside it, someone cast the soil off and stood up. Gaia, Gaia, Gaia. Since she had been caught in the heat lar of the explosion, her throat had been burned away and she could not speak. No, it was not just her throat. Her entire body had been scorched, and her previous beauty was nowhere to be seen. She had lost all her hair and she looked like charcoal briquette. Beyond the burns caused by the tremendous heat, the shockwave had lacerated her body. OAT. 540 left side of her vision was completely gone. Her right side was milky and blurred, but she could still make out vague shapes somehow. Her body listed to one side because her right arm and its shoulder were gone. Her dress was in tatters, its remnants plastered to her body. However, the highest grade items on Shalltear's body and the parts hidden by them were untouched. Pain stabbed through her entire body. This was a bad pain. This pain would destroy Shalltear Bloodfallen. Her thoughts were shredded, the fragments leaping from her mouth. She should have been immune to ire, so why had she taken ire damage? How had her defenses been breached? Countless questions rose through her mind, but the pain and CON fusion drowned them out. As thoughts crisscrossed through her head, the most important thing rang in her head like a warning. Klaxon. That was she could not stay here any longer. If she remained here, she would die. Thus, she had to withdraw. However, would it be alright if the guardian of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, Shalltear Bloodfallen, turned her back and led from a being that was far inferior to her? That would be a betrayal of the expectations of the 41 supreme beings. If she had to die, should she not take this worthless country with her? Her loyalty and her survival instincts bound Shalltear in place. G. The sound of grinding came from Shalltear's mouth. Her remaining teeth were gnashing against each other. Q. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 55 SHE could not cast spells. She was furious. Shalltear was wild with anger at everything. Well, this story will be officially released someday? OAT. 562.4 STCS. S. Strategistans. The stage was set at the north of the Belgaria Empire where Altina was situated. Order town Tuanvel. The sky was covered in dark clouds. Freezing gales chilled the air. As the commander of the border regiment and princess, Altina came to WEL. Come a certain person. She harbored great expectations for this person. Coming from a commoner family with a low military rank, there was a rumor of a talented strategist being exiled to the borders. Maybe this person could become Altina's strategist. Her current situation could be described with the term blockage. After being chased from the imperial capital by the nobles and becoming the commander of a border regiment, her subordinate General Jerome looked down on her because she was a girl. Although the soldiers held her in high regards and addressed her as princess, they also didn't treat her like a commander. And the forces deployed to the fortress in the front lines would not be enough to affect the empire. This northern borders was just like a cage to Altina. Because she had the wish to become the empress, she would need a strategist. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 570 advise her no matter what. Although she needed one, she only heard about that person through rumors, and had never seen him before. His character and capabilities were both unknown to her. To get to know his character, Altina disguised herself as a wagon driver to pick him up. Someone she had never seen before was standing in the middle of the streets. With a book clutched in his chest, he was a gentle young man who won't even kill a lean knot. It was a man who was wearing a long robe and a mask for unknown reasons. This man was the Overlord of Death, Ainz. Altina, who didn't know about this, approached with a strange expression. ERM. You are? My name is Ainz. A heavy voice. Maybe it was the mask. It sounded a bit muffled. Altina thought, it can't be this guy, right? Maybe her doubtful expression was obvious, prompting Ainz to continue. Don't worry, this might sound unbelievable, but I have a good idea what we need to do. Hey? You are looking for a strategist, right? The reason, well, let's not talk about this here. OAT. 5AHE turned his gaze to the people walking in the streets. Altina opened her eyes wide in surprise. She heard he was good, but not this good. Were you really transferred here? From the imperial capital? Transferred if you mean someone exiled from a world, that is probably true. The wagon passed through the town of Tuanvel. Just call me Altina. Although no one around her addressed her this way, she still told him the nickname she liked very much. Okay. Ainz acknowledged. He then surveyed the area with his mask on. The scenery of this world looks about the same. Both sides of the road was full of maize yields. As it was winter, the yields were all brown. The view was separated into two distinct colors with a gray evening sky above the horizon. Passengers would normally sit in the back, but Altina was sitting in the center of the driving seat while Ainz sat to her right. This was because it was easier to converse this way. Even if she looked to the side, she couldn't see Ainz's expression that was COV. Aired under this strange mask that seemed to be either angry or crying. I think the scenery is very different from the imperial capital. Are you talking? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 59ABOUT your birthplace? The city I lived in was full of skyscrapers. You couldn't even see the horizon. Skyscrapers? Something like a tower. This place full of the scenery of nature is closer to some other place. ERM I heard normal people won't understand what smart people are talking about, so it's true. Well, I'm not lying. Ainz shrugged. A white shadow lashed before Altina's eyes. It had started snowing. And so we are rushing for time, so hang on tight and don't fall off. I see, no problem. Altina urged the horse to go faster. At that moment, an accident happened. They skidded because of the snow. The wagon barely avoided toppling over. However, the horse sprained its leg. Altina jumped down from the driver's seat, patting the head of the horse to soothe it. It will be difficult to carry on. It is possible to keep going, but if the leg injury worsens, it might get put down. Really, I should have used gate from the start. OAT. 60. 0 chance of failure with no distance limit. For Ainz who could use the highest level teleportation spell, meeting with such incidents was just a waste of time. He was just accompanying Altina to understand this world better. There was no way Altina would know that Ainz alighted from the driver's seat. He extended a hand from his black robes. Altina jumped. It looked like bones. Human bones. And it was not a replica. The skeletal hand holding a thin flask reached for the horse's right hind leg. He poured the green liquid within the flask onto the injured area. A white light that differs from the illumination of oil lamp or gas lamp enveloped the leg of the horse. Altina rubbed her eyes. Ainz had already withdrawn his hand into his robes. It's healed now. Just like he said, the right hind leg that was obviously swollen had turned back to normal in an instant. Altina agitatedly drew near to Ainz. What did you do? Nothing special. Just a low-level healing potion. I can't use healing magic. The recovery amount might be low, but it will bring normal people and animals on the verge of death back to full health. Ainz said that matter-of-factly and returned to the driving seat. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 61 Altina couldn't understand what he did. Magic? It seems that doesn't exist in this world. It appears in stories. You really can use magic? Altina stared at Ainz with a mix of fear and curiosity. He said calmly as if he had lost his emotions. What I can use is Altina turned her head back. With the wind getting stronger, the snow was turning into a blizzard. In this white fog of snow, a group of great beasts appeared. The back of the girl shiv aired. Lugris. 5 snarling wolves surrounded the wagon in a semicircle. Ainz said nonchalantly. The animals are cute, it is about time to go, right? WH, what are you saying? Lugris are ferocious beast even a knight will have trouble with. So what? Ainz didn't understand at all. Altina said in frustration. We are about to be attacked. OAT. 62 I see. I didn't notice. In this world without magic and warrior skills, even wild animals can become a threat. Speaking of which, this appears to be the Middle Ages. Enough. Stop saying things I don't understand. Alright, we can set off after disposing of these beasts. Ha? Altina, who didn't understand what he was saying, was dumbstruck. Ainz, who seemed rather frail, swung his right hand casually. Dragon lightning. A sudden dragon-shaped lightning covered Ainz from his arm to his shoulders. It blew out from his straightened anger. A loud bang as loud as thunder. The largest wolf fell lifelessly to the ground and stopped moving. With that bang, the wolves that saw its leader dead ran in panic. Ainz withdrew his hand into his robes. The threat was gone. No, it wasn't a threat to Ainz at all. Will this be enough? Ugh. Altina charged to the driving seat with burning eyes and grabbed Ainz's robes. What have you done? What? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 6-3 SH. He was obviously angry. Ainz was puzzled. After being saved from danger, she should be grateful, so why was she angry? Did I mess up because I am not used to this world? Ainz thought. His unease wasn't conveyed to Altina. Ainz couldn't express himself through his face. And he was wearing a mask. Altina, who was grabbing his robe, stared deep into his eyes. The eyes behind the mask were so dark it seemed to be bottomless. As expected, he was not human. Even so, it didn't faze the spirited girl. You are strong. I don't really get it, but if you use that magic, you won't have to worry about the wolves taking your life, right? That is so. Then, do you have to kill it? What strange words. Lugris will attack people. That means they are harmful creatures. For the soldiers protecting this land, lessening their numbers should be a good thing, correct? Lugris might attack people, but they also hunt animals that damage the yields. If there are no beasts in the forest, it will become a haven for criminals. It's just one wolf. Most importantly, it's so pitiful. This is the habitat of the wild beast yuan. OAT. 64 Understand? Paving a road and cultivating the yield is just as borrowing the land. It would be any if it is in the towns or villages, but don't kill indiscriminately. On the roads. Ainz thought about it. He got what she meant. Her thinking wasn't illogical. In order to accomplish his mission here and return to his original world, where the great tomb of Nazarick was, he can't let Altina shun him. Ainz wanted to pull Altina away from his robes. You can't understand this logic? No. The warrior of the highest level in the DMMORPG Yggdrasil could pulverize a city wall with a punch. Even the relatively weaker Ainz could lift a carriage with one hand. Altina seemed stronger than most girls, but Ainz should be stronger. However, he couldn't pull the hand grabbing his robes away. I understand how you feel. I will use my offensive magic carefully from now on. The people and creatures in this world were too weak. He might kill them accidentally even with the lowest level magic in his arsenal. To smoothen the process, he has to watch himself. He doesn't like to waste mana anyway. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 65 Altina released Ainz's robes. And suddenly smiled. Thank you for your understanding, and thank you for saving me. It's Ainz. So far, Ainz only felt her features was straight, and didn't have the chance to judge her beauty. Even Ainz, who had lost almost all his human emotions, could tell that Altina's smile was really charming. Of course, in terms of style and perfection, she couldn't compare to the NPC. Albedo made painstakingly by a member of his guild. He wasn't referring to that kind of beauty, but the energetic smile that shone brightly. She tilted her head. Is something the matter? No, there is no problems. Let us be off. After getting Ainz's response, she sat beside Ainz and held the reins. She shouted and pulled the reins, and the horse that was shocked by the light Ning and Lugris started walking slowly. The wheels of the wagon made rolling sounds again. Speaking of which, magic is awesome. Strong and convenient. Just like a cannon. I don't know how powerful the cannons of this world are, but it nightly can't compare to nuclear weapons. Even the highest tier magic couldn't calm. OAT. 66 PARE with it. Nuclear? I don't get what you mean. Where did you learn magic, Ainz? You have a teacher? Teacher. Ainz remembered the members in his guild, teaching each other skills and exchanging information as they grind large amount of experience points. They are no longer around. I see. Sorry for asking that. Please don't mind, it is all in the past. Can I use magic too? If you have a magic caster type job, you will learn it in no time if you keep earning experience points, but you have a warrior type face. Wait. Learning magic depends on your face? Ainz was just kidding, but Altina seemed to be taking it seriously. Magic doesn't exist in this world. Altina, who was part of this world, probably can't use magic. That isn't so, but Altina is one of those direct types who will act before you think, right? How rude. I think I am the cautious type who thinks before I act. From our interaction earlier, how are you cautious? You saw that lightning and still grabbed my robes without thinking. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 6-7 IT actually made him wonder if she was mentally normal. She was totally the type that didn't consider the consequences. Altina blushed. Yeah. But that's why you need a strategist. How did you know that? Of course I know. That's why I came to this world. So you know my objective too? Altina had a face of unease. This was top level secret. Ainz shrugged. I didn't hear about that, but I can guess what it is. Definitely not looking for someone to play chess with. She sighed. It wasn't clear if she did so out of relief or disappointment. Is that knowledge related to magic? Even if I explain, you who are from this world won't understand. More importantly, I will help you. Just rely on me, but things will be different if you reject. It's INE. My objective is to liberate the citizens from tyrannical rule. To achieve that, I want to become Empress. No problem. I am not sure if making you Empress will liberate the people, though. Ainz kept his promise. OAT. 6-8 avoided casting offensive spells freely. Fort Zierk. The base of the Bildschmidt Border Regiment Altina was in command of. However, it was an empty title of commander as the entire regiment was under General Jerome's management. The 14-year-old Princess Altina was just a decoration that needed to be protected. Ainz turned his head. It would be easy for me to defeat General Jerome, but it would be difficult for others to acknowledge Altina as the commander that way. Easy. He might look like that, but Sir Jerome is very strong. Indeed, his physical ability and combat experience is near the upper limit of a warrior. But I am confident that without equipment and items, it wouldn't even be a contest. If both sides reach the upper level limits, the rest will be dependent on the strength and effects of buffing spells. Magic again? He is as good as naked while I am fully armed. If I lose under such conditions, I won't be it to be a guild master. Ainz also have top-class passive skill that no IIE's physical attacks. The ability to negate low-level weapon and magic attacks. Even if the user had excellent skill, he won't be able to harm Ainz with the weapons of this world. His mental strength seems strong. Charming spells will be a bit, and the period of effect isn't long. Let's use support magic. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 6-9 Ainz stood up and cast spells on Altina. Greater strength. Physical defense increase. Accelerate. Envelope in a mysterious glow. Altina's face looked troubled. I was thinking, if that is the case, I should use my own power. Since you employed me as a strategist and your subordinate, you should view my magic as your own power. Or do you want to reject my assistance entirely? Altina showed a troubled expression. Is that really INE? It will be alright. And with a vast difference in prowess, it is less likely for the other party to get injured. And just like Ainz predicted, the eye was finished in an instant before the stuffy-eyed crowd. After being buffed by high-level enchantment from Ainz, Altina was strong on a totally different level. She made Jerome groan in pain with just one hit. How could it be? That is impossible for humans. Yes, you are right. My magic cannot be emulated by humans. Well, due to some reason, I can't use lethal spells on people. In the parade square before Fort Zierk, Ainz placed his hand on the victorious Altina and declared, OAT. 70. I have decided to assist this person on her road towards domination. If the soldiers are willing to help us, you are welcome to. If not, please leave the fort. Don't say anyone could leave as they pleased, Ainz. But there is no point in letting people who will affect our unity stay. In the end, as far as fighting forces were concerned, the numbers of normal soldiers don't matter. Altina raised her sword high. Anyway, I am the commander of this border regiment. It can't be helped. Since I lost, I will acknowledge you. Even if you won. Using dubious magic. Suddenly, the bell signaling an enemy attack sounded. The ones attacking Fort Zierk under the cover of the blizzard were the barbarians. They were few in numbers, but proficient in sneak attacks. Ainz stood on top of the fortress wall. Altina and Jerome were by his side. What should we do? We can't charge out and eye them at this distance. They discovered them too late, resulting in the barbarians' head reaching the walls and firing arrows in. With Ainz magic, the arrows were deflected by an invisible wall, so the area was safe. Jerome snorted. HMMP, can't you do anything with that dubious magic of yours? May I? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 71 Well, if this goes on, we will lose a lot of soldiers, but I want to avoid killing the barbarians. Altina said with a resigned expression. Jerome responded unhappily. Nonsense. We should kill all the barbarians. Since Ainz was acting as the princess subordinate, what Altina said took priority. With the barbarian group as the target, I will avoid killing them then. Gravity bound. Within a designated boundary, he shook the ground with the impact of an earthquake. They probably never experienced earthquakes before and fell into chaos. They scampered away in twos and threes. Jerome and the soldiers laughed at this sight, but Altina looked uneasy. Is it INE for us to do that? Well done. What's next? When they heard Altina employed a powerful strategist, the Imperial capital sent them the order to attack Fort Volks. Although it was faster for Ainz to go alone, an inspector also tagged along, so they had to bring half the unit for the expedition. OAT. 7-2 AFT are seeing the steep cliffs and the cannon platform, she sighed. It will be hard to attack the fort. It lives up to the name of invulnerable Fortress Volks, although I just heard about it from Jerome yesterday. If destroying it is INE, just one. If you do that, wouldn't it cause massive casualties? And we need to use it as a base after taking the fort. Let us go about it normally. I will hang the lag at the cannon platform about an hour later. Launch the attack, then it should be conquered by then. Wait. I will go too. Just bringing one more person is INE. I will cast high-tier physical attack Nega. Shin magic. After Ainz finished chanting, a white light enveloped Altina's body. He then waved his hand lightly. Gate. They suddenly appeared in the office of the commander of Fort Volks. Their meeting on the measures to take against Belgaria's attack was in progress. The hot-blooded young knight Zekmeister drew his sword. Who are you? He shouted as he thrust his blade over. It hit Ainz's body, which made Altina scream. Even the blade made from the latest steel technology won't have magic effects. Naturally, its damage was negated. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 7-3 IT was pressuring to hide without killing low-level enemies. Well, I can only do this under such restraints. Ainz used a hardened spell to turn Zekmeister into a statue. The enemy staff officer screamed. Among them was an elderly man in uniform taking a stance with a steel staff. His hair was turning white, but his eyes remained sharp. I am the commander of Fort Volks from the Varden Duchy. I am the commander of the Billschmidt Order Regiment from Belgaria, Marie. Cotter, Argentina. HMMP. I heard reports of Belgaria hired a demon king and dismissed it as a joke, so it's true. I'm not a demon king. I just know some magic. Altina raised her sword. And of course, because of the buffs from all sort of support spells, she emerged victorious easily. The rest of the soldiers was hit by mass paralysis and couldn't move. They took Fort Volks much earlier than expected. Ainz took out a staff with a strange aura from his robes. Where to next? No, it's a bother hiding these skirmishes. Let's take down the Imperial capital straight away. But the First Army is OAT. 74 First Army or Second Army, they are not a problem for me. Come, let's go. After taking down the Imperial capital of Belgaria, Altina became the new Empress. Be it the nobles, commoners, and even foreign nations, everyone feared the new Empress who gained the power of a demon king. Ugh, no, you can't, Altina. Regis yelled as he raised his head. The girl chopped him on the head with her hand. You are the one who can't. If you want to sleep, do it on your bed. You'll catch a cold. Seemed like Regis fell asleep reading a book. Because he slept in a weird position, his back hurts. I had a weird dream. Are you okay? We will be leaving for the capital tomorrow, right? I made the preparations. Well, there is no one it could be that easy. There are all sorts of problems piled up in the capital, and it seemed that a powerful being that could solve everything with magic didn't show up. Although he felt disheartened, he was relieved at the same time. Altina wore her coat with a wry smile. What did you dream about? It seemed to be a dream of you becoming Empress with the help of magic. From a demon king. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 75 Era. Sounds interesting. What did the magic achieve? Altina said as she offered him a cup of warm milk. Regis took the cup and showed the black book jacket of the story he finished recently. It's powerful, enough to change the world. This book is called Overlord. Written by author of Altina, Yukiyama Murasaki. OAT. 762.5 OYS. Translator, Nigel. Editors, Ainz Ooal Gown, Leah, Turtle Truffle, Supreme Tentacle, Tsukino, Kira. Jin, Aegis. The Rhine battlefront, colloquially called the Rhine where the devil dwells, served as the border between the Empire and the Republic. In one moment, the thunder of firing artillery would boom, and in the next, a squad of soldiers would be minced into meat. Explosions shot through the sky as mages buzzed past tiring mana-infused rounds. Despite being outnumbered in a two-front war, the Empire was hiding the Republic to a standstill. That is, until it appeared. A deafening earthquake shook the land between trenches. Both sides calm. Battalions turned their heads back towards their rear. Could the impact have unearthed their trenches? But to their surprise, no damage had been done to the land. Instead, at the heart of the Rhine, a massive tomb had appeared out of the blue. Those who were currently on the battle isle were left dumbfounded by this sudden development. The tomb's majesty would have been apparent to any onlooker, as if an ancient heritage site lost to time had surfaced overnight. However, that's only if they could see the tomb in the year's place. This was the Great Tomb of Nazarick, a level 80 dungeon in the Merpage Yggdrasil, and the killed face of Ainz Ooal Gown. Though Nazarick was referred to as a tomb, it displayed little to no sense of the decay that typically accompanied the stench of death. Its construction had been completed in a time long past, but its white stone walls remained polished and undamaged. At the tomb's center lay a mausoleum of majestic proportions, its beauty so serene that it almost appeared foreboding. Around the grand catacombs lay two pairs of smaller crypts. Despite the fact that they were described as smaller, the crypts were in no way of a petite scale. If anything, each of the smaller crypts was so imposing and monumental that the Ainz onlookers had anticipated them to house the kings of a long time past. Overlord August 2019 Anthology 770 and the 10th Lord of Nazarick within the throne room, the guild master of Ainz Ooal Gown, who had taken his guild's name for himself, was currently OB, serving the Rhine through the mirror of remote viewing. To his left was the overseer of the guardians, Albedo. To his right was one of the other two minds that could rival Albedo's intellect in Nazarick, Demiurge. Both stood by, silently as they watched their master gaze upon the mirror. The tomb had been set to high alert, having been transferred to another world yet again. But like the year's time, Albedo was sure that the one they worshipped as the Supreme Being was already formulating a plan of action in the short time since they were moved. The Supreme Being in question was thinking this. Isn't this kind of bad? Were those trenches? And were those soldiers holding machine guns? What were those cannons in the rear? From the looks of it, it was not on the level of medieval cannons anymore. Those were full-blown artillery batteries. It appears that they've been caught up in the middle of an industrial era war. This was seriously bad. Worst of all, after verifying that neither side had been damaged by the earthquake, they immediately resumed combat. Of course, that was due to the illusion spells that hid most of Nazarick from plain sight, but even still, Ainz couldn't wait for Sebas to finish scouting the surface. He had to act now. Demiurge. Ainz called out. Yes. What is your will, O Supreme One? Send out Mare to protect the tomb immediately. If one of those artillery shells strikes the great tomb of Nazarick, it won't end with someone just saying, sorry. Artillery shell? No, my apologizes. I will dispatch him right away. OAT. 78WITH the ring of Ainz Ooal Gown. Demiurge teleport to the 6th floor to contact Mare in Aura. If it's Mare, he should be able to reshape the terrain and mitigate any physical damage to the tomb. In the meantime, Ainz had to think fast. Exactly which war was this? If it were him during his dark history, then he might have been able to hear it out. During that time, he had been obsessed with the German neo-Nazis and studied military history, even if he didn't really understand the subtle nuances behind the events. But now, he couldn't recall a thing. He looked at the battle aisle and barely recognized the German troops in the east, which meant that the forces to the west were probably the French. That was just by geography. He still couldn't remember exactly which war those two nations fought each other in. It couldn't be helped. Ainz had buried those memories in the deep recesses of his mind. But wait, during that time, didn't he? A light went off in his head. Albedo. He called out. Yes, Insama. How can I be of service? Head to the treasury and summon Pandora's actor. I want to consult him about this world. Forgive me for not immediately understanding, but is there a reason why Pandora's actor would know something? You see, I may have visited this world once in the past. Insama has visited other dimensions on his own before? Albedo asked, with a look of shock and praise, as expected of the Supreme Being, to have transcended the boundaries of space-time itself. Anyway, it was quite a long time ago, and I may have trouble recalling. That's why I want you to ask Pandora's actor, since I conceived him. Overlord August 2019 Anthology 79. During that time, I understand. Now that you mention, Pandora's actor's uniform does bear semblance to the ones worn by those maggots cowering in the east. Of course, his is far more majestic than. Cough, cough, cough. Is something the matter, Insama? And no, nothing at all. In any case, you must hurry there immediately. I understand. He'll head over right now. Albedo disappeared, setting off for the treasury. A few moments later, she teleported back with an egghead in uniform beside her. Insama, I have brought Pandora's actor, as you requested. To be personally summoned by the Supreme Being who created me, I am truly. That's enough. Ainz interrupted Pandora's actor's salute midway. Let's skip the formalities. Time is of the essence. The reason I have summoned you. Here is this. Ainz flipped the mirror around so that both Albedo and Pandora's actor could see. Pandora's actor cried out. Could this be? Could this truly be? What exactly could this be, Pandora's actor? Albedo questioned. There is no doubt, this is a world war. Did he hear that correctly? Did he just say world war? His ear holes weren't. OAT. 80. Broken, were they? World war? Albedo repeated. Yes. A global conflict that engulfs every major nation on Earth in the flames of battle. That is, a world war. Wait. Ainz interjected. You're saying that this is a world war, but, if I recall correctly, there were 3, weren't there? World War I, II, or III, which one are we in now? The Archaeology War, otherwise known as World War III. In 2118, this war broke out in Europe after the dissolution of the European Union and an upsurge of neo-Nazi fascism. The result was the world's superpowers clashing with the full might of modern military technology. From what he saw so far, Ainz didn't think that they were in that kind of war, but it's been too long. He couldn't be. Sure. By the looks of it, Mein Führer. Stop it. No more German. Hurry up and get to the point. Why yes, by the looks of it, we're in either World War I or II, I'm not really sure. Good. Ainz breathed a sigh of relief. If it were World War III, we would have had to deal with things like stealth bombing and satellite surveillance. Stealth bombing? Satellite surveillance? Albedo mumbled to herself. That reminds me, Honorable Father. Boy, didn't I tell you not to know? Never mind, continue. Yes, Honorable Father. Since we cannot tell whether this is the first World War or the second, we should be wary of nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons? Albedo repeated. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 81 HMM? Nuclear weapons? Yes, nuclear weapons. They are large, explosive devices capable of obliterating an entire city. Hey? What? That sounds like it could be troublesome. In summa, I propose we immediately launch an investigation into these nuclear weapons for the sake of Nazarick security. We should eradicate anyone who possesses them and take the weapons for ourselves. Isn't this really bad? Honorable Father, I agree with. That's no good. Yet? Why? This is a serious issue. I can't discuss it just yet. Keeping talking among yourselves. Albedo and Pandora's actor complied and asked no further questions. Ainz's emotion override triggered several more times before Ainz could kick his non-existent brain into overdrive. The prospect of nuclear weapons had completely slipped Ainz's mind, a mishap brought about by the fact that almost 2 centuries had passed since their last use. The UN had long since sealed the weaponry away due to the threat they posed to humanity as a whole. But as a Japanese citizen, a citizen of the only country to have ever experienced nukes firsthand, Suzuki Satora still possessed some knowledge regarding the extent of their destructive capabilities. In fact, Ainz recalled that these deadly bombs had laundered not one, but 2 Japanese cities. The aftermath that followed was one that left many a dark tale in the nation's history books. In this new body, would it be possible for him to withstand the force of a nuclear explosion? Certainly, he could buff himself with spells, or he might be able to cast black hole to suck up the bomb midair. If it could just end with OAT, A2THAT, he would dance and joy. Do nukes count as magic or physical? Maybe they deal fire damage? This is a hard question. I definitely don't want to IND out through experience. But what about Nazarick? And what of the NPCs dwelling within? Could they withstand the blast? The homunculi mates would certainly die if they were in the blast radius or even from the fallout that would most certainly cause radiation poisoning. But they should be INE as long as they stayed within the walls of Nazarick. In many ways, the tomb resembled a bomb shelter in how durable it is. In the worst-case scenario, only the Earth's 3 lowers would be affected thanks to the work Ainz and his guild had put in when restructuring Nazarick. The original tomb was already quite durable, but the excess data crystals they used further increased the defense points of the dungeon. But the surface would dynamically be uninhabitable. Not only that, but the new clear fallout would pollute the surrounding lands. His friend Blue Planet Al Ways lamented how humans had destroyed the Earth through war and pollution. According to him, the 2 things that were the worst for the Earth were nuclear weapons and global warming. Ainz Ooal Gown had once gone on a quest that took them deep into a mythical forest, where remnants of an old civilization remained. The group had fought a mini-boss that would say pre-generated lines about burning trees for fuel, and it would use attacks that were based on nuclear warfare, seemingly out of place for the setting. Though it did give one of the members of the guild inspiration when designing a certain battle made. That day Blue Planet had fought extra hard. His rant when the boss died was both passionate and unforgettable. As Ainz relished in his recollections, a pleasant feeling lingered in his non-existent heart. His nostalgia didn't last long as Demiurge soon returned, bowing deeply before speaking. In summa, I've sent out Mare. Nazarick should be protected against all anticipated forms of attack. I've also gone to the trouble of putting all the area guardians on high alert. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 83 Thank you, Demiurge. Ainz spoke. Tell us exactly what you told the others. I want you to make sure that those here are up to speed with your plans. Making it sound like it was for the sake of his subordinates. In this manner, Ainz could pretend he had already seen through the plan when he was actually hearing about it for the first time. The drawback was that his approval was already implicit, but since it was Demiurge, then there should be nothing to worry about. To start with, I propose Shizu help lead the assault on the external forces. The Pleiades battle made CZ2128 Delta, or Shizu for short. She was a heteromorphic being, of the kind known as automatons, and held the ranged attack in gunner class. On Demiurge's summons, Shizu entered the throne room and bowed before taking her place beside Pandora's actor. Oh, that's not such a bad idea. After all, she specializes in ranged combat and her equipment is similar to what the soldiers are using. Though it'll be trouble. If something were to happen to her since she is familiar with Nazarick's unlocking mechanisms, but it should be INE. Now, I hope you'll excuse my plan for being a bit derivative. Demiurge nod. DED once more towards Ainz. But I suggest we get straight to the point and take the initiative. Up to a few centuries ago, people like them might have been called reavers. Hard men hauling up to a defenseless settlement on hardy horses under cover of darkness, looting and kidnapping before leaving their victims' homes in ashes whilst painted with the blood of their former occupants. In these more enlightened times, they were instead called the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion. Their modus operandi had not changed in over 3 centuries. They struck out of the shadows, took everything that was valuable, and left destruction in their wake. OAT. 840 HG reavers of old would have marveled at the tools with which the aerial mages used to peely their deadly trade. Instead of border horses, they used monopowered light units, magic barriers instead of leather jackets, and they Type 98 mage rifle loaded with spell shots that hit like lightning and exploded like thunder in place of teehee antiquated pump-action riles from long ago. However, they would have probably disapproved of what the mages were doing at the moment. After all, the whole point of reaving was to carry things off, and the mages were simply sowing terror and destruction in their wake. Even so, the mages have been trained for a brand new sort of war, so they could not be faulted if their methods differed from their greed-driven predecessors. The ires lit the undersides of their bodies as Pixie's squadron flew away from their targets, visible only as orange reflections in the pre-dawn sky. Pixie 01 to all lights report. 2 here, objective silenced. 3, target suppressed. 4, some resistance, but it's been mopped up. Good, Major Tanya Digirakov said as she crossed their respective targets off a mental list. Having been asked to hide on the Rhine front once more, Tanya took another moment to forcefully calm her stress levels. As always, the Empire was a mess, aiming for an offensive in this sector, but they did not yet have sufficient troops in this area to make a deep push. For almost a year it had been a stalemate. The nation could only afford to fund this war for so much longer. Naturally, Tanya personally hadn't planned on participating in each and every major battle THAT drew the war towards its eventual conclusion, but the problem was that the 203rd had long been Class II a distinguished, named unit, a fact that often led them to be shuffled into the flames of war when the fighting started. She had to get herself out of the theater, but a simple request to the rear would. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 85 hardly cut it. If anything, submitting such a request would be more harmful than it would be initial. Cowards often led the way whether they wanted to or not, and being the first into the breach was hardly conducive to one's survival. The solution was then to wear HER unit out. By conducting intensive operations and gaining Scientific accomplishments here, she would build up good will and accumulate unit fatigue, enough for them to be relegated to the rear lines for RR. It would technically not be slacking, because their work would soften up the front for the rest of the line troops. Major, we've got a problem. Tanya looked back at Visha, who had a worried look on her face. She raised her chin, indicating that the other woman should continue. There was a massive surge of monostatic just now. We've lost all long-range detection. Tanya's eyes narrowed. Their vision had been severely limited. Was this a prelude to an attack? Increase altitude just in case. We don't need to engage while we're low on mana and ammo. Even as she said that, she knew it was pointless. The clouds were too thin to hide them, and if they had detected them at this range and were pressing an attack, then... Are comms still working? Yes, there is no issue. Good. Tanya took a moment to compose herself before initiating a call. In such a SCE scenario, it was better to obtain orders from the higher-ups than act individually. Pixie 01 to command, weave. OAT. 86 before she could even finish something caught her eye. Several shells whistled past them from below. Tanya was not too worried about those. Even the repurposed naval 3-inch caliber guns could only do meaningful damage to an aerial mage's barriers with a direct hit, which was damn near impossible over a mile into the air against a human-shaped star. Get moving at comparatively high speeds. The fragmentation from a concentrated artillery barrage might work, but most air defense emplacements did not mount nearly enough guns to saturate an area of space with that much steel. It was unnerving, but ultimately harmless. The shells would burst over them. Shrapnel would rain down, and they would be relatively unharmed. Wait. Something was strange here. She looked up, and saw the shells bursting in midair above them. That much she had expected. However, she had not expected the explosions to be so weak. It was not a charge designed to turn the shell casing into a storm of killing razors, but gentler, as though it were just breaking open and dispersing. Then, she glimpsed it. For a fraction of an instant, she saw the yellow bands around the shell's case glow as it split open and activated the spell. Just then, one of her men began to scream. A bot. His vertical height had been the highest, just as Tanya had remained at the bot top of the formation. Thus, he had been the first to run into, well, whatever it is. My IEAA arc. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 87 HIS words broke down into incoherent wailing halfway through as he fell from the sky, being in too much pain to concentrate properly on his spells. Pick him up. His light mates moved without hesitation and grabbed him by the arms before he could fall all the way out of the formation. When they saw him, they gasped. His eyelids were covered in rapidly swelling blisters which blinded him, and his lips were swelling up as well. He coughed, and the sound it made was a wet explosive retching that made his body shake and shudder in the hands of his rescuers. Everyone was stunned. What had happened to him? Only Tanya knew, and that was due to the merest whiff of horseradish on the wind. In the World Wars of her world, the Allied and Central Powers had devised a new class of weapons so fearsome that they were nicknamed the higher form of killing. She was not a military enthusiast, and her experience with that sort of thing was limited, but she did remember the internet article which described some of the most dreadful and iconic of those weapons. Mustard gas. Dive. Dive now. More shells burst overhead as she said so, and the fear of meeting the same fate as the fierce, unfortunate man moved them faster than anything she could shout. Chemical weaponry had been a major part of World War I in Tanya's world, and there had been as many ways to deliver it as there had been other weapons on the battlefield. This particular use of it, however, was new. She had not heard of anyone using poison gas as an anti-aircraft weapon, though in this case, it made perfect sense. Mage barriers kept out almost everything except air, but gas weapons not only passed straight through them, they were often imperceptible. Aerial mages did not leave fast enough to avoid taking an effective dose of the gas clouds, and if they were incapacitated, they would be unable to concentrate on their light spells and gravity would do the rest. By loading OAT, AATHEM into an anti-aircraft cannon and getting them into the general vicinity of a mage, they could overcome a shell's lack of effective radius and bypass the mage's magical defenses, providing an effective method for taking them down. So this is how the battle changes with magic. What kind of T-wist genius came up with this tactic? In any case, they had no way of telling how far the clouds of gas spread or how many shells they could send up here, which meant they were effectively prevented from rising. To supplement that, the gas was heavier than the air, would thus slowly descend. That would naturally force them downwards. Their best bet was to dive as fast as possible and hopefully outrun the settling gas cloud. It was risky, to say the least, but it beat letting a wall of aerosol vesicant fall on you. Tanya led the way as she shot down like a thunderbolt, while the remainder of her squadron descended as quickly as they dared. In summa, there are no more enemy forces in the air thanks to Shizu's wide area attacks. Ainz nodded upon hearing Demiurge's report. Although Shizu was created with assassination in mind, she had several abilities that were modeled AF. Her World War tactics including an AoE attack that inflicted chemical burning debuffs on those hit. Since friendly ire came into effect, Ainz had very few opportunities to test Shizu's abilities on live targets. And this also counter-med one important fact to them. The enemy was at most level 20. Let us go. I wish to take to the field myself. Of course, let me accompany you. I believe Albedo is already preparing her Overlord August 2019 anthology. 89 armor for battle. Without another second wasted, the two left. Sir, a sudden monospike is interfering with the signal. We still have eyes on the Devil's squadron. The Devil appears to have been grounded by an anti-air attack. That monospike, what's its source? I'm not sure, sir. Though I'm getting reports that say some sort of yellow gas has been released. The colonel was almost about to ask for more details, but then he dismissed it. What could he do even if he knew its origin? He still had a job to do, and if he was lucky, the gas would have seriously affected the Devil's wing. The original plan had been to wait for the Devil to enter the kill zone of his anti-air assets before firing, but there was nothing to be done about it now. The Devil had only been within the effective range of half their guns before suddenly rising. Had he detected them lurking below, despite their camouflage? Or was it in response to that monospike? Either way, he could choose between a botched ambush or no ambush at all. He gave the word. All HS batteries, IR for airspace denial up to 5,000. Aerial mage teams, prepared to intercept. When Ainz stepped out of Nazarick, he was met with the sight of multiple OAT 90 forces engaging. Using the fly spell, Ainz gently soared through the air and landed on a raised mound of dirt that Mare had created. Shizu was in a sniper position off in the distance, surrounded by 3 Death Knights. Ainz-sama. Why are you out here? Isn't it dangerous? Before Ainz could respond, Demiurge appeared next to him and smirked. AC. Acknowledging the concern Mare had for their supreme ruler. Ainz-sama has already deemed that the enemy is too feeble to be considered a threat. And even if that were not the case, we have come fully prepared to safeguard his body at the cost of our own. I suppose that's true. Honestly, look at those humans. They are too busy hiding amongst themselves to bask in the presence of our glorious leader. Such insignia can create tours. But isn't that because we are still hiding Nazarick with illusion magic? Of course, however, that just goes to show that the level of the humans is particularly low. Seeing past illusions is something that even the lowest of mag gods should be able to accomplish. As expected of Demiurge. You thought of that too. However, don't you think it's time we show the humans our presence? It is only right for lesser life forms to pay respect to the Supreme One. I agree. To not show respect to Ainz-sama is to forfeit one's life. Albedo spoke, wearing her full battle armor and wielding a great attacks. She was followed by Cocytus and Aura, who were told ahead of time that THEIR presence here was to gain experience in large-scale battles. Ainz-sama, Albedo bowed respectfully, Shalltear is currently managing our internal defenses, and Pandora's actor has been sent back to guard the vault. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 91 Good work. Instantly spoke after taking note of the forces around him. It seems it is time to begin. With the wave of his hand, the illusion that shrouded Nazarick from the side of humanity vanished. The Guardians, as well as the 3 Death Knights that Ainz had personally aided, tensed slightly, wary of a possible attack by another powerful foe. Shizu. On the other hand, carried on observing those in the distance with a cold glare. For several moments no one spoke. In fact, the reality of the situation was aggravating enough to momentarily silence all the Guardians. They are still hiding. How could they? Don't they see in Sam's majestic presence? They'll slaughter those maggots. Enough. Everyone instantly became quiet as Ainz raised his voice. Without waiting for further instruction, Demiurge stepped forward, sensing his master's intentions. Voice magnify. See, sire. Demiurge bellowed. You will pay your respects to the one above. All, the Supreme One, Ainz Ooal Gown. Just like that, the attention of 2 warring factions turned, inly noticing the presence of Ainz, his guardians, as well as the great tomb of Nazarick. OAT. 9 to a batch of aerial mages, perhaps more disciplined from the rest, quickly moved forwards towards Ainz. Their leader, a small figure moving faster than the Oth. ERS, was quickly approaching their position. Of course, to Demiurge, who had already predicted this, dealing with a nuisance like humans was no trouble at all. Halt. Ha? The group that had been seconds away from attacking were now frozen in midair. No matter how much they tried to move, it was seemingly impossible. In summa, I believe they are now ready for you. Thank you, Demiurge. Perhaps I'll experiment with that group over there. Ainz waved his arms and conjured a magic circle that was shaped like a dome, with a rough radius of 10 meters. The red lights within his eye socket shone brilliantly as his magic intensified. Sigils and translucent symbols rapidly changed on the magic circle, prophesying a magic that could engulf the entire battle field. This was super tier magic, and any Yggdrasil player who saw it would immediately try to interrupt its cast. To prevent that, Albedo, Demiurge, Mare, and Shizu stood by ready to react. Despite not knowing the scale of magic Ainz was casting, the soldiers understood one thing for sure: they had to stop the intensifying magic before it's too late. The mages opened ire in hopes of interrupting the magic cast, but they were blocked by Albedo's axe. Albedo. Must I repeat myself again? Such attacks cannot harm me. There was no need for you to waste your strength. Instead, please wait, Lord Ainz. No matter how many times it occurs, there is still a bare minimum that must be met to fight with you, Supreme One. Albedo answered in respect. To throw such insignificant pebbles at you. If you say that, then yet again these insects fail to pass. Ainz chuckled with Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 93 Nostalgia. The mages kept firing shots over S-hots in hopes to stutter the magic caster. To their despair, those were just futile efforts. With his spell close at hand, Ainz began to fall deep into thought. Having lived as a true undead for over a year, Ainz had gained some insight into the true nature of humans. They were a foolish race that bared loathsome thoughts to anything that posed even a small threat to them. The theocracy were a prime example of this mentality. The people were quick to intimidate, easy to bribe, and sought nothing but their own personal gain. Of course there were exceptions, for instance the warrior captain that had died on his own terms, or his good friend Jerkniv. There was also another in the kingdom that could be considered to be quite the unique specimen, but now was not the time to get into that matter. If humans didn't act so foolishly and tried to be a bit more intelligent, then he would deal with them normally, but if they ever posed a threat to Nazarick, this much was inevitable. Aishab Nigurath. The area which contained a large number of Republic troops was filled with screams that faded as soon as they started. A black mist spewed from thin air and ventured through the battlefield, swallowing every living being in its wake. Its swirls would mercilessly ind its way through the cracks of armor, tanks and trenches, giving those it met the embrace of death. For those that had survived by chance, it was now as silent as a graveyard. Those that had not been caught in this whirlwind of death were chilled to the bone as they found their friends and foes lying on the ground, like puppets with their strings cut. What was that magic just now? A Republic major stuttered. In the background, a lieutenant in charge of comms tried to make contact with HQ. HQ, this is Rhine Front. Do you copy? HQ. Commander, we can't get through. OAT. 948G. Commander felt unnerved, but he kept his composure. SH, is that mist also jamming the signal? He considered it quickly. Emperor. Gen meeting. Request all Earth's lieutenants in the near vicinity to assemble. Within 5 minutes. Not long after, all the officers who could make it arrived. Some were visibly distraught, and the ones who couldn't make it were catatonic. Status report. The major said. 3 battalions keeled over in the mist. A lieutenant replied after some time. We tried waking them, but they weren't breathing. I think it's safe to assume that they've all perished. The major put his hand over his mouth. Continue. All our artillery operators have collapsed. Another lieutenant continued. Headquarters has been awfully silent. The news weighed heavily until an observer reported. Sir, observatory report. Please, continue. As some kind of abomination was just sighted in the area swallowed by the mist. Abomination? A loud growl echoed within the Rhine. In the field where the mist spilled through, an unknown creature emerged from the essence collected from the corpses of soldiers. A hideous four-legged beast covered by innumerable tentacles forged from the flesh of the dead. It had multiple mouths randomly located on its body a dark young. Even without seeing it close up, the Republic soldiers knew from the shivers in their spines, this was the end. They, praying to whatever god they could name off, wishing they would be spared from meeting a horrid end. Who? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 95 COULD have imagined the disastrous whirlwind that had been cast here. That alone had slain over 14,000 people in seconds. They prayed that they were home with their families. They prayed that they had never participated in this war. They prayed that they could live another day. Of course, those were all wishes not to be granted by any god or being. From the position they were standing, they witnessed the rise of a dark young. An entity they did not know of. The tar-like beast was up to 6 times taller than an average human, with the tentacles making it look even larger. Beast looked sluggish and slow by nature. That was until the Supreme One commanded. Trample them. The dark young with its huge body moved nimbly in response to the command, charging into the Republic ranks. The ground shook as the beast rowed through the battle-field. The army, which was already in disarray, went into further panic, not knowing what to do with the impending death that was closing in. Mages that had the privilege of lying deserted the battle-field, not caring if there was punishment, only possessing the will to survive. The ground troops, however, were not as lucky. Mages, where are you going? An infantry captain screamed through the comms. None of them answered, sprinting through the sky and abandoning their ground born allies. He then cursed on his own, who stood cowering in their boots. He too was shaken. He too was afraid. But he knew doing nothing at all was just asking for a death sentence. He scavenged up the what little courage he had left and stood IRM towards his men. Men, pull yourselves together. That over there is a demon from hell. A devil. If I've ever seen one. But that is why we must stand IRM. If that thing over OAT 96THERE is proof of the devil, then somewhere out there must be God. Let us pray that today he presides over us and gives us his blessing. His company settled down. That's right. How could they forfeit without even fighting? What did they even come mage here for? From the very beginning, they were prepared to lay down their lives for the sake of the countrymen. That much remained true, whether they fought the Empire or the Hellspawn from the ninth circle of hell. On my command, well, fire a concentrated barge at that demon. We can't let that thing trample across the fields of our homeland. Men, take aim. The company raised their heads above the trenches and took aim towards the incoming harbinger of death with their inal whims of bravery. They awaited their captain's solemn signal. May God be with us, fire. The soldiers opened fire at the charging beast. The sound of gunshots echoed within the Rhine as hundreds of bullets flew straight at the dark young, but the bullets barely scratched its thick hide skin. It didn't even flinch. The soldiers kept firing. They kept firing, with the desperate prayer that this slab of meat was somehow taking damage. But with a sickening gurgle and a thirst for blood, it trampled over their hopes without remorse. Splat, 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 stoob. Save me. Splat, 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 splat. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 97 Splat, 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 splat. The Republic troops were squashed by the large hoofs of the dark young. 4. Those hiding in the thin passageways of the trenches, they were hammered by its waving tentacles, splattering their blood and guts everywhere. Those who were a bit further in than the front line decided to try and run away. But to their horror, the beast was far faster than they could ever hope to be. The soldiers were squashed like a swarm of rodents. Each kill was quick and instantaneous, merciful as if to provide a painless death. The last thing they saw with their eyes was the terrifying form of the dark young. As for the battlefield, the soil had turned into mud, holes turned into puddles, and the trenches out into canals. If it had rained, that much would be understandable, but what flooded the whole area was a thick, overwhelming layer of fresh, human blood. What in the world is that thing? A dark-armored warrior wielding a large green axe shot off the ground and flew. In pursuit of the Republic mages. Evasive maneuvers. Hurry. At the last moment, the Republic forces scattered in every direction and the dark warrior pierced through the previously occupied space. The men's sighs of relief were short-lived, for their foe turned midair and launched back towards them. Two men were caught off guard and drew their last breaths, as Albedo's axe slashed through their flesh as if it were paper. A silver-like object, larger than any man, no comparable to a tank, charged in and smashed the remaining lines of artillery. Within seconds, utter destruction was given to the forces on the ground. Cocytus carved lines into the bat. OAT. 98 to yield faster than any mage could hope to achieve. Then, as if to add further despair to the situation, the child stepped forth. Wherever he looked, the earth would shake, swallowing the bodies of soldiers that were dead or already dying. With the efficiency of Mare's wide area magic, none would survive. For the members of the 203rd Battalion, the carnage that they witnessed was more mind-blowing than the strange effect that kept them in place. The Maya, sure of violence, slaughter, and utter humiliation of humankind, was severe. That even their leader didn't notice as the force that kept them in place released. It was fortunate that Tanya and her subordinates were able to avoid the strange mist earlier which killed everyone in its wake. However, her luck seemed to have run out, as nothing she ever encountered was as dangerous as the mysterious phenomenon she had just witnessed now. As if mocking the damage done by the whirlwind, the appearance of the dark young trampling the soul tears around them further enhanced the surreal scene she was witnessing. Her instincts violently screamed for her to retreat. She wasted no time to order to her subordinates to leave from the slaughterhouse come battle-wild. This was more than a slaughter, the utter destruction that had been Orki's traded by a single person. Just who were they? This was real life, and reality was exceedingly cruel. On the battle-wild one stood on the very edge of life and death. Tanya's senses had sharpened into a razor as before, but this time she studied her enemy. Time seemed to slow down as she picked up everything around her in exquisite, almost painful detail. Wait, what? For a moment, Tanya wondered if her stress was making her hallucinate. Her panic and tension really forgotten, she studied the thing which did not belong. Twin points of crimson light burned brightly within the empty orbits of a bleached skull. Those 2 points of light coldly scanned Tanya and the others present. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 99 like a predator sizing up its prey. Within its fleshless hands it grasped an elaborate, greatly decorated staff that seemed divine in nature, yet inspired dread in equal measure. It was like a crystallization of all the beauty in the world. It wore an intricately detailed black robe, and it resembled nothing so much as an incarnation of death, born from the darkness of another world. Its arms spread in a ghastly parody of a mother's welcoming embrace. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. It was as though time itself had stood still in the wake of a supreme being's advent. Tanya knew this feeling. It was the same thing that happened whenever her arch-nemesis deigned to speak directly to her. Being X, she hissed, her face distorted into a scowl as she gritted her teeth. But just as the rage came, it too left as a newfound realization came upon her. This wasn't being X. It seems that a few persistent lies are still buzzing around. Demiurge smirked as he watched the 203rd Battalion leading the battle-wild. Roger. Should I exterminate? Shizu asked while taking aim at the 203rd. There is no need for that. Everything here will perish one way or another. Aura, proceed as planned. Yes, in Sama. As you wish. With an innocent smile on her face, Aura activated her world-class item. Depiction of mountains and rivers. OAT. 100. The space around the 203rd aerial mage wing was swallowed into a painted world. Aura, as well as the other guardians, Shizu, and the Death Knight's discs, appeared along with them, but Ainz was left unaffected. Well, that settles that Ainz realized he wasn't alone. One member of the company was able to resist being sucked in. Major Tanya Dikirekov was dumbfounded by the sudden development. She had felt an obscure calling that tried to pull her to another world, but she had rejected it. Now, she looked 12 kilometers in the sky all alone. Along with her group, her pursuers had disappeared along with them. That just left one more. Being X, no, being A. It must have been his doing. Was it so fun, toying with humans on a whim? However, this was acceptable. Her human meat shields were gone, but so were her enemies. And frankly, the Skeleton King's meat shield seemed more reliable than her own. All that was left was being A himself. Unlike being X, he seemed to be content with facing Tanya in the open instead of hiding beyond the heavens. You, little girl. His bony finger pointed towards Tanya. By any chance, do you have a world-class item? Huh? Who are you calling a lily? And world-class item? What is that? Supposed to be? That is no, never mind, forget about it. The fact that you're still here, Al, already answers my question, which means that you will have to be dealt with AP. Appropriately. Although, truth be told, I feel a tinge of regret doing this to a lily. Again, who are you calling a lily? But, it can't be helped. I won't underestimate someone who wields a world class item. Surrender and swear fealty to me, or perish. The choice is yours. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 101 Fealty or Perish. Either way, I lose my free will as I thought. You really are in league with being X. Being X? What is that? An endgame boss? Prepare yourself, being A. Tanya opened up the battle by immediately running away. Ainz, who was prepared for his foe to fight to the death, was not expecting this development. But he couldn't let a world-class item get away from him now. It would be critical to Nazarick's security plans in the future. You're not getting away. Ainz flew in pursuit. Triplet maximize magic. Magic arrow. 3 magic circles then operate behind him, each circle firing 30 streaks of light directly at the small human target. Despite moving out of the way and enacting evasive maneuvers, the magic bolts constantly managed to turn up to a full 90 degrees and homed in on her wherever she went. Tanya flew as fast she could, but the beams were catching up. Feeling the ends of her hair beginning to curl, she released optical decoys that scattered down towards the ground, which the arrows of light began to pursue. The decoys dug into the ground and were then pierced by the arrows, creating a large craters that dotted the ground. That was really close. If Tanya didn't deploy her decoys to draw away enemy ire, she would surely have been skewered just now. But she didn't just spend all her time running. She turned back to get a look at her foe. Good, he's taking the bait. Even better, he's chasing in a straight line. She wouldn't underestimate being A. After all, he was probably an associate of that piece of shit being X who loved to toy with people as much as she hated to. OAT. 102 ATMIT it. These so-called supreme beings were capable of much more than she could do on her own. In that case, she didn't have a choice. Oh God, grant me the strength to slay mine enemy. Praise the Lord, praise his holy name. Ainz was in hot pursuit when the red lights in his eyes flickered in uncertainty. A black rod detached from the girl, tumbling towards him. What was that? Ainz was tempted to reach out and grab it, but he immediately had second thoughts. Greater teleportation. Before anything could happen, Ainz teleported a distance far away from the rod. A moment later it exploded, inhaling everything within a 20-meter RA. Dies in a searing, white light. That attack was no joke. It was on the level of his triplet maximized magic, drifting mastermind. But what was far more concerning was this feeling the holy element. Ainz might have had high magic resistance, but as one of the undead, he was critically weak to holy element attacks. That aspect would completely override his stats in magic resist. If he could swap out his gear, then he could make himself largely immune to it. But he was in the middle of combat in the end. Amy probably hasn't tipped their hand just yet. What he knew now was that if he wasn't careful, this lying lily could inflict some serious damage to him. In that case he hovered an open hand towards Tanya. He really didn't want to resort to this. It would be cruel to use on a child. Grasp him. Again, the lowly girl's body split into clones, the result of her optical decoy magic. They moved in random and confusing patterns and Ainz quickly lost track of the real one. He had never been good at the shell game after all. Without knowing which one was real, he would just be wasting his mana. In that case, he would cast Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 103 Magic Destruction. A spell that negated other magic. Its effectiveness was directly dependent on the difference in spellcasting ability. Naturally, Ainz was far superior in that stat, and every decoy was instantly dispelled. That is to say, all of the clones were decoys. She got me. While Ainz was distracted, the lily had probably disappeared into the clouds. He began causing force explosion on his surroundings, dispersing the clouds to try and IND the girl. After performing such a maneuver, he knew that his opponent was not one who would leave but try and counterattack. Just as Ainz started to surge, the girl appeared behind him. Grasp heart. Ainz foresaw this sneak attack and moved faster. Tanya stopped mid-air and coughed up blood knot. The magic failed to cast and her body began to fade. Another decoy? Then Ainz sensed it. Above him, floating in front of the sun, was the lowly girl. Checking mana essence, he discovered a massive quantity of mana building. Above him. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper. Impossible, could this be? And every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment thou shalt condemn. It's on the level of super tier magic. This was bad. He had to stop her now. OAT. 104 grasp heart. It failed to cast. What? It can't be magic destruction. Tanya had positioned a decoy right in front of herself. The target that Ainz had tried to cast on may have looked and acted like Tanya herself, but again, it wasn't Tanya. Such was the weakness of targeted spells. Damn it. Can I make it? Ainz spat to himself as he tried to cast another spell, and realized he might be slightly slower. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and their righteousness is of me, saith the Lord. It was in that moment that a huge explosion occurred. When mana, condensed into a form so pure its essence radiated, was collected in such quantities even the slightest discharge could create a domino effect that would create a rip. PLE of unfathomable proportions. When touching the material world, the air would trigger a chain of mana-induced explosions that seemingly tore space, time, yet merely absorbed the atomic elements at a surprisingly fast rate. This meant that after the self-inflicted event, Tanya was left in a coughing fit. Did I get him? She choked out. When the clouds cleared, The being A was gone. Yes. I did it. It worked. How do you like that, being A? And you, being X? You're next. Tanya tried to spread her arms out to celebrate, when she suddenly realized. She couldn't. Her limbs were completely frozen and refused to bend to her. Well. What's happening? Her entire body was frozen. All she could move was her mouth. And then she. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 105 FELT it, that presence behind her. Is this a surprise? It's nothing special. Being A, what have you? Right before your spell went off, I casted a silent time stop. That allowed me to escape. But, color me surprised. To think that you've kept your senses. While time is stopped, as expected of world items. Of course she could. After all, how many times has being X screwed with her? During moments like these? Although, it hardly matters if you can't move anyway. Anti-time stop counter. Measures are essential for even a warrior, as someone who uses magic it's a necessary precaution. You will need to have them by the time you hit level 70, as well as prepare strategies for someone that can use delay magic. Regardless, you're going to die here, so it's largely academic. See, curse you. Curse you, being A. Being A? That's rather rude of you. I have a name after all. Shut up. You'll never recognize the name of someone who humors himself as a god. It seems that there's been a misunderstanding here. I have never once thought of myself as a god. You, on the other hand, if I'm not mistaken, seem to think you draw power from one. Huh? I met someone who thought the same thing. In the end, I found no konirma of that. I wonder if you're any different. Oi, you prick. Don't misunderstand. I never asked for this. This was just forced onto me by your associate, being X. Whatever. I don't care any more. Do as you please. Just know that I'll never acknowledge it. Whether it's OAT 106 beings A, B, C, or D to Z, they'll never see you all as gods. Sheesh, this is why dealing with extremists is troublesome. They deny every thing that doesn't agree with their beliefs. They never question whether their god even exists. You, why are you looking at me like that? What? Is there something in my teeth? You. Were you even listening to me? You were talking about how you wouldn't recognize false gods, was it? That's wrong. No. Let me correct myself. Strictly speaking, you're not wrong, but the context you're interpreting it in gives off the opposite in praise. Zion. What I mean to say is that I don't believe in God at all. But in that case, why were you praying to God? What's this? I guess being X doesn't hold daily coordination meetings to brief his associates. Being forced to carry a cursed relic that brainwashes me into praying every time I use it, that's the only reason. Why me? Why do I have to suffer through all this? Why does a peace-loving person like me have to fight? Someone else is better suited for that instead. But then that piece of shit being X takes me hostage and throws me into this world at war. I won't accept it. Until I bash free market principles into that thick skull of his, they'll never forgive him. And you too. You tyrants act like gods. Who want faith, but all you know is dilute our memories. Just keel over and die. Already. It appeared that this lowly had a lot of pent-up resentment towards a mysterious supernatural entity. Why schizophrenia? No, it would probably be best not to men. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 107 TION it. Ainz thought that she was crazy, but maybe he could turn this to his advantage. This was probably the result of brainwashing child soldiers to enforce loyalty to the state, but this lowly seemed to be breaking free from it. If he could convince her, the user of a world item, to hand it over and join his cause, then wouldn't that be preferable to just killing her? In that case, it would probably be best not to mention that he also brainwashed a priest. Ainz suddenly went silent. His expression didn't change. After all, it was just a skull. But if he did have a face, Tanya thought that he would look quite amused. What? What's so funny? I was just thinking that I only understood. Is that so? You agree with me, huh? Then how about letting me go so that I can blow that pesky skull of your ribcage? No, you're mistaken. I meant to say that I understand your point of view. That much is true. However, being A seemed to pause for an unusual amount of time. I've also come to understand something else. Who? Then why don't you enlighten me of what that is, O Supreme One? I plan to do so. Oh. Why is he pausing again? OAT 108 that is, you are arrogant. That's all you wanted to say? I didn't need you to tell me that. After all, it's my right to look down on other people. No, not that kind of arrogance. What I'm talking about is the arrogance of knowledge. The arrogance of knowledge? That's right. I trust that you understand now that I've said this much. Again. Ainz paused again. Why is he pausing so much? Then again, maybe he's just old. I mean, being X appeared as an old man, and he's at least as old as the universe. Now look. At being A, he's literally a skeleton. How old do you have to be to appear as a skeleton? I suppose I should cut him some slack considering his age. Meanwhile, the skeleton himself was thinking. Please. I'm begging you. Just leave it at that. But reality was not that kind. No, I don't understand. You're going to have to be more specific. So cruel. This slowly is so cruel. Can't you just let me win? For Christ's sake, it was like he was talking to his boss. Truth be told, he had just said the first thing that came to mind and hoped that the other party would draw their own conclusions. Now that it's come to this, the opposition won't be satisfied until he makes a comprehensive pitch of his view. Ainz began to let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Start by expressing disappointment in the opposition. Naturally, he was stalling for time. I suppose I'll explain. What I mean by the arrogance of knowledge is that Overlord August 2019 Anthology 109J UST is someone who believes they know not will come to accept all. One who believes they know all will come to accept not. Huh? What is that supposed to be? A new form of sophistry? I don't understand at all. Haha, I expected as much. Somebody, save me. After all, you are one of those who believe they know all. What are you implying? That is to say, you have stagnated and closed off your mind. Via positive feedback, please be the right term. You've come under the impression that your societal views are fact. No matter how much knowledge you accumulate, you'll only ever see part of the whole, stuck in a stable equilibrium. Ainz threw some big words in for good measure, hoping that Teehee Loli wasn't old enough to know what they meant. However, humans will adapt to their environment. They will change to it the role bestowed upon them. This has been confirmed by scientific evidence. You are the same, aren't you? Although, it must feel to you as if it's to enforce the status quo, this quality is actually a force of evolution. As their environment changes, so do they, and thus humanity is constantly advancing. But for you, who has no imagination, you've forsaken that right and converted yourself into a perfect cog to turn in the machine. He let the thought simmer for a moment. For the both of them. And yet, this is INE. Why? Because you recognize that there is a hierarchy. That hierarchy is called society, and each member of its chain has their own role to play. I am well aware of that, and at the top of that chain is God. I have never once considered myself as a god. However, I am a ruler, and with great power comes great responsibility. And as a ruler, if my followers have no faith, then the model is wrong. And I will change it. Finish her. OAT. 110. You can follow that much, can't you? In that case, I once again give you a choice. Discard that world item of yours and join me. This isn't an order, but a business offer. You mentioned brainwashing, didn't you? I can deny that. I have the technology. Submit your soul to me, and I will grant your deepest desires with the full extent of my power. Well, how was that? I was wondering what you had to say, and then you go run your mouth off. Like that. What do you know about me, hey? You'll take responsibility. I'm so sore why, you saw through me. I was just bullshit. Please forgive me. In that case, it's my loss. Ed? Your words have convinced me of this much. You're not an associate of being X. You may not be human, but as one advocate of civil liberties to another, you have my respect, although your wording sometimes pisses me off. Ed? Did he manage to win her over? How? When did he do that? And wait, it felt like she slid in a cutting remark by the end. Well, whatever, all that mattered was that the result was favorable. He would reconsider the details another time. But to think that you would lecture me on the Stanford prison experiment and external costs and beneaths. As you said, it appears that the world is bigger than I thought. Ainz nodded. He did vaguely recall Punitomo mention a certain automobile tycoon, Mr. Stanford, who conducted an experiment while imprisoned him. Now that he thought of it, maybe he was a friend of Mr. Nash. They both went to prison after all. Overlord August 2019 Anthology 111 remainder of the time stop came to an end. Placing her full trust in Ainz, Tanya removed the Elenium Type 95 from her neck and let it drop to the ground. Very good. Then as agreed, I will grant your desire to the best of my ability. I have just one wish. If you can grant it one simple wish. Domu. Let us hear it. Let me rise through the ranks in the rear and live a peaceful life. And so, being A established the Sorceress Kingdom with the great tomb of Nazarick as its capital and ended this world's first great war. Another war would break out in the future surrounding the development of nuclear weapons in the United States, and they would go on to take the initiative in establishing the United Nations afterwards. Through hard work and effort, Tanya gradually rose through the ranks of the Overlord's government, eventually reaching the position of chief market man. Agar. Of course, the Type 95 was capped on the grounds of being a world item, but she said good riddance and bid it farewell. She never grew taller, and she begged being A to rectify that, and also turn her back into a man. The only response she got was this. No. He'll consider it. He never got back to HER on that. Tanya still had her misgivings about the brainwashing, but considering that she managed to keep her principles and was now in elite cruising through life, she decided to refuse the memory treatment and call it a victory for Demiurge. Racy. Although, she was working for a dictatorship now, Funny how life turns out. Tanya was beginning to understand the prospects converting to a speciate faith. OAT. 112A as an analogy to switching employers. If being X would take a page from being A, he would learn how to expand his followers. Do you see this? Being X? This is how you promote faith, concrete needs, safe working conditions, and a healthy respect for your competent subordinates are a must. Such was the life of working for being A. All hail Ainz Ooal Gown. Tanya woke up in her bedroom in Berlin, the Empire capital. She looked towards her desk and found that the cursed relic forced onto her by being X was still there. God damn it. It had all been a dream. At least, that was what she thought, until she found that a note had been left on the same desk, just as before. This is Major Demiurge. Please report to General Staff Headquarters at once. Tanya got dressed with all haste and ran down the halls. Could it be? Could being A have visited her in her dreams just like being X? She threw open the door to the General Staff Office. After showing the receptionist the note, she was sent down to Brigadier General Zetwa. She gulped in anticipation. Major, I was expecting you. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 113 Sir. Major Tanya Demiurge, reporting for duty. I heard your summons. Yes. About that, I have some good news for you. And no way. Is this really going to happen? Starting today, you will be promoted to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel and transferred to the War College to serve as an Associate Professor of Logistic Management. I realize that this is sudden, but the General Staff has reviewed your contributions. The rest of the General's words trailed off. Tanya's mind was too busy bratting. Finally, she only did it. She was now free from the front lines and would be able to live a cozy life climbing the ranks of the rear. She recalled the note in her room, and again, she cheered in her heart. All hail Ainz Ooal Gown. Victor, wife of the forces of democratic freedom. What seems to be the matter, Major? No good, she was spacing out. She should probably say something brave here. After all, she didn't want the Brigadier General to think she was a coward. When he retired, which would probably be within a decade or two, it would need to appoint a successor. At that time, Tanya hoped that Zetwa would recommend her for the position. She cleared her throat and tried to look dismayed. No, if that is the will of the General Staff, then I obey. My apologies. Did this come as a shock to you? Well, I can't say that isn't. It is rather abrupt after all. Ha, you look rather disappointed, Major. I think anyone would be sad to part ways with an opportunity to be of direct OAT 114 service to the Empire. In that case, you can rest assured that you won't be doing so. But the promotion still stands. I was just joking about the professorial appointment. Apologies, but could you further elaborate? She felt her eye twitch involuntarily. Yes, I'm sorry for deceiving you, Major. But it's Lieutenant Colonel. Now, isn't it? Pardon me, I misspoke. However, today happened to be a special occasion. I couldn't help it. More to the point, here are your real orders. He slid a folder across to Lieutenant Colonel Demiurge, with his thumb over the date. He slowly pulled his hand back, revealing the text he had been hiding. April 1st. Happy April Fools, Lieutenant Colonel. I hope you will forgive me for scaring you like that. Now then, your new orders are to assemble a combat group. Within. Tanya barely listened to the rest of the briefing. When they were nearly done, she almost stumbled out of the General Staff Office and returned to her room. Closing the door behind her, she set the lock and tossed the documents over her desk. She took the note left on her desk and read it again. She put both hands on the sides of the note, and ripped in half. God damn it. You tricked me, being X. April Fools. Thanks for reading this story that was brought to you by Western Lights. SP. Shale thanks to Nigel for giving us the material to start with and Sky for allowing. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 115 US to post here. We hope you look forward to our future works. OAT. 1162.6 MFDT. In 2138 AD, the phrase DMMORPG exists. The abbreviation means Dive Moss. Civil multiplayer online role-playing game. It's played on the linking of PRI, vague computer consoles and sophisticated cyber technology, and neural nano interface, and nanotechnology working with an intercerebral nanocomputer. The control is very similar to the moving in the real world. Players can play as if they entered a packed virtual world. Among DMMORPGs there is one standout title. Yggdrasil. There are over 700 races, over 2,000 job classes, and over 6,000 spells. One can set the data for their avatar with 9 worlds to explore along with items and residences. It was differentiated from similar DMMORPGs which focused on combat, a game where one could pursue night pleasures and pastimes. In Japan, speaking of DMMORPG was the same as speaking about Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil was the online game which created the large VR body boom. Soon, its service was about to end. The player Momongos stood alone in the guild. He built with his comrades he was proud of. He was passing the time until he was locked out of the game. And then, before his eyes, was a collapsed version of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. In the oldest library in the great underground tomb of Nazarick, all over were books gathered by the supreme beings. He continued to study the wisdom of his predecessors. His body was numb and could not move. His consciousness was in disarray. It was strenuous to put his thoughts in order. Slowly he tried to speak as he came to. Little by little he got the freedom to move his limbs, and sat up. His eyes widened as he beheld the oldest library crumbling. The library's walls are collapsing. Why? Overcome by everything, he began to walk out. On the 10th floor of the underground tomb of Nazarick was a small key. It was meant to intercept intruders and was the great tomb's last line of defense. It could easily repel an expert party. The site of Nazarick's last stand. With barely any traces, it was destroyed. Invaders had swooped in a Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 117 destroyed all the imitations of demons. The superior elemental summoning cries. Tall was smashed. Unthinkable. Was it some kind of natural disaster? Or something else? The walls were crushed with countless marks. Impossible. An enemy raid? He couldn't believe anyone could invade to the 10th floor. Where is everyone else? He couldn't verify everyone else's well-being. The 10th floor is the deepest part of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. A place that can defend against even if everything else was destroyed. Yet the 10th floor was destroyed to this extent. That sound, was that magic being used? What? That sounded like it came from behind Solomon's Gate. The other side has the throne room and the leader of the floor guardians Albedo Sama. No doubt Albedo Sama must be hiding someone. If they are able to hide someone like Albedo, then what happened to the general maids? Even if we have suffered such a blow, perhaps I can still become a shield. Perhaps I can become useful for once before I die. Magic use is restricted. Who are you? OAT. 118 Overlord Ancillary Anthology. DCDASS. 3.1 DCD1. TSDT. Date, July 31st, 2013. Source, Volume 4 Limited Edition. Translator, Kurono Smith. Editors, LHI. Post-release script, Ziggy. Prologue. The sound of teleportation is heard. Ainz, gate, close. The sound of footsteps is heard echoing in the hall. Satoru, it's been more than a month already since I saved Shalltear. There's still a mountain of work to be done. A door is heard being pushed open. Ainz, Albedo. I have returned. Albedo, in an overly cutesy voice. Yes, welcome back, Ainz Sama. Would you like dinner first, or your bath? Or seductive whisper, would you like me first? 119 CN, she does the spelling thing Japanese like to do that connotes sexuality. Satoru, irritated. Hey, what is it this time? Ainz, ahem. Albedo. What is it that you are doing? Albedo, I am playing a newlywed, Ainz Sama. I have heard that there is no better greeting for a newlywed bride when welcoming her husband who went on a transferal assignment with a family pet. How is it, Ainz Sama? Satoru, how would I know? I've never been married in real life. Nonetheless, here I should. Ainz, it was quite captivating, Albedo. Albedo, phew, I am glad to hear that. Satoru, just now. If I had answered yes, what would have happened? Maybe you'll give it a little try. And no, I shouldn't. Exploiting her Albedo's changed setting in such a manner. After all, she's like the precious daughter that my old comrades made. Besides, I'm a virgin. To begin with, it disappeared when I became an undead. My thing. Enough. This isn't the time to be thinking about that. Ainz, let us begin, Albedo. Albedo, regular tone, yes, understood. Ainz, first, I will give you the gold coins I have obtained from Oriental, so make use of it in the experiments. The sounds of several coin bags being set down are heard. Albedo, are you not fatigued from dealing with Aussie inferior beings? Ainz, I am INE. Those leather bags. They may not seem like much as you have seen the Nazarick treasury, but it is still a fairly large sum of money. DCDASS. 120. Albedo, I did not think it was small. I am only uneasy from the fact that Ainz Sama, with Narberl, is doing work. The ruler of Nazarick, being ordered around by the likes of humans. Do you not think it is about time for your return? Ainz, I am afraid not. After getting our hands on those herbs, it appears we are being held in high regard more than before. We are receiving preferential treatment in various aspects. Albedo, herbs? Girl Atone, could you be referring to the work where I joined hands with Ainz Sama? Satoru, joined hands with me? It wasn't like we were cutting a wedding cake or anything, and to begin with. Ainz, I mean the herb procurement request your team played a remarkable role in. Scene 1, Oriental's Adventurers Guild Office. Inzash, thank you for coming, Maman Kun. Maman, Inzash-san. I heard at the front desk that there's work that you, the Adventurers Guild Master, would like to personally request. Inzash, about that matter it's awkward to talk while standing. Now, Mom and Kun, have a seat here. Cashier, now, do help yourself. Mom and Dono, take the seat of Han. Mom and Cashier-san, for me to take the seat of honor before you two. The Adventurer's Guild Master and the Magician's Guild Master. Cashier, we don't mind. Now, don't be reserved. Insach, would you like something to drink, Mom and Kun? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 121MOMON. I'm INE. I have to go exterminate the mobs of goblins, ogres, and trolls for a quest. Insach, is that so? Satoru, I see what it is. This is one of those what you'd call troublesome tasks. Mom, please. Let's hear it first. Depending on the circumstance, I will prioritize your request. Insach, I'm glad to hear that, but Mom, no, you need not be concerned. Insach, I see. Well then, truth be told, there's a place where a special herb grows naturally in the great forest of Top out north. Its potency is very exceptional, and is said to be able to cure any illness. Mom, HOH. Satoru, who? Any illness, you say now that's quite. Insach, we'd like you to bring it to us. As to why it is needed, we would appreciate it if you didn't ask. Mom, so, a confidential request. I see, understood. I shall procure it right away. Insach, however, it's a very difficult request. It doesn't matter if you do it nice and slow. Even if it takes some time for the preparation, it's unavoidable. Mom, I don't reckon this task will take too long, but it seems I may have some difficulty if I have to search for its habitat. Insach, no. We have already conurmed the herb's habitat. Mom, then. DCDASS. 122 Insach, we are well aware that you're powerful, Mom and Kun. However, this is a really dangerous task. The last time this task was taken was 30 years ago, by a team of adamantite rank adventurers who are now retired. At the same time, 2 teams of mithril rank adventurers were sent to accompany them. It's that kind of a mission. Cashier, if something were to happen to Mom and Dono, if we were to lose the great hero unparalleled in our time, that would be a titanic loss for the human race. Please do stay thoroughly vigilant. Mom, I see. Satoru, he does have a point. In a world full of enigmas, there's a possibility why that carelessness may bring about fatal results. I still don't know the identity why of the owner of the mysterious world-class item that mind-controlled Shalltear. However, if I were to complete such a dangerous mission, then the renown of this fake persona Mom ought to rise even more. That's why I should accept this request in a hubristic manner. Mom, 'tis not a problem, that is my answer. Insach, and Mom and Kun. Mom, Guildmaster Insach. This task I shall initiate with haste. Insach, but Mom and Kun, even an adamantite rank adventurer. Mom, have you ever thought that even adamantite rank adventurers have disparities amongst them? Sound of is hitting a palm in acknowledgement. Cashier, indeed, you're right. Insach, Cashier, we have to acknowledge it. Insach. Recall the traces of that bat. Yield. As the one who emerged victorious in such a battle, his power is B. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 123 YONDR Imagination. Mom and Dono, there's basis for your Koni Denke, isn't there? Mom, surely you remember the beast that I travel on. Cashier, the virtuous king of the forest. I see. If it's the beast tale is a legend in the great forest of Top, covering ground should be easy. Mom, if not for the beast, even I wouldn't be able to make such a statement. Satoru, although I have the real secret weapon elsewhere. Insach, okay. Then, well, search for someone else to take your current task. And Mom, that won't be necessary. Insach, hey. Cashier, no, but Mom, well, leave the task I have now to Nabe, and I shall take the herb request. Insach, are you certain? Mom, I am. Insach, you're truly unbelievable. It's been less than a month since I've known you, but I know you're not the sort of person who would say something without basis or Koni Denke. Still no, even amongst adamantite rank adventurers, you're without doubt on a different level. And the same goes for Miss Snape, who can handle mithril rank jobs. Cashier, I see. So, Mom and Dono still has an ace up his gauntlet. Avam. DCDASS. 124 PIRE, that is no match unless it's you. Mom, I'm planning on leaving when I hear about its whereabouts, but I shall swiftly tie up several tasks until that time. Well then, let's hear about the herb in detail. Time passes, Mom exits. Insach, will you say, Cashier? Just how long do you think hell keeps surprising us? Cashier, good question. Well, for me, I thought I had seen all there is to see when I saw the crystal sealed with 8th tier magic. I'm running out of reactions to use in the afterlife. I might become expressionless in the next world. Insach, your reaction was really something. Cashier, no need to remind me. Insach. So, Cashier, are you aware of that matter? Cashier, you mean the welcoming banquet for Mom and Dono that I heard about the other day? Insach, yes. The top 3 from Honey of Amber, Heaven's Full Moon, Pavilion and Purple Apothecary if possible. I'm planning to make greaser. Fashions, taking heed that their appearances and characters don't overlap. Raw cashier, if my memory serves me correct, those are the names of high-end brothels. What, Ainz Ooal? Are you trying to play the role of a panderer? Ainz Ooal, believe me, it's not because I'd like to. But you know it as well his worth. He has come here chasing after those two vampires. He's sure to IND the other one and leave the city sooner or later. However, there is no way I'd watch such a loss in silence. There are said to be only 3 adamantite rank parties in the kingdom. Even amongst them, he may be the greatest. By any means, I'm trying to hammer in a nail that'll make him want to return to this. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 125 CITY. Raw cashier, think you can do that with just one woman? Ainz Ooal, 9, 10, I don't care how many. What's more, I had the women take unusual drugs for the last few days. Raw cashier, unusual drugs? Don't tell me. You intend to have them conceive his child. Ainz Ooal, yes. If it's in order to tie him down, I'm willing to go that far. Even if Mom and Kun is to abandon the child, if that child inherits even just a little bit of his talent, then it's a success for us. Raw cashier, although I have mixed feelings, his allure is like the sun's resplendent. 10K. Oh well. Setting that aside. Just who is he? Ainz Ooal, that's what I'd like to ask, too. First, given how we had reports from guild receptionists saying how he seemed not very knowledgeable about the adventurer occupation. He's not an adventurer who'd been serving another nation somewhere. Raw cashier, if that's the case, since I can't imagine that there exists a town. Try that dispatches such an individual who could become the nation's secret weapon. Maybe he's after the vampires because of personal vengeance. Ainz Ooal, if so, perhaps he's a royalty of a nation that was destroyed by the vampires. Raw cashier, I see his items with powerful magic powers could be the tree shares of the royal family. Ainz Ooal, that must be it. And mismade by S.A. noble or possibly of royal blood. Raw cashier, royal blood, you say? Indeed. Ainz Ooal, after all, there are actual royal families that maintain particular SYS. DCDASS. 126 TMS of lineage. Raw cashier, for example, though she's not a royalty, she is of ancestry close to him. That's the reason why Mom and Kun doesn't wish to talk about a nation. I think another nation sounds plausible. Ainz Ooal, there's no inconsistency, and that much seems to hold up. Then, what should we do? Should we act to verify this information? Raw cashier, no. His attitude towards us is amicable. We should indisputably avoid actions that may offend him. Let us keep this between ourselves. Ainz Ooal, well, if Mom and Kun is truly a royalty, shouldn't we make sure that he doesn't leave descendants so annoyances like a dispute over succession don't occur? Raw cashier, if it's true, the reason why that beautiful lady knave is a compa. Seeing him must carry another meaning, wouldn't you say? Ainz Ooal, to keep an eye on him, or to be of service to him. Scene 2, plains next to Karn Village, daytime. Ainz, Nyria and Lizzie. They should be showing up here at Karn Village soon. Leaving that aside, golems are perfect for civil engineering since they don't get tired. The wall construction seems to be moving smoothly. Hamsuk, as you say, the walls do look sturdy. By the way, my lord, you seem to have dropped something. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 127 Ainz, never mind it. That wooden doll itself has no value whatsoever. We teleport using this. That item is for that alibi. Hamsuk, teleport? Alibi? I do not really get it, but I understand. Then, my lord, is this one to run through the forest with you on my back until the destination? Ainz, that be the case, Hamsuk. Although I really want to use teleporta and go there instantly like how we got here, I can't teleport to a place I haven't seen before, unfortunately. Sending someone there and seeing the place with the clairvoyant mirror, the mirror of remote viewing, and teleporting there is one of the methods I have, but, well, I shall rely on you. Hamsuk, ooh. My lord. Please leave it to this Hamsuk. This one can guide the way without a problem if it is the old area, however, beyond that is of slight concern. Ainz, yes, I know. Although we have a map, it is fairly old, and I feel somewhat uneasy relying on it. Hamsuk, is that so? Ainz, but it's I have sent for the perfect guide. Hamsuk, by any chance, is it the dark elf we met the other day? Ainz, you mean Mare? No, close but not quite. Mare has an older sister named Aura. She shall be lending us her power. Hamsuk, is that so? It should be Ainz if it is her. Ainz, you have met Aura before? Hamsuk, I have become generally familiar with the Guardians through Neverall. Dono. Aura, in Sama. I have come to heed your summons. DCDASS. 128 Ainz, she's here. Now then, Hamsuk. Advance. To Aura's side. Hamsuk, right, to the forest. Understood. Ainz, good work, Aura. So, any presence that is monitoring our movement? Aura, other than the people from Nazarick, there's none. Ainz, I see. Today's decoy plan failed as well. I even called Demiurge and had him ready. It can't be helped. Then Aura, look at this map. Would you be able to guide me to this place? Aura, let's see, this place is here. So yes. No problem. I have a general idea. Ainz, then you shall be our guide. Aura, yes. By the way, in Sama, for what purpose are you headed to this place? Ainz, actually, it is to search for a herb. At the request of the Adventurers Guild. Aura, a herb is it? The trees around there are completely withered as far as I remember. I don't recall seeing anything like a herb. Of course, it's perfectly possible that I've missed it. Ainz, is that so? Well, at any rate, we should go and investigate. Satoru, even Aura doesn't know. I'm a little navu, but oh well. However, this might become a troublesome task. Aura, but there's also the possibility that the herb has withered, and it could be that it can't be gathered unless it's a particular season. What was it? I remember hearing from Shalltear that there's a kind like that even for black tea. Ainz, you are right. If that is the case, perhaps I ought to seek Nyria's help. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 129W. We should be able to receive much assistance. Aura, Nyria. Was there such a person in Nazarick? Ainz, no, he is a human. Aura, a mere human giving advice to Insama. Ainz, yes. He is quite an interesting fellow. Aura, I see there was a human like that. Ainz, he is a boy with an ability that may prove to be helpful, depending on the situation. Do not meddle with him for no reason. Aura, yes. I won't ever do that. Ainz, good. Then guide the way for now. I am going to ride on Ham's back, but what will you do, Aura? Will you be calling your own beast? Aura, no, if Insama is Ione with it, may we ride together? Ainz, what do you say, Hamsuk? Hamsuk, as long as Oridano is not actually very heavy, 'tis not a problem. Accommodating 2 people. Ainz, I see. Then it is settled. Ainz dismounts as his armor rattles. Ainz, now, Aura. Your hand. Aura, right. Wow, for Insama to hold my hand. Then he'll ride at the front. Although it's somewhat cramped, is it okay? Ainz, it is not a problem. By the way, how long will it take to reach our destination? DCDASS. 130. Aura, let's see if it's in a straight line, without any encounter on the way. Then maybe about a day. Ainz, a day, I have sent battle mates Entima, Yuri, and Shizu to Neberl. So there should not be a problem in particular, but if possible, I would like to get there by tonight. Hamsuk, I am ashamed to say, my lord, but that is a bit difficult. It would be no problem if it is a short straight distance like when we came to the forest earlier, but if it is inside a forest, Aura, then how about I raise her ability with my skill? Should I cast a stamina buff on him? Ainz, that is one way. I could remove my armor and use my magic, however. Satoru, the possibility why that the ones who use the world item on Shalltear are observing us is low, but I must be on my guard. I should avoid removing my armor and revealing my skull face. The person that's here right now is Mammon, the dark hero, jet black warrior. Phew. But it is bothersome. Ainz, Aura, I shall leave it to you. Aura, yes. Please leave it to me. Ainz, good. Then let's go, Hamsuk. Hamsuk, understood. Inside the great forest of Top, nighttime. Ainz, good work, Hamsuk. We shall stop here for today. Hamsuk, and my sincerest apologies, my lord. Even after Oridano went and increased my ability. Ainz, no, do not take it to heart. It would have been a bit faster if we had cut. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 131DOW and the vegetation. But the reason we did not was because I had ordered so. Then the responsibility lies with me. Hamsuk, and my lord, your truly compassionate words have touched this one's Aura, then in Sama, what shall we do? Shall we leave a marker here and return to Nazarick? Ainz, no, let's not do that. It does not sound bad to spend a night here. By the way, Aura, anything caught by the perimeter watch? Aura, none, in Sama. The beasts guarding the perimeter have only encountered weak monsters. Ainz, I see. No presence of the ones who use the world item on Shalltear. Hey. Hamsuk, you and my lord, are there escorts guarding us in the vicinity? Aura, yet. A total of 12 beasts. I had them surround us after we entered the forest. You didn't notice? Hamsuk, unbelievable. Yes, so they are there, but that is within my grasp of understanding. I know full well that my lord's guardians are beings on an entirely different level. It is no wonder that I cannot pick up those who serve them with my sensing ability. Aura, yet I pick the ones that are excellent in that field among my pets. It might not be possible for you, so don't mind it. Don't mind it. Then, in Sama, will we be bivouacking to camp in an open area with no cover? Ainz, something like it. Aura, is there a somewhat open place in the vicinity? We will have to watch out for a night raid. Aura, please wait a moment. That way. There's a spot 227 meters in a straight distance. Hey? On that map, that's in Sama, it is probably this place. DCDASS. 132AINZ, let's see. Satoru, this subject, I diligently remember asking about it at the Adventurers Guild that noticed things to consider before bivouacking, was it? Ainz, Aura. Was there any traces of monsters or sentient creatures? Aura, no, there wasn't. There were no such signs. What's more, it seems like there isn't anything like artificial structures at all. Ainz, then let's go. Hamsuk, I shall rely on you a bit longer. Hamsuk, understood, my lord. Scene 3, the Great Forest of Top Campsite, nighttime. Ainz, Hamsuk, halt. Hamsuk, yes, my lord. Ainz dismounts from Hamsuk. Ainz, this place it has been cleared away too neatly. Was it man-made? Or did it become like this naturally? Aura, I'm not sure to that extent. But it's true that there are no sentient creatures in Sama. Ainz, well, it is INE. Then let's set up a bivouac on the outskirts of this open. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 133 AREA Aura, make so that the beasts will not come near us. If there are beings living in the vicinity, I do not want them to attack us. Aura, understood. Hamsuk, my lord, there are no tents or the like. What is it that you are thinking of doing? Ainz, let's see. If possible, so that it will not cause trouble for the inhabitants. Perhaps a cottage would be appropriate. Hamsuk, ooh. My lord's hand disappeared. Ooh. My lord's hand appeared. Again. Ooh. What is that in your hand, my lord? Satoru, he's overreacting to everything. Hamsuk, ooh. It has gotten big. Ainz, green secret house. It is one of the base building class items. Aura, it's amazing. Ainz, now, Aura. Go ahead and first. Aura, can I really? Thank you, in Sama. Aura runs up to the cottage opening a wooden door, her footsteps clattering on the wooden lower. Ainz, what is it, Hamsuk? Are you not going in? Hamsuk, my lord, is it okay for this one go in as well? Ainz, of course. This is made with magic. Inside it is more spacious than it meets the appearance. Listen to Aura's reaction. Aura's voice is muffled by the walls of the cottage. DCDASS. 134 AURA, wow. So roomy. As expected of Insama. Hurry up and get in as well, Hamsuk. Hamsuk, then I shall head in as well. Even the size of the entrance changes according to this one's body. Inside the cottage, the sounds of ire crackles. Ainz, for now, Hamsuk, sleep in this hall. Yes. Understood, my lord. Aura, Insama, the rooms are all the same. Ainz, well, yes. So, Aura, what will you do for dinner? As you know, I do not eat. Aura, it's INE if I don't eat as well. No need for food or rest. I have the ring of sustenance equipped. Ainz, I see. Guess it is about time to equip Hamsuk with various items to strengthen him. Hamsuk, why is that so, my lord? Ainz, you're my beast mount. You must be armed and prepared in case you become a target. Aura, you are right. Dynamically armor and physical ability boost item. Mind control countermeasures, movement deterrent countermeasures, time stop countermeasures. And what's next? Aura suddenly pauses, her voice losing its childish tone. Aura, in Sama, it seems someone is walking towards this way. Ainz, where did it appear from? Is it teleportation? Aura, I do not know. But it was sudden. If it was hiding, I think it must be a high level as to remain hidden from even my ability. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 135 AINZ, HOH. Aura, could it be one who mind-controlled Shalltear? Aura tightens her wrist, her leather gloves making a noise from the force. Aura, if that's the case, I'll kill it with all my strength, the one who caused that idiot to fight against Insama. Ainz, it is not certain. Like what I said earlier, we can't deny for sure the POS possibility that it may be an inhabitant of this place. Okay. Hamsuk. Hamsuk, yes. Ainz, you will only get in the way, so hide here. Escape to the forest in the case that this place gets destroyed by an attack from the outside. They'll contact you later. Hamsuk, my lord wants me to hide. Understood. Ainz, Aura. Aura, yes. Ainz, buff yourself with your skill. Avoid effects that will affect the opponent. It has not yet shown a Dionite act of hostility. Aura, understood. Ainz, now it'll send an eye out, floating eye. A gurgling sound can be heard as the spell activates to summon the eye. Ainz, Aura, tell me the target's location. I will guide the eye. Aura, yes. Go out straight from the exit and there should be a tall tree. It is the second tree to the right from there. DCDASS. 136 AINZ. This is a forest spirit, dryad. Is it an inhabitant around here? Aura, it does not seem to be an enemy. Aura, is that so? Ainz's armor clatters as he rises to his feet. Ainz, well then. Aura, Insama. Are you heading out? Ainz, it shouldn't be a problem. Aura, then he'll also go with you. Hamsuk, then what should this one do? Ainz, you stay still and wait here. Outside, Ainz and Aura pauses crickets chirp. Ainz, let's see now, what should I do? Aura, how about speaking to it normally? After all, it might oppose us if we try to capture it. Ainz, yes, that would be for the best. If it leaves after hearing our voice, that would be in a way. What is important is to appeal to them that we are acting in an amicable manner. Aura, yes, Insama. Ainz, shouting at him. You there, Riyad. I am not your enemy. As a trav. Eller, I would like you to let us use this place as a campsite. Slight pause. Ainz, there is no problem if you acknowledge that we have no hostile intent. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 137 IT would of course be a pity, but we will leave at once if you want us to go away. Aura, whisper, Is that true, Insama? Ainz speaks softly, in a tone similar to teaching a child a caution or why lesson. Ainz, Aura. What would you do if there was a trespasser in Nazarick? It is the same as that. Even if we did not know, we should bow our heads and leave if we were causing trouble. Also, if it demands an apology, something like bowing. My head is not an issue. Ainz's voice returns to its louder volume. Ainz, what do you say? Will you give us permission to camp here? A female voice can be heard from out of view. Pennyson, you're a dark elf, and the one there in armor is a human? Ainz, what about it? If we were of different race, is there a reason why you would not let us camp? Pennyson, yeah, no, it's not like that, but Ainz, before that, will you show yourself? Satoru, well, I'm looking at her with the eye that I sent out earlier, but it's important to talk face to face. The sound of brush being pushed aside signals the appearance of the Dr. Yad. Pension why you see, I thought the people who had come previously came again. I made a promise with those people. Ainz, previously? Do you mean the people with Lofan as their leader? Fun fact, Lofan taught Gazef and was an adamantite-ranked adventurer. DCDASS. 138 Pennyson, Lofan? Satoru, it's not the ones they were talking about at the Adventurers Guild? Ainz, that was when? If it were decades ago, it should be them. Pennyson, decades. That's after how many sunrises? Satoru, I see. They're a race with this kind of concept of time, these Dr. Yads. Pennyson, the person I made a promise with came when the sun was coming up many times. 3 young humans, 1 tall person, 1 old human, 1 person with wings, 1 dwarf. For a total of 7. Satoru, whom Lofan's part Y was a group of 5 in total, and they were traveling together with a mithril rank adventurer team. It's definitely not them. What's more, there are no winged people among the teams I know of, let alone around this area. What the heck is that? Ainz, sorry. I do not know about that group of 7, but what sort of promise did you make? Pennyson, that's well, it should be okay. They promised they would defeat the Arbor Mela that will destroy the world. And they say evil beast instead of Arbor Mela, so it's closer to demon beast, but there is a homophone nature that means evil tree due to a difference in tree. So you can see why Ainz was confused for SCC until he thought of the forest setting. It went Meiju, demon evil beast, to Meiju. This is where Ainz probably realizes the homophone to evil tree in Japanese to evil tree in English. So you can see why Arbor Mela is a good equivalent for this exchange. Ainz, Arbor Mela, Meiju unspeciated. Satoru tree of evil key is in tree. Is she talking about an evil tree? English. Name. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 139 AINZ. Judging by its name, it sounds like a plant-type monster. Pennyson, yeah, right. That seems like it. I've heard it being called a twisted treant before. A long time ago, when I was yet born, a very, very long time ago. Suddenly tearing through the sky, a storm of monsters came down to the ground. Although those monsters had the power to destroy the world on par with the Dragon Lords, all of them were eliminated in the end. However, it's been told that they were actually wounded and fell into deep slumber or sealed, so they say. And one of those monsters is in this forest. What's worse, sometimes a part of it wakes up and goes wild, like a branch, extending outward. And when that monster went on a rampage previously, the 7-member group gave it a good beating. The Arbor Mela Mage tree. Version of, the leader of the 7-member group gave it a name, but what was it? Ainz, a tree monster. It appears it has the power to destroy the world. Aura, could it be a formidable enemy? Ainz, I do not know. However, it would be prudent to be on our guard. Pennyson, right. ZYTL Kai. A type of Zakuro whatchamacallit. Satoru, ZYTL Kai. Doesn't ring a bell, it doesn't sound it's English, and it's not borrowed from mythology. The possibility why that it's a player is low. I don't particularly want to encounter it, but now I won't be able to go near it until I see the actual thing. Pennyson, someday, its actual body will come to awaken for real, so when that time comes, we'll come here once more and defeat it was the promise they made. They had promised. Ainz, I see. In other words, the awakening of that evil tree's body is near. Right? Pennyson, yes. You know really well. It's sucking out the lives of surrounding trees for its body to wake up. I can hear the screams of the withering plants. DCDASS. 140. Ainz Ooal. You said earlier there is a place with withered trees in the forest. Ooal, yes. Ah, so that's what happened. That is probably the case. Pennyson, what is it? What is it? Do you know something? It'd be great if you knew the whereabouts of that 7-member group. Ainz, I do not know where that group is, but the evil tree ZYTLK is Resurrect. Shin is not far off, right? Pennyson, yeah. It's only a matter of time before it revives. When the next sun is up, or the one after, or it might be even later. But soon it will revive in its complete form. Ainz, I see. Ooal, what will you do? I know, I must hunt. Mom, and that's not it, either. Master? Ainz, personally, in the event that the monster runs wild, it would be interesting in the sense to check who comes to defeat that monster, but it would be problematic if the monster were to go wild in this place that is near our base. If it is an enemy that we can defeat in absolute secrecy, let's defeat it. Pennyson, defeat it. You guys? The enemy is an evil tree that's capable of destroying the world. Even the 7-member group that came last time had a real struggle lighting a part of it. Ainz, then what do you propose? Pennyson, no choice but to pray that a powerful dragon shows up. Ainz, and if that powerful dragon does not show up? Pennyson, guess he'll have to give up. After all, it's impossible for me to be away from my main tree body for too long. Ainz, then leaving the matter to us should not be that bad. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 141 Pennyson, well, you got a point. You guys seem like somewhat skilled, and depending on the case, it wouldn't be so bad for you to go searching for the 7-member group. Ainz, understood. However, there is a condition. Pennyson, a condition? Ainz, yes. But before that, I will ask you 3 questions. According to your previous comment, you said you can't be away from your main tree body for too long. For example, if the tree were to move, you just have to move to there as well. Pennyson, hey? For a human, you ask a strange question. Well, yeah. That's the case. Ainz, I see. Then next question. Is there a race like yours in this area? Pennyson, there isn't aside from me. Maybe one might be born if long enough time passes. Ainz, I see. Then third, the last question. Will you become my subordinate? Pennyson, ha? Ooal, ha? And Mom and Sama, why this thing? Is it okay to move this to Nazarick, that place? Pennyson, this thing is a bit harsh. I was on friendly terms with your race once, you know, although I've been unable to meet them lately. Ainz, Ooal, why yes. Ainz, while there is nothing to lose from making her a subordinate, I have judged that there is a possibility of suffering a loss if we do not do so. Furthermore, my old comrades would not have raised much objection to this decision. DCDASS. 142 AURA. I have no objection as well. I shall obey as you command. Ainz, no, Ooal. Let me hear it if you have an objection or an argument. Since I am thinking of sending this dryad to your lower temporarily if she becomes my subordinate. Will there be a problem? Pennyson, no, it's not like I've decided to become your subordinate. Ooal, let's see No, it won't be a problem. Ainz, is that so? Then, dryad, have you made up your mind? I plan on moving you along with your main tree body from here if you choose to become my underling. So an evacuation is possible even in the worst case. Pennyson, no, look, being called an underling out of nowhere is a bit. Ainz, what? No need to take it that seriously. However, I would be happy if you could turn an area in my residence into a guild. And if I could hear some stories from you. I do not mean to threaten you, but it will be difficult to cure. And to your safety if you choose not to become my subordinate. I am sorry if the evil tree goes wild, but we will leave you behind. Pennyson, that's clearly a threat. But, well, the probability of you guys winning against the evil tree is low, so in the sense of evacuating, and I don't want to wither and die here, too, as I thought, there is only one option. I don't ally mind if it's that much. But you have to give the tree tasty water at where there is proper sunshine. Also, it'll refuse if the place has something like parasitic creatures. Ainz, good. Then the contract is sealed. I shall guarantee your safety. Then, could you guide us to where that evil tree is tomorrow? We will defeat it if possible. If not, we will evacuate you and go search for that group of 7. Pennyson, okay, Roger. So, my contractor, what is your name? I'm Pennyson Paul. Perla. Ainz, I am the ruler of the great tomb of Nazarick, Ainz Ooal Gown. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 143 AURA, in Sama. If that dryad didn't accept becoming your underling just now, were you going to kill her? Ainz, I simply would not have guaranteed her safety. To say it more accurately, her body may have not been safe. However, she came to know my true name. Then you understand, right? Ooal, understood. I will not let it betray you. If it ever does, then. Scene 4, the forest daytime. The next day. The sounds of feet stepping on brush can be heard. Pennyson, Here, this is the place. Ainz, Aura, what do you think? Aura, yes, there's no doubt about it. This is the place. Ainz, indeed, the trees from here onward are withered. Although another needless task has been added, it seems our objective will end in failure. Tennyson, come to think of it, I haven't asked yet. What did you come all the way here to do? Aura, that's no way to speak to Insama, you. Ainz, it is INE. I came here to IND a herb that is said to cure any illness. Tennyson, a herb, but that's dynamically that might be difficult. DCDASS. 1448INZ, what is it? Do you have a hunch? Tennyson, well, you see, what you're looking for is. Ainz, I see what it is. In other words, the herb is located somewhere on the evil tree. Tennyson, yeah, you're right. Aura, it looks like a confrontation is certain, Insama. Ainz, ominous premonitions tend to be mostly right, it seems. So where is the evil tree? All I am seeing are withered and twisted trees. Tennyson, it's in the center of this dried up place. An ominous whistle of the wind can be heard. Hamsuk, to this one there does not seem to be anything. Aura, right. I'm detecting nothing as well. Ainz, then, let's move on to the next strategy. Aura, among your special abilities, you have one that allows for targeting, correct? Aura, yes. That thing you use for shooting, right? What would happen if you invoke that skill on the whole area? Aura, Ainz, that skill draws an enemy's attention, so I think it'd aggro everyone within its range, but if the enemy is in hiding, there might be some kind of a reaction. Zien, it's hate but aggro is the Western term. Tennyson, hold on a second. Doesn't that have the possibility of forcibly awakening the evil tree? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 145 Satoru, well, that was the idea. An existence capable of destroying the world. Hey? To engage it without information is. Ainz, you're certainly right. This time we will prioritize locating and getting our hands on the herb, and the violent displacement of the ground can be heard, an explosion of noise him. I lured to a cave-in as a low and deep groaning sound signals the awakening of something. Ainz, it seems ominous premonitions are mostly right. We are changing our plan. Aura, that thing is huge. Ainz, yeah, it is bigger than a gargantua. Tennyson, TT the main body has come back to life. We're doomed. Hamsuk, Tis enormous. Ainz, a gigantic tree that is almost 100 meters in height. Hey. The sounds of movement from the tree can be heard. Ainz, branched tentacles biting of its formidable size. HOH looks like their length can easily surpass 300 meters. And there are 6 of them. Tennyson, what are you analyzing so calmly? WWH, what do we do? Ainz, although it is similar, I have not seen it before in Yggdrasil. ZYTL Kai. Hey. I'd better stay on my guard. The monster roars a noise closer to a whale than any land creature. The noises grow louder from violent movements from the awakened beast. Aura, that monster, it's rooting up the withered trees around it and putting DCDASS 146 THEM in its mouth. The crunch and splintering of wood can be heard. Ainz, it eats trees. In other words, an herbivore. That is probably not the case. If it was, then it would not need such sharp teeth. Aura, Insama. I see it, the herb. It's there. On the bulgy spot on the top of that monster's head. Ainz, the green moss-like plant stuck to that lump part is the herb we were looking for. Hey. To be honest, I am baffled as to what that is. Tennyson, hey. This is no time to be chatting around, you guys. Let's get out of here right now. I never thought it would be something that massive. There's nothing we can do about it now. Ainz, then, Aura, are you able to roughly determine its power with your skill? The noise of beeps and a mechanical high-frequent wire are audible. Aura, I'm working on it right now. It's almost I got it. It has a tri-level color difference, so I believe its level is from 85 to 80. It's specialized in health, which is off the charts. Ainz, specialized in health beyond the measuring range? It is not a raid boss. But so long as the skills are usable as normal, the calculated level should be certain. Then I reckon having them on standby was not in vain after all. Aura, are we hiding? Tennyson, wait. What are you talking between yourselves, ignoring my words? We'll be in for a mess if we don't run away right now. Aura, hey, you kindling over there. Be quiet. Tennyson, ugh. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 147 Hamsuk, Tennyson Perladono, was it? For now, since you have become my lord's subordinate, how about we stay quiet over there? Here, let us go. Also, there is a possibility of losing your life without mercy if you incur Aura Dono's wrath with matters regarding my lord. You should never act insolent to them. Tennyson, Edug. You understood. Aura, excuse my manners, Insama. Ainz, no, I do not mind. A violent whale-like roar is heard. Ainz, HOH, it seems the monster has noticed us. Aura, it appears so. What shall we do? Shall I kill it straight away with my beasts? Ainz, no. This will be an INE experiment. Let us get started. The preparations should be complete. Message. Albedo. Albedo, yes, Insama. We have received your voice. Ainz, has everyone assembled? Albedo, everyone has already finished their preparations. Now, with your word, we will hasten to your side wherever, whenever. Ainz, then have Shalltear open a gate. Use it to get here at once. And have Nazrick continue to keep a watch on this side, and get Pandora's actor to trans. Form and observe the world via magic. Also, should they sight the shadows of those who use the world to mon Shalltear, do not lose them under any CIR. Circumstances. Albedo, understood. I shall relay it. A whirring magic noise begins to sound, then the sounds of footsteps touching the DCDASS. 148 grounds soon follow. Ainz, Shalltear, Cocytus, MR, and Demiurge. Good work, all of you. Demiurge, to your summons I shall always come forth with. Cocytus, the sound of mandible clicking is heard as well as a deep breathing. Sound in cold weather is heard whenever he speaks. Demiurge. Island. Right dot, please. Order. Us. To. Your. Hearts. Content. Mare, it's really nothing. I am happy following your words, Ainz. Sama. Shalltear, truly, righteous words Ainz Ooal. Shalltear lets out a sensual exhale. Ainz, is that so? You have my thanks. Cocytus, we are unworthy of your gratitude. Mare, he's right, Insama. We are INE with any kind of order. You give us. Sigh. If I say thanks, they're sure to repeat themselves again. Ainz, ahem. However, this one I have to say. Demiurge, I am causing you trouble by calling you out now and then. Demiurge, I am your faithful servant, Insama. As such, my master's words are always your priority. Please think not of yourself as an inconvenience and act freely. DHAT reminds me, in regards to your order about the parchment. Ainz, yes. Normal parchments cannot be used with our scroll inscribing technique. They are unable to hold even at your steer magic and burn up as a result. A way to somehow work out that problem, some substitute materials like hides from beasts and the like. Have you found them? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 149 Demiurge, yes. In regards to that matter, I have acquired a few and have handed them over to the chief librarian. They should be experimenting about now, so I expect to have the reports sent up to you by the time this matter has been taken care of. The tree roars yet again. Further away. Ainz, an evil tree capable of destroying the world has been resurrected. Why are they chatting at leisure for? I actually knew just from looking that monster is an existence that will be remembered as a legend. Hamsook, you have quite a narrow perspective. Ainz, Hamsook, nothing, it is nothing at all. Anyhow, they seem to be taking their time. Ainz, look here. You can tell from just a glance. First, the size differ. Ainz, if that monster comes this way, they'll simply be trampled over. What's more, aside from that two-legged insect-like person, there's nobody that looks strong. Those dark elves are both little, and the woman who's taller than them and the tailed human-like thing aren't even armed at all. Hamsook, ignorance really is. It truly is difficult to have an opinion against. Ainz, what is that supposed to mean? Ainz, I see. It would be great if there is one that could be of use among the hides you have brought. Demiurge, indeed. I hope so as well. The noise of the teleport magic can be heard. Albedo, forgive me for being late, Insama. DCDASS. 150. Ainz, it's you, Albedo. No, it is not a problem. I was the one who asked you to relay the message. Now that everyone is here, I will start explaining the mission. That is your objective this time, ZYTL Kai. Its estimated level is 85. Its health is beyond the measuring range. To all you guardians, I have only one command: bring down that monster. Cocytus, Insama, I have a question. Ainz, what is it, Cocytus? Cocytus, yes. If that island our opponent, then I reckon any one of us here island capable of defeating it. What is the reason for calling out all the guardians? Shalltear, Insama, is the first person to kill it the victor. Ainz, that is not it, Shalltear. It's the sounds of wood splintering and another roar echo in the forest. Demiurge, how annoying. Be quiet. Skill activate, frost of Judica. A ephemeral cracking and freezing sound is heard. Further away. Ainz, hey. What was that just now? It was all PZZT. Hamsook, do be quiet. Not every one of them is so forgiving. Ainz, but Its movement stopped. That person just now, it's his power. Right? Hamsuk, like I said, do be quiet. You might be the one getting frozen this time. Pennyson, Yug. Oh okay. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 151 Albedo, in Sama. What is that noisy thing? Is she a dryad? Ainz, that is Nazarick's new servant. Ignore her for now. Then back to the subject at hand. It is the reason why I called everyone here today. All floor guardians. Sound of genuflecting. Yes. Ainz, I wish to check your combat capability as a team. Mare, as a team? Ainz, exactly, Mare. Albedo, I see. I have understood your intent, in Sama. Ainz, is that so? Then I will be watching from the back. I leave the rest to you. Also, I want to see your powers, so do not die too much with your battle gear. Especially Mare, avoid wide area attacks. And Aura, explain about the herb too. Everyone. Or, yes. Understood. Satoru, well then this should be a good practice for when we run into YG. Drizzle player parties in the future. I'm looking forward to a proper fight. Okay? Then, as for me, I'll summon the undead to start searching to see if there are people TRing to trace us in the area. First, sensor boost. A shattering ephemeral sound can be heard. The roaring recommences. Demiurge, oh ho. I thought it was a total small fry without a time counter. Measure in place, but it seems to have removed frost of Judica with some kind of method. I have misjudged a bit. Cocytus, it has also gotten faster. There's no choice. I will take the vanguard. Shalltear, Cocytus. That's unfair. DCDASS. 152 AURA, hold up on a SEC, Shalltear. I'm going to. Albedo, the three of you, stop. Demiurge, WHY are they doing something so rash? ZYTL Kai roars in response to the incoming beings. Shalltear, oh my, it appears it is going to attack, Ainz Ooal. Cocytus, a downward smash. With its tentacles, hey. But they attack. Doesn't look that special. Shalltear, nothing we can do. However, negligence will lead to failure. First, it would be good to use my skill. ZYTL Kai stirs. Shalltear, yes, good work. Skill activate, blood armament. If it is this level of attack, deflecting it is a child's play. Further away. Pennyson, hey. Just now, that silver-haired girl, did she deflect the tentacle by hitting it? Hamsuk, I am sorry, but I did not see it. Did something happen? Pennyson, no, it's nothing. Probably I just missaw because we're far away. Right, yeah. There's no way the tentacle would get deflected just because that small girl hit it. Yeah, ha ha ha. It hit the ground hard and bounced off. That's probably what I saw. Hamsuk, I do not mind if that is how you have convinced yourself, but if it is her, it would not be strange for her to deflect it by hitting it. Shalltear, then shall we go? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 153 Cocytus, then let's go. Cocytus exoskeleton makes a metallic noise as he quickly moves. Aura, wait, you two, why are you advancing? I used rain arrow, Galak. Tick shot, and shadow piercing arrow, so get out of there and. A barrage of arrows whistle in the air making contact with the ground. A metal lit thud is heard as well. The evil tree roars in response to the attack. Shalltear, why is she using her skills now? That aura? Cocytus, a part of my exoskeleton armor got cut. Not good. My defense has decreased. Shalltear, as for me, if you were not there, I would have deflected it with negative shock shield, Ainz Ooal. Cocytus, I apologize for that. Its movement seems to have stopped from the effect of auras. Shadow piercing arrow. Then I will blast away at least its lower half. Skill activate, Akalonida. Shalltear, further away. Pennyson, that rain of arrows of light was pretty. That's a dark elf for you. Hamsuk, you do not seem surprised. Pennyson, yeah, if it's that much. But maybe it's better if I tell them. There are many plant-type monsters with resistance to arrows that you'd expect. So, there shouldn't be much damage. Hamsuk, supposing it is, that monster is screaming, though. Pennyson, yeah, it was divinely startled because the arrows landed at its base. As proof, its movement has stopped. DCDASS. 154 Hamsuk, but is it really? It sounded like a scream of pain from a wounded being. Maybe it has stopped moving because of the pain? Pennyson, no, plant-type monsters are strong against pain. So, I don't think that's the case. Albedo, this is not good. Shalltear, Cocytus, and Aura as well. They have not Realized in Samus' true intention. Demiurge, its health is outside the measuring range, so I do not think it will die that simply, but well, why not let them be until its health has been some what cut down? Albedo, Demiurge recall in Samus' words once more, and try saying that again. Demiurge, excuse my rudeness. Insama wanted us to fight as a team. Albedo, yes. Yet they are fighting with their individual power. It is not an over statement to say that they are taking in Samus' words lightly. Side they are only acting without knowing his true intentions, so I should not need to punish them, but it is becoming unpleasant. Mare, why yes. Albedo, cast an attack spell with Shalltear and Cocytus as the center. Make it so that ZYTL Kai does not take damage. Mare, is that okay? Casting magic towards those two? Albedo, it does not matter. I have to call them back here anyway. The sound of Yggdrasil skill activating is heard. Demiurge, Albedo. There's trouble. Cocytus is readying for a wisdom King Strike. That's immovable wisdom King Strike. Albedo, Mare. Send me lying there. Quickly. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 155 Mare, why yes. Woodlands tried. Cocytus, destroy the 3 poisons. Kurikara fist. ZN I use all caps to distinguish the clicking and breathing tone from his SUC. Sync yelling where THRE is no break in his voice. Albedo, Cocytus, you idiot. Walls of Jericho. And Aegis. HRRRRRGGGH. HHH. Ha. The sound of flesh and blood squishing can be heard. Shalltear, Albedo, are you all right, Ainz Ooal? Your left hand is crushed. Albedo, Cocytus. Recall Insama words, and tell me why you activated him. Movable Wisdom King Strike. Cocytus, I thought I could kill the monster with the strike just now. Albedo, what were you going to do if you did kill it? Were you planning on reporting this is how we hide as a team to Insama? Cocytus. Albedo, the 3 of you just charged in. You fools. Recall Insama's words. Well, it seems Shalltear didn't engage in actual combat, and you could say aura only bound it down. However, Cocytus, you're different. Cocytus, my apologies. Albedo, although the transgression of deserting Samus will cannot be forgiven with an apology, I will back off for now. Cocytus, pick me up on your shoulder. In the meantime, I will be healing. Further away. Penison, it looked like it was an awesome attack, but why is that woman pro? Teching ZYTL Kai. DCDASS. 156 Hamsuk. Well, we cannot hear what they are saying from here at all, so. Penison, what's more, that attack seemed like it would have done some damage. Do it. Just what are they thinking? Sheesh. Aw jeez. Your opponent is an existence that's capable of destroying the world. Fight while helping each other. Cocytus, then. What? Island. It. That. Insama. Once. Was. It. Not. To. Demonstrate. Our. Individual. Power. Albedo, side that's not it. Cocytus. You've got it completely wrong. Shalltear, I thought the one who does a lot of damage was going to receive high praise from Insama. Was that not the case, Aranska? Albedo, receive high praise from Insama? Receive praise, Wonderful, how wonderful I am in Samus number 1. Albedo mutters softly in the background about receiving praise from Ainz. Demiurge, Albedo? Albedo softly, how marvelous is that? Demiurge, It seems our overseer of the Guardians is tired. So I shall tell you on her behalf. Albedo softly, Insama. Demiurge, everyone, you have no objections, right? Shalltear, Cocytus, yes. Aura, none. Mare, why yes. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 157 Demiurge, good. Then Cocytus, Insama wishes for us to join forces and I together. I surmise, this is probably on the premise that we encounter an opponent we cannot win against individually in the future. Aura, an opponent that we, the Guardians, see and win against. Is there such a being? Cocytus, I see. It was foolish of Aura. Such a being might exist. Aura, we are the creations of the supreme beings. That's Mare, Oni-chan. See, calm down, okay? Shalltear, my disgraceful act is at fault. Cocytus, it's not really your fault. Shalltear, Insama had a group versus group battle in mind. Did he not? Demiurge, that is not all. Aura, that scroll you possess, it is an item that you must never lose. As long as we have such items, it may be necessary in the future to cooperate and carry out assignments. On the premise that we encounter a formidable foe, as well as in order to seek greater stability. Aura, I see that explains it. Sigh. Mare, think of it as a practice for that time, right, Demiurge-san? Demiurge, that is exactly right, Mare. Shalltear, then what should we do hereafter, Arinska? Demiurge, let us divide up the roles tonight. Small exhale, please return. From your delusion now, Albedo. Albedo, sensually, Insama. Insama. Insamus number 1. Ah, Insama, how wonderful. Demiurge, sigh, you give me no choice. A punch here should do it. DCDASS. 158, a loud punching sound hitting hard resistance is heard. Albedo, what is it, Demiurge? Demiurge, oh nothing. Why are her ABS so damn hard was not what I was thinking. Anyhow, I have finished explaining it to everyone. Albedo, I see. Then let us start our respective actions. I will take the role as our shield. Offense will be Cocytus and Shalltear. Aura, you draw attention from the enemies. Demiurge will be our guerrilla Uchkatai, hit and run SAB. Otage tactics. Mare, I leave the rear support to you. Aura, hey, Albedo. If I use that, do you think ITLL devour everything into the isolation space? Albedo, I will not permit the use of world items. Aura. The only time you may use that is if the opponent takes out an equivalent item. That reminds me. Shalltear, you have a world item, right? Shalltear, I do have it. Insama brought it from the 8th floor. Albedo, oh my. It's her world item. Then it shouldn't be a problem. Now, everyone, let us commence. Some time passes. Cocytus, however. This island. Difficult island. It. Okay. If I blow it away as a counterattack. Shalltear, since we were told to take charge of the offense, perhaps stopping is the right answer. Cocytus, even using skills that imbues properties to attacks like aura of cold or cold breath. Shalltear, I don't think it was meant to the extent of prohibiting offensive skills, but Overlord August 2019 Anthology 159 Cocytus, there's no way of knowing to what extent we're allowed to attack. Shalltear, that since we are showing our response to Insama, wouldn't it be best to think about it with all your efforts? Cocytus, a sword does not think swung by the will of its master, it only cuts. Albedo, that is not good, Cocytus. Maybe if that was what the Supreme Beings told us to do. If not, it will lead to big failure unless you think clearly with your head. Whisper, probably, the result from acting carelessly will inconvenience Insama, is what I think. Cocytus, I'm not confident, but I'll try my hardest. Albedo, it started to move. The ground shakes as the evil tree roars. Cocytus, but how foolish. It can't even discern the difference. INR abilities to plant type monsters have no intelligence. Mare, T, that's not true. T, here are ones that are smart, too. Cocytus, I stand corrected. There's the 6th floor that you girls are overseeing. I'm sorry. I owe you an apology. Mare, and no, it's INE. Really, you don't need to apologize. Cocytus, no, I'm the one who made the derisive remark. Do accept my apology. Albedo, you two, the battle is about to start now. Certainly, it may be a weak monster from our point of view, but look behind you. Insama is watching us to observe us cooperate and I together. Yet, don't you think it'd be embarrassing if we show such lax attitudes? DCDASS 160. Shalltear, you are right, Ainz. I am ashamed, Arinska, but it may be possible that my disgraceful act has depreciated the reputations of all the guardians. Aura, hey, Shalltear, let's give that subject a rest. Insama even told us that he was at fault. Then obeying his words would be being loyal, right? Do you intend to let Insama's kindness be in vain? Shalltear, no. It is not like that, Arinska, but still. A slap and pleased moan can be heard. Shalltear, Aura, what are you? Aura, mumble, it's pathetic. One more slap while I'm at it. Would you like me to inject some pep into that butt of yours? Shalltear, you will understand it if you put yourself in my shoes. Rebelling against the Supreme Being, furthermore, it is unforgivable that I cannot even remember. Aura, still, there's no point in just hanging your head. You men's chest. The sound of a blood vessel popping can be heard. Shalltear, key. Aura, key. Tree, key. Is there something wrong with that treated enemy? Shalltear, unique. Haven't you heard from the supreme beings that you shouldn't talk about physical characteristics? Zian Shalltear loses her dialect when she is mad. Mare, what does Manchest, mean exactly? Demiurge, man like chest is what it would mean. Aura, what are you saying? You call me Pipsqueak Chibi, too. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 161 Shalltear, Pipsqueak is a nickname. Aura, then Latchest is a nickname, too. Shalltear, how is that a nickname? A nickname is something you use with intimacy. Aura, if that's what Pipsqueak is, then no chest would be, too. Mare, hi. Pipsqueak was a nickname for my sister. Cocytus, a nickname, indeed. Demiurge, indeed, a nickname. Judging by how those two are getting along. Albedo, give it a rest, you girls. Insama is watching. If you fool around any further, menacing, I will break you. Aura and Shalltear, ugh. Why yes. Demiurge, Albedo, be gentler with your hot telling you is pointless. And Aura, it is admirable of you to worry about your friend, but leave that for later. Aura, what do you mean friend? Demiurge, it's making its way here. Albedo, then shall we begin? Skill activate, parry. Hey? The sound of clashing material is heard after the skill activation noise, leading to a massive ground eruption sound. Further away. Pinison, that woman, she's dynamically dead. With a small axe like that. Why aren't they running away? Why didn't anyone stop her? Hamsuk, it is because they do not think she is going to die. DCDASS. 162 Pinison, no, look. She's dead. No matter how. Hey? Albedo, Fu. I will have to count that as an attack. Cocytus, Albedo, you seem okay. Then, let's go. Shalltear, roger. First, we shall procure the herb. Demiurge, if it is support that you require, I shall take care of it. Leave one of the tentacles in the way to me. Skill activate, aspect of the devil, arched. Mon's wrist. Ha. An impact and a slight disturbance of earth is heard. Demiurge, ugh. As I thought, mere physical ability is no match for it even. With a skill. Aura, Mare, may I ask for support? Zian, Japanese wiki has it as Akuma no Shokyo, or aspect of the devil, where divisive rise form was one possible readings, but aspect is what we are used to. So either the skills are all aspect of the devil or devil's diversiform, but not both. The original devil's diversiform, stout demon's gigantic arms word, doesn't match the term for the same skill, enlarging arm wrist skill, that AP pairs in the LN in volume 6. The archdemon is implied, but it's basically majestic or noble demon. By no means should it be stout. It could be large or grand. So I kept the LN translation instead. Shokyo also sounds like Shoshu or written in red, or made in the devil's blood. I bring this up because in volume 12, it seems like Demiurge might be making a pun of these two phrases when Retardos attacks him with no warning. Aura, yes, let's see. Physical reinforcement skill Demiurge may have resis. Tends to it, so let's go with this one. Mare, why yes. Understood. Power of Gaia. Aura, as for me, immovable binding force. Let's battle and see who's stronger. ZYTL Kai roars. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 163, further away. Pinison, what is that? How is she standing against the monster with that size of hers? Are the branches hollow? Hamsuk, no, I do not think that is the case. Pinison, I don't sleep since I'm a spirit, but this is what they call a dream. Right? This is impossible. I'm just seeing my wishful thinking through some sort of a special ability, right? Hamsuk, no, it is reality. Pinison, but it's not possible. Based on common sense, it's impossible. That's a monster capable of destroying the world. Yet, it's having a strength contest with the girl. Hamsuk, in other words, it means they are stronger than that foe. Pinison, no, that's impossible. Where are those two running off to? Hamsuk, above the tentacles, it seems. They are quite fast, indeed. Pinison, run after thinking about common sense. ZYTL Kai roars again as footsteps are heard. Cocytus, Shalltear, what should we do? Shalltear, I think those three tentacles that Aura and Mare missed are meant for us to do as we please. Well, we were anticipating that as well, thus we ran at a moderate pace Aaron Scata. Cocytus, just as I thought. Then, I will also draw my weapon. It's coming. An impact is heard. DCDASS. 164 Cocytus, Smite Frost Burn. A winter wind colliding with something and the crackling sound of objects freeze. Ing are heard followed by a shatter sound. Cocytus, 2 more to go. It's not over yet. Razor Edge. Rakshasa. Shalltear, wait a moment. If you are using multi-targeting skills, let me have a go as well. Cocytus, oh. Shoot, I'm sorry. Shalltear, why are you apologizing, Arinska? Cocytus, I've already activated my skills. Wind. Macabre smite frost. Burn. Zn old translation said Asominus cut, but he only says fuse and wind. I'm thinking it's a like meta magic, widen, twin, maximized, so it's a warrior skill. Muddier. My guess, it widens the effective range of weapon-based skills or increasing the hitbox by making the displaced air an attack as well. The J-Wiki. Didn't know either. The sound of the T-Wo tentacles can be heard soon, followed by a low-pitched chat. Tearing. Shalltear, both tentacles are my part has been. Cocytus, sorry. Shalltear, I thought it was a good chance to be of service to Insama. Cocytus, that's however, I had to make up for my disgrace earlier. Until now, I had no chance to show my strength to Insama. Even if everyone were to concede to me, I wouldn't be punished. Shalltear, that is because you are tasked with the vital role of defending Nazarick. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 165 Cocytus in an aggressive tone between his yelling and mellow voice, even though I know well that wishing for invaders to come is blasphemy against the supreme beings, I still want to be of service, and I IND myself wishing come on, invaders. For the sake of venting that feeling, I feel bad about it, I really do, but Shalltear, Cocytus. It is my turn right now. Cocytus Shalltear, I'm S or Albedo, transposition. Further away. Pennyson, I thought she was gone, but she showed up beside Zytl Kai. That woman. So she wasn't mashed by the tentacle earlier. Conversely, that big insect-like person is now where that woman was just earlier. Yep, that makes total sense. Hamsuk, you seem to have gotten used to it now. Pennyson, I didn't want to get used to it, though that aside, there's nothing they can't do. What's more, how is that insect person able to blow away 2 tentacles at once with only a single sword? Hamsuk, the group of 7 that came here long time ago, were they not able to do this much? Did they not defeat that monster? Pennyson, they defeated only a part of it, and they weren't as strong as those guys. The way they fought was more ordinary. Hamsuk, ordinary, you say. Then again, I may have become accustomed to their heights. Furthermore, Milord is stronger than them. Pennyson, that for real? Hamsuk, for real, it is. DCDASS. 166 Albedo, Cocytus is trying too hard by himself. Zytl Kai is showing move. Meant. It's trying to shoot something seeds. Skill activate, missile parry. Counter arrow. 3 explosions are heard followed by Zytl Kai's agonized roar. Albedo, projectile interception complete. I guess it hurts getting hit by the very seeds you shot. Well then, this should be enough. Demiurge. Demiurge, Albedo, you called me for? Albedo, I will have Shalltear reduce its health. You procure the herb. Demiurge, understood. Then I shall go ahead first. Aspect of the devil, sealer. ITY of the Tengu's fan. A whoosh noise is heard. Zien Akumen no Shoshu, Yutsued no Shinsoku. Old Devil's diversiform, Iraq. NID celerity where celerity means quickness in Old Timmy language. Yutsued is usually an 8-lobed plant, a fatcha, or the leaf fan Tengus have. Alternate names, aspect of the devil, quickness of the Tengu's fan, celerity of the 8 hands, celerity of fatcha. I choose the most demonic name, but a description would help clarify if this is a buff or transformation that increases speed, or something about spiders I don't know about. Albedo, at that speed, the herb should be procured in no time. Then Shalltear. Go. Shalltear, TH thanks, Albedo. Albedo, since Insama told us to fight as a team, doing so is the duty of a floor guardian. It should take precedence over our dispute over who gets to be the erstwife. Shalltear, nevertheless, thank you, Albedo. Then, I will be off. Divine item. Spew at Lance. I will drain you non-stop. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 167 THE creaking of wood moving is heard. Albedo, even for Spew at Lance, it's going to take a while. But it's enough to buy us time for Insama to finish searching for observers. Then is it really okay for me to deliver the anal blow? Albedo, through message if we are able to watch Insama's sight, for us. There is no greater joy than that. Satoru, since they seem to be looking forward to this, I should put on a little show. Giant tree, it used to be a laughing stock in the days of Yggdrasil. Ainz, I have sufficiently finished surveying the perimeter, and there was no problem with Nigrido's report. Then I will remove my armor and get it started. Further away. Pennyson, so it wasn't a human inside the armor. I see. Amaz. Ha ha. Hamsuk, you seem to have adjusted completely. Then you will fare well in Milord's abode, as well. If it is monsters like that one, it has quite a few of them. Pennyson, they have quite a few like that one, you say? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Aha. Ha ha. Ha ha, ha ha. The sound of puppet with its strings cut collapsing on the ground is heard. Hamsuk, oh, as I thought, you have not gotten used to it yet. Zytl Kai roars, the moving of shambling wood is heard. Ainz, the whole world stops in motion. Extend magic. Time stop. Now then. Do you guys know what a Christmas tree is? Albedo, yes. We have not seen it the actual thing, but we know the word. DCDASS. 168AINZ. Even during the time stop magic's duration, you can invoke certain magic. That does not inflict direct damage. Triple magic. And drifting mastermind. Mare, another magic targeting the giant tree frozen in time? Ainz, well, just watch. Now, the time stop is about to end. The sounds of the world return. 3 popping sounds like fireworks go off. Ainz, and once more extend magic. Time stop. Demiurge, ooh. A time stop at the moment of magic's activation. Stopping. Time with the invoked magic shining as if they were stars. In a trembling voice, we are truly grateful, Insama. This is how beautiful. Satoru, how embarrassing among my comrades. It wasn't called a Christmas tree but Christ it Herd's tree for the alliance of unpopular men spending the holy night inside the game. Ainz, this is what you call a Christmas tree. Do you not think it is surprisingly similar? Albedo, it is truly as you say. It is magnificent, Insama. Ainz, no, it is still missing something. It needs a star tree topper. However, there is no then let's do this. Delay magic, meteor fall. Aura, there's a Mr. Star on the top of the tree. Ainz, the preparation is complete. Well then, let's wait until time moves. Again. Time resumes, noise returning as explosions go off and Zytl Kai screams in agony. Shalltear, so this is a Christmas tree Aranska. Demiurge, as expected of Insama. An impossible deed without an insight. In the timing of magic. Overlord, August 2019 Anthology. 169 Mare, Wa. Cocytus, It. Island. Magnificent. Aura, so pretty. Albedo, only if this was alone with Insama. Ainz, perhaps the view would have been better if it was nighttime. Hamsuk, just how did he do that, I wonder? Are you thinking about some thing? Pinizan, Hamsuk-san. It seems the only world I knew was a boring one. Yes. My eyes have been opened wide today. Monsters capable of destroying the world are all over the place. Throw a stone and you'll hit one. If you think of it that way, it is not really surprising. Hamsuk, this change is it good, I wonder. What do you think of this orb? Oh ho. Those who possess intellect undergo change every day. What splendid words. Ainz, now then, I have observed your exploits from the rear. I am content with the result. Albedo, thank you. Although there were a few unsightly moments, we will strive to show a more perfect display next time. Ainz, Tomu. I look forward to that day. Then, Demiurge. Demiurge, yes, Insama. This is the herb. Ainz, good. With this, the guild's request is complete. Now then. How should I go about this? DCDASS. 170. Scene 5. Oriental Adventurer Guild Office. The sound of the door opening can be heard. Ainz Ooal, Mom and Kun. Have you really made up your mind about forming an adventurer team? Satoru, I see. He thinks I haven't left yet. Mommin, no, Guild Master Ainz, that is. Ainz, to tell the truth, we have handpicked excellent teams of adventure. ERS. Of course, it wasn't because we thought it was impossible for you, but so that we can back you up immediately when support is required. Also, this is obvious, but the guild will pay for the adventurer team's rewards, so you needn't worry about. Ainz's rate of talking slows down and becomes more professional. No, ahem. You need not worry about it. So in regards to that, Mommin, no, please hold on a second, Guildmaster. Ainz, what is it, Mommin-kun? Mommin, actually, I have already procured the herb. Ainz, no, even with your superhuman abilities, we have predicted it will be quite difficult. So we decided to pick out about 3 teams this time. Consisting of Mithril, Platinum, what did you say just now? Overlord, August 2019 Anthology. 171 MOMON. Like I said, I have already procured the herb. Ainz, but it's been only 3 days, 1 day for harvesting. You mean the round trip only took 2 days? Mommin, well, that would be the case. Then please come near the requested item. Ainz, no. It's been only 3 days. Just the one way in a straight line would have taken at least 3 days. Mommin, well, I was in a hurry. Ainz, you were in a hurry? Then, well, let's leave it at that. In a quiet voice, as expected of Mommin say no, I mean, Mommin-kun. Suppressing quiet sobs, truly a strength worthy of the adamantite plate, the proof of a moss. Adventurer. Mommin, I am returning to Nape, so I will have no problem if you pay all of the reward later. Ainz, thank you for your hard work. Mommin, then, excuse me. The sounds of Mommin's footsteps followed by a door opening and closing are heard. Ainz, muffled by the walls, this is nightly way I neared. Satoru, even if you will say that, sigh, in the end, never all, nor this side, they took neither of the baits. The ones who mind-controlled Shalltear. It seems I need to lay different bait next time. DCDASS 1723.2 DCD2 TDHS S. Date January 14th, 2014. Source Volume 6 Limited Edition. Translation SIFAV6 Skithwood Raw Golem. Editing Tainted Dreams Pharaoh Raw Golem JCQC. Timing JCQC. Post-release script Ziggy. Scene 1. The metallic noise of coins being handled in large quantities can be heard. Satoru. Not enough. Hey. There isn't enough money. First, this is the additional funding for Sebas. Next is costs for the restoration of the lizard men village that Cocytus requested, as well as the necessary white tools. No. Because they directly asked for materials, I can use my connections and get them a bit cheaper. About this much should do. Perhaps it's best for me to IND a merchant and get the sponsorship. Because we're one of the only 3 Adaman type rank adventuring teams within the kingdom, merchants will dynamically ask for my service. But I can't leave the impression that I am someone who will do anything for money. MMHM, that won't do, since the fame of the adventurer Mammon will eventually be inherited by Ainz Ooal Gown. I have to be wary of how others see me. But I don't have enough money. As I thought, it is completely unnecessary to stay at a hotel like this. A small thud is heard from a is hitting a table with coins on it. Satoru, to begin with, why am I staying in the most extravagant room of the most expensive hotel in Erental, the Golden Pavilion? The soft bed in Extrav. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 173 AGANT food are useless to me. Why is there a need for me to be staying at such a hotel? Another small thud and movement of coins is heard. Satoru, sigh, it is necessary why an adamantite adventurer can't live on the streets. Now I can only understand why those business executives in charge of clients are required to wear expensive watches. As I thought, the standard of living is an important factor for determining the status of a person. An adamantium advent Turo needs to dress the part and stay in a room biting his bearings, right? If I am important to the Adventurers Guild, will they sponsor my stay in the hotel? They will probably foot the bill if I ask. But I don't want to owe the Adventurer ERS Guild a favor for such a matter. They will collect the favor on something important. Stressful. Fist coins noise. Satoru, in short, not enough money. Should I keep taking on requests? But if I take on too many, then the other adventurers will resent me. Let me check how much money I have left. Speaking of money, what should I do about the Guardian's salaries? Although everyone says there is no greater joy than serving a supreme being, and it is improper to accept remunerations, I should compensate them for their work properly after all. If I consider the Guardians as department heads of a listed company, then they would need at least 15 million yen annually. Shalltear, Cocytus, Aura, Mare, Demiurge, Albedo would need a bit more, right? So multiply by 6 and Impossible. There is no way I can raise that much money. That's it. I can simply make my own current Y. The coins that I create can be worth 100,000 yen. What can they do with these coins? Everything in Nazarick is free. I don't want to start charging for the facilities that were free all this while. Right. I'll just ask the Guardians what they would like to have. Phew. I have been talking to myself a lot recently. It is dynamically because I am alone all this while. No offense to the NPCs in Nazarick. In order to play the role of the Ainz Ooal Gown they worship, the leader of the 41 supreme beings, I have been suppressing my personal igwai of Suzuki Satoru. That is the real reason. Soft knocking is heard. DCDASS 174 Satoru. That should be Nape returning. Ainz, what is the matter? Nape, enter. Narberl, yes. Mammon say, San. Ainz, you address me this way so often it is becoming a habit. When I remind you will not mind it for a period of time, so that is better than before. It is INE. No need to lower your head. I am not angry anymore and have given up on Yikes. So, what do you want to report? Narberl, yes. Mammon say, San commanded the lowly merchants to gather iron ore and they have finished their given task. Satoru, speaking unnaturally fast. No, what? Nabe-san. That is not a command. I only requested them to do business with me. And those merchants are not lowly, and I don't think I have a higher status than them. The sound of idling with coins is heard. Ainz, is that so? Then complete the transaction. If it is money, I have plenty. This much should be enough. The sound of a bag with coins being thrown is heard. Narberl, understood. The sound of footsteps is heard. Narberl, may I ask what your intentions are? Ainz, the reason why I am buying iron ore from the mines of various regions? Narberl, yes. Ainz, it's meant to be thrown inside the exchange box. Whether the origin of the iron ore will affect the monetary yield, I want to IND out about this. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 175 Satoru, Exchange box will not judge the shape, history Y, nor artistic value of items. Masonry Y will be Masonry Y. Any famous painting would just be paint and cloth. No matter how beautiful a statue thrown inside the exchange box may be, the monetary Y yield will be the same as unprocessed stone. But what about items? With different purity Y and quality Y? This is the reason why I am buying iron ore from different places. Hence, as you already know, Nabe. Throwing wheat flour in will also yield money. Satoru, but even throwing a wagon full of wheat flour in won't yield much, so we have to use mass production. The undead and golems could cultivate fast wheat plantations. When that happens, a lot of problems could be solved. Nargirl, understood. I will proceed with the purchase right away. Ainz, good, but be careful. Just like Shalltear, you have the danger of being targeted by the enemy as well. If anything happens, you know what to do. Nargirl, yes. In case of emergencies, use the Shadow Demon as a shield. PRI. Prioritize my own safety and retreat. I will teleport to the fake Nazarick created by Orosama to feed the enemy with false information. Ainz, yes, very good. Anyway, safety first. Avoid roads with sparse pedestrians that are easy to attack. Even if humans bother you or talk to you, do not beat them up. Crushing the hands of a thief is bad too. Try not to do that. And don't ever address humans as insects, because we are the adventurers of the highest level, Mammon and Nabe. Nargirl, I understand. Ainz, good. You may leave. Nargirl, I will return soon. Satoru, buying iron ore. The more dire my finances, the more expenditure I have. I can't give up too. DCDASS 176 directed by author Mare Bello Overlord, Legend of the Dark Hero. Scene 2. The footsteps of two women can be heard. Andre, oh. You seem tired, young Master Torkel. Torkel, Andre, we only made it to the rental. What do we do next? Andre, well, let's see. Let's check into an hotel first. After that, we will visit the Adventurers Guild to put up our request. The hotel is this way. Torkel, hey, Andre, shouldn't there be plenty of hotels in such a large city? Andre, yes, that's right. Unlike Fogenheim territory, there are many hotels around here. Torkel, different from my family territory. Aren't you saying a bit too much? Andre, is that so? It is already considered good to have a hotel within the territory. If one's territory possesses an acceptable hotel, that alone would be amazing. Torkel, forget it. In that case, if there are this many hotels within a city, why is Andre advancing forward without any hesitation? Andre, what do you mean? Torkel, I mean the hotels are not all in one place. Why are you speaking as if? Overlord August 2019 Anthology 177 while you have already decided which one to go to? Andre, ahaha. So that's what you mean. We already decided on a hotel. It is the hotel the old master patronized in the past. Torkel, oh, my dear father. Is that the best hotel within the city? The pair stopped walking. Andre, no. That, ha ha ha. Torkel, what is so funny? Andre, sorry. I didn't know you would think this way. The best hotel in rental would be the Golden Pavilion. The rent for one night is enough to make your eyes pop out. It is too expensive for us. We can't stay there. Unfortunately. It is on a different level from the hotel in our territory. Torkel, is that so? The scale in the city is totally different. Andre, only a very small minority can stay in such a hotel. If we ignore all our plans, we can probably stay for a night. Want to try it out? Torkel, don't be foolish. The money in our hands is provided by the citizens of Fogenheim, died with their blood and tears. If we have any left over, we have to give it back to the citizens. We don't have any money to splurge. Andre, that's my young master. That's how the next Earl of Fogenheim should think. Your humble servant Andre will repay the kindness of the old master. Torkel, it's I need to say I will bet my life on it. They start walking again. Andre, sorry young master, I have no intention of risking my life. Or rather, you won't run into a situation that requires the risking of life if you listen to what I say. I only got married and my child was just born. Why do I have to? DCDASS 178 follow you for your coming of age ceremony? Torkel, isn't it because my father's coming of age ceremony gave you the chance to prove yourself? I heard the stories since I was young, how you protected him and fought when my father was in danger, one man against thou. Sand. It might be my family tradition, but I find it strange to fight a monster and win before inheriting the family. But the importance of a battle with a risk of death, the necessity of combat experience, this tradition continued in order for me to learn all this. This is the tradition I have to abide by. Andre, and now it is young master's turn. If I knew, I would have kept a low profile during old master's coming of age ritual. Torkel, if that had been so, you would not be working for my family now. My father would not have advised you and you probably would not have met your wife. Andre, oh, that would be troubling. I'm glad I worked so hard back then. Ha ha ha. I have no choice but to do my job properly then. Torkel, please do it seriously to relieve my stress. Andre, relax your shoulders, it will be INE. Just hire an adventurer properly. And avoid fighting dangerous monsters. Torkel, even so, everyone in my family has returned safely after participating in their coming-of-age ritual. Andre, no problem. Erental was chosen because the best adventurers are gathered here. We will hire excellent adventurers in the place we are going to won't have ferocious monsters. Torkel, all right, let's go. They resume walking. Andre, by the way, the golden pavilion we were talking about is right there. Young Master. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 179 Torkel, oh. That is so extravagant. The sound of a door opening is heard. Torkel, oh. That lady is. Nape, well then, I have to work properly to meet Insamus' expectation. Torkel, she is so beautiful. Like the beauty of a billion gemstones. Andre, yeah, such a beauty. As expected of your rental for beauties like this to live here. Torkel, she is probably a noble. The rental for this hotel is absurdly high. Andre, you are right about the rental, but from the way she is dressed, she might be a traveler or an adventurer. Torkel, she being an adventurer is impossible. To compare that beautiful lady to an adventurer, there aren't any comparisons as incompatible as that. Look at her elegant movements, straight posture, and her still head. She must undoubtedly be a lady who has learned the etiquettes of aristocrats. Andre, no, young master. There are excellent female warriors amongst adventurers as well, with straight postures. Torkel, but she is so pretty. So cute, and lovely haha. Andre, he is not listening to me. Torkel, cute. What a beauty she is. Andre, anyway, it is about time to go. The hotel security are looking at us with suspicion. Torkel, I have decided. I will make her my wife. Andre, hey. DCDASS. 180. Torkel, what is so surprising, Andre? Andre, ERM, young master. Deciding your marriage partner based only on looks is a bit. Torkel, Andre, can't you understand? The gentleness overflowing from that lady. Andre, overflowing. Basically, I can only see her back. Also, the bit of proil I saw seemed rather cold and uncaring to me. Torkel, even a man as experienced as Andre couldn't tell. Great beauty. Might appear callous sometimes. Even though she has a cold personality, she will be shy and lovely-dovely towards the man she loves. Andre, where did you learn all that? Anyway, we didn't come to Erental to IND you a wife. Torkel, I know that. Oh no, she is almost out of sight. Let's run. Andre. Torkel runs off. Andre, hey young master. What a troublesome matter, hunting monsters. With a love rookie. My wife, please pray for my safe return. As a bell sounds, Torkel can be heard panting and running. Torkel, ERM, I beg your pardon. Beautiful lady. Please wait. Sorry. Hey. Beautiful lady over there. Please stop. Torkel stops as Nape turns. Nape, this should be the first time we met. How can I help you? You seem to have been calling out towards my direction all this while. Torkel, oh, so beautiful. Nape, do you need something? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 181 Torkel, my apologies, beautiful lady. I am Torkel Carindale Fochen. It would be my honor if you can call me Torkel. I wish to speak to you about something, if it is convenient. Can we go to that show? Nape, allow me to refuse. Can you say it here? Torkel, about that. Nape, TCH. Is that all? I have places to be. Nape begins to walk off. Torkel, oh no, please wait a bit. Nape stops walking. Nape, well then, please make it quick. Torkel, I have to stay calm. Deep breath. Torkel takes several deep breaths. Torkel, okay. My name is Torkel Carindale Fochenheim. Nape, I already heard that, so what is it? Torkel, yes. Please marry me. Andre, he said it, stupid. A proposal right from the start. Andre, objectively speaking, the young master isn't bad, his face resembles his mother. 10 out of 10 people will think of him as handsome. In any case, he is the proper noble. He might be covered in dust from his travels. Uledin. Nape, please allow me to reject. Is that all? Well then, farewell. In the silence of the street, a faint breeze can be heard. DCDASS. 182 ANDRE. Well, you got dumped. Well. Looks like there is no choice but to give up. Torkel, how can I give up? Help me, Andre. This is Myers' love. Andre, it is INE. There is a jinx stating that the year's love will never bear fruit. That's why. All right, let's go. Torkel, why? Why did she reject me? Did she perhaps think I was joking? My goddess. Andre, sorry, but can you seriously not close yourself off into your own world? Torkel, that's right. I don't even know her name. I have to ask her right now. Torkel starts to run off. Andre, Wait, seriously, hold up. The sound of struggling can be heard. Torkel, why are you stopping me, Andre? Andre, ugh. Even if you got hold of her, you will get the same emotionless reply. Instead, for such a beauty, there should be people who know her name. Let's ask them what kind of person is she. As they say, know your enemy and yourself, and win 100 battles. Torkel, oh. As expected of Andre. Brilliant. I have never been more grateful about hiring you than today. Andre, to receive your sincere thanks for something like this makes me a little unhappy. Anyway, allow me to thank you for your compliment. Andre, sigh, so this is the kind of person young master is? Torkel, please tell me about that lady later. Thanks, bye. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 183 ANDRE, where are you going young master? Torkel, I am going to follow her. Andre, you might be thought of, or rather, you are already a pervert. Torkel, nonsense. This is love. If she gets into danger, I will rescue her. DRE, you will follow your wife when she goes out shopping, right? Andre, I don't. And explaining your actions with love is totally perverted. Please think about the status of your family. Torkel, love will change a person. Also, she smelled so nice. Torkel sniffs the air. Torkel, the fragrance is so dazzling. Andre, no matter how I look at it, you are a pervert. Please spare me from this. Torkel, those elegant movements, her standing pose, and pretty face. Ah, how beautiful. Ah, Andre, you are losing just a bit of your control, right? Young master. Scene 3. Sometime later, the sound of a door is heard opening. DCDASS. 184 Torkel, so, have you learned something about that lady, Andre? Andre, yes, to a certain extent. Torkel runs up to Andre. Torkel, is that so? Then tell me quick. Immediately, now. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Andre, well, please don't grab my collar so tightly. I just came back, let me put down my things first. Torkel, I don't have the time for that. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Andre, promise me this first, don't dash out of the hotel suddenly. If we are going to trouble others, or if I think it is troubling, we will withdraw. All right? Torkel, of course, I promise. Andre, will this really be INE? The sound of a chair being pulled out is heard. Andre, please have a seat and calm down, young master. The tea will sit down. Andre, the lady we met earlier is a famous figure. She works as an adventurer, and has the nickname Beautiful Princess. Her real name seemed to be Nabe. Torkel, Nabe, San. A pretty name that suits her. Andre, with no enthusiasm, yes, okay. Torkel, oh. I see. Since Nabe San is an adventurer, how about hiring her? In our adventure, we can gradually close our distance as man and woman. This is just like the song sung by bards. Yes. I will get injured while protecting Nabe San from the attack of a giant monster. And Nabe San will realize her feelings for me because of that. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 185 ANDRE, no chance, there is no chance of that. Torkel, why? Andre, Nabe San is a member of the Adamantite Adventurer Team Dark Ness. There are only 2 members in the team, so she must be really powerful. Hiring Adamantite adventurers will cost us our entire fortune. The money to slowly hire adventurers in Near Rental to defeat monsters of adequate strength. It will all be gone. Torkel, just 2? Andre, under his breath, what a headache. To focus on this point. Torkel, 2 people? Nabe San's partner is the woman, right? Team Blue Rose I heard about is an all-female team. Andre, no. It's a man, the man known as the Black Hero, Mammon. Torkel, what? Oh no. Nabe San being together with the man. Dangerous. No. Could it be, her petals had already been forcefully scattered? Torkel begins to sob, hitting the table. Andre, in a serious whisper, young master, keep your voice down. This might be a private room, but what you just said is dangerous. Even if you are joking, please avoid such topics. Torkel, what is the matter, Andre? Why are you making such a scary face? Dangerous speech? Andre, uttering such baseless slanders against adamantite adventurers is very scary. Other adventurers won't act too kindly towards people who slin servitors at the peak of their industry. Also, their reputation in the city is formidable. They say there is no need to fear monsters as long as they are here. Torkel, that's amazing. By the way, what is this Mammon's character like? DCDASS. 186 ANDRE, he seemed to be wearing black full-plate armor, a powerful warrior who dual-wields large swords. He can complete any quest perfectly with a Ainz speed. He rides a powerful monster that will make anyone cower in fear on sight. He has a gentle personality and is kind. Some people witnessed him carrying kids and playing with them. When mothers carrying babies fell down, he will help them compassionately. To make it clear, he is the absolute definition of a hero. Torkel, A&D. What is his relationship with Nabe San? Andre, this still isn't clear. Some say they are in a relationship between man and woman. Some say they are like master and servant. Some heard her add, dress him as Mom and Sama. But no matter what their relationship might be, Napesan follows Mom and San blindly and faithfully. Torkel, is that so? Torkel rises from his seat. Torkel, no. Even if that is true, I can't run away without confirming if they are lovers. If I run away without doing anything here, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Sometimes, you have to go for it even if you know you will lose. Andre, frankly speaking, I don't want to cheer for you, but that thinking is probably correct. Torkel, we can hire them if we use all our money? Andre, that is possible. The sound of a bag of coins being tossed onto the table is heard. Andre, you want to hire them? Like you said, these funds are dyed with the blood and sweat of the citizens. Torkel, even so, Andre. I understand, young master. It should be very safe for adamantite. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 187 Adventurers to protect us. Torkel, A.N. D.R.E. Andre, also, we will get to witness the strength of the highest tier of adventurer. E.R.S. This will be a good experience if you want to be a lord. Doing him a favor will dynamically help your rule in the future, and it will be money well spent. We will submit the request to the Adventurers Guild tomorrow. In exchange, we won't be able to splurge any money in your rental from now on. Scene 4. In Nazarick's 6th floor, the sounds of wildlife can be heard. Shalltear, really, such a rare sight. Ainz Ooal. All the lower guardians convening together for a meeting. Mare, but Victim San is not here. Shalltear, Mare. If you want to say so, then Gargantua is also. Demiurge, sorry Shalltear, we don't have much time. So Albedo, why have you summoned even Aura and myself back to Nazrick? What was the reason for this? Aura, that's right. I had to set the important task assigned to me by Ainz. Sama aside and rushed back. What is the matter? Albedo steps can be heard. DCDASS. 188 Albedo, I received orders from Sama, so I gathered everyone in order to hear your thoughts. Every young present stands at attention. Shalltear, from Sama. Demiurge, orders. Cocytus, from. They. 1. We. All. Respect. Mare, to hear our thoughts. Aura, why didn't you say that earlier? Excited hopping can be heard. Aura, and? What is it all about? Albedo, I will now relay Sam's message, mimicking his tone. There is a plan to implement salaries according to everyone's duties. Provide a list of items that you wish to purchase using these salaries. That's what he said. Demiurge, things like salary. To us who take joy in serving the supreme beings, to be asking for rewards is unthinkable. Shalltear, or rather, allowing us to serve is the reward itself. We can't ask for more on top of that. Ainz Ooal. Cocytus, yes. That island. Right. Mare, why? Yes, that's right. I think so too. Aura, like what my brother said. Albedo, yes. It seems like all members of the Guardians have the same opinion. I also agree as well. But the words of Insama is absolute. So what we think doesn't matter. Everyone has to give their suggestion. So everyone is. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 189 THERE anything you desire. Aura, there's nothing that I really want. Demiurge, nothing. Shalltear, nothing at all. Ainz Ooal. Cocytus, none. Mare, I don't think so. Albedo, if that is so, isn't this discussion over? Insama commanded us to name the items that we wish to purchase. Please think of this as your duty. Aura, if that is so, how about you suggest something, Albedo? Albedo, okay, how about clothes? Shalltear, I have lots of clothes Sama prepared for me, so there is no need. Dress, nurse uniform, maid uniform, bunny girl, sailor uniform, leotard, school swimwear, gymnast, school blazer, ERM, and some ears and tails. Albedo, how enviable. I only have this white dress and several OT her sets of the same design. But I do have lots of different undergarments. Aura, Albedo, you don't have much clothes. Do you want some of ours? They're enchanted with magic, so anyone can wear it. After that, there are some masked attires too. Demiurge, other than suits I have nothing else. I would prefer having some others too. Cocytus, I basically don't wear clothes. Aura, because Cocytus is nude. DCDASS. 190. Cocytus, PSSSHH. Give me a break. Aura, you are making me sound like a pervert. I don't like it. My exoskeleton takes the place of armor, so I don't wear clothes. Aura, so you are the type that says my skin is my armor. And refuse to wear clothes, right? Cocytus, no, please. Don't make it sound like an exhibitionist's excuse. Albedo claps her hands. Albedo, great. Clothing is a good suggestion, but are there clothes in the world outside that can satisfy us? Aura, let the people working outside do the investigations. For the female clothings, let Solution, Nape, and Lupus Regina, who visit the village often do it. Demiurge, then for men's clothing, we can ask Insama for it. Mare, ERM. I think it's also a good idea to ask Sebas Tian. Albedo, understood. Let's move on to the next item. Is there anything else you would like to have? Shalltear, how about humans to be used as toys? Humans we can eat and torture. Albedo, I see. A neat proposal. Demiurge, indeed, some of our comrades wished for that. Jack Moore, Nero, Nist and others, they want to feed them to their familiars too. Albedo, then we will ask for that as well. Is there anything else? Aura, me. I want Rorora. Demiurge, what is Rorora? Aura? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 191 Cocytus, rejected. Aura, play? Why? Cocytus, that island. A pet of they lizardmen under my charge. I won't allow others to freely take their property, even if this island decided here. I won't accept it. A&D petition to Insama to overturn it. Aura, ugh. Mare, sister. Taking other people's pet without their permission is unacceptable. Aura, then give me the Roro's children. I want to raise it in the pond in the 6th level. Cocytus, I will try asking for it, but you can't take them forcefully. Maybe they lizardmen want to use hydras as their combat forces. Aura, okay. I won't take them without permission. Mare, anything else? Cocytus, I am interested. Ion weapons. A&D armor. But they will probably be weaker weapons than what I own. How frustrating. Aura, but some of the weapons Insama brought back couldn't be made inside Nazarick. Albedo, like the stiletto of that clem-something woman. Demiurge, instead of saying it couldn't be made, we should say the necessary data crystal doesn't exist inside Nazarick. That would be the more correct way to phrase it. Albedo, Cocytus, you want such weapons? Cocytus, yes, I want to add them to my collection. Additionally, there. DCDASS 192ARE also. Those who want to upgrade the equipment of their subordinates. Albedo, I see. The saying that the spirits of the warriors are attracted to weapons, is this something unique only to men? I personally IND it a bit perplexing. Is it the same as how women feel towards gems? I get it. I will add weapons and armors into the wish list. Anything else? Shalltear, coupon to sleep together with Insama. Ever young gulps. Albedo, th. That is without a doubt something many people crave. 4. Cocytus, indeed. But island. This something we can put a price on. Insama will also be troubled over putting a price on sleeping with him. Right. Aura, even so, if we came up with the price by ourselves, it will be rude to Insama. Demiurge, well then, how about everyone suggest a price in the form of an auction as reference? Albedo, which means the price will be inflated. But if the price is too high, we won't be able to afford it, right? Wouldn't keeping the price low be better? Mare, keeping the price low. Th. That is disrespectful to Insama. Aura, calm down Mare, keeping the price low is just an example. Demiurge, don't worry Mare, I have already thought about that. To avoid that from happening, let's give the highest bidder an additional right, this way. It will result in fiercer competition. Cocytus, what do you mean? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 193 Demiurge, it means the right to specify the details to Insama. Like sleep. Being with Insama, to what degree does it count as having slept together? Ev. Irani's opinion differs. Shalltear, he has to pat my head to qualify as sleeping together. Ainz Ooal. Albedo, in a sinister voice, no. To do some thing that Aura and Mare don't know about, that constitute as sleeping together. Sleeping together this phrase, it has such an alluring feel to it. Shalltear, if that is allowed. Cocytus, no, Albedos. Suggestion. Island. Totally. Out. Demiurge, because we know that there will be a difference in opinions, we need to decide what is the minimum standard of sleeping together. Then based on that, we will let Insama decide if he is willing to provide this service. This means the current objective is for the highest bidder to win the right to determine the example of sleeping together. This example, a one-of-a-kind product that will never be experienced again. I think it will be a reward worth 120 HOW about it. Everyone gulps, again. Mare, ERM, in that case, how about everyone take a piece of paper, write the amount on it, and reveal it together? Demiurge, I think that will work. We will try it twice first. And of course, the amount in the second bid has to be higher than the first. Is everyone okay with that? Then whiteboard and pen, let's prepare something that we can write on. DCDASS 194SCNE5. In here rental. Ainz, I heard the client is a noble. Is it that young man? The one beside him. Should be his personal guard, but why is this client looking at me with so much hatred even though this is the first time we have met? Narbarl, how unpleasant. Shall I dispose of him? Ainz, I've said this plenty of times before. Suppress your emotions. And your thinking of killers talk later is disgraceful. Listen carefully, there are situations where you can't make use of them if you kill them. So when you want to kill someone, think it through carefully before you act. Causing an entire plan needing to be changed due to a momentary act of impulse, this kind of thing must never be allowed to happen. Narbarl, such deep and insightful thinking, as expected of Ainz. No, Maman. S.A. San. Ainz, not Sama, it is San. Narbarl, Maman San. Ainz, good. There is one more thing that is bothering me, Nabe. Why is the client looking at you with sparkling eyes? Did something happen? Narbarl, that man stalked me yesterday. He was stalking you? Could it be? Did someone related to Shalltear's brain washing Italy as how up? We will need to be on our guard. But I don't understand why he is being hostile towards me. Be careful. Narbarl, understood. Narbarl readies herself, her weapon at the ready. Ainz, no. Nabe, please keep your unpleasant manners in check. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 195 Torkel, the two of you seem to have a close relationship. Satoru, ha. Even if you hold hostility towards me, can't you at least greet me? Normally, the face of the warrior beside him is cramping up. Maman, because we are a team. This much is normal. We are here because we were requested by name. I am an adamantite adventurer Maman, this is Nabe. Pleased to meet you. Andre, oh, as expected of the etiquette of an adamantite adventurer, thank you for accepting our commission. I am Andre, and this is Torkel Karen Dale Fogenheim. At your service. Maman, I already heard the content of the request from the guild. Please allow me to Conirm again, Lord Fogenheim. Torkel, I have not inherited the title officially. Do not address me as Lord. Maman, my apologies. So how may I address you? Torkel, just Fogenheim will do. Maman, got it. Then Fogenheim-san is hiring us to act as an escort, correct? I am Conident in performing escort duties, but we are merely a warrior and magic caster duo, so we won't be able to cover all the angles. Would that be any? Torkel, HOH. Even adamantite adventurers have things they can't do. Andre, young master. Restrain yourself. If you show this kind of attitude, you will diminish your worth as a person. Torkel, ERM, sorry. Maman, please don't worry about it. The sound trembling anger can be heard. DCDASS 196 Narbarl, that maggot. I will kill him. Ainz, no. Nabe. Narbarl, but Andre, we understand Maman-san's worries about moving discreetly. I will take care of that part. I had training as a ranger before. Maman, I see. So Fogenheim-san needs to hunt a monster because of his family tradition. So what kind of monster are you looking for? Andre, preferably a monster that's humanoid in appearance. To be honest, the tradition is designed so by killing monsters that look similar to humans, it will ease any mental trauma if he has to kill in the future. Maman, so goblins would be suitable? Andre, things like that would be quite good. If it is goblins, we actually have a plan in mind. Maman, ho. Andre, we were searching for information about goblins for the hunt. I heard that Maman-san chased away a group of goblins before. Maman, the bunch that appeared from the southern forest. We did defeat them, not by me, but by Nabe. Torkel, oh. As expected. Nabe-san. Satoru, is this fellow really related to the ones that brainwashed Shalltear? How should I put this? He seems rather childish. Nabe, Maman S.A. San. That was nothing great. Torkel, no, you are too humble. Nabe-san must be Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 197 NAB, Maman-sama is stronger than me. Torkel, hi. Is that so? Satoru, this is? He's just infatuated with Nabe. The same pattern as the love struck fools we had met before. Andre, is that so? But, you didn't kill off the entire group of goblins, right? Satoru, Could it be that this warrior San wants to stop his love struck young master from running amok? Mammon, yes, you are right, she didn't wipe them all out. Andre, Could it be that Mammon San wants to clear away this awkward atmosphere? I have to follow his lead. Andre, according to our discussion, the two of you should be around here on the map when you met the goblins. Mammon, yes, that's the place. So how are we traveling there? By foot? Andre, no, I intend to rent horses. Mammon, a splendid idea. 4 horses, we've already prepared our own. Satoru, I only have the chance to show off the result of my riding training I did secretly. A distance away from me, Andre and Torkel. Neverl, is this arrangement any? How about riding Hamsuk? Ainz, Hamsuk. No, have him stay in Nazarick. Since we made armor for Hamsuk, let's give him time to equip and test it out. Narberl, yes. By your will. DCDASS. 198MOMON. Well then, Fojenheim San, when are we setting off? Scene 6. Demiurge, whiteboard and pen. We have them. Albedo, before writing, there is one matter I wish to inform everybody about. That is, our assigned annual salary is 15 million. Shalltear, Era, Albedo. Is this a proposal asking us not to suggest too high an amount? Albedo, you are being rude. I only wish for the price of sleeping coupons with Insama to be affordable for more people. If he knows many of us wish for such a product, Insama would deniably acknowledge it. I do not mean to demean the value of Insama. Off to the side, Demiurge and Cocytus talk amongst themselves in low voices. Demiurge, incredible. Albedo. Cocytus, how? So. Demiurge, the method is quite incredible. As expected, she is the overseer of the Guardians. Preparing an insurance whilst at the same time I'm proving her own position. Cocytus, could it be that her objective is to denounce someone? If that person were to suggest a higher amount? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 199 Demiurge, it is absolutely like that. Furthermore, she possesses a trump card, which she has not shown to anyone yet. Cocytus, there's also a trump card. Demiurge, yes, we are guardians while she is the overseer of the guardians. Will our annual salary be the same? Cocytus, does that mean before this phase has even started, there will be a difference? Ion funding. Demiurge, 15 million will be the limit between victory and defeat. Albedo. Who has more chips has the higher chance of winning? Albedo, any. Demiurge, private conversations are prohibited. Demiurge, please excuse us, we are not discussing about our salary. Albedo, is that so? Of course I trust you. Well then, let's begin. Sleep. Ing with Insama coupons, your round sudden death option. Well then. Everyone write urinal bit on your whiteboard. Furious whiteboard writing can be heard. Albedo, on the count of 3, we will show our bid. 1, 2, 3. The sound of whiteboards hitting a table can be heard. Everyone gasps. Aura, wait a minute. Demiurge, this is. In an intrigued whisper of approval, things are getting interesting. Shalltear, you are overdoing it, Mare Ainz Ooal. 100 million. ERM. Just to come near, Mare. In a motherly and soft tone, is that the correct amount? Don't you mean 10 million? DCDASS. 200. Mare, ERM. I mean 100 million. To sleep together with Insama. This price should be reasonable. Aura, is that so? Okay. I understand, Mare. Big Sis will cheer you on. Mare. Oh. Yes. Shalltear, no way. What an unexpectedly strong rival Arinska. Demiurge, under his breath, this is getting really interesting. Aura, by the way, Mare, what is the reason for setting this amount? Mare, because it is sleeping with Insama, so it should be about this much. That's it, Big Sis. Shalltear, sigh, so that's how it is, Arinska. Albedo, what a relief. I was afraid that Mare might say he prefer men, and wants to sleep with him even if it costs $100 million. What would I do then? Aura, if Insama asks for you, you have to submit to his request, even if it is Mare. Somewhat away from the others. Demiurge, to think that Mare destroyed the scheme behind the auction so easily. This is really troubling. Cocytus, why? Island. It. Because Mare's fetish. Island. Now. Known? Or did you realize that your love for Mare won't ever reach him? Demiurge, no. And Cocytus, your taste in jokes is terrible. Cocytus, homosexuality exists. I am this world, ag. Horrid gasp. But in Samus' descendants will. My hopes of serving a young master. Overlord, August 2019 Anthology. 201 WILL. Demiurge, alright, I don't know why you are taking it so far. Listen. The overwhelming bid wasn't made by Albedo or Shalltear, but by Mare. This will bring a lot of trouble for future developments. Cocytus, Demiurge, Albedo and Shalltear was hoping to keep the bid low for the first round, and bidding an amount they could afford in the second round. Cocytus, indeed. Albedo. Bid. 500, Shalltear. 350. Demiurge, but their plan was wrecked by Mare. They must be thinking 100 million is over 6 years worth of their salary. If they don't go for it now, there won't be a next time. Cocytus, which means Demiurge, this means for the next sudden death auction, the two of them won't care about anything and make incredibly high bids. After this, all the items related to Ainz Ooal will lobby drastically. They won't even consider the limit of the annual salary of 15 million. Cocytus. After several moments, Cocytus makes a steam-like gasp or realization. I see. Interesting. Just like warriors reading an opponent and making counter moves. Demiurge, why are you so excited and making such weird breathing noise? Cocytus. Cocytus, the lowest bid of the next sudden death option would be 100 million. But if we can request Insama to do something for us, this might be an inadequate price. Demiurge, well, putting it like that, it's not wrong. But dueling by throwing in money isn't pretty at all. DCDASS. 202 sound of several soft claps to get attention are heard. Albedo, well then, it is about time to make our second bid. Everyone, right. Your bid on your whiteboard. The sound of your whiteboard marker squeaking is heard. Albedo, the second sudden death option will now begin. Everyone. 1, 2, 3. The sound of whiteboards hitting a table are heard in unison. Scene 7. Nape, statue of animal, war horse. The sound of a magic is heard followed by a horse's neighing and the movement of its hooves. Mammon, Nape, I will sit in the front, you sit behind me. Come, get up. Nape, understood. Satoru, am I able to properly ride a horse? This is a golem summoned by magic. So it is easier to ride than a normal horse, however I am not that Coney Dent. I can't lose face in front of the client who asked for me by name. But I am an adamantite adventurer, I have to do this. Ainz, a small breath. Nape. I have confirmation. This young man isn't hiding anything. His death stare when I am riding a horse with you shows that he is. Overlord, August 2019 Anthology. 203 JUST, an ordinary man infatuated with you. But such an incident. How many times has this happened? Narberl, feebly, this is the 4th time. Ainz, forget it, this is much better than being challenged to a fight while they yell give Nape's hand back her freedom. That one guy hurt his hand after hitting me. If it was Sebas, he will be able to break through my armor. But what happened to that guy after that? Narberl, he was convicted and sentenced to hard labor. Ainz, ha ha ha. I wasn't even hurt, so it shouldn't be that drastic. He was probably warned not to come near me again. Ha ha ha. Satoru, answer me. Did you do something? This is too scar. Why? I am afraid to ask. Narberl, but that maggot. He dared to look at Mammon San with such disrespectful eyes. How impudent. Can I punish him by tearing his arms off? During the mission? Ainz, it is useless to get worked up over the actions of a child. Narberl, since Mammon San says that, I have no objections. Ainz, if there is something you want to say, then say it. No. I command you to speak, Narberl. Narberl, well then, pardon my impudence, but since he is a child, we have to correct his mistake even if we have to whip him. Ainz, I see. Educating children should be something the teacher Yamaiko San is good at. What would she say? Narberl, Yamaiko-sama. Oh. One of the 41 supreme beings, the creator of Urine. DCDASS. 204 Satoru, it's easy to get through to them by using my past guildmates as the topic. But what they said, I forgot a lot of it. The things that I talked to Yamaiko about, even now are slipping away from my mind. There was a time when we talked about such private topics, but that was so long ago that I had forgotten quite a lot. Narberl, what is it? Mammon-san? Could it be that man is bothering you? I should give that man more punishment. Mammon, no. Nape, it is about time you remember this. We need to blend into human society and need to avoid making enemies out of humans. Narberl, my sincere apologies. Ainz, no. Sorry, my attitude was a bit harsh. But it had been some time. Since we mingled with the humans, Nape, your attitude should. The sound of a horse coming near. Andre, I will move ahead to lead the way. Young Master Torkel will be in the middle. Momin San's team will be the rear guard. Will this be Ine, Momin? San? Momin, yes, no problem. Some time later. Torkel, to ride a single horse and sticking so closely together. Andre. Is that Momin really on guard? Andre, young Master Torkel, this is a plain, as long as there are no shadows of lying monsters or monsters burrowing underground, it will be Ine. Torkel, but that man is so close to Nape San, I don't want to acknowledge that. Andre, young Master, do you really think that? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 205 Torkel, Andre, that man might be an adamantite adventurer, but he doesn't act haughty at all. In fact, he seems to be a great man who treats others well. Torkel, that is because we are the clients. And nobles on top of that. Andre, phew. The amount we are paying is the minimum for hiring adamant-type adventurers. Such a famous adventurer would have no wants for money, and only accepted because we asked for him by name. I can understand how you feel, but let's observe some more for now. However, if you use baseless personal attack on that man, it will lower your value. That's what I think. Torkel, Andre, but I am surprised for the young master to be so agitated. Torkel, I am surprised too, but when I see them riding together, I can't stand it at all. Andre, I see. How about talking to Nape San during the next break? Trav. Ealing together for some time would be good, but your hostile attitude against Momin San will only have an adverse effect. Torkel, Andre, I thought you were against this. Andre, I only said you didn't have a chance. I didn't say I won't help you. I know a lot of the young master's good points. But young master, this will probably not end well. Don't take it too hard because of this and affect your condition for the monster hunt later. Torkel, yes, I understand. Andre, do you really understand? I will take your word for it. Torkel, I swear in the name of Fogenheim. Andre, alright then. DCDASS. 206 THE sound of a horse neighing is heard. Andre from a distance, sorry Momin San, but it's about time to let the horses rest. Is that okay? Momin, shouting to Andre, yes, no worries. The journey still has a ways to go. It will be a problem if the horses become exhausted. Satoru, well, our horse is a golem so it doesn't need rest. Momin, shouting to Andre, if we travel at this pace, we will reach the village late by nightfall. If there are no goblins, it would be great if we can spend the night at the village. Scene 8. Albedo, the second sudden death auction will now commence. Everyone. 1, 2, 3. The sound of white bards being presented are heard. Shalltear, hey. Albedo. You idiot. Demiurge, even if it is for something related to the 41 supreme beings, this is too much. What happened to the 15 million annual salary you mentioned in the beginning? Are you ignoring that now? Cocytus, gurgled, gasping, 400. And 10 million. Shalltear, Albedo. To bid an amount equivalent to 28 years of your annual Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 207 salary, just what are you thinking? Albedo, impish laughter. Arish Shalltear, are you unwilling to admit your defeat? Demiurge, this is according to the rules, but there is a lot of problem with this. How about amending the rules slightly? Cocytus, yes. Aura, that would be great. Mare, why yes. Shalltear, it would be better that way. Ainz Ooal. Albedo, hold it. Then what about my bid? Demiurge, if I say IT is void, there will probably be a terrible battle later. We will treat it as Albedo winning the bid, okay? Albedo, her tones become softer and demure, yes. In that case I have no problem. Suppressed evil laughter. Demiurge, since Albedo has also agreed to it, let's change the rules. First, the maximum amount everyone has on hand is 15 million. Next, everyone has to propose 2 items they want from Insama, and randomly select from them later. In the case of the bidding amount being the same, the person who has yet to win any bid will have the priority. And of course, Albedo has already won one item. There won't be anyone objecting to this, right? Albedo, of course not. If I object, my sleeping coupon would be revoked. Right? Demiurge, thank you for your understanding. Everything else will be the same as the previous round. But let's avoid bidding with just 1 gold. Mare, in that case, would it be better to use 1,500 points to bid? DCDASS. 208 AURA, A good idea, easy to understand. Cocytus, indeed, this island. Simpler. Instead of a huge number. Demiurge, alright, 1,500 points will be the limit. We will bid by using points. By the way, how about getting a third party to host the auction? I want to IND. Someone from the Pleiades. Is that INE? A slight pause of silence. Demiurge, no one is objecting, so who should we call? Aura, Lupus Regina went off to Karn village. Mare, Narberal San is within Sama. Cocytus, solution. And Sebas. R. INA human. Country. Shalltear, there is Yuri, Shizu, and Entima, the three of them left. In that case, I think Yuri would be the most suitable. She is the deputy leader of the Pleiades to Aaron Sashi. Mare, I think, there is no problem. Cocytus, I am fine. With it. Too. Aura, I don't mind either. Or rather, I will recommend Yuri out of the three of them. Shalltear, then it's decided it will be Yuri Aaron soon. Excited giggle. Cocytus, why are you so excited? Shalltear? Mare, Shalltear, probably likes Yuri. Albedo, that's right Mare, it's because of her fetish. It's better to ignore it. Shalltear, that's not it. Yuri is just, and the most suitable out of the three of Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 209 THEM. Demiurge, Yuri Hui. Not bad. But if there are other people who are free, do bring them here. It is a heavy burden for Yuri to handle alone. Albedo, I understand, then Shalltear, come along with me. To witness that I didn't make any deal with Yuri privately. Shalltear, considering Yuri's personality, she won't make any deals and can be trusted. But by any, I will go. Mare, have a safe trip. The sound of heavy door opening and footsteps on stone is heard. Several moments later. Albedo, well then. Nah, Shalltear want to work together. Shalltear, work together? It's true that it isn't against the rules, but after you pulled that dirty trick, work together? Albedo, this is an official deal. Listen, if I bid 1,000 points for the item you want, what would you do? Shalltear, in that case, I will make a higher bid in the second round. Mocking laughter. Shalltear, what's so funny? Albedo, that is a foolish move. The correct answer would be to give up. Correct? Shalltear, why should I give up on something I want? Albedo, let's say for the second round. Assuming you win the bid with 1,100 points and is left with 400 points, I will still have 1,500 points left. You and I both proposed 2 items, so there would be 3 items left. I will then bid DCDASS 210. 500 for all 3. And as you can tell, I will win all 3 items since your points is less than 500. Shalltear, frustrated moan, what if I bid 1,001 points? Albedo, your remaining 499 points will still lose to my 500 points. Shalltear, but, doesn't this only apply in one-on-one situations? Albedo, that's right, but if you apply it correctly, it will work when there are few competitors. So how about working together? It will be exposed if you work alone, but if there are 2 of us, it will be dismissed as so that's how it works. To be honest, Demiurge will figure it out after the first round, but the other 3 will never see it coming. Shalltear, indeed, that appears to be so. Albedo, basically, you won't be high for something that is not proposed by you. You will only propose things you want for yourself. This is the key. They 2 of us can get 6 items. Shalltear, I see. I understand enough of what you are saying. But can I ask? Why pick me to make this deal Aaron show? Albedo, simple, I know what we want, or rather, we have similar interests. In a lewd voice, listen, Shalltear, do you know? Insama's bed is very big. Shalltear, you have been summoned to Insama's bed. Are you showing that off? Albedo, no. Calm down and listen. I might have a sleeping coupon in hand, but I still need to discuss with Insama on how to use it. But if I want to sleep on Insama's right side, wouldn't the left side be empty? In other words, the things we are proposing, why not share them together? That's what I want to discuss. That way, it will be more effective. In a seductive voice, how about it? Shalltear. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 211 AFT are several moments of contemplation, the sound of one hand gripping another. Irmly is heard echoing in the passageway. Albedo, in a sinister voice, we have a deal then. Scene 9. The sounds of horses are heard. Andre, I will watch over the resting horse. Go, young master. Torkel, ERM. Napesan. Can I have a moment? Ainz, in a whisper, since this is the request of the client, it is INE, so go. Nape, yes. By your will. Well, what can I do for you? The sounds of footsteps are heard. Torkel, ERM, if possible, can we talk over there? Nape, is it something you can say over here? Torkel, that is. Yes. Mommen, go, Nape. Nape, understood, then, where will we be conversing? Torkel, this way. ERM, a bit further ahead. DCDASS. 212 Torkel, okay. I am going to say it. Nape, how much further do we need to go? Torkel comes to a stop. Torkel, ERM. NA. Nape-san. I love you. Without a moment's delay. Nape, I hate you. The sound of wind fills the awkward silence. Nape, is that all? Torkel, please wait a moment, and nay. B-san, what kind of man do you like? Nape, I don't think it is necessary to answer you. But a weakling like you, is definitely not my type. Torkel, actually I am quite good with the sword. Nape, I am a magic caster, but I think your swordsmanship can't even match me. Torkel, as expected, you prefer someone powerful like Momon-san. Nape, Momon-san is different. How powerful he is doesn't matter, it is. Even if he is weak. Torkel, this is. Nape, yes. Momon-san is that important to me. He is absolute. Torkel, absolute. What? What if Momon-san orders you to marry me? Nape, if Momon-san gives the order, what I think doesn't matter. If Momon. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 213 SA and ask me to marry you, I will wed with you. Neverl, my body exists just for Momon-sama and the other supreme beings. Scene 10. Andre, young master, what happened? Torkel, Andre, can you give up everything you have for me? Andre, Are you okay? To give up everything? Please have mercy on me. I might be like this, but I like young master Torkel. I can risk my life to save you, it is even if I die. But when I think about my newborn child and my dear wife, I will reject that. Torkel, I thought so too, this is normal. Everyone has something they can't abandon. But Nape-san is different, she is willing to give up her happiness. For Momon-san. Andre, oh. So Nape-san is Momon-san's servant after all. Torkel, from what she said, that should be it. Andre, so that has been Conir med. But this is information related to adamantite adventurers. If we leaked it out unwittingly, we will be treated with hostility by the TWO of them. It will be safer to keep our mouth shut. The sound of a horse riding up swiftly and neighing is heard. Momon, Fojenheim-san, Andre-san. Pardon me for interrupting your con. DCDASS. 214 variation, but do you hear screams? Andre, Momon, Nape, do you have scouting magic? Nape, a moment please. Rabbit ears. A comical and cutesy animal twitching is heard as rabbit ears sprout on Nape growls. Head. Torkel, rabbit ears, how cute. Nape, I can hear several screams from the direction ahead. The sound isn't human. It is probably made by demi-humans or something similar. Momon, what should we do? Something out of the ordinary must be going on in the village. Andre, so you are saying that the goblins are being attacked by something? Momon, I am afraid so. Andre, the screams of multiple goblins is the result of something attacking. So, what should we do next? Momon, since we accepted your commission, we will respect the decision of the client. Torkel, that is. Andre, what should we do? Young master. Torkel, Momon-san, can you protect us? Momon, of course, there is nothing to fear with the two of us here. We will definitely protect the two of you, I promise you this. This is the job of an adamantite adventurer. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 215 Torkel, let us move ahead to find out more about the situation in the village. It will be best if we can see the enemy visually. And of course, I know this is dangerous. But the coming of age. Momon, you do not need to explain further, I understand. Under the pretext of ensuring the safety of my client, I will fulfill your expectations. If something unexpected happens, I will stay behind as the rearguard. Please run and don't look back. Well then, let's go full speed ahead. Hiya. The sound of Momon aggressively slapping the reins of his horse and heading off is heard. Albedo, well then Yuri, I will leave this in your hands. Yuri, yes, Albedo-sama. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to overseer this auction. Soft clapping is heard. Albedo, Shizu, you will be Yuri's assistant. The most important task of the assistant is to write down the name of the product and the corresponding high EST bidder and amount bid on the whiteboard behind you. Can you manage that? Shizu, I understand. No problem. The sound of a pointer stick is heard hitting a board. Yuri, well then. I will confirm the rules once again. First, everyone is allocated 1,500 points, and they can use these points to bid. The item will be open to bidding twice. Those who bid the year's time have to bid a similar or higher amount during the second bidding. There are a total of 12 items. In the event the amount bid are the same, the one who has one less bid items will win the tiebreaker. Albedo-sama is considered to have won an item. Is there anything that is different from how everyone interpret the rules? Mare, I don't think so. DCDASS. 216 Cocytus. There. Island. No problem. Yuri, there. Island. Nothing different. Yuri, then let's begin. The sound of pointer stick hitting a table is heard. Aura, what are you doing? Knocking the table with a stick. Just like a mean teacher having lessons in class. Yuri, thank you for your compliments. It is an honor, Aura-sama. If I am low to be biased, I will definitely cheer for Aura-sama. Shizu, congratulations, Ora-sama. Ora, even if you say that, I don't feel happy at all. Yuri, well then, ladies and gentlemen, everyone should have written the items they want to be placed on the auction on 2 slips of paper. Shizu, please collect them. The sound of a stack of paper being wiped through from the side is heard like shuffling of cards. Shizu, no problem. I have collected all 12. Yuri, please shuffle them. The sound of shuffling paper is heard. Shizu, I have shuffled them. However, is it necessary to do so? Yuri, because in an auction, the order the items are represented in is important. Well then. Yuri's pointer stick is heard hitting the table again. Yuri, let's start with the first item. And the first one will be Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 217 The sound of Yuri drawing a piece of paper is heard, followed by the sound of unsettled noises escaping Yuri's throat. Yuri, ERM. Albedo-sama. What is written here should be request to beaver. Formed by Insama, correct? Albedo, yes, that's right. Insama wants to know what we want as the pay. Out of our salary. This is the answer to that question. Shizu, what is it? Yuri, nay? Yuri hands over the paper to her little sister. Yuri, the first item is this. Shizu, no. Yuri, my deep apologies, Demiurge-sama, there are several items I think are inappropriate mixed inside. The sound of Yuri lifting through the stack of papers is heard. Yuri, there are 4 of them. Can they really be allowed for the auction? Demiurge, which ones? May I take a look? Demiurge receives the stack of papers and looks through them but stops suddenly. Demiurge, surprised, Albedo, wait a minute. Why didn't you ask me, the overseer of the guardians? Demiurge, there are 4. What is the meaning of this? Albedo. Shalltear. Yuri, these items that involves Insama, isn't that demeaning to Insama? Albedo, you are misunderstanding this, Yuri. DCDASS. 218 Shalltear, that's right. Ora, sigh, so the 2 of them are serious. I think the 2 of you over. Look, something important. Putting it simply, these are just proposals to be submitted to Insama. Only after Insama agrees to it, will it be an item that could be used. Mare, oh, Oni-chan, what does that mean? Ora, like I'm saying. Why can't you understand? Bidding for the item during the auction and getting the approval of Insama are 2 different matters. Mare, in other words, Insama would not agree if the request is too weird. Ora, that's right, Mare. Cocytus, I see, so. Request that are overboard would be rejected. It would be wiser to request for things that are reasonable. Shalltear, surprised gasp, is that so? Albedo, how could this be? A frustrated sob. Demiurge, I can understand if it is just Shalltear, but to think even Albedo didn't notice. I thought from the very beginning that this was a scheme to set Shalltear up. Ora, it can't be helped, Demiurge. Greed blinds people. The pointer stick is heard yet again. Yuri, I see, I understand completely. Let's begin the auction. Shizu, I was already ready a while ago. Demiurge, Albedo, Shalltear. Insama is very generous in this situation. You should bet on the 1,000,001 chance and bid for your proposed Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 219 ITM. Albedo is suppressing defeated sobs and is unable to respond. Shalltear, I get it, okay. Scene 11. We open on the sounds of horses. Andre, young master, please grab onto the reins tightly. Torkel, no problem, Andre. Mammon, next would be. As I thought, it would be better for Nave to scout out the situation inside of the village. Andre, yes, but before that, let's go around the outcity of. The screams of a goblin far off in the distance dying like puppet whose strings have been cut is heard. Andre, screams. Torkel, that is. The sound of lumber being disassembled is heard. Andre, the goblins are being chased by something. Something is climbing over the walls of the village. DCDASS. 220. A snake-like vocalization is heard. Nape, a giant snake. The sounds of the creature tearing flesh and blood from the goblins viscerally is heard. Natural noises can be heard from it every once in a while. Nape, it is eating the goblins. Andre, 8 legs, and the horn-like crown. A basilisk. From its size, this is a top-tier type, gigantic basilisk. What is it doing on a plane like this? It has petrifying gaze and toxic poison, and its tough skin rivals armor made from mithril. Without any faith-based magic casters, it is an extremely dangerous enemy. Let's run. Mammon-san. Satoru, it is the same pattern again. Am I cursed? Or is someone plotting against us in the dark? That is a possibility. Why? After I start the battle and someone spies on us, then my guess would be right on the mark. Mammon, Nabe. Be wary of the surroundings and protect the 2 of them well. Understood. All the best. Mammon, yes, help me take my sword. Nabe, Yes. Andre, Mom and San. It is dangerous to dismount here. Let's escape. Mom and Andre don't know, aside from us, the highest-ranking adventurers in E. Randall are only mithril-ranked. If I leave the monster be, it would be INE if it returns to the forest. But if the monster wanders into town, it will be a very serious incident. I have to resolve the trouble at the root. Torkel, but Mom and San, do you have a plan against the petrifying gaze and poison of the basilisk? I don't have any plan. I don't have any plans against petrifying gaze and poison. They are nothing to me. Torkel, Mom and San, there is no shame in running away here. There is a diff. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 221 Fearance between bravery and being reckless. Can't you differentiate between that? Satoru, such a situation will boost the fame of Ainz Ooal Gown, so I have to make it look effortless. Mommin, haha. Petrifying gaze and poison can just be resisted. And if I don't take it down here, it might harm the citizens after it escape. So right here, right now, I will protect everyone. Torkel, to think that in the face of such a powerful foe, you are still going to fight. Ainz, in a whisper, Nabe, if anything happens, use your judgment to decide. If you need to withdraw, message the others after that. Nabe, understood. The sound of Mommin drawing his T-wind blades is heard, followed by the rattling of his full plate armor as he runs off alone to confront the giant basilisk. Andre, so this is an adamantite adventurer. Torkel, how foolish of me to compete with such a man. He is an adamantite adventurer, the peak of the adventurers. Andre, in order to protect the citizens, he would brave the danger before him. He is the strongest guardian of humanity. Torkel, when the situation becomes dire, people will show their true colors. No wonder Nabe-san is so loyal to him. He is a true hero. Nabe-san. We will be INE, so please help him. Nabe, no. Mom and San asked me to protect the two of you. Also, for an opponent of such a level, I do not think he require my assistance. Torkel, no. But DCDASS 222NAB, please witness closely with your own eyes the legend of Mom and San. The moment a new page is written, the roar of the creature is heard before fading to years later. Torkel, in an elderly voice, after that incident, I have recounted this tale to my children countless times. Just like how my father told me about the exploits of Andre. What I saw back then was a battle worthy of being labeled legendary. Listen well, children that will inherit the name of Fogenheim. What I saw was the devastating might of the hero Momindano. That great man held two swords in each of his hands tightly, and charged the gigant basilisk like the wind. Scene 12. Ainz, yes, this is good. So these are the items the Guardians want in lieu of their salaries. Yuri, yes. For reporting to you right after you return from your adventure, I offer my sincere apologies. Ainz, it's INE, this is something I asked for. So, these are all the things the Guardians themselves thought of? Yuri, yes, that is so, in Sama. Ainz, first is clothing. I see, an understandable proposal. Indeed, everyone is wearing the same clothes. When they are not working, it will be good for them to wear something they prefer. And the next item is humans. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 223 THD sound of lived paper is heard. Yuri, this is referring to humans as toys and for consumption. Ainz, I see. After gathering enough intelligence, humans who continue to OP, pose us or are harmful shall be captured and rewarded to them. Yuri, Ainz, Sama, my apologies. When Entima heard about this topic, she wished to have humans with tender meat that would make her happier. Ainz, that would be difficult. This is punishment that will be meted out to those who oppose us. I can't imagine children will ever resist us. I understand what your wishes are, but I won't kidnap innocent people. Yuri, relieved I see, that is a pity. Ainz, next is weapons and armor. This is Cocytus' proposal, right? That's just like him, procurement of weapons and armor for the lizardmen, right? Yuri, I don't really understand Cocytus' Samus' request, but the goods bestowed by Insama should have already reached their hands. Ainz, I see, he wants better quality weapons and armor for the lizardmen. That's what Cocytus is hoping for. Next is flipped paper is heard again. Ainz, sleep with Insama coupon? What is this? Is this a joke? Yuri, this is a joke, right? Yuri, Ainz, what is this? Starting from sleeping together coupon, there is. Open your mouth and say a coupon, let's bathe together coupon, couples. Date in the sky coupon. The one that looks normal is training together coupon. But what does this man-to-man duel in brackets mean? Nabe, may I express my view, in Sama? DCDASS 2248 INZ, what is it? Nabe, I think all the proposals thought up by everyone is great. To complete a task together with Insama, I don't think there is any greater joy than that. Ainz, is that so? Satoru, that young noble who showed hostility towards me is easier to handle. Adoration, loyal, and love. I am happy the Guardians think this way, but that places more stress on mine of EES. Forget it. It is great that such things could be considered rewards. I will think over the problem of remuneration by myself. Slowly. My head hurts. Even though I am an undead. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 2253.3 DCD2SS, TMTP. Date, January 14, 2014. Source, Volume 6 Limited Edition. Translation, SIFAV6, Skithwood, Rogalum. Editing, Tainted Dreams, Pharaoh, Rogalum, JCQC. Timing and encoding, JCQC. Post-release script, Ziggy. At a table in Nazarick with the Pleiades with the exception of the youngest and Lupus Regina. The sound of soft footsteps is heard before someone takes a seat. Narbarol, HAAA. Yuri, Era, Narbarol, you sound tired. Narbarol, of course, Yuri-ne-sama. From Mom and SA, no. I received orders. From Insama, so I can't relax. Shizu, that, I know. With Insama. It's happy, but scary. Narbarol, in a sweet voice, that's right, Shizu. But for Insama's orders, I will carry out with all my heart and... The sound of Yuri's pointer stick is heard tapping the table 3 times. Yuri, we will end the chit-chat there. We will now start the monthly Pleiades. Report in the tea party. DCDASS. 226 Entima, Yuri-ne-sama is Lupu absent today? Solution, Entima, you already know Lupus Regina is busy over at the human village. That kind of question is unnecessary. Entima, a resolution, we need to confirm for sure this is an important monthly meeting after all. Yuri uses triple pointer stick tap. It's very effective. Yuri, that's enough both of you. Entima, prepare the tea and the snacks. Entima, yes. The faint sounds of moving china are heard. Yuri, the deputy leader, Yuri Alpha will now open this session. In this session, there are 3 things to report. From me A and D. Narbarol. Z and Yuri sometimes uses the manly I rather than the appropriate formal I. No. One really does this but it's meant to suggest she is tomboyish. Narbarol, yes, on my side, we traveled with 2 humans after receiving a request through the Adventurers Guild from some human noble. We van. Caged a gigantic basilisk along the way. With Insama, of course. Solution, and Gruai, together with Insama. Entima, frustrated, what? Kyuu, I'm so jealous. Shizu, Narbarol is being cocky. Narbarol, you should have seen Insama when he took down giant basilisk. Yuri uses triple pointer stick tap. It's super effective. Yuri, sternly, Narbarol, that's enough. For my report, it was with Shizu. We. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 227 HELD The First Great Tomb of Nazarick Love Insama Guardian Special. Grand Auction. Shizu, yes, we hosted the auction. But, what a terrible name. Solution, it sounds like she came up with the name. Narbarol, she's not a bad person, but... Entima, frustrated, Narbarol, and now Yuri-ne-sama. And Shizu as well. To receive orders in the name of Insama. I'm so jealous of... Solution. Give that arm to me. There are a lot of right-handed humans, right? That means there's a lot of men with tasty right arms. A disturbing crunching is heard followed by a splattering of blood. Shizu, the blood splattered. It went in my drink. Entima, sorry. Shizu, you drink it as punishment. Solution, Era, how many thousands of calories are in 1 cup? Narbarol, I don't know for sure, but there's enough for an active adult to have. Nothing else for the entire day. Shizu, drink. Entima, Navu, ahead. Yuri-ne-sama. Yuri, Entima, it's no good to waste food. Entima, ugh. It's tasty but... The sound of slurping is heard. Yuri, then third report is from Solution. You were gathering information in DCDASS. 228 THE Kingdom with Sebas-sama, correct? Solution, yes, there are no problems and the plan is progressing smoothly. But most certainly, tender meats from young girls are the best. Especially when it's alive. The sound of slurping from a recently emptied drink is heard. Entima, considering how Solution eats does the quality of the meat really matter? Narbarol, you seem to have finished drinking it. Shizu, it should taste like chocolate, banana, and strawberry. Solution, I like the sensation of eating them alive. Yuri, since Insama didn't allow for it, be content with the men we finished interrogating. Solution, but can't we ask him if we can eat one of them while they're still alive? Entima, agreed. Yuri, he'll think about it. The scene slowly fades out with the sounds of china being set down elegantly and the sickening crunching and splattering of human flesh. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 2293.4 AS, B02SS. FG. Date, October 28, 2015. Source, Season 1 BD Bonus. Translation, Nigel. Editing, Skithwood, Tainted Dreams, M, JCQC. Timing and encoding, JCQC. Post-release script, Ziggy. Scene 1, in Suffice. Ainz, is this our stock of parchment? We haven't had any problems so far, but we should consider the possibility that we might not be able to replenish them. Albedo, restrict the creation of new scrolls in Nazarick and try to minimize their use as well. Albedo, understood. Ainz, while we're gathering information, try and IND materials to substitute those from Yggdrasil. As I thought if we do that, we'll need to acquire them with currency from this world. Sebas, Insama, forgive my rudeness. Perhaps it is time for you to rest. Ainz, what time is it, Sebas? Sebas, right now, it is 3 in the morning. Ainz, 3. I remember starting in the evening. DCDASS. 230. Sebas, indeed. Since Insama entered his office, about 10 hours have passed. Ainz, 10 hours. Satoru, crap, because of the undead passive that removes the need for sleep or food, I worked until I forgot about the time. Working for 10 hours without a rest, how black-hearted is that? And I made Albedo and Sebas Tian for so long. If this were a normal company, they would have run off by now. I read those books on how to be a good boss, but still. Ainz, I seem to have forgotten myself. The two of you can stop here for today. So go get some rest. I'll handle the rest myself. Sebas, Insama. As long as his master still has work to do, how could a butler think of rest? Ainz, no, what I mean is. Albedo, Sebas is correct. Rest means nothing to us, we who serve the supreme beings rather, should you not have a rest, Insama? Ever since Nazarick was transported to this place, you have buried yourself in work. Your bed has been left empty for far too long. Ainz, am I any? After all, it's only natural for a superior to stay behind to take care of work. Satoru, well, since I don't need to sleep, all I have to do is to double-check the Guardians and Nazarick's data. Most of the hard work is done by the Guardians, so there's hardly anything pressing for me to take care of. Albedo, Insama, we exist to serve the supreme beings. I want to devote every minute, every second of my time to my master, to my beloved. Whether at work, whether at rest, in the bedroom or in the bathtub, I want to be by your side. That is my dearest wish. Ainz, Albedo, if you wish it, then at any time indeed, even right now, I am ready. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 231 FORU. Ainz, no right. Sebas, what do you think? Sebas, if that is what you desire, then I shall accompany you to both your bed and your bath. Sebas begins to take his clothes off. Ainz, no. I don't mean that at all. Sebas, I see. Forgive my indiscretion. As Albedo Sama says, everyone in Nazarick regards service to the supreme being as an honor above all others. Ainz, Sebas, the kind words you have spoken to us, the boundless compassion you have shown us, we are so grateful for them that we have no words to express our feelings with. However, all of us are equipped with items that negate the need for food or rest, so please do not worry about that. Ainz, I see, so that's how it is. Satoru, although, no matter how I look at it, the Guardians are being overworked. It's different from Yggdrasil, they're not machines. Even if they have items to help with that, they might still be accumulating mental fatigue from their tasks. Good, even at this hour, because of security reasons, some of the Guardians ought to be awake. I'll just quickly ask them about it. Ainz, Albedo, yes. Ainz, summon all the currently active Guardians. The Guardians of the 4th and 8th floors, as well as those who are currently resting, can be excused. Albedo, understood. I will begin immediately. DCDASS. 232 SCNE2, in a room in Nazarick. Ainz, I'm glad you could all make it here at a time like this. Shalltear, yes. Ainz, Cocytus, yes. Present. Ainz, Aura, yes. Ainz, Mare, why yes. Ainz, Albedo is obviously here. Albedo, yes, by your side. Ainz, Sebas. Sebas, Ainz, and as for Demiurge. The sound of a door creaks open. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 233 Demiurge, forgive my late arrival. Ainz, everyone's here? The non-existent sound of Ainz's passive undead skill is heard. Satoru, I was so surprised that my passive skill kicked in. Every tone shows concerning noises. Albedo, Insama. Ainz, no, it's nothing. Satoru, I didn't expect them all to show up. Ainz, I have something to discuss with you all. Aura, discuss with us? I thought there was an enemy attack. Right, Mare, why yet? Demiurge, then, may I inquire as to the topic of this discussion? If it is the task we unworthy ones are able to assist you with. Ainz, well, when was the last time you had a vacation? Everyone lets out perplexed sounds. Shalltear, you mean, a vacation Erinska? Mare, does that mean a time when we are not working? Satoru, do I really have to explain from the beginning? Ainz, well, that's basically it. Demiurge, Insama, these matters are handled by myself and Albedo. DCDASS. 2348 Inc, is that so? Then, what of it? Demiurge, ever since Nazarick was transported here, we have raised our alertness level, and in order to prevent against enemy intrusion, we remain vigilant 24 hours a day, ready to take on any and all comers. Demiurge straightens his posture. Demiurge, not a single one of us is left idle. Ainz, don't tell me the maids are like that too. Sebas, please permit me to respond. The Pleiades and myself, and even they. Maids are all like that. Satoru, strange, they're all characters designed by my friends, why are they all such workaholics? No, it's probably because they're all very loyal. Now they're all looking at me with sparkly eyes. As I thought, it's time for me, as a ruler, to praise them for their service. Albedo, Insama, Ainz, I am very glad to see such loyalty from all of you. Satoru, at a time like this I shouldn't start by being angry while open with praise. And then kindly, yet calmly move into the subject. Yes, like the book said. Ainz, however, as long as one is a living being, rest is essential. There must be a fixed time for rest every day. That's right, well use a rotation format, and have all of you take turns to rest for a full day each. But why, were I any Cocytus, we have not exerted ourselves. Shalltear, since I am undead, it shouldn't be a problem, right Ainz Ooal? Ainz, it applies to undead as well. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 235 Shalltear, how could this be? Mare, and Sama, rest days, about that, what do we do for those? Please tell us how Insama spends his days off. Ainz, about that. Satoru, my vacation, I spent it all on Yggdrasil. Demiurge, Insama, is something wrong? Ainz, forgive me, I spaced out for a while. My rest days, yes. I spent them playing with my former comrades, no, enjoying, no, traveling with them. All the guardians make sounds of having made a realization. Ainz, then, you should all do what you like. However, you must get enough rest and nutrition. Without enough food or sleep, you won't grow up. I see. That's really important. Well, some people won't grow. Shalltear, even if some people grow, won't they all remain as dumb as they are now? Well, the chances of a shorty becoming a lady, I doubt they're much higher than 0.1, no? You what? After 100 years, my breasts will go boing boing like this. Mare, Oni-chan. Cocytus, Insama. I feel I will not grow much larger than this. In that case, could I use items as a substitute for sleep? Ainz, you won't grow any more? Cocytus, I have already completed my life cycle. DCDASS 236AINZ, is that so? Albedo, what's wrong? You've been quiet since just now. I'd like to know your opinion as the Guardian Overseer. Albedo, one whole day of rest? That is to say, a full 24 hours without work? Ainz, that's right. You can take additional days off if you. Albedo, how could we do that? Ainz, Albedo, one full day, 24 hours, that's 1,440 minutes. If I can't serve Ainz Sama for such a long period of time, I'd much rather be tortured by neuronist. Instead. Ainz, no, that actually, there might be times when you need to step out. Side for a bit. Albedo, if it's for a mission I can endure it. And of course, if Insama goes outside, I will nightly accompany you. I will nightly, stay by your side and never let you go. Ainz, calm down, Albedo. Ainz, I get it. In any case, we won't talk about vacations for now. All the guardians make elated noises. Ainz, however, I must insist on daily rests for all of you. All the guardians let out defeated sighs. Albedo, if it is your will. Satoru, there's more resistance than expected, especially from Albedo. If I told her I wanted to sleep over in a rental, she'd nightly freak out. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 237 AINZ, Demiurge, I haven't heard your opinion yet. Do you oppose this as well? Demiurge, no, in fact, I approve of it. Ainz, HOH. Demiurge, there is nothing we can do after receiving a supreme being's care and concern, save to express our deepest thanks. Ainz, I see. Then, do you understand? Demiurge, yes. Although this might be overreaching my bounds, please MIT me to make a suggestion. Please allow us guardians to test this system. First before you apply it to the other underlings, what do you think? After all, executing the plan throughout the whole of Nazarick will take time. Ainz, Then I will leave it to you. Take careful note of food and sleep. You must give them enough time for both. Sebas, you'll have to change up the regular maid's schedule as well. Sebas, understood. Ainz, got that? I order everyone to live a healthy life. Everyone present, yes. Scene 3, a passageway in Nazarick. Satoru, I guess I was just a bit too forceful. Ever since then, the guardians seemed depressed, Or was it lifelessness? I'd better go check on them. DCDASS. 238 MARE, AI and Sama. Ainz, I've interrupted your work. Forgive me. Mare, and nothing of the sort. TH then, did I fail you after all? Ainz, after all? No, I was simply passing by and decided to check on you. There is no need to be so stiff. Mare, I'm very sorry. Ainz, no, there's no need for you to be. Mare, yes. I'm very about that. Satoru, Mare's this timid because of Yokibu Kukagama-san's settings, but he still looks unhappy and I get the feeling Albedo and Shalltear are being distant. Could it be, they're mad at me? Scene 4, at the entrance to an undisclosed room in Nazarick. Cocytus, all glory. I am this world. Esiba, belongs to Nazarick. Cocytus, Esiba, forgive my tardiness. Demiurge, how is in Sama? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 239 Ziba, as usual, he throws himself into his work. Cocytus, I thought. So. If. That. Island. Bay. Case. It. Would. Seem. Demiurge's. Predictions. Were. Spot. On. Demiurge, indeed, or rather, that is unfortunately so. Cocytus, then, it's time. Let us begin. The sounds of hurried female footsteps can be heard. Albedo, the preparations took longer than I thought. I need to hurry up. Satoru, I observed the guardians and noticed that they tended to gather in the same room when their rest periods overlapped. Although I'm not sure what they're up to, I can't rule out the possibility of a rebellion plot. Albedo comes to a stop. Albedo, Satoru, she's found me. No, that's impossible. I used every applicable spell and cash item I could think of. I should be invisible to sight, infravision and magical detection. Albedo, to think there was a stain here, I'll tell that penguin about it later. Satoru, that scared me. So this time round they're meeting in this room. I can't get in at all. And I don't have any rogue skills either, I guess. I have no choice. Ainz, rabbit's ear. Satoru, I didn't think I would really grow bunny ears. Fortunately, my idiotic appearance won't be seen because I'm invisible now. Then, what are they up to? If it turns out they don't think I'm qualified to be a ruler and they're plotting to overthrow me. DCDASS. 240. Ainz, I have to prepare myself for that. Demiurge, the respite we have been given is not unlimited. Since we are all gathered here today, let us make good use of our time. Then, Sebas, the first item on the agenda is yours. Esiba, the results of the earlier health examination were almost all yellow. And the liver was even in the red, I believe. Satoru, a health exam? What are they talking about? Albedo, yellow to red. Cocytus, it. Island. Probably not a good sign. I am the previous discussion. It was said so. Black-hearted. I'm going to die. Which means color must stand for something. Albedo, yes, back then we agreed that black represented darkness. Which means we can conclude that a spell or curse related to darkness is in effect. Demiurge, still, to think one of the 41 supreme beings could have been cursed. Like this it is hard to believe. Cocytus, or it could be the effect of a world item. Every yoln lets out defeated sighs. Satoru, so black-hearted I'm going to die? Do they mean unethical pennies? Well, if they're a curse, they're a vicious one. Wait, why do Demiurge and the others know about phrases like these from the real world? Aura, my head hurts. If we don't know, there's no helping it, so let's move on to the next item. Which of the supreme beings' words will we be discussing today? Demiurge, I believe that would be Hirosama. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 241 Ziba, indeed. Though my recollection is somewhat hazy, I believe those words were spoken by Hirosama. Mare, you mean the health exam from before? Demiurge, a health exam. A word I've never heard before. So it means to check for bad statuses? Albedo, and the result of checking for these bad statuses, almost all yellow. Does that refer to the paralysis status? Satoru, it doesn't mean anything. It's just that the tests produced worrying results, so he had to take care of his health. Shalltear, and liver here is referring to the internal organs, right? Aura, the liver was red. Well, any red-blooded living creature would obviously have a red liver, right? Mare, however, Hirosama was an elder black ooze of the slime family. So his liver, what would it look like, anyway? Shalltear, well, that's true, Ainz Ooal. Although I think that since we are talking about one of the supreme beings, it ought to be pretty special. Aura and Shalltear both making noises of contemplation. Satoru, Hirosam's blood is red too. Although stress and fatigue wrecked his body. Demiurge, As expected of one of the 41 supreme beings, the mere thought of trying to approach the level of those who made us might well be impertinence. Cocytus, it could even be taken for disloyalty. Even so, I think that as long as it island for in summa, it will be forgiven. Did we not all come to that conclusion? DCDASS 242 Satoru, et Albedo. When our most beloved master called out to me, I did not know what a GM call was. I merely revealed my ignorant nature, and I was of no help to him. Sebas, I believe Insama did not intend to reproach you, Albedo-sama. Albedo, that is because Insama's heart is as broad as the sky, and he is a compassionate lord. However, if all we do is receive his kindness, we will be failures as his guardians. Before Insama becomes disappointed with us, even if it is just a little bit, we must show him the value in our existence. Demiurge, this is only a conjecture, but I believe Insama gave us this rest time in order for us to reflect and improve on ourselves. The proof is that Insama himself does not rest. Cocytus, as expected of Demiurge, only you, wisest of the guardians, could discern that I was unable to pick up on Insama's hidden meaning at all. Albedo, of course, I noticed it too. Everyone, do you understand? Demiurge, although I haven't spoken of it since that night in the sky, don't you think it's bad to steal someone's thunder? Sebas, Insama is the last of the supreme beings, our one and only lord, who has remained here with us. Devoting our hearts and souls to him is only a matter of fact, and we are keenly aware of this duty of ours. Mare, I'll work harder too. Much harder. Even if it's just a little, I want to be useful to Nazarick. Or, me too, as long as it's for Insama, he'll be willing to do anything. Albedo, indeed. Take this feeling and put it into your work. Demiurge, it seems I was too hasty. To gain results from this meeting, we, Overlord August 2019 Anthology, 243 WILL require more time. Still, when it comes to thinking about the words of the supreme beings, the most important thing is our effort. Everyone grunts. Albedo, then, let us continue listening to the words of the supreme beings. After hearing them and working hard, we will surely understand anything that is unclear to us now. Ainz, rabbits here, dispel. Satoru, so it was to help me, Albedo. You really took that incident to heart. Demiurge's mind is heading towards strange places and he's reading too deeply into things. However, if the guardians think like this, then I should have released this from the start, yet I thought of them betraying me. I'd better go back. I'll start from a more realistic place next time, and I have to work extra hard for it. After all, I will have to be their ruler in the future. Scene 5. Albedo, Insama, as you commanded, all the guardians are present before you. Ainz, raise your heads. Because you have carried out your duties splendidly, I too have gained some free time. Today I shall take a rest as well, and relax. Everyone releases pleased sounds. And, besides, my one-sided order for you to take a break seems to have caused some confusion. DCDASS 244 Albedo, there's absolutely no such thing. And, enough. I am not scolding you. The fault is my own, because I was too hasty. When I propose vacations in future, I will do so clearly. In this way I will slowly work toward making a better working environment for you. Those are my intentions. Albedo, receiving such care from you fills us with the utmost gratitude. Allow me to represent we servants in offering our thanks to you. Ainz, then, I will leave the day-to-day operations of Nazarick to you, Albedo. Albedo, understood. Ainz, after that, several guardians will be assigned to missions outside Nazarick. In addition, since I have some free time, I wish to pose as a human being and infiltrate their cities to gather information. Albedo, then I will prepare myself as well. Ainz, no, Albedo, you must stay in Nazarick. Albedo, I can't. My sincerest apologies. However, to allow the last of the supreme beings to go outside unaccompanied cannot be allowed. Please think on it again. And then, leave the task of protecting your person to me. Everyone lets out concerned groans. Ainz, Albedo, can you make yourself look like a human being? Albedo, I cannot. However, once I am in my armor, it should be Ainz. It was Ainz in the village. Ainz, armor no. Can you be absolutely sure you won't be found out? The abilities of Ainz in this world is as yet unknown, and for all we know, they may have magic, skills, special abilities or items that we know nothing about. Albedo, then, all the more reason to be your shield. My defensive ability is Overlord August 2019 Anthology 245 THE highest among all the guardians. Ainz, Albedo, I am very grateful for your concerns. You have a good point. I will bring someone who could take on the guise of a human with me. So that's how it will be. Albedo, in Sama, if you think I cannot help you, then at least, I pray you will. Bring a team of elite troops with you. Ainz, Albedo. I am not going out to make war. Demiurge, excuse me. A moment of your time? Ainz, what is it? Demiurge, Albedo. Demiurge whispers to Albedo. Albedo, I understand. Ainz, Albedo, please, take care in your travels. Ainz, Albedo, extremely happy and demurely leave the security of Nazarick to me. Leave it to Albedo. In Sama. Ainz, no. What? Then, I assume you understand. Albedo, I knew it from the beginning. Ainz, Albedo, my masters, no. How could a woman not know the heart of the man she loves? DCDASS. 246 AINZ, is that so? Satoru, Demiurge, you what kind of spell did you cast? Scene 6, Cocytus and Demiurge walking together in Nazarick. Cocytus, Demiurge. What? Magic. Did you use? Just now. Demiurge, it was not magic. I just simply said, shouldn't a good wife wait for her husband at home and mind the house in his absence? Cocytus, was that enough to get her to come around? Demiurge, the hearts of women are mysteries. Well, I was just returning a favor in a small way. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 2473.58s, B03SS. H. Date, November 25th, 2015. Source, Season 1 VD Bonus. Translation, Nigel. Editing, Noir, Skipfood, JCQC. Timing and encoding, JCQC. Post-release script, Ziggy. Scene 1, in his room. Albedo, in Sama, I'm sorry to interrupt you during your work. Narberl. Gamma wishes to see you. What do you wish done? Ainz, Narberl, is it? It's Diane, let her in. Albedo, understood. The sound of Albedo walking to the door, opening it, and footsteps coming back are heard. Narberl, I am sorry for interrupting you during your work. I apologize, Ainz. Sama. Ainz, it's Diane. I was just deciding which kind of undead was more suitable. It barely qualifies as work. Albedo, what are you saying, in Sama? Improving the defenses of Nazarick is very important. As the architect of its defense, how could anyone possibly? DCDASS. 248WORK harder than you? Ainz, I'm glad you said that. Clear his throat, then, Narberl, why? Have you come here? Narberl, yes. I was wondering whether Hamsuk was here or not, which was why I came. Ainz, Hamsuk? Narberl, yes. Ainz, she said she wished to go outdoors, so I had you bring her to the surface. Albedo, have you heard of her return? Albedo, no, I have not heard of such a thing. Narberl Gamma, explain what is going on to Insama. Narberl, yes, that. Ainz, however, the 6th floor was not suitable because the sunlight there is generated by magic. It would be good if Hamsuk had a look there after coming back. As a magical beast that lives outdoors, she will be able to sense if there are any problems, or if anything will affect us in the future. Albedo, some. Monday Aura and Mare afterwards. Albedo, understood. Then, Narberl Gamma, what is going on? Narberl, yes. In Sama. Although Hamsuk is now in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, I fear that she has gone missing. Ainz, what? Is that so? Narberl, yes. Actually, when she was returning to Nazarick from the surface, Hamsuk said she wanted to do some work for Nazarick, so I had her handle the transfer of experimental materials to the 6th floor. One of Samus' magical beasts sent a message that the materials had not arrived yet. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 249 AINZ, hey. Narberi, she may possess intelligence, but she is fundamentally a beast. I was wondering if she had abandoned her task and returned to her masters. That is, in Samus' side. Ainz, I doubt she is that stupid. Maybe she got lost halfway. Since the underlings know her face, I doubt she was attacked by them. Albedo, in Sama, shall we ask the remaining floor guardians about her? Perhaps they might have a report for us. Ainz, that would be a great help. However, to have them IND a missing, no. To have the floor guardians IND a mere pet. Ainz, I believe Aura has just returned from the great forest of Top. In addition, only Shalltear and Mare remain within Nazarick. If you asked them, they would be glad to search for Hamsuk. Satoru, is that so? Less than half of the guardians are in Nazarick. Sebas is gathering information. Demiurge is doing work outside. Cocytus has gone to the Lizardman village to lead them. Aura is building a fortress in the great forest. Ainz, speaking of which, this should be a good chance for Aura and the others to take a breather. He'll contact them with a message. Ainz, Shalltear. Shalltear, Fake drunken slurring and sobbing. I'm a failure as a guardian. Any way to think I could make such a mistake. Ainz. Shalltear. Shalltear. Fake drunken slurring and sobbing. I can hear the voice of my beloved supreme being in my ears, calling my name. To think I'm actually imagining things. I'm already finished. Give me another. Shalltear slaps the bar counter. DCDASS. 250. Ainz. SH Shalltear. What's the matter with you? Shalltear. Insama. Ainz. Indeed, it's me. Shalltear. Shalltear gasps in horror. Ainz. I have something to ask of you, but if you're busy, I can wait. Shalltear. No. Scene 2. Somewhere in Nazarick there's 3 lowers. Hamsuk. Still, where is this place? I must finish the mission given to me by Narboroldano. Shalltear's scream can be heard from far off. Hamsuk. What's that? That voice sounds frightening and it's spelled with H-A. Tread and malice. Still, really where is this place? No, I am Hamsuk, the most loyal servant of my great and mighty master. I will fear nothing that appears before me. The sound of movement can be heard. Hamsuk, what a suspicious presence. Shambling steps, undead moans approach closer to Hamsuk. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 251 Hamsuk, that sound, and that smell of rotten meat, there's undead everywhere. Hamsuk voice echoes as she runs away. Scene 3, somewhere in Nazarick. Ainz. So Hamsuk was on the first floor. Narborold, in a low voice, why was she still there? Shalltear, according to my servants patrolling the first floor, she seems to have gone quite far away from the teleport gate to the second floor. Therefore, my servants tried to speak to her, but she ran off instead. Ainz. Do you know where she headed off to? Shalltear, I deeply regret not being able to meet your expectations, but AF. To her she ran. I received no more reports about her Ainz. After all, there is a complex maze nearby. Ainz, is that so? There haven't been any signs of teleportation gates being used either, right? Shalltear, yes. However, the first floor has a lot of teleport traps, so she may have fallen into one and been sent to another lower Ainz. She is one of the people who swore loyalty to me, and if an accident happened to someone like that in Nazarick, it would leave a bad taste in my mouth. Shalltear. DCDASS. 252 Shalltear, yes. Ainz. I feel bad about asking you because I just summoned you to the 9th floor. But I'll leave the search for Hamsuk to you. Take the fact that she might have teleported into consideration, and do not just search the first lower, but the second and third as well. Shalltear moves in response. Shalltear, understood, my lord. Ainz. Shalltear, that if there's anything, you can come and discuss it with me. Shalltear, on the verge of tears and Sama, this is my greatest desire. Please do not ask any questions about it. Ainz Ooal. Albedo, Sama, pay no heed to this mindless creature. Let us search for Hamsuk together. Shalltear, Gurg. Open your eyes and watch me. I can capture an animal like that with my pinky finger. Albedo, Ara, when it comes to catching an animal, don't you have to be smarter than your quarry? Narborold, why don't you help her? Narborold, yes, do you want me to go? Shalltear exudes enough pressure to panic Narborold. Narborold, no, I'm not unhappy at all, but can someone like me help Shalltear? Sama. Albedo, there's no need to pretend to be humble, Narborold. Shalltear, Gurg. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 253 Ainz. Sigh, that's far enough. Everyone, in Sama. Ainz, I understand your motivation. Albedo and Shalltear, the two of you shall look for her together. You should be able to IND her quickly in that way. Albedo and Shalltear, Ainz. Narborold, let's go. Narborold, understood. Ainz begins to walk away, Narborold following. Albedo, in Sama. Shalltear, why did it that stern order? The sound of the door closing is heard. Ainz, really, they just keep hiding. Sator, well, at least Shalltear looks like she's cheered up a little. I already told her not to worry about the mind control. It seems she's still upset about it. Narborold, in Sama, if you just ask our little sister, who is in charge of the teleport gates, you should be able to learn Hamsuk's approximate location. Ainz, well, that might be. Although if the two of them work together, their relationship should improve a little. So we'll have them search for her in a roundabout way. Narborold is left speechless for a moment. Narborold, to think I did not realize Insama's wise and insightful plans and made a foolish suggestion. Please forgive me. DCDASS. 254 Satoru, well, for a line I came up with on the spot, it looked like a good reason that one would expect of a good ruler. Ainz, there's no need to kneel, Narborold. Go to the 6th floor first. Narborold, understood. Ainz, it might be troublesome getting around without a ring. Narborold, you may use this guild ring. Narborold, I would not dare. These items are reserved for the use of the supreme beings. How could an inferior servant like myself dream of using them? Ainz, I'm only lending it to you for a while. Narborold, I understand. Then, though I overstep myself, please allow me to use it. Scene 4, on the 6th floor. Aura, Insama, welcome to the 6th floor. Mare, Insama, welcome. Ainz, I take it you know about Hamsuk disappearing within the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Aura and Mare, yes. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 255 Ainz, I was hoping to borrow your strength to IND Hamsuk. Aura, leave it to me. Mare, he'll work hard. Ainz, Albedo and Shalltear should have started looking by now. Aura, Shalltear? Haha, I won't lose to that vampire with no sense of smell. Mare, but, isn't Hamsuk on the 1st floor? It's not the lower we're in charge of. We're at a disadvantage there. Aura, that's loser talk. Aura gives Mare a push. Mare, it hurts. Nei-chan. Aura, Insama. Ainz, what is it? Aura, about that it may be overstepping my bounds, but I have a request. Ainz, what is it? Tell me. Is there a reward you desire? Aura, about that ever since I saw Hamsuk for the years time I've been thinking about her. Ainz, I understand. Satoru, girls do love cute animals, after all. Aura, about that if this is just in case, but if Hamsuk dies, can I have her pelt? I'll harvest it carefully. Ainz, her fur? DCDASS. 256 MARE, Nei-chan, you can't. The corpses can be used for a lot of experiments. So you have to preserve them, that's what Demiurge said. Aura, I know that. As I thought it won't work, hey. Insama, I said some things English, I'm very sorry. Ainz, no. I like how the two of you share your thoughts frankly. However, speaking of which, Hamsuk may not be dead yet. So I can't grant Aura's wish. Sorry about that. Aura, that's not the case at all. Then, well move out right away. Mare, let's go. I have a ring. Annoyed, Mare. Mare, I got it. Aura, hurry up and run. Mare sobs as he struggles to run. Ainz, I actually wanted to lend her a ring, well, never mind. Scene 5, on the 1st floor of Nazarick. The sounds of Timo women running and competitively roar. Albedo, looks like I was the first one to the 1st floor. Shalltear, I should be the first. Albedo, hey. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 257 Shalltear, hey. Albedo, no, we were just scolded by Insama. The mission is more important. Shalltear, that's right, restoring my reputation's the top priority. Albedo, that's right, we need to catch that animal and bring it back to Ainz. Sam aside. Shalltear, so a truce, then, Shalltear and Albedo shake hands. Shalltear, alright, that's good. Albedo, have you fixed your boobs yet? Shalltear, yup, I'm ready Ainz Ooal. Albedo, Era, how come? Shalltear, when the time comes I'll pay you back for that several times over. Alright, this lower was left in my care by Pararon Sino-sama, as a special seer. Vice, I will show you the way Ainz Ooal. Meanwhile, Aura, as I thought, Hamsuk sent isn't here. Doesn't seem like he's on the 6th floor. Mare, there was no sign of a teleport gate use either. Aura, what should we do? Mare, even if she was teleported by a trap, she should not have been sent so far down. I think we should keep searching on the 4th and 5th floors. DCDASS. 258 AURA, okay. Meanwhile, Shalltear, there's no signs of any animals around here. Albedo, don't you have information gathering magic or skills? Shalltear, that's what I should be saying. If you're the perfect guardian overseer. Don't know, you should have information gathering magic or some kind of life sensing ability, right? Albedo, my abilities are in other areas, not for ending things. If I asked my sister to help, well, that's the last resort. Shalltear, hey, it's because we're both fighter types, aren't we? Albedo, leaving intruders aside, that creature, though it might be presumptuous, is also a member of Nazarick, so the alarms should not react to it. Shalltear, if only there was the scent of its blood I could IND it right away. Albedo, well, forget it. We've already walked over most of the 1st floor, how about going to the 2nd? Shalltear, I approve Ainz Ooal. Meanwhile, Mare, she's not on the 3rd floor either. Aura, could it be that she's gone back to the surface? Mare, I wonder Albedo-san is looking up there as well, if she ends Hamsuk, shall contact us as well. Aura, if Shalltear ends Hamsuk's TLL all have been for nothing. Don't you have a spell for that? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 259 MARE, if I use Detect Life on the 2nd lower, it'll get too many returns, because the black capsule is there. Aura, still, they should all be in the same place, they won't come out or anything. Mare, I'm not sure. They might have spilled out. Aura, I didn't want to hear that. It can't be helped, we can only look. Slowly now. Later. Aura, gay, Shalltear, shorty. Albedo, Era, our meeting on the 2nd lower probably means that creature is here. Mare, that should be the case. We started looking from the 6th floor. But didn't IND anything. Aura, mockingly, Shalltear, this is a lower you're in charge of. Why were you so slow in searching? Shalltear, We searched most of the second lower already, Ainz Ooal. Besides, it's not like you're using your own power. You're using Mare's magic, right? Aura, I can search for animal tracks myself. Then, the second lower's been searched. Already? Albedo, there's just this stretch left. Aura, hey. It's only a little bit, but I picked up an animal scent. Albedo, good work Aura, can you show us the way? DCDASS. 260. Aura, want me to tell you, Shalltear? Shalltear, suppressed scream. Mare, Oni-chan, don't be so mean. Besides, once we IND her we can go back, right? Aura, it can't be helped this way. Some time passes. Aura, here. Shalltear, how did she get all the way down here? Albedo, she must have fallen into a teleport trap. Shalltear, that means this is the black capsule. Honestly speaking, I don't really want to be here. Mare, is that so? The sounds of Ainz Ooal's walking can be heard. She is talking to someone but they don't appear visible. Ainz Ooal, how kind of you to show me the way. You saved me a lot of trouble. I do have the mission of bringing all these things to the sixth floor, after all. Hey? I just need to make a turn there. Aura, FOUNDU. Ga. Ainz Ooal, or don't know. Mare, what's wrong? Nei-chan? There's a Ainz Ooal, Mare Dono is here too. Aura, wait, don't any come closer. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 261 Ainz Ooal, Albedo, are you there, animal? Stop right there. Ainz Ooal, even Shalltear Dono and Albedo Dono are here. What's wrong? Albedo, that the thing on your head, that black thing. Ainz Ooal, do you mean him? The area guardian here lent him to me, and he has led the way for me. Shalltear, Q, cow. Ainz Ooal, indeed he is. Albedo, I just remembered I had something important to do, so we'll be going now. Aura, primal scream. Albedo, oi, Aura, let me go. Aura, running off by yourself is unfair. Shalltear, thinking of running away from your duty by yourself? What an amazing guardian overseer Sama you are. Albedo, it's not like that. Yes, it's important, but it can be finished later. Aura, that's right, Mare. You're a boy, do something with that. Mare, do something MMERL. I'll poke it and see what happens. Ainz Ooal, Mare Dono, you're raising your staff. Are you going to do some thing? Albedo, you can't hit him. DCDASS. 262 Shalltear, what'll we do if he gets splattered? Aura, if you touch him, I'm never going near you again. Mare, I know that. He's a servant of Insama, I won't hurt him. Ainz Ooal, what's the matter? Aura Dono's face is quite pale. If you're not feeling well, why not ride on my back? Ainz Ooal starts to walk towards Aura. Aura, scream. Albedo, don't come near me. Ainz Ooal, UWY. Shalltear, he'll kill you, beast. Ainz Ooal, Turi'id, I give up, he'll do anything you say, he'll show you. My belly too. Aura, Turi'id anger, if that's the case, do something about that cock. Roach. If not, then Ainz Ooal or whatever you are, he'll peel your skin off. Ainz Ooal, help me. Ainz Ooal runs off screaming. Mare, she ran off. Shalltear, she disappeared in no time. Without a trace. Albedo, then, what should we do? Shalltear, if we chase him, we should be able to catch up with that speed. Quickly. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 263 AURA, the thing is still on her head, surely. Albedo, even if that's the minion of Nazarick, I don't know how to deal with that. Shalltear, it's against my will, but I agree. Aura, isn't he your subordinate? Shalltear, then should I call Cow here? Aura, stop. Albedo, I told you I'm not good with cockroaches. Entima and Cocytus are both outside, how troubling. Shalltear, for now, let's report that Ainz Ooal is alive to Insama. Scene 6, somewhere on the early lowers of Nazarick. The sounds of Ainz Ooal's running can be heard. Ainz Ooal, or Dono, you're so mean. Those eyes were serious. You were worried for me, I'm very grateful for that. Did I do something wrong without knowing? Ainz, an echo from far away, Ainz Ooal. Narberl, an echo from far away, Ainz Ooal, where are you? DCDASS. 264 Ainz, Ainz Ooal. Narberl, come out right now and he'll let you off with a punch to the head. Ainz, Narberl, she won't come out if you say something like that. Ainz Ooal runs up. Ainz Ooal, master. Ainz, shocked she showed up. Ainz Ooal, master. Ainz, suppressed panic. Wait a minute. Don't tackle me. Stop. What's that on your face? Ainz Ooal, I was so scared. Some time passes. Ainz, I see. So Cow helped you. Ainz Ooal, master, if I have done anything wrong, then I sincerely apologize. So I hope you will spare my life. Ainz, Oh, how shall I put this? Sora and the others aren't mad at you. They just went looking for you because you went missing. Hamsuk, is that so? Ainz, although, it's true that you gave everyone trouble. Hamsuk, as for that, I will reflect on my sins. Nargirl, in Sama, as for Kyuhyuko's minion, I fed him as you ordered. Then commanded him to leave. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 265 Ainz, thank you for your trouble. Although it was quite surprising, to think. Kyuhyuko had an intelligent servant. Or could that be it was a familiar maid? With druidic power? Hamsuk, I've inconvenienced Nargirl Dono. I am very sorry for that. Nargirl, no, this incident was due to my lack of planning. In Sama. Because I casually assigned an errand, I almost got your pet killed, and I made trouble for Albedo Sama and the other floor guardians. I cannot atone for this crime even with my life. Please punish me as you see it. Hamsuk, Nargirl Dono did nothing wrong. I wished to help Nazrick in some way, so I imposed myself on Nargirl Dono. Ainz, Satoru, Hamsuk was born on the outside, and originally she should not have been accepted by the NPCS. However, there may be more and more external recruits for Nazarick. If relations could slowly improve like this, it would be good. Ainz, I see everyone is safe, so all's well that ends well. Of course, you need to thank Albedo and the others. I will reward them for their effort as well. Hamsuk, master, to serve such a kind-hearted master fills me with delight. Nargirl, having received the kindness of a supreme being, I am deeply thankful. Ainz, then go back. DCDASS 266SCE7, in the baths of Nazarick. The sound of running water can be heard. Aura, this is great, this is great. Shalltear, I sweated so much today, it was disgusting. Albedo, we got dirty running all over the place, so in order to be ready to be summoned at any time, I need to wash up well. Although, life must be good. For Shalltear. Shalltear, what are you talking about? Albedo, your surface area is so small, so it's easy to wash up. I'm envious. Shalltear, it can't be helped if a gorilla envies my surface area. Albedo, indeed, having the curves of an eel can't be helped. Aura, they're starting it again. I don't care. Although that lion statue looks really majestic, feels like it could move at any moment. Nah, there's no way that could be. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 2673.6 DCD3, TSMGO. Date, December 26, 2016. Source, Season 1 BD Bonus. Translation, Nigel. Editing, Skifood. Timing and encoding, Mr. Shy. Post-release script, Ziggy. Scene 1. The sound of an explosion is heard in billowing dust. For the rest of the scene, sounds of explosions can be heard off in the distance. Aura, alright, everyone. Just a little more until we're done. Let's get ironed up. And go. Mare, oh Oni-chan, what's that? Aura, oh. Mare, what's the matter? Mare, I heard a surprising sound, and I was curious about it. Oni-chan, why? Did you summon so many dragonkin? Aura, hehe, what do you think? Mare, what's that? From the outside, it looks like Nazarick from the outside. Aura, exactly. I'm making another great underground tomb of Nazarick. DCDASS 268MARE, yeah. Aura, and it's not just the outside which looks similar either. Even the INTE. Rear's almost the same. How about that? Awesome, right? Hang on, why Re? You looking so scared? Mare, see, could it be? Oh Oni-chan, you. Aura, what? Mare, and nothing. Aura, what are you trying to hide? Spit it out. Why you little? Mare, I get it. Oh Oni-chan, are you planning to secede from Nazarick? Aura, hey, what are you talking about? As if I do that. Mare, but isn't the point of building such a huge base to? Aura, you. The reason I'm building this is because this presence is a magical gate opens. Ainz, gate, close. Mare, in Sama. Ainz, things seem to be proceeding well. Aura, in Sama. You came. Ainz, oh. You've made such progress in such a short time. You have my thanks, Aura. There's no need to thank me. It's only natural that I should obey your instructions, in Sama. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 269MARE, So DOES that mean making this other Nazarick was your idea, Ainz. Sama? Ainz, indeed. We do not know when an external invader might come, but in order to prepare for such a situation, we need to build a decoy to draw away said enemies. This is also part of the plan to strengthen Nazarick. Mare, I see. Ainz, what's the matter? Mare, no, I just thought Oni-chan was going to go independent. Satoru, independent? Aura, like I was saying, I wasn't going to do anything of the sort. Mare, I'm sorry, Oni-chan. Aura, geez. In Sama, please don't get the wrong idea. Ainz, oh. Satoru, Aura, on her own. But how? But then there was Shalltear's example. From earlier. Ainz, Aura. Aura, what is it, Insama? Ainz, is there anything about your daily life which makes you unhappy? Aura, me? Ainz, I know you work very hard for me every day. However, I have not repaid you in any way. I was thinking if there was anything I could do for you. Aura, what are you saying, Insama? All this talk about repayment and DCDASS. 270. So on. Mare, exactly. There is no greater joy for us than to serve you, Insama. Ainz, I am very pleased by your answer, but this is a heartfelt wish of mine. Aura, Insama, your Ainz, rewarding subordinates who have discharged their duties diligently is the responsibility of their superior. At the same time, it is also a source of joy. That being the case, is there anything you want, Aura? Aura, well, this is all rather sudden. Ainz, there is no need to stand on ceremony, given the efforts you have made in building the fake Nazarick. Aura, Insama, I'm very glad to hear that from you, but I can't accept this by myself. Ainz, is that so? Aura, that's because the other guardians do work for you too, Insama. It would be strange if I was the only one who received the reward. Mare, that's right. If Albedo-san or Shalltear-san learned that Oni-chan was the only one who got a reward, then Satoru, indeed, that would be very bad. Ainz, I understand. Then, I shall bring this matter up at our next meeting. Aura, I think that'd be a great idea, Insama. Ainz, then, farewell. Ainz begins to walk away with a flourish of his gown but stops. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 2718 Ainz Aura. Aura, what is it? I'll be counting on you from now on. Aura, yes. Scene 2. Albedo, then, that's all we have for today. Is there anything else? Ainz, there is something I wish to discuss. Is that I with you, Albedo? Albedo, Insama. Of course, please tell us whatever you wish. Ainz, firstly, I would like to thank everyone for coming here today. I wish to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for your daily efforts. Albedo, Insama. Those words of yours fill us with awe and delight. However, for us, service to you is Ainz, Albedo. I'm not done talking yet. Albedo, forgive me. Shalltear giggling, looks like you failed at scoring points. Albedo, Era, and may I know what you meant by that, Shalltear? Shalltear, sucking up too hard has the opposite effect, you know. DCDASS. 272 Albedo, sucking up. I was merely expressing my sincere feelings as Ainz. Samus loyal minion. Shalltear, a loyal minion, hey. So is taking a hug pillow that looks just like your master to your bed and drooling all over it something that a loyal minion should be doing, errands, no? Albedo, in a tone deeper than her normal one, Shalltear, how dare you make me lose face in front of the supreme being? Are you prepared for the consequences of your actions? Shalltear, Era, your face is covered in wrinkles, it must be tough being a virgin succubus like yourself. Albedo, in a voice that sounds overly masculine, that's it. Let's go, right now. Cocytus, contain yourselves. We are I am the presence of a supreme being. Albedo, my deepest apologies. Shalltear, I'm very sorry. Cocytus, honestly, they, two of you, are beyond hope. Demiurge, this is standard fare for them, but really, they ought to have learned better by now. Then, Insama, may I trouble you to continue speaking? Ainz, in truth, I have been thinking of instituting a fringe beneath system for Nazarick in order to reward everyone's hard work. Aura, fringe, beneath. Mare, what are those? Ainz, in my original world, there were institutions called companies. Well, you can think of them as guilds. Explaining in detail would take too long, but Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 273 In short, these companies provided free services known as fringe beneaths to ensure their members could work comfortably. Satoru, that said, there were a lot of companies which didn't provide those. As a peon, I hardly gained any from them either. Mare, free services, is that it? Ainz, indeed. For starters, I wish to construct the facilities that we will need in Nazarick. I would like to improve the livability of Nazarick and the relationships between us. Do any of you have any special requests? Albedo, Insama, your suggestion is a marvelously tempting one, but is Nazarick not amply furnished with all the facilities we need? Demiurge, there is the spa resort Nazarick and the bar on the 9th floor. Shalltear, and the manicure salon 2 Ainz Ooal. Thanks to it, my nails are always in beautiful condition. Cocytus, there are also snowy peaks and dense jungles. It would be easier to name something which was not present. Ainz, is that so? Mare, well. Aura, oh. That's rare of your Mare, speaking up on your own. Mare, I've been thinking about something ever since I heard you speak some time back. Insama. Ainz, there's no need to hold yourself back. Nazarick belongs to you as well. I will grant any wishes you have. Mare, then, I want the sea. Ainz, the sea, you say? DCDASS. 274MARE, yes. I could grow more plants and raise more animals if there were a sea in the 6th floor's jungle. Aura, I say, there should be a limit to what you're asking for. Mare, so I can't? As I thought. Ainz, no, let's listen to the others first. Is there anybody else? Demiurge, speaking of which, if I had to ask for something, I would have to request a torture room. Cocytus, Island. There. Not. Already. A torture room. On. The 5th floor. Demiurge, I would like a little more variety in the torments which could be inflicted. Burning, drowning, crushing with stones, and then the administration of drugs. Something like the Sanzu River might add flavor to it as well. Ainz, is that so? Mare, Oni-chan, is there anything you need? Aura, me? Well, if I could pick, I'd want a taming room. A place where I could whip to my heart's content. Cocytus, Island. That. Not. The. Same. As. A. Torture. Room. Aura, taming is nothing like torture. You can't tame without love. Demiurge, Aura, torture does not work without love either. Aura, really? Albedo, Insama. May I be permitted to speak? Ainz, I guess. Albedo, if it pleases you, may we have a children's room? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 275 AURA, ha? Albedo, with pink walls, a mobile hanging from the ceiling, and a crib in the middle with a baby in it. Shalltear, why would you need something like that, Aaron Snow? Albedo, that's none of your business, Shalltear. Shalltear, I have no objections with building that room, but I have opinions of my own on the design. The walls should be black, the hanging toys should be bats, and the crib should be a rocking cradle. Albedo, why are you butting in? Shalltear, isn't that obvious? He'll be the one using that room in the end. Albedo, Shalltear. It seems we will need to settle this with the duel. Shalltear, Aira, but why do we need to do so when the outcome is so plainly obvious, Aaron Snow? Albedo, indeed. Settling matters aside, I'm the one who will bear the supreme one's child. Shalltear, come, Insama. Let's discuss the room's decor. Albedo activates her rage aura. Get away from Insama, you vixen. The sound of slamming something is heard. Ainz, silence. Albedo, my deepest apologies. Shalltear, I'm very sorry. DCDASS. 276 AURA, it feels like I'm experiencing deja vu. Ainz, exhale, well leave that matter for next time. Dismissed. The sound of footsteps trailing off is heard. Albedo, Insama, may I know where you are going? Ainz, I have personal matters to attend to. Scene 3. The sounds of a teleport gate and walking is heard. Ainz, the word beneath sounds so simple, but everybody wants different things. Satoru, providing everyone with the fringe beneath they want thought to offset the chances of betrayal. Of course, I'm not doubting everyone's loyal why, and in Shalltear's case, it's not entirely out of the question. If there is something I can do about it, I should first. Demiurge, Insama. Ainz, suppressed gasp of surprise. Demiurge, is it? Demiurge, by coming to the first floor, did you intend to head out? Ainz, no, I didn't. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 277 Demiurge, there is no need for you to tell me. I am fully aware of your plans. Insama. You must have wished to see if we could protect you under any circumstances, am I correct? Ainz, Mumu, indeed, that is the case. Demiurge, please be at ease, Insama. My subordinate demons lie in wait. Ready to deal with any eventuality. Ainz, a hint of surprise in his voice, is that so? Thank you for your hard work. Demiurge, I have also surmised your intentions from your wise proposal just now, Insama. Ainz, by proposal, do you mean the matter of fringe beneaths? Demiurge, indeed, I do. As expected of you, Insama. Drawing out potent titled traitors by such means is the height of excellence. Ainz, traitors? Demiurge, those who are easily tempted by beneaths can be easily bought. By laying bait before everyone, you can clearly gauge their reactions. It is a most effective way of assessing their loyalty. Ainz, indeed, that was what it was. Satoru, I didn't plan on doing that in your place. Oh well, forget it. Demiurge, anyone who was visibly tempted by such an offer would be worth watching from now on. However, Insama. Ainz, what is it? Demiurge, in truth, I trembled in fearful awe when you bellowed just now. We could not possibly betray one who possesses such a regal dignity. I can vouch for that. DCDASS. 278 Satoru, Dignit Y, Hi. Ainz, I'm returning to my room. Please maintain your vigilance. Demiurge, certainly. Scene 4, Ainz's room. The sounds of pacing can be heard. Albedo, Insama doesn't seem to have come back yet. Albedo makes noises as she contemplates something. Albedo, then, do excuse me. Here I come. The sound of Albedo jumping up in the air and landing on a bed are heard. Albedo, ravenous sniping is heard followed by a giggle. It doesn't matter. When incense scent is the most fragrant of them all. I'd best breathe in as much as possible while I can. Albedo continues to inhale incense from his bedding, making various noises of approval. The sounds of footsteps far in the distance follow soon after. Albedo, footsteps. Has Insama returned already? The sound of the door opening and closing is heard. Ainz, I think I'll lie down for a bit. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 279 Ainz approaches the bed and has a seat. Ainz, the sheets feel warm. Why is that? Albedo, that was close. Fortunately I managed to dive under the bed. Well, this is a situation which makes my heart beat faster too. Giggle. Ainz, dignity. It's quite important. Albedo, Insam is talking to himself. This is a rare opportunity to hear what he truly thinks. Ainz, nobody will follow the man who stands at the head of an organization if he doesn't have charisma. That said, being able to maintain the appropriate dignity at all times is difficult to say. I must act in a dignified manner at all times. Albedo, Insama seems troubled. As the guardian overseer, I must listen to everything he says. Ainz, sighing, how should I maintain my dignity, though? Would acting be enough? If I'd known, I would have trained up some acting type skills. Still, I don't know if they'd be of use in this world. Albedo, to think it was acting. Insama seeks acting ability. Why? Satoru, better acting would also make life easier during my activities as an adventurer. Still, there's no point talking about it at this point. Ainz rises from his bed. Ainz, now then, I ought to be heading back to work. Ainz begins to walk away but stops. Ainz, I'm probably imagining things. The sound of the door closing is heard. DCDASS. 280. Albedo, it is a vassal's duty to offer what her leech desires. Albedo giggles to herself. Scene 5. The sounds of small footsteps are heard echoing in a passageway. Shalltear, sigh, Insama scolded me twice today, Ainz Ooal. The plan was to use Albedo as a stepping stone to get near him. But it's not working out. The sound of light objects falling is heard. Shalltear, Era. This sound. It sounds like it's coming from the great library of Azurbanipal. Shalltear hurries to a door and opens it with a creak. Shalltear, is that a pile of books? Seems to be moving. An aggressive movement is heard from the books. Shalltear, there's wings coming through the gaps in the books. Now, who has wings as a special feature? Albedo? Is Albedo in that pile of books, Aaron? Sano? Still, what's she doing there? The sound of books being tossed lightly is heard. Albedo, it's not this one, or that one. It should be around here. That's it. Found it. As long as I have this, Insama will. Evil giggling. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 281 Albedo walks away calmly laughing and humming. Shalltear, well, that's the picture of suspiciousness. Although it's rare enough that she's not suspicious. Still, I wonder what she has in mind for Insama. Aaron soon. Scene 6. The sound of hurried footsteps echo as someone pants before coming to a stop. Albedo, Insama. Ainz, Albedo, what's the matter? You seem flustered. Albedo, my deepest apologies for forcing you to witness this wretched state of mine. May I trouble you for a moment of your time? Ainz, it's Ine. Go ahead. Albedo, a few days ago, you mentioned something about, fringe. Ainz, fringe beneath. Albedo, well, on that note, how about building a theater in Nazarick? Ainz, a theater, you say? Albedo, I feel many of Nazarick's residents seek entertainment, so there will be demand for it. DCDASS. 282 Ainz, that may be so. Albedo, empires of old often used entertainment to dispel their citizens' unhappiness and ward against the threat of betrayal. Since we will be conquering the world in future, it might be worth your consideration. Ainz, I see. While I indeed is a very interesting proposal, remodeling Nazrick ought to wait until I've gotten everyone's opinions first. Albedo, please do not worry about that. Albedo huffs and drops a stack of papers in front of Ainz. Albedo, I have obtained the signatures of most of the floor guardians, including that of Demiurge. Satoru, to think she had moved so fast. Ainz, HHMIC. I admire your passion, but what about the performances? You'd need a script, wouldn't you? Albedo, of course. I've prepared one already. A sound is made to show something. Ainz, this script, did you take it from the great library of Azurbanipal? Albedo, indeed, I did. This script seems to have been brought over from the world you used to reside in Insama. Satoru, that must have been Tabulus Maraginus' doing. He was always a detail maniac. That place collected great works of literature from all over the world, be it Norse mythology, the Thulhu mythos, or even the tale of the Haiga. Ainz, so, what's it about? Albedo, well, about that. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 283 Ainz, why are you hesitating? Didn't you come here after verifying the contents? Albedo, Of course, I did. This work is called Romeo and Juliet. It is what is known as a tragedy. Hence, a tragedy. Hey. That's not likely to win over the audience, is it? Albedo, according to Chief Librarian Titus, this particular piece combines cultural significance and entertainment value, and is very suitable for performances. Ainz, HHM. Well, alright, then. How about the actors? Albedo, here it comes. Albedo, I am currently picking candidates from among the people of Nazarick. The most important criteria is whether the choices suit the role. After all, a fool cannot hide his true nature even if he plays a sage. Satoru, that really hurt for some reason. Ainz, well, that does make sense, in a way. Albedo, first, we must select the person who will play the main character. Romeo. Since Romeo is the eldest son of a noble family, I wish to have someone highborn take that part. Ainz, then, who will it be? Albedo, that is obvious enough. The highest placed and most noble person of Nazarick can be none other than yourself, Insama. Ainz, HHM. Wait, that means Albedo, I wish to make you the star of the show, Insama. Satoru, ha? Oi, what are you saying all of a sudden? DCDASS. 284 AINZ, Albedo, I do not have that much free time. I cannot possibly accept such a request. Albedo, but this might be a good chance to practice your acting skills. Ainz, say what? Albedo, what better way is there to improve acting skills than by a live performance as an actor? Ainz, that might be true. Satoru, I've never acted before. Should I take part to gain a bit of experience? No, but I don't want my subordinates to see my awful technique. Albedo, Insama, does this unsettle you? Ainz, that's because it was too sudden. Albedo, please do not worry. I will rehearse with you until you're thoroughly satisfied with your acting prowess. If it displeases you, you may drop out at any time. Ainz, I see. Albedo, of course, the rehearsals will not be public. I will not permit anyone unrelated to come close. Ainz, well, if that's how it is, MHM, clears throat. I don't see why I can't. Give it a try. Albedo, is that true? Albedo, in a deep voice, evil giggle, just as planned. Albedo, then, let us not delay, here is the schedule. Shalltear, in an assertive voice, hold it right there, Ainz Ooal. Overlord, August 2019 Anthology. 285 Albedo, Shalltear. We're discussing very important business. Shalltear, I've already seen through your schemes. Just give up. Albedo, in an oblivious tone, scheme? What are you saying? Could you please not try to quarrel with me right now? Shalltear, if you insist on being difficult, I'll tell all, right here and now. Albedo? Ainz, what's all this about, Shalltear? Shalltear, I asked Chief Librarian Titus about Romeo and Juliet. The story is protagonist Romeo falls madly in love with the heroine Juliet. Albedo, but the two of them are torn apart by their families. What a tragic development. Shalltear, the problem is the last scene. After Romeo collapses from drinking poison, Juliet kisses GH. Albedo, after drinking Romeo's poison, Juliet decides to end her life as well. Not only it is tragic, but artistic. What's wrong with that? Shalltear, can you say that after seeing this? Shalltear throws some paper down. Albedo? That's the cast list. Shalltear, where did you get that? Shalltear, I hope you haven't forgotten that Nazarick's mates don't answer to you alone. Ainz, Shalltear, what is? Shalltear, this is the cast list Albedo made. To think, Albedo would actually write her own name beside Juliet's. DCDASS. 286 Satoru, what? Shalltear, Insama, if you were to play Romeo, then Albedo would end up kissing you. She's already the guardian overseer, in a pained voice, but she's still plotting to steal your lips, Insama. Angry, why, this is a terrible abuse of her power. Satoru, I see. So that was Albedo's aim. Even though I don't have lips. Albedo, I had no impure thoughts in mind. All I wanted was to help the play succeed. Shalltear, if that's the case, then why wasn't I informed about it? Albedo, in a gilt white tone, that's because. Shalltear, because you knew that your plans would be ruined if I found out, so you decided to steal a march on me and get Insama's approval. Am I wrong? Albedo, your mind's moving pretty fast for a change, Shalltear. However, even if that is true, so what? Insama has already approved this project. You wouldn't want to stop the project halfway, would you? Shalltear, oh, I won't say that. Albedo, Shalltear, I will let it go forward. I simply wish for the cast to be picked fairly. Albedo, fairly? Demiurge, that is to say, by conducting an audition. Demiurge beings to walk to the trio. Albedo, Demiurge. What are you doing here? Demiurge, because Shalltear discussed it with me. Overlord, August 2019 Anthology. 287 Albedo, then the reason you approved of my suggestion just now was because. Demiurge, I approved of the script, but I do not recall approving of the cast list. Albedo styles her voice. Demiurge, I trust nobody in Nazarick will object to Insama playing the star's role. However, the female lead is a different matter entirely. If Albedo plays the female lead, I can imagine many people, Shalltear included, would be very unhappy with that decision. In order to avoid that, I feel the female lead's role should be decided in a fair manner. Albedo, hence the auditions, then. Demiurge, indeed. I doubt anyone will complain if you show your prowess with a fair and open audition. Albedo, but Shalltear, Era, Albedo. Afraid of losing Ainz Ooal? Albedo, in a voice lacking feminine inflection, what are you saying, Shalltear? I won't lose to the likes of you. Shalltear, then, if you're so content, you don't have any reason to refuse the audition, do you, Ainz Ooal? Albedo, I understand. Then, I shall clearly illustrate the difference between our respective abilities in a public forum. Prepare yourself, Shalltear. Shalltear, in a voice lacking feminine inflection as well, fine by me. The two ladies growl at each other. Demiurge, Insama, forgive me for approaching you out of turn, but would you be willing to give your permission for the audition? DCDASS 288 AINZ HHM. Satoru, I have the feeling this is going to cause a lot of trouble. Still, it's not like an armed showdown. Being able to settle this peacefully should be quite good. No? Ainz, I understand. Then, I will leave the oversight of the matter in your hands, Demiurge. Demiurge, I thank you for your kind words. Since the name of Nazrick Day depends upon it, I shall hold an IRM but fair audition. Demiurge chuckles. Scene 7. The growls of various creatures are heard. The ambient noise of conversations can be heard throughout the scene. Aura, what's going on? Why are there so many people around? Mare, look, Oni-chan. There's a notice board over there. Aura, a notice board? Let's see. Audition brief, let's choose Nazarick's female lead. What's this about? Mare, I guess it's to determine who'll be the female lead of Albedo-san's play. It says participants have to play out the events of the annual scene. Aura, also that's it. What's this? What's this? Anyone interested mail in their names. Anyone can take part, then. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 289 Mare, Oni-chan, aren't you taking part? Aura, huh? Me? I'm not that kind of girl. Besides, look. Mare, HHM. Aura, the yield for the names of the participants. Mare, Aura, after Albedo wrote her name in such big letters, Shalltear went and signed her name in bright red ink. In a carefree and resigned voice, that's a declaration of war. He'll pass on hiding with those two. Mare, well, you say it's a hide, but there won't be any actual hiding, right? So you don't have to hold yourself back. Aura, you don't know anything, do you? You look so cute, but you're just a boy. Mare, what does that mean? What happened? Aura, women will do anything to win when they get serious. Especially those two. Mare, is that so? Aura, I think the others would agree with me. Mare, Aura, while they say the audition results will be decided by voting, they'll bet most of them will abstain. Mare, but that means it won't be a fair trial, then? Aura, that's true, but what do you think will happen if word gets out that you voted for one of them? Who knows what kind of revenge the other side will. DCDASS 290. Take. Mare, I don't think even those two would lay a hand on people from Nazarick. Aura, under normal circumstances, that would be true. But this time, it concerns their feminine pride. Who knows what will happen? Mare, you seem different from how you normally are. Aura, Marie, what did you mean by that? Mare, I didn't mean anything special. Lumbering footsteps are heard. Cocytus, frost, white exhale. Honestly, it has become quite a mess. Aura, Cocytus. Well, I guess you're right. Cocytus, to think he would approve out of such a farce. Has Demiurge gone mad? Aura, wait. Do you mean Demiurge organized all of this? Cocytus, that's what I've heard. Aura, I don't think Demiurge would have gone to all that effort without any other intentions. He must have something up his sleeve. Aura, so that's it. Mare, what happened? Oni-chan? Aura, well, this might look quite interesting. Hee. Mare, hi. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 291 SCN8. Even paced footsteps are heard. Ainz, so there's 3 days until the auditions. Satoru, all I wanted was to practice my acting, but I have no idea how I ended up becoming part of an event which involved all of Nazarick. Why is it that things get so out of control around Albedo and Shalltear? Those two are, how shall I put it, so extreme. Well, I suppose that's a charm point for them. Ainz, HHM? That is. Albedo, finishing vocal exercises. Why hast thou abandoned me? Why hast thou abandoned me? Cast me aside and departed by thyself. Drunk all. and left no friendly drop to help me after. Haply some poison yet doth hang on thy lips. Satoru, she looks really serious. This is the first time I've seen Albedo with that look on her face. The sound of Ainz gown moving is heard. Albedo, Insama. Ainz, forgive me, I had no intention to eavesdrop. Albedo, no, it is my utmost regret to have failed to notice your mighty press. Insama. Please accept my sincerest apologies. DCDASS. 292AINZ, pay it no heed. Still, does that not indicate how focused you were on your practice? You looked like you were about to complete a passionate performance. Albedo, no, I am not satisfied with my technique yet. Ainz, is that so? Albedo, indeed. In truth, I even sought out Pandora's actor's suggestions. Satoru, him. Ainz, chokes back surprise. What did he say? Albedo, mimicking Pandora actor's inflection in elongated words, the most important skill one can have for acting is love. Leave. Fall in love, young lady. And so on. Satoru, that guy. Albedo, although I decided to act on his advice in my own way. Ainz, the less of his advice you listen to, the better. Albedo, yes. Ainz, then, I shall look forward to the rehearsal. Ainz turns to walk away, his gown billowing. Albedo, Insama. Ainz, what's the matter? You sound so serious. Albedo, while this request might be untoward in the extreme, may I trouble you to help me practice? Ainz sounds to have choked on something in his non-existent throat. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 293 Albedo, my sincerest apologies for my rude request. Ainz, N. No. Satoru, if this inspires her, why not give it a try? Ainz, well, if it's just for a while, it should be INE. Albedo, really? Oh, how wonderful. To think you would personally help me practice, Insama. Ainz, Then, what should I do? Albedo, I hope you could just lie down over there. Ainz, you just need me to lie down? Albedo, yes. In the initial scene, Romeo has perished after drinking poison, so all you need to do is lie down there. Satoru, is that it? The sounds of Ainz moving and laying down are heard. Ainz, is that all right? Albedo, then, please allow me. Albedo girlishly clears her throat. Why hast thou abandoned me? Cast me aside and departed by thyself? Drunk all, and left no friendly drop to help me after. It feels like she's getting really close, and her breathing's getting really fast. Albedo, haply some poison yet doth hang on thy lips. Albedo, in a voice lacking reason to think I'd get a chance like this before we officially go on stage. I can't stop myself any longer. Satoru, this is bad. If this keeps up, shall take my ears kiss. Is it really? DCDASS. 294 all right to lose it like this? She's breathing so hard that it's ruined the romantic mood. No, not that it would be INE if the mood was romantic in the first place. An eruption of energy is heard. Shalltear, Albedo. Shalltear. That's Ainz, it's a purifying javelin. Shalltear, get away from the supreme being now, Ainz Ooal. Or else. Albedo, walls of Jericho. A mellow game sound is heard from the skull. Shalltear, you think that feeble defensive wall of yours can block the purifying javelin? Albedo, my skill build is specialized for defense. Blocking that pathetic lance of yours is child's play. Shalltear, masculine voice, then try it. Albedo, masculine voice, bring it on. Ainz, stop that right now. All sounds have been lit and instantly. Ainz, to think the two of you would use your skills in Nazarick, and on your fellow comrades. What is wrong with you? Albedo, on the verge of tears, my sincerest apologies. Shalltear, I'm very sorry. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 295 AINZ, I'm tired of hearing you apologize. Cool your heads, both of you. Ainz storms off, a door opening and closing loudly. Albedo, Insama. Shalltear, I was scolded by Insama again, Ainz Ooal. Albedo, and whose fault do you think it was? Shalltear, moping, that's really sneaky of you, Albedo. Albedo, I was just having Insama help me rehearse. Shalltear, I can see that lewd look in your eyes and that wicked expression plastered all over your face. I came because I could hear you panting like a dog from so far away, Ainz Ooal. Albedo, is that so? Shalltear, well, if you're willing to abandon your image for that, then I won't hold back either. Albedo, and what is that supposed to mean? Shalltear, I will use any means to claim the supreme being's lips. Albedo, wait, Shalltear, good luck. Shalltear's light footsteps drift off into the distance. Albedo, what does Shalltear have in mind? DCDASS. 296SCNE9. The sound of female shoes can be heard walking briskly. Albedo, the audition is tomorrow, and while Shalltear doesn't seem to have done anything so far, I don't think matters will end just like that. Aura, Albedo, isn't that Aura? Aura, so the audition's tomorrow. Gee, good luck. Albedo, thank you. Aura, then, bye. Albedo, she seemed very strange. The sound of a grasp is heard. Albedo, could you hang on a little? Aura, W. What's this about, Albedo? You look really scary. Albedo, have you seen Shalltear recently? Aura, of course not. Albedo, really? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 297 AURA, ugh. Albedo, why are you lying? It's not like you at all. Aura, that's because. Albedo, could it be that Shalltear asked you to do something? Aura, how did you know? Albedo, so she did, then? What did she ask you? Aura, she wanted me to vote for her. Albedo, as I thought. Albedo, and how did you answer her? Aura, you're really making things difficult for me, even if you ask like that. Or something. Albedo, I see. Albedo, so Shalltear was trying to form a voting bloc. Albedo, who else did she approach, besides you? Aura, I wonder. I'm not too clear on the details myself. I don't think she spoke to anyone besides the floor guardians. Albedo, Aira. Why is that? Aura, that's because the others don't want to get involved with something annoying like this. The Pleiades have all washed their hands of this. Anyone who's not on your or Shalltear's level might end up losing their lives if anything happens. Albedo, then, I'll go IND the other floor guardians and ask them. DCDASS. 298 AURA. That sounds great. See ya. Aura turns to walk away, but... Albedo, Aura, I'm not finished yet. Aura, what is it? Albedo, could you vote for me? Aura, like I said, I don't want to be bothered by requests like that. Albedo, how about we make a deal, then? Albedo pulls out an item. Aura, that's... Albedo, Kal Kin, a legendary item said to be able to lure out the magical beast that stands above all other creatures. I'm sure it must be very attractive to anyone who collects animals. Aura, are you tempting me with this? Albedo, Shalltear's forming a voting bloc, so I need to respond by any means necessary. Aura barely able to resist, but... Albedo, consider this a deposit. Once I get your vote, I'll give you the superior item known as Kal Kin High Grade. Aura, you, that's unfair. Albedo, it doesn't matter how you see it. Albedo, I'd rather become a devil than let Shalltear take in Samus' lips. Evil. Giggling. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 299 SCNE 10, 5th floor. A frozen wind is heard as sounds of Cocytus grunts are heard. Cocytus, humph. Harg. Humph. Yert. Shalltear, training is always Aaronska. I expect nothing less of Cocytus the warrior. Cocytus, Shalltear. Why have you come all this way? Shalltear, it's about tomorrow's audition. Cocytus, I refuse. Harg. Shalltear, but I haven't said anything yet. Cocytus, there can be only one reason for you to approach me. Yart. Exhales, on. They. Day. Before. They. Auditions. Shalltear, aren't we sensitive? Of course, I don't expect you to help me for nothing. A frozen impact is heard between a weapon and ice. Cocytus, Ribery. Island. A stain. On. They. Proud. Name. Of. Nazrick. Shalltear, as expected of Cocytus, he reacted exactly as I thought he would. Shalltear, could you remove your weapon? I didn't come here to bribe you. DCDASS. 300. Cocytus, skeptical, then. Why are you here? Shalltear, Cocytus, do you wish to cross blades with Insama? Cocytus, humph. Why you? What are you saying? Shalltear, warriors wish to battle the strong, do they not? You wish to battle Insama from the depths of your heart, and it is not an impossible thing. However, as a floor guardian, bearing steel at Insama is forbidden. Then, what about a battle on the stage? What do you think? Cocytus, on stage. You say? Shalltear, there is a character known as Tybalt, who fights a duel with the main character Romeo. Even if it's only a fictional setting, you will be doing battle with Insama. Tempting, isn't it? The sound of a weapon shaking excessively is heard. Cocytus, voice wavering, what are you saying? Shalltear, your blade is trembling. At least your body is honest. The sound of ice being smashed is heard. Cocytus, begone. I will not succumb to your temptations. If you count yourself as a member of Nazarick, then dispense with these tricks and fight me fair and square. Shalltear, I understand Ainz Ooal. Shalltear, worried I knew it would not be easy, but he refused me in the end. I didn't manage to win Aura over either. If this keeps up, ugh. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 301 SCNE 11. Demiurge, thank you for coming, everyone. In an overly enthusiastic barker voice, we shall begin the grand audition for Nazarick's female lead shortly. A roar of applause is heard. Aura, Demiurge is really getting into it. Cocytus, he. Island. Hosting. They. Event. So. He. Wants. To. Stir. Up. They. Crowd. Mare, really? Albedo, may the best woman win. Shalltear. Shalltear, when did you make that outie? Albedo, sewing is a lady's hobby, you know. Shalltear, looks aren't everything, you know. Demiurge, then, may I trouble you for the opening speech, in summa? Ainz, first, I'd like to thank the two of you for your hard practice until today. I want you to settle things today, with a clean, honest battle of acting ability. Understood? Shalltear and Albedo, yes. DCDASS. 3028 Ainz. As for the rest of you, well, the fact is that you've all forfeited. I hope you will judge their acting with impartial eyes. That's all. Sons of applause. Demiurge, thank you for blessing us with those wonderful words. Then, let us begin the audition. A gong is heard. Demiurge, for this audition, we shall have our contestants act out the anal scene of Romeo and Juliet. As Romeo is dead, I have prepared a dummy as a substitute. Lumbering steps are heard as the dummy is provided. Shalltear, that's Albedo's hug pillow. Albedo, I specially lent it out. Looks like Insama, don't you think? Shalltear, slightly skeptical, you did wash it, didn't you? Albedo, of course. Demiurge, then, ladies, you may begin when ready. How do you wish to do this? Albedo, Shalltear, after you. Shalltear? Shalltear, Albedo actually gave way to me. Does she have something in mind? Even so, I can't back down here. Shalltear, feigning bravado, then, I shall gratefully accept and begin Ainz Ooal. Demiurge, first up Shalltear. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 303 Shalltear steps can be heard walking up to the stage. Demiurge, then, begin. The gong sounds off again. Shalltear takes a deep breath and exhales calmly. Shalltear, calm down. I have to be calm. I need to make Insama notice my good points. Shalltear, sniffles into CRing on command before suppressing T-Wo sobs. Aura, Shalltear is crying. Cocytus, a rare sight. Shalltear, Romeo-sama. Why for hath thou bent on me and depart by thyself? Shouldst thou not have left some sweet nepenthe for me? Ainz, what a thrilling performance. Shalltear, Insamus noticing me. I've got a good feeling about this Ainz Ooal. Shalltear, mayhaps thine lips bear a trace of thy fell concoction. With but a kiss. Shalltear, there's something moist on the dummy's lips. Is this poison? Did you really have to apply real poison to it? Albedo, evil giggling. Shalltear, Albedo, you. Shalltear, KYGH. Mare, hi. She stopped. DCDASS. 304 Cocytus, how strange. Shalltear, I need to calm down. Even if I point it out now, there's no way I can link this poison to Albedo. And besides, poison has no effect on the undead like myself. That being the case, Shalltear takes a small breath, bends down and begins kissing the body pillow. Mare, she's kissing it. Aura, kids shouldn't be seeing this. Mare, but why? Ainz, how shall I say this? Satoru, I didn't expect Shalltear to have such a mature expression on her face. The sound of a blade being grabbed is heard. Shalltear, Romeo-sama. Thus do I hasten to your side. Shalltear stabs her self. Kayak. Aura, wa. She stabbed herself with a knife. Cocytus, she deliberately suppressed her regeneration to allow a blood to flow. What admirable determination. Applause is heard. Shalltear, thank you for watching, everyone. Shalltear walks off the stage toward Aura and the others. Aura, Shalltear, are you all right? Shalltear, they say you need a sense of realism for acting skills. Let it bleed. For a while. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 305 AURA, is that so? Demiurge, and that was Shalltear's performance. Next, we shall have Albedo demonstrate her thespian abilities. Albedo, it's my turn. Albedo begins to walk on stage. Shalltear, what a shame, Albedo. Your plot failed, Ainz Ooal. Albedo, whatever are you talking about? Shalltear, you can pretend all you want, but the snare you've set has caught you instead. Albedo, and what does that mean? Shalltear, I kissed the dummy, but the poison is still on it. Now that you're in costume, you've also removed your poison immunity gear. I doubt you'll be able to kiss the dummy now. Albedo, is that so? Albedo walks onto the stage. Shalltear, she seems so relaxed. What's that about? Does she have some kind of plan to deal with it? Then, Demiurge, begin. The gong sounds again. Albedo, Romeo-sama. Why didst thou abandon me, to depart by thyself? At the very least, thou shouldst have left the sweet venom from me. Mare, She's really calm, unlike Shalltear San. DCDASS. 306 Cocytus, Island. That. They. Mindset. Of. Those. Who. Face. Death. I can sense. They. Devotion. Hidden. Within. Albedo, perhaps some trace of venom remains upon these lips. But with a kiss. Shalltear, doesn't look like she had a spell cast on her. Albedo shouldn't be able to kiss it like that. What does she intend to do? Albedo crouches down and approaches the body pillow. Albedo, my beloved Romeo-sama. Spare some poison for me. Albedo begins to furiously kiss the body pillow, pain escaping in her voice as she maintains the act. Shalltear, Albedo. What is she thinking? Aura, is it me or does Albedo look like she's in pain? Shalltear, that dummy has been smeared with poison. Mare, if we don't stop her now. Cocytus, hold. Mare, but why, Cocytus-san? Cocytus, look. At Albedo's face. Albedo continues kissing the dummy, the sounds of screams of pain appearing to be smothered. Cocytus, she seeks desperately to suck the poison from her lover's lips. Island. That. Not to be expected. Mare, but if this goes on, Albedo-san will. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 307 AINC, what amazing spirit. Mare, Insama. Ainz, she continues expressing her love despite going through such suffering. Is that not how Juliet should look? Shalltear, could that have been Albedo's aim from the beginning? She poisoned the dummy to show Insama her realistic acting skills. Did she even factor in my poison immunity? Why? Kissing laced with the sounds of pain ends with deep breaths. Albedo, Romeo-sama. I'm heading to your side, right now. Albedo stabs herself with the knife. Mare, Demiurge-san. Demiurge, that's enough. Albedo takes several long pans of air. Ainz, cure poison. Albedo, Insama. Ainz, Shalltear, you come here too. Shalltear, yes. Ainz, he'll heal you as well. A healing sound effect is heard. Shalltear, thank you very much, Insama. Ainz, the two of you went way too overboard. Still, that was exciting for her. DCDASS. 308 Formants. Albedo, your words fill me with gratitude. Shalltear, it's too early to relax just yet. Albedo, indeed, the judging begins now. Demiurge, then, let us begin the voting now. Circle the name on your votes. And then hand them to me. Also, as the host of this event, I shall abstain from voting for fairness' sake. Also, I hope you will watch in silence, Insama. After all, your opinion overrules everyone else's. Mare, W. What should I do? Cocytus, I have already decided. Aura, me too. Albedo, I've done everything you think I can. Victor Y is mine. Shalltear, it's not over yet. Demiurge, then, I shall declare the votes. Continuous drumming is heard to build anticipation. Demiurge, 1 vote for Shalltear. 1 vote for Albedo. They are tied. There. 4, it is a draw. Crowd is shocked. Albedo, how could this? Shalltear, those are the results. Albedo, irritated, this is strange. Why are there only 2 votes? Who abstained? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 309 MARET. That's because I couldn't decide. Albedo, that means Aura and Cocytus voted. Aura should have voted for me. Albedo, you voted for Shalltear, didn't you, Cocytus? Cocytus, no, I was moved by your resolve. Albedo. So, I voted for you. Albedo, but that means Aura, haha. Sorry. Albedo, Aura. How could that be? After I promised her the KAL can high grade. The deal should have been sealed. Could it be that she betrayed me? Aura, I was hesitating until the end. Albedo, that item in Aura's pocket is KAL can premium. That divine item B. For which even divine beasts must kneel. It's so hard to obtain, but who? Shalltear giggles. Albedo, Shalltear. How dare you give her something better than the item I promised her? Shalltear, since it's a draw, does that mean we should have a do-over? Albedo, in a bestial voice, how could you do such a shameless thing? Shalltear, feigning innocence. Aura, what are you talking about? Albedo, you bribed Aura, didn't you? Shalltear, would you mind not trying to pick a it? Albedo, on the verge of making some puppets fall with their strings cut. You call this picking a it? Aura, show me that item. DCDASS. 310. Aura, wah. Albedo aggressively grabs Aura's item. Albedo, you gave this to Aura, didn't you? Shalltear, do you have proof of that? Albedo, well, no, once we ask Aura. Isn't that so? Albedo, did Shalltear seal her lips? Shalltear, doesn't sound like proof to me. Albedo, what happened? Aura? Please answer. Aura, Albedo and Shalltear both gave me items. Albedo and Shalltear. Shalltear, hang on. Aura, what are you talking about? Aura, I have proof. The eyeball corpse witnessed the deal. Shall we call it over? Albedo and Shalltear, Guffo. Albedo, what's this? It's as though she knew we were going to make a deal. Ah. Could it be? Demiurge, what's all this about? Aura, they both tried to bribe me. Demiurge, is that so? Well, we can't have that. According to the rules, any misconduct is grounds for disqualification. Albedo, Demiurge, was this part of your plan? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 311 Demiurge, oh, what are you implying? Albedo, you used Aura to make us both cheat, and thus disqualify us both. Shalltear, was that what it was? Demiurge, it distresses me when you say so without any proof. All I did was make thorough preparations to ensure a fair audition. I simply told the guardians to inform me if either of you approached them. Shalltear, were we dancing in your hands all along, Arinska? Demiurge, if either of you won, it would leave behind the seeds of resentment. Therefore, the sole conclusion was to have the two of you lose. Thus, was my strategy decided from the beginning. Shalltear, on the verge of tears. Albedo, your strategy was on a different level, Demiurge. Cocytus, this island. A retribution for being tempted by desire and resorting to foolish trickery. Exhales. Hence, there is no need for either of you to be unhappy. Albedo, in summa, how can we apologize for showing this pathetic side of ourselves to you? Hence, it is a shame that all these events have occurred. However, I feel I have gained greatly by watching the two of you act. Both of you have worked hard, haven't you? Shalltear, in summa. Albedo, thank you very much for your benevolence. Satoru, no matter who wins, it might sow the seeds of future conflict. Indeed. Demiurge was right. This is a pretty good ending to the matter, all things con. DCDASS. 312 cidered. Ends. Then, everyone, let's. Mare, E.R., would you permit me to delay you a little? Aura, Mare, what's wrong with that? Mare, I'd like to join the auditions too. Aura, ha. Demiurge, genuinely surprised. Now, Mare, there was no closing date on the sign UPS, and it wasn't stated that males weren't allowed. Demiurge, indeed, that is true. Shalltear, Mare, you're kidding, right? Albedo, are you aiming for Insamus lips too? Mare, it's not like that. But after I saw the two of you perform, I wanted to try. To. In an extremely cutesy voice, can I? Insama? Satoru, why is Mare so suited to skirts? Don't look at me from that cute angle. Cocytus, Demiurge. It seems you have lost. Demiurge, A.T. Then, we shall continue the auditions. Albedo, wait. Hold it right there. I won't hand over Insamus lips. Shalltear, Mare, tell me what you want, okay? Aura, you. Are you trying to bribe people again? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 313 Mare, I just wanted to stand on stage. Albedo, Mare. Satoru, they still ended up fighting in the end. Ainz, silence, all of you. DCDASS. 3143.7 S2 DCD, TGS. TA. Date, April 25th, 2018. Source, Season 2 PD bonus. Translation, Nigel, Erica Furido. Editing, various. Timing and encoding, Mr. Shy. Post-release script, Ziggy. The sound of people rising from genuflecting is heard. Ainz, right, all the floor guardians are here. The reason I called you to my room MHM is because I wish to bestow gold coins upon you. Take them. Mare G gold coins, you say? Ainz, There's something like your salary. All guardians, gasping in surprise. Albedo, in summa, though I fear to offend you, and I hope you will forgive my rudeness in interrupting you while you speak. Ainz, I have a pretty good idea of what you're going to say, Albedo. Still. Go ahead and say it. Satoru, worried it'll be embarrassing if I get it wrong. Albedo, thank you very much. There is no greater joy for us than working. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 315 FO are the supreme beings. Putting a price on that labor would be terribly disrespectful. Therefore, we submit that we do not require a salary. All guardians, MHM. Ainz, that's true. I still remember that you mentioned it before. After that, I proposed a scheme to grant you salaries commensurate to your positions, and then I ordered you to think of what you would buy with that salary. Following which I asked you what you wanted. While a lot of you submitted suggestions, I'd like to know which of you suggested the sleeping voucher. Shalltear, ironically it was me, in summa. Ainz, Shalltear, hey. Then, were you the one who wanted to spar with me? Cocytus? Cocytus, exhales indeed. It was I. Ainz, then what did you want, Aura and Mare? Aura, well, at first I wanted Rorora, but then Cocytus. Cocytus, it. Island. A pet. Of. A. Lizardman. Who. I am managing. I could. Not. Allow. Someone. To. Take. Away. Their. Property. Without. Permission. So. I refused. Do. You. Agree. With. My. Handling. Of. A. Situation. Ainz. Cocytus. Your response was the correct one. Cocytus. Thank. You. Very. Much. Insama. Aura. Happy. And so, I changed it to a eat with Insama voucher. Ainz. How about you, Mare? Mare. I wanted a sleeping voucher too. Shalltear. Now that you mention it, Mare didn't propose anything new EI. There. DCDASS. 316 Mare. Flustered Wa. I'm very sorry, Insama. Ainz. No, don't worry about it, Mare. I didn't insist that you had to come up with something. Mare. Thank you very much. Ainz. Then, were you the one who suggested the bathing together voucher? Albedo? Demiurge? No, that was me. Satoru. Lower tone, so it was you? Demiurge. I believe there was a phrase called bearing all, which was once mentioned by old Sama of the supreme beings. TL note, the term demi uses is, literally naked association, which means being frank and open with someone else, generally with another man. The nakedness is spiritual. The sound of cloth moving is heard. Ainz. Albert-san, really? Did that really happen? All right, I understand. Now then, Albedo, what did you want? Albedo, I suggested face to. TL note, Albedo says, in other words, man on top with leg locking. Just Google it. Demiurge, Insama. Just about every suggestion Albedo made was rejected. Shalltear, muttering under her breath lacking feminine intonation, oh. What a shame. Aura, well, it can't be helped. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 317 MARE, that sleeping together voucher sounds like it involves stuff Oni. Chan and I don't need to know about. ER. Was that a step even further B? Yawned. Satoru, revelator white tone I can imagine it already. The sound of cloth moving is heard again. Ainz. Ahem. The last time I got a lot of suggestions for vouchers to do this and that with me, just like now. This sentence, yes, there were lots of them. This struck me as problematic. So this time, I will give you physical gold coins. You will take them and buy items from the nearby city with them. I hope you will. All work together on this. Albedo, you have but to give an order, Insama, and we will devote our bot. IES and souls to carrying it out. All guardians, we shall carry it out. Ainz, that's the spirit. Then, I shall give each of you 3 gold coins. Use them as you like. After that, tell me how you use them and what thoughts you have about it. The sound of loose coins being dropped on a table is heard. Albedo, are these gold coins the same ones that the humans use? Ainz, that's right. It seems they are called trading gold coins. All right, well. I told you to spend them as you liked. Someone mentioned humans last time. So I would like to make this clear. You are not to purchase any living creatures. If you cannot go outside, you can ask Narberl to run an errand for you. Also, you can ask Sebas and Solution about what items are on sale. All guardians, simultaneously yes. Ainz, very well. Then I will leave the rest to you. Satoru, worried still, they sell some weird things out there, so I'd better go in person to look just in case. Still, it's tough for them, especially for Cocytus. DCDASS. 318. The sound of wagon or carriage wheels rolling on the ground is heard along with a subtle CITY ambient crowd noise. Random background faggot. Hey, look. It's the hero of Erental. Maman. Of darkness. Random background faggot too. Splishing. He's so cool. Random background faggot. In a quieter voice. And that's the beautiful Princess Nabe behind him. Man, she's so pretty. Creeper voice engaged. If only, with a hottie like that. Random background faggot too. Forget it, man. Satoru, good. Seems our names are quite popular in Erental. But adamantite tranked work is rare here. Nerl, Maman SA, and several inferior life forms, Aedes mosquitoes, have been following us since just now. May I exterminate them? Ainz, muffled helmet voice. No, you may not. We are adventurers of the highest order. It is only natural that we should attract attention. Just pay them no heed. Nerl, very well. Then I shall ignore them. Ainz, well, that's INE then. Shopkeeper, sheep. We've got a big sale on Gog around from Blue Rose. Buy now and get an evil eye free. How about buying one for your kids? Ainz, what's that store selling? Shocked, to think they actually had something like this. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 319 A soft whoosh is heard cancelling out all ambient noise. Satoru, I didn't think you could make so much off that sort of thing, with a voice containing eagerness. Well, of course an adventurer's income is higher, but wouldn't it be good to have a regular, passive income stream? Albedo, in Sama. Moving cloth is heard again. Ainz, sorry. I was thinking about something. Now then, that is all I have to say. Dismissed. All guardians, yes. Albedo, in Sama, those are all the reports for today. Ainz, thank you for your hard work, Albedo. Speaking of which, what happened to the gold coins I gave you all several days ago? Albedo, we were confused as to how to make use of them at but they were a gift from the Supreme One, and so everyone eagerly made use of them. In a demure voice, of course, so did I. Ainz, I see, then can you help me gather the guardians when you have the chance? I would like to hear their thoughts about it. Albedo, normal voice understood. DCDASS. 320. Ainz, thank you for gathering. I would like to hear how you spent the salary I gave you several days ago. Now then, let's start with you, Aura. Aura, yes. Behold, my wrists. Metal clinking is heard as well as the shining sound effect. Aura, ta-da, I had a smith in a human city forge the gold coins into a pair of bracelets. Ainz, bracelets, hey? Well, there is a gold coin in each of them. Mare, I made a pendant out of mine. A shining sound effect is heard. Satoru, perplexed gold coin accessories. Aura, speaking of which, in Sama, what should we do with the leftover money? Mare, yes. We spent some on making the items, but there's a bit of money left over. Ainz, wait for a bit. Cocytus is next. Cocytus, yes. I did. As they, two of them, did behold. In Sama, something made of leather is heard being pulled out. Satoru, the two of them made silver accessories, but this accessory was made with leather and it has a tribal feel to it. Ainz, and this is Overlord, August 2019 Anthology. 321 Cocytus, yes. As they, caretaker of a lizardman. I had them work on this. Satoru, hey, they're why good at making ethnic steel ornaments. Perhaps the lizardman might become an excellent source of passive income in the future. Still, what about their workmanship fees? Ainz, then, we have Albedo next. Albedo, in a voice brimming with excitement, yes. I bought some expensive cloth in the human city and made this life-size in Sama Dakamakura. A comical sound effect is heard. Mare, that's amazing. Aura, that was a really good use of the money. Cocytus, its proportions seem a little deformed. Demiurge, I imagine that is because she felt it would be rude to have it be identical in every way. Shalltear, it seems we both had the same idea of buying cloth. I bought cloth with my money too. You must have spent a lot on all that, no? Albedo, indeed, but it was enough. Fu. Also, this Dakamakura contains the remaining gold coin. In a voice between her normal and love-struck voice, this Dakamakura is special because it contains a gift from Insama. Full love-struck voice, no, it has become an item that allows me to be close to my beloved for ever. Ready to splish voice, he'll take it with me to bed at night and stay up until the wee hours of the night doing this and that to it. Satoru, doing what and way yacht? Speaking of which, where did she ind? The time to make this Dakamakura when she's got all that work? Shalltear, you're only using it at night, Albedo? In a more erotic voice, I am one with it night and day and all the way in Sama my breast holds. DCDASS. 322 TWO of the 3 gold coins you bestowed upon me. Ready to splish voice, whenever I feel the cold sensation of the gold coins, that place gets all. Albedo, is that what you did? You made breast pads for yourself with cloth? Fu. Shalltear, in an exasperated voice lacking feminine inflection at ears, like hell. I asked the master smith to make a brazier for me. Satoru, what did you ask the master smith to make? Genuinely surprised. Does that mean he can even make bras? Shalltear, ready to splish voice, this is a masterpiece made after dozens of hours of repeated experimentation. Satoru, dozens of hours, in a more voice, workmanship fees are going to be a killer. Hiro-san will get mad if you rack up more overtime pay than your regular salary. Albedo, what a waste of effort. Given how light you are, wouldn't tying the 2 coins together with a string be enough? Just use them as pasties. Shalltear, her masculine voice, you think you're a big deal because you've got a bit more meat on you? Be careful or you'll rip them off. Albedo, it's not like you could use them even if you could. Shalltear, her masculine voice, the fuck you say? Dragon Ball charging during and energy noises are heard. Albedo, the hell do you mean? Shalltear, I mean you big-mouthed gorilla. Satoru, ha. Albedo, you dirty rabbit. Overlord, August 2019 Anthology. 323 Ainz, I've had just about enough of this. The sound of cloth whooshing is heard. Shalltear, Albedo, sincerely regretful voice, we sincerely apologize. Ainz, exasperated, hey, now then, you're the last one, Demiurge. Demiurge, in Sama, I sincerely apologize but I have not yet made use of my gold coins. Ainz, what? Surely you must have some use for them in mind, Demiurge. Demiurge, yes. In truth, I wish to invest them. Therefore, I had to begin by investigating what sort of traders there were in the vicinity. A small intake of breath is heard. I beg you to give me more time, if you will permit it. Ainz, an investment that's also buying things well. It also counts as buying something, I guess. Now then, my floor guardians, given what I have heard just now, you have not used the gold coins in the way I had hoped you would. No, I am not saying that you are wrong. However, I intended you to spend it all as a form of currency. All guardians, yes. Ainz, I am very pleased that you place such great value on the gold coins I gave you. However, I hope you will not do that next time. Demiurge, barely contained shocked. Does that mean you intend for us to wholly exchange the gold coins we have received from you? It is true that this was how money was meant to be used, but Aura, in a voice that mixes sadness and reluctance, how could we do that? You gave it to us, in Sama. Mare, can't we just hold on to it? Cocytus, to think we would have to discard an item given to us. DCDASS 324BYA Supreme 1. Ainz, I have mentioned earlier that I am pleased with how you feel about the money. However, there is a special meaning to spending it this time. Yes, I will have Sebas and Narvel return for a while. During that time, go discuss matters with them. All guardians, audible vocal reservations, yes. Ainz, I will give you all another 3 gold coins. I will need to go to Oriental in 5 days' time. I hope to receive good news when I return. Demiurge, I declare the first ever. How shall we use the money that Ainz Sama gave us meeting to be open? Sebas, while I apologize for doing this too, you right after your return from the royal capital, the lower is yours. Narvel, I would also like your frank opinion on the matter. Esiba, if it is for Ainz Sama's sake, I would be glad to help. Narvel, please ask whatever you wish. Demiurge, for starters, let us begin by considering the fundamentals. Why? 3 gold coins? I believe there is a connection there. Cocytus, Shalltear, Mare, Ainz Sama said it was a salary, but Albedo, I see. This sum is nothing more than loose change for Ainz Sama. Even so, Ainz Sama went out of his way to specifically give us 3 gold coins. So there must be some special meaning to it. Demiurge, is that what you are trying to say? Overlord August 2019 Anthology 325 Demiurge, precisely. It was not 2 gold coins, or 4, but precisely 3 coins. What is the reason that it had to be that number? I have been thinking that perhaps we were expected to figure out the answer to that. All guardians, gasps of surprise. Oh. Esiba, Coney gently and tersely, is that really the case? Mare, Sebas Tian, do you have an opinion on this? Esiba, I do. If one were shopping in a small town, 3 gold coins would be a huge sum. Therefore I wonder if Ainz Sama wants to see if we can understand the value of items, or something similar. After all, I once made a mistake in that area myself. Aura, are you talking about that human girl? Esiba, indeed. Her, and everything related to her. If I had calmly thought about it, I ought to have been able to handle that much better. Perhaps Ainz Sama does not want us to repeat that mistake. All guardians, Albedo, both Sebas and Demiurge's opinions seem equally plausible. Nar. Birol. Do you have any leads on items which cost exactly 3 gold coins? Narberl, I sincerely apologize. Nothing comes to mind right now. Albedo, how about you, Sebas? Sebas, much like Narberl, I must confess that I cannot come up with some thing at the moment. All guardians, Shalltear, Narberl, don't tell me Ainz Sama didn't give you any gold coins? Narberl, yes. I was not given any. DCDASS 326 Shalltear, and Sebas, did you not receive any either? Esiba, indeed. I did not receive any from him either. Shalltear, so it's as I thought, either there is something in the human city worth exactly 3 gold coins, or something that Ainz Sama wants us to learn. Which is worth that much, don't you think? Cocytus, could they fact that he did not send they 2 of them who are familiar with human cities, but instead chose us who do not know them well be Ainz Sama's real objective all along? Or what's wrong with you, Shalltear? Did you eat, drink something funny? Demiurge chuckles, or she might be a doppelganger. Doppelgangers. Mare, what's the matter, Demiurge-san? Could it be that she's actually Pan? Doris Actor-san? Demiurge, I feel that is the original Shalltear. I was just thinking that Using a doppelganger in that country might be a good idea. That is merely a personal consideration. Please pay it no heed. Mare, I see. Shalltear, slightly frustrated and confused. Why is everyone treating me like this? Albedo, if that is really the case, then we will need more information on the city. Shalltear, just like in Sama, perhaps it might be better if we went to the human city in person. Aura, that's what they call walking the ground, right? Overlord, August 2019 Anthology. 327 Cocytus. If I could take human form, I would go gladly. However, Demiurge, in that case, let us use the mirror of remote viewing. Nargirl. Can we use it to observe Irantel's marketplace? Nargirl, yes. Many of the shops there are open air, so there will be no problems, even if we cannot look inside buildings. Albedo, then let us do it. This time, we shall live up to Insamus' expectations. Albedo, welcome back, Insama. Ainz, How did everyone do? Albedo, regarding the matter of the gold coins several days ago, they are waiting in the throne room to give you their report. Ainz, I look forward to that. I trust you made good use of it. Albedo, yes. We used it all up. Ainz, I see. Satoru, if they didn't have enough, I could have given them extra funds. The sound of loose coins hitting a table is heard, in a relaxed voice. God, I haven't earned nearly enough, yet still, I could make this much without doing any real work. If all goes well, I may not need to worry about money anymore. DCTASS. 328 THE sound of a large door closing is heard. Ainz, raise your heads. All guardians, yes. Ainz, guardians. It seems you have used up all the gold coins this time. Was the amount inadequate? Aura, in a happy and excited voice, while the prices of what everyone wanted were all over the place, we had just enough to cover it all when we put our money together. Ainz, I see. Then, Aura, could you tell me what you bought? Aura, yes. Come take a look. A super lashy sound effect is heard. Aura, it's a wooden Mammon statue. Ainz, Mare, I bought a Mammon Sama statue, 2 minds different from Oni-chan's. It's the bloody version. Satoru, this is Cocytus, I also bought a You Can Be Mammon 2 kit. Island. A 3-piece set of a wooden helmet, a cape, a wooden great sword. Satoru, don't tell me. Albedo, I bought a special magic item, a talking Mammon statuette. If you push a button, it does this. Mammon statuette, it's darkness. It's darkness. Overlord, August 2019 Anthology. 329 Satoru, this time round. Albedo, well, it is a shoddy piece of work, so unfortunately a magic will fade within half a year or so, but I can still talk to it like this every day. What color of underwear would you prefer to see me in? Mammon statuette, it's darkness. TL note, it sounds like black in Japanese. Albedo, Splush voice, yes, as you wish. Satoru in a wincing voice, the proceeds. Shalltear, I bought a protective charm with Mammon Sama scent on it, AP. Apparently when you wear it, weak monsters won't be able to approach you. Aura, but you know. Sniff sniff, it stinks. Mare, it smells kind of weird. Shalltear, my undead minions all like it. Splush voice, what a great buy. Satoru, these guys. The sound of named horses is heard. Storekeeper, we're toy makers, we specialize in turning the heroes everyone loves into children's toys. Blue Rose has been really popular recently. Ainz wooden dolls, and they're even packaged up, though they don't look quite like the real thing. Still, could selling these be more profitable? Storekeeper, I'd like to sell dolls of you too, Mammon Sama. Would you mind if I took a quick sketch? DCTASS. 330. Mammon, how much royalties will I get for it? Storekeeper, royalties? Mammon, so the concept doesn't exist here. How about this? I'll give you ideas and you turn them into merchandise. What do you think? Mammon's voice begins to fade out to silence. For starters, you can call them official merchandise and charge a higher price for them. And then you release limited editions to make the customers want to buy. After that, you pay the appropriate fees to the Magician's Guild to make magic items. Satoru, in other words, the money I just collected was the money that I gave the Guardians. Which means, after subtracting the overheads, I ended up losing the NG money. Ainz, why did you all buy these things? Aura, they're not just things. They're still you, even if you're in disguise. Ainz Sama. Mare, that's right. Even if they do look a little weird, Splush voice. But when I saw this, I thought of how much I wanted it. Cocytus, precisely. Oh, for the chance to use this set with the young master. Shalltear, humans sure do make interesting things. Albedo, oh yes. In a voice between her Splush and normal voice, to think we could IND something so wonderful in a human city. Not in my dreams could I imagine such a thing. Ainz, honestly, you all Speaking of which, what did you buy, Demiurge? Overlord, August 2019 Anthology. 331 Demiurge. I bought this, a hamsook and Mominigir. Ainz, what did you say? Satoru, oh wow, what a stupid-looking guy. I look so damn lame writing. Hamsook no, wait, they didn't make anything like that, did they? This is going to ruin Momin's image. Demiurge, I sincerely apologize. It is only natural you would feel displeased. When I put Hamsook's name first. Once more from the beginning, this figure is called the hero Momin and his underling Hamsook. Ainz, no, it doesn't really matter what it's called. Did you buy that stat? You'd at the same shop as the others? Demiurge, yes. Only one shop sold these goods. Ainz, HOH. Shopkeeper, come, we've got plenty of Irantel specialty, merchandise of Darkness Momin. We ran out some time back because it was too popular. But we've just gotten a new shipment of the Hamsook and Mominigers, featuring the hero himself riding his great magical beast. Momin, popular. Shopkeeper, Momin-san, come, look, isn't this a great idea? Momin, no. Hell no. Shopkeeper, no, going by the Croits, it's Momin, I said. No. DCDASS. 332 THD sound of someone in armor walking off is heard with the CITYS ambient noises. Satoru, I can't believe he went ahead and sold such embarrassing stuff of his own accord. ITLL ruin Momin's image. I've already scolded the shopkeeper, so he probably won't make Momin merchandise again. In the end I lost money. While Demiurge's efforts help a bit, I really do want more money to strengthen Nazrick. 3.8 HUTG. Date, July 25, 2018. Source, Manga Limited Edition Volume 10. Translator, Nigel. Post-release script, Ziggy. The sound of footsteps is heard. Satoru, the librarian good, he's not here. I'd better take this chance to return the business books. The sound of books being handled is heard. Satoru, everyone's dreams would be crushed if they found out I was reading these. Hey, this is weighing down on me. I ought to be playing games at a time like this, but, in a carefree voice, let's just die and a relaxing book. The movement of feet is heard. Satoru, still, what should I do? When I think about the future it seems Nazarick will have to engage more actively with the people of this world. But, this place is Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 333 FULL of people who either look down on human beings or take them lightly. At the very least, they need to be able to pretend to smile and laugh with human beings. More importantly, not all human beings are weak. Underestimating them could be very dangerous. I hope they can lower their standards when dealing with humans. The sound of a book being picked up is heard, followed by page turning. Satoru, oh. Is this a rulebook for a tabletop game? It's from long ago, the kind that doesn't need a computer. Someone must have gone out of their way to convert the rules into a Yggdrasil book once the copyright ran out. Who knows? Maybe Tabulus Maragnasan was the one who brought it in. He did say that he liked this sort of thing. In an excited voice, hang on. I've got a great idea. Ainz, Albedo, Demiurge, Shalltear, Aura, Mare. You're all here. Thank you for gathering here despite being so busy. Demiurge, the Supreme One, that is to say you, in Sama, has but to give the order. Shalltear, I thought we would have the usual members here, but it seems SE, BAS and Cocytus are absent there, and so any. Ainz, that's because the game can have a maximum of 5 players. Albedo, a maximum number of players. In Sama, may I ask what you intend? Ainz, I have considered that the day might come when you need to build deeper relationships with the people of this world. I would like you all to better understand human beings, in preparation for that day. Aura, you say that, in Sama, but is there a need to understand them? Ainz, Aura, when you direct your magical beasts you understand their temp. DCDASS. 334 Paramount and special features, their strengths and weaknesses. What they want, what they hate, and all other sorts of information can be put to good use when handling them. The same thing applies to humans. Aura, but humans are much weaker than magical beasts. They're so weak that they're hardly useful at all. Ainz, that is true for the vast majority of humans. But this world contains powers which are unknown to us. Things like talents, martial arts, and they like. For all we know, there might be humans out there who are more powerful than us. Shalltear, in a thicker Warren accent than normal. Surely you jest. Ainz, who knows, underestimating the inhabitants of this world could be dangerous. I trust you know that from personal experience. Shalltear, remorseful, I sincerely apologize. Ainz, it's Diane. The fault was mine as well. While I said that we ought to be careful of the unknown beings in this world, the truth is that I was arrogant as well. Demiurge, so if we do not regard all human beings as inferior beings but calmly ascertain their abilities, we will not expose any weaknesses for them to exploit. Is that what you wish us to understand? Ainz, indeed. Therefore, there is a need to better understand human beings. Mare, but how will we do this? Are we going to disguise ourselves as who? Men and go to their city like you did, in Sama? Ainz, that's not a bad idea, Mare. But I was thinking that we ought to start with a little practice session first. And that is why we have this. The sound of a book being placed down is heard. Aura, unsure intonation. What kind of book is this? Hack and slash at. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 335 Adventure. Ainz. It is a tabletop game, one of many. The players assume the role of who? Man warriors or spellcasters and so on. They then use their abilities to go on adventures. Demiurge, I see, so that's what it is. Mare, what do you mean? Albedo, that is to say, the best way to understand human beings is to become one. Ainz, indeed. You all possess powers far beyond those of humanity. It is that Koni Denke in your own power which might affect your judgment at times. Therefore, I would like you to put aside that power and try to stand on the same level as human beings. Now then, these are the characters you will be using. Rough lead paper is heard being passed and there is a silent moment. Aura, there's all sorts of things written on this piece of paper. I'm a thief. Ainz, they are characters who excel at ending and disarming traps. You have a bow and a short sword. You can also use special skills in combat. Aura, I see. So we have to do our best with the abilities written on this piece of paper, then? That sounds fun. Mare, it seems I'm a priest. Ainz, they are characters who possess healing magic. Knowing when and who to heal can decide the course of a battle. But given that you're a druid, I probably sound like I'm teaching a fish to swim. Mare, see, certainly not. I'll do my best. DCDASS. 336 Shalltear, I'm a mystic warrior. Ainz, they are versatile characters who can use spells and swords at the same time. Their base stats are low, but that also means that they can adapt to various combat situations. You ought to be able to make good use of one. Shalltear. Shalltear, serious but eager voice. Yes. I gladly accept this charge. Demiurge, and I am a magic user. Ainz, they are characters who can cast all kinds of spells. Though they are poor writers, they can use powerful magic. Of course, being able to cast too many spells makes them difficult to use. Demiurge, I trust that is not a problem for you. Demiurge, please leave it to me. I am certain that I will be able to meet your expectations. Albedo, I am a warrior, but, in sum this character has no skills or spells. Ainz, well, they are simple human warriors, after all. They have exceptional offensive and defensive power, but they lack any special abilities. Demiurge, actually, according to Narparal's report, there are some human warriors who can't even use martial arts. Trash, in other words. Satoru, she's not talking about me, right? Panic, it's not about me, right? Ainz, our aim this time is to understand the weakness of human beings and understand how they feel. I apologize for this, but can you bear with it, Albedo? Albedo, I would not dare say I am bearing with this. Forgive me, in summa. I will carry out this goal with all my might. Ainz, I'm glad you understand. Then let the game begin. The sound of paper being spread on a table is heard. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 337 Mare. Is this the map of a village? Ainz, The aim of this game is to clear all the maps you are given. They clear conditions differ with each map. Aura, clear these maps? How do we do that? Demiurge, well, let's give it a go. It's better to do than to learn, after all. Learn. Being the win conditions is also part of the game. Is it not, in summa? Ainz, exactly. Now, you are all human adventurers. As you can see from your abilities, you are rookies. During your journey, you come across a small village. At twilight, and that is where the game begins. Mare, it started. Aura, what should we do? Demiurge, since we lack special abilities or magic items to allow us to go without sleep, I believe ending a place to rest for the night would be wise. Shalltear, Koni Denke that said, I hope we can rest in a good room. How about the biggest house, over here? Albedo, indeed. Let's go and look. Ainz, very well. You enter the village, and approach the large house in its center. A visibly aged man emerges from within. Now, what will you do? Albedo, lacking emotion I kill him. Ainz, Albedo, lacking emotion I kill him. I attack with my great sword for 6 points of damage. Satoru, DCDASS. 338 Ainz, wait a moment, Albedo. Tell me one thing first. Why do you want to kill him? Albedo, come naturally, it is to SDCU a place for us to rest. All humans who get in the way of THAT must be eliminated. Aura, carefree so it's a search and destroy kind of deal? Then they'll start. From the right side. Shalltear, come will handle the left. Satoru, losing his marbles, what the hell, they're starting with this? As I thought, their moral values are totally different from regular people. Regaining. Como sure, what should I do if they kill him here? The plot is good and fucked. Mare, say, Oni-chan. Aura, what is it, Mare? You want to help on the right too? Mare, no. But if we run wild here and the people in the village, do you think we can win as we are? All guardians, Satoru, excited, nice work, Mare. Long live the level-headed T-Eeps. Demiurge, just as Mare says, we are now merely rookie adventurers. We're sure to lose if several hundred villagers surround us. It is unwise to decide our strategy based on our original abilities. Albedo, indeed. It seems I made my decision with my original mindset. Satoru, that's right. You must stunt. That's Albedo for you. She changes tack so quickly. Albedo, we ought to conquer the house as soon as possible and then erect a barricade. Using that as a base of operations, we will then proceed to pacify the village in safety. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 339 Satoru, that's not the point. Mare, can't we just ask them to let us stay? Albedo, we are proud guardians of Nazarick. Do you expect us to bow and grovel to mere humans? Doing so would sully the reputation of Insama. Aura, that would be true normally, but right now we're just normal human adventurers, right? Albedo, that is true. Shalltear, but still, it doesn't sit well with me. Demiurge, certainly we cannot bow to a mere human character. However, what about bowing to a human character that is controlled by Insama and asking him to take us in? What do you think of that? Albedo Shalltear, go Insama. Please take us into your room. Ainz, the old man nods. The old man, mind you. Ainz, as old man ahem, you want to stay the night, then? Of course. There is a task I wish to ask of you as well. All guardians, please command us as you wish, Insama. Ainz, hang on, I was speaking in character just now. There's no need to bow and grovel. Ainz, as old man I am the chief of this village. Ainz, as village chief recently, the goblins from the nearby caves have been giving us headaches. If you could destroy them for us, we will provide you with beds and a reward. Aura, carefree and reassuring goblins, is it? That's a piece of cake. DCDASS. 340. Albedo, splush voice of course we accept, Insama. Satoru, did you hear anything I said? Ainz, by accepting the village chief's request, you have cleared this map. Demiurge, I see. It would seem the objective of this game is to complete a story of some kind. Thus, the win conditions of each map have been designed. In accordance with that, Shalltear, that is to say, we should proceed with the story as soon as possible. Demiurge, simply put, yes. Sound of a new map at the table is heard. Ainz, the next map shows the path leading to the goblin caves. It is a wide dirt track. Mare, doesn't look like there's anything suspicious there. Aura, in any case, let's go all the way in nearest. Ainz, as you proceed down the track a group of armed men jump out from the sides of the road all of a sudden. By the looks of them, they're probably bandits who waylay passers-by. Albedo, I walk up and ask them what they want. Ainz, as bandit if you want to live, leave all your stuff behind. Start by ditching your weapons and then take off all your clothes. All guardians, Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 341 Satoru, oh crap, I got carried away and ended up talking in the bandit's voice. This is super embarrassing. Don't go all silent like what the hell is this guy saying or whatever. Damn it. Shouldn't this amount of embarrassment have been suppressed already? Albedo, Insama. Ainz, what is it? Albedo, to think you would tell me to strip down in a place like this. Splush. Voice, how bold you are. Of course, if possible I would prefer it to happen when the two of us are alone, but this is what you wish, Insama then. How could I, as a succubus, fail to fuel your desire? The sound of clothes ruffling is heard. Satoru, is that it? Shalltear, wait. It's not as though those words were for Albedo alone. Demiurge, so you are saying that Insama wishes me to disrobe as well. Then? Shalltear, Ainz, the bandit. The bandit saying that. You must not take off your clothes. That'll cause all kinds of problems. Aura, in any case, we need to take care of these bandits, right? Mare, that's true. This is probably the win condition for this map, right? Ainz, then, well, start combat. Everyone declare your actions, starting from the person with the highest dexterity. Demiurge, Insama, what are the enemy's numbers? Ainz, there are 6 of them in total. They are all armed and equipped the same. DCDASS. 342WAY. Aura, the person with the highest dexterity is me, right? I shoot with my bow though I only did 4 damage. I'm also using the thief skill Vital Strike, which lowers the enemy's defense by 3 points. Ainz, his defense is 1. Because of Vital Strike's effect, his defense is now 0. The result is that you successfully deal 4 points of damage to the bandit's hit points. One of the bandits howls in pain after taking a well-placed attack. Shalltear, I'm next. I approach the bandit that already didn't attack him with my broadsword that hits for 4, and then I cast a flame blade spell to imbue it with ire that adds an additional 2d damage for a total of 6 damage. Ainz, after subtracting his 1 point of defense, the bandit takes 5 points of damage. After being struck by the flaming sword, the bandit collapses to the ground with a thud. This leaves 5 of them. Albedo, I'm next. I use my greatsword and attack for 6 points of damage. Ainz, that also causes 5 points of damage. The weight two-handed swords. Whistles through the air and decapitates the bandit. 4 left. Shalltear, mild indignation as she can do 6 damage without doing anything. Isn't that a bit unfair? Albedo, what's wrong with that? In exchange, I can't use spells or special skills. Ainz, now it's time for the bandits to strike back. They focus on Shalltear and Albedo, who are standing in front of them. Each of them takes 2 attacks. 3 points of damage per hit. Albedo, my armor's defense reduces damage by 2, so in the end I take 2 points of damage. Shalltear, my defense reduces damage by 1, so I take 4 points of damage in total. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 343 Mare, it's my turn next. Should I use a healing spell to heal your wounds? Albedo, it's Ainz Mare. I have a maximum of 20 hit points. Shalltear, extreme indignation, that's a lot. I only have 14 points at most. Albedo, Qfu, that's the difference between how much and some and dotes on me. Shalltear, Era, I wonder about that. Perhaps it means that a cow whose only virtue is a big chest is perfectly suited to be a brutish warrior. Albedo, arrogant voice, you're also very well suited to the class of magic knight. Using petty tricks to make up for your weakness is right up the alley of someone who stuffs things into their inadequate chest. Shalltear, voice loses all feminine inflection you want to throw down. Bitch. Mare, I'll heal Shalltear's wounds. Please recover 6 hit points. Demiurge, in Sama, I cast a flame arrow spell. I deal 5 points of damage, which ignores defense. Ainz, the scorching bolt of magic streaks through the air and immolates one of the bandits. With that, everyone's completed their turn. Well, start again. With you, Aura. Okay, I think I'm starting to understand how the game is played. Time. For my next attack. Trademark. Official Sorceress Kingdom Runecraft Jingle. Ainz, Overlord. DCDASS. 344. Albedo, I attack for 6 points of damage. Ainz, the anal bandit falls to your attack. Combat ends. You've cleared the map. Mare, it's over. Shalltear, tired voice, that took quite a while. Aura, Albedo, how many HP do you have left? Albedo, I'm at 14 out of 20. How pathetic. I can't believe I'm having so much trouble dealing with mere human bandits. Mare, do you need healing? Albedo, I do not, Mare. These wounds will be a reminder of my disgrace. I will keep them as they are. Demiurge, be honest with yourself and heal them. Well, have a hard time if you fall. Albedo, GH. Ainz, also, you searched defeated opponents for items. You find some small gems on the bodies of the bandits. Shalltear, why would mere bandits have jewels on them? Albedo, perhaps they stole them from travelers. What an uncouth lot. Aura, what a boring life, running a racket like that in a place like this. Demiurge, we have been charged with serving the Supreme One, but who? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 345 MAN beings were not born with such a purpose. Therefore, just like these bandits, there are countless humans out there who live meaningless, aimless lives. Like these bandits. Mare, saddened I see, it feels kind of sad that they have no goals in life. Satoru, stop. Stop saying things that stab at Suzuki Satoru's heart. Demiurge, so at the very least we must make good use of these bandits. Ainz. Sama, I shall take part in stripping the corpses as well. Ainz, you do know that the only things the bandits dropped were those Else? Demiurge, I would like to lay them. Satoru, is that what you meant by stripping them? TL note, the word Hagitoru means to strip or to rob, but its literal meaning is to peel off. Shalltear, what use could human hides be? Demiurge, after molding and hardening, we could make leather armor out of them. Mare, happy, and then other people could use them too. Perhaps then, these bandits could rest in peace. Satoru, it feels like they'd curse you instead. A new map is placed on the table. DCDASS. 346 Ainz, you head forward, and soon you reach an expansive lake. Aura, a lake? Is something going to happen here too? Ainz, you hear the sound of people talking coming from the direction of the lake. Things like it's all because they took over the surrounding area and what a pain in other bits and pieces of a conversation. Shalltear, are they victims of the goblins? Albedo, we might be able to learn something from them. Much as I'd like to listen in. Ainz, upon taking a closer look, you see several palm-sized fairies flitting around on the surface of the water. Aura, fairies. Oi. Ainz, as you call out to them, the fairies shrink away, as though they've been frightened. Ainz, as fairy Kaya. Humans. Everyone, the humans are here. All guardians, oh. Satoru, I knew it. I just knew it'd end up like this. Albedo, splush voice, in Samus falsetto. Shalltear, splush voice, how moving. Satoru, you don't mind that? Don't you think you're being a bit too accepting? Aura, what's wrong? I was just calling out to them. Ainz, the fairies are all scared stiff. If your character doesn't have more than 4 charisma, you won't be able to have a conversation with them. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 347 Albedo, 8 Charisma of 4. Does anyone hit that requirement? Demiurge, Charisma. It seems it is the statistic that governs interaction and persuasion of others. That being the case, the profession which would favor such a statistic is Shalltear, Mare the priest. Mare, yes, my charisma is 5. Aura, alright, well leave it to you, Mare. Mare, excuse me, fairies, but might I have a word? Ainz, as fairy we've got nothing to say to human beings. Besides, humans are all jerks. Mare, that's not true. Humans have their good points too. Ainz, as fairy like what? Mare, that. Demiurge, if I may, their screams of despair are very pleasing to the ear. Satoru, does that count as a good point? Demiurge, also, their ability to speak and understand language makes them excellent subjects for torture. Would that be better? Shalltear, well said. Also, their blood tastes exceptionally good after you harry them to their wits' end. Aura, mumbled straight man voice. Somehow I don't think the fairies would be able to understand that. Albedo, it would seem continuing on this angle of attack will be quite difficult. Mare, you should change tack. DCDASS. 348 MARE. Then if there's anything troubling you, why don't you tell us about it? Well, try and think of a way to solve it. Ainz, as fairy really? Ainz, saying so, the fairies talk about their difficulties. Ainz, as fairy actually, a bunch of crude humans took over the nearby area recently. They took our treasure and said something about being able to get it back for money. Or, aren't they? Shalltear, the bandits from just now? Albedo, it would seem that it was not the goblins but the bandits who were giving them trouble. Or, this is a great chance, Mare. Tell them we took out those bandits and make us look good. Mare, friendly voice. Fairy Sans, we defeated those humans just now. Ainz, as fairy you won't fool us. Humans are the best at tricking people. Mare, whining voice. You, they don't believe us. What should we do? Or, suggestion. You should put on an improv show. Mare, don't talk nonsense, Oni-chan. Albedo, an improv performance from Mare. While I'd like to see it. Mare, I can't. I've never done anything like that before. Demiurge, a suggestion, if I may. How about doing Pandora's actors in praise? Science of others? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 349 MARE. I told you, I can't. Satoru, so that's how everyone else sees him. Mare, you, what should I do? What can I do to make them believe me? Satoru, supportive papa voice. Do your best, Mare. I've already set up a Chekhov's gun for you. Mare, that's right, if we showed them the drops from the bandits just now. Satoru, yes, that's it. Good job, Mare. Mare, see. Hey, raise the proof. I say, and then I show them the skins of the bandits. Satoru, why the hell did you take that out? Mare, hey, Fairy Sans, don't you think these faces look familiar? Satoru, and you're showing them their faces. That's just gross. Ainz, the fairies. Mare's beaming smile stops in mid-sentence. Satoru, when he makes those abandoned puppy dog eyes at me. Ainz, the fairies, hold tightly onto Mare's fingers. Ainz, as fairy that's them. Thank you for helping to defeat them. Aura, oh. You did it, Mare. Mare, relieve that, that's great. I can't believe it went that well. Albedo, that was all your effort, Mare. DCDASS. 350. Shalltear, well done. Demiurge, wonderful. More formal tone. Dear fairies, these are the jewels we recovered from those bandits. Satoru, you should have taken those out in the erst place. Ainz, as fairy these gems are our stolen treasure and you helped us get them back. Ainz, the fairies weep tears of joy. Aura, good. Let's ask about the goblins. Mare, then, Fairy Sans, I'd like to ask about the goblins who have their lair nearby. Have you heard anything about them? Ainz, as fairy of course we have. Ainz, the fairies tell you about the location of the goblin caves in great detail, as well as a secret path to get there. Demiurge, this is good. It seems we will be able to launch an ambush. Ainz, and with that, you have completed this map. Let's move on to the next one. A new map is placed down. Ainz, at last, you have arrived at the goblin caves. 2 spear-wielding goblins stand at the cave entrance. Aura, looks like they're sentries. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 351 Shalltear, if we can't finish them off in one attack they will probably alert the goblins inside. Albedo, they're about 100 meters away in Sama. Has the enemy noticed us yet? Ainz, no. If you want to launch an ambush, now would be the time. Albedo, in that case, Aura and Demiurge take one down each with your bow and your spells. If any survive, strike them down with your spells. Shalltear. Aura, okay. Shalltear, Roger Aranzu. Satoru, I expected nothing less of Albedo, the guardian overseer. She learned everyone's strengths during the previous battle, and immediately used that knowledge for tactical planning. Demiurge, before that, May I do something? I would like to buff Aura's attack. Power with the spell. Ainz, go ahead. Demiurge, thank you very much. Now then I increase her bout damage by 2 points curl. Ainz, a curl. A public domain rivet his head during an awkward pause. Demiurge, that is the price that must be paid for casting this spell curl. The player must end every sentence he speaks with curl until combat is over. That is what it says here curl. Satoru, there it is a prank by whoever copied it. There were things like this in Yggdrasil 2, L like the mask of jealousy and so on. DCDASS. 352 Albedo, I, on the other hand, would never do that. Demiurge, what are you saying curl? One can increase damage by 2 points. By simply adding curl to the end of every sentence. What reason is there not to do so curl? Shalltear, speaking of which, why is it curl? Demiurge, the spell is called Arrow Frog Venom curl. Aura, and arrow frogs go curl. Alright, I'll attack with my bow. With the extra 2 points of damage, I do 6 points with my bow curl. Shalltear, Aura, you don't need to say curl as well, do you curl? Mare, it's spreading curl. Shalltear, playful voice, this feels surprisingly fun curl. Demiurge, I will cast another flame arrow spell. That does 5 damage to the other one curl. Ainz, both of them are defeated curl. All guardians, Satoru, embarrassed in awkward voice, come on, don't go all quiet like that. Dress status, at risk. Albedo, splush voice in Sama. Ainz, what happened, Albedo? Albedo, if the curl has even spread to you curl, then I too shall be infected. By it curl. Ainz, cringing and leaning back from menacing estrogen, no, there's Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 353 I don't need to go to that extent anyway, the combat's over now. Demiurge, in Sama. May we retrieve the goblin spears? Ainz, do as you please. Albedo, then let us enter the cave without delay. Ainz, hang on. The interior of the cave is pitch black. You won't be able to see anything if you go in as you are. Aura, we don't have dark vision or anything. Ainz, that's because you're humans. Aura, tint of loathing in her tone. No, why humans really are useless, aren't they? Shalltear, they're probably better off as vampires. Mare, mumbling to herself, what point is there in living as a human? Satoru, hey? Why does it feel like this became a game of seeing just how much humans suck? Demiurge, if it can't be done, then it can't be helped. I'll get a torch. Albedo, Aura and I will take point. Demiurge and Mare will be in the middle. Shalltear, they'll leave the rear to you. Shalltear, yes. And now then, after you enter the cave, you see a long passage extending into its depths. Demiurge, in Sama, I would like to have Albedo hold one of the spears we took from the sentries. DCDASS. 3548 INZ, that is INE. Its attack power is 3, Albedo's sword is still stronger. Demiurge, it will be discarded during combat. Rather, there's no telling what traps lie ahead of us. I would like her to probe the ground ahead with the tip of the spear as we advance. While I would have liked it to be about 10 feet long. Satoru, nostalgic and warm voice, this devil really is into the details. Come to think of it, Albertson was like that too. So was everyone in Ainz Ooal Gown, for that matter. I never thought the day would come when I'd be playing a game with the NPCs we made. Hey? When you think about it, isn't that what's happening now? The NPCs are players, while I, as a player, am running the NPCs. Albedo, in Sama. Ainz, oh no, it's nothing. You carry on, and I indeed a door ahead of you. Albedo, I open it. Aura, that way. Ainz, you trigger a poison needle trap. Albedo takes 1 point of damage that ignores her defense. In addition, she gains the poison status. Albedo, Aura, in a chiding but kind Oni-chan voice, honestly don't just rush in like that. You don't have poison resistance now. Wait until I check for traps. First. Come on, Mare, heal her up. Mare, I'll cast a neutralize poison spell. Albedo, I apologize. It seems I am still stuck in my usual mindset. Shalltear, you usually have a poison resistance item on you. Mare, Aura, what's wrong, Mare? Did something happen? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 355 Mare, I was just thinking about the goblins here. Do they have to disarm they trap each and every time they come and go? Demiurge, it would be one thing if this were a treasure vault, but setting a trap like this on the sole passage leading from here to the entrance seems very inefficient to me. Satoru, quit picking holes in the scenario. The writers probably didn't consider little details like that either. Demiurge, still, since Insama came up with this, there must be some deep hidden meaning behind it that we cannot possibly fathom. Satoru, I didn't come up with this. Trademark. Official Sorceress Kingdom Runecraft jingle. Aura, Overlord. Shalltear, I attack with my broadsword for 4 points of damage. Ainz, With that, all the goblins in this room have been wiped out. Aura, that last guy had ridiculously high attack power. Mare, he'll heal you, Oni-chan. Aura, thank you. DCDASS. 356 Demiurge. It distinctly did more damage than the other goblins. That means... Insama. Does that goblin possess a magic weapon? Ainz. Well done, Demiurge. Congratulations on spotting it. This goblin's great sword is a magic weapon that increases damage by 1. Albedo, in her DOM voice, well take it. Aura, her eyes look super serious. Albedo, it can't be helped, can it? As a warrior, all I can do is attack. Ainz. Sama, did anything else drop? Ainz, there is also a defense buffing potion. If you spend a turn drinking it, you will gain an additional point of defense until the end of the combat. Albedo, it will definitely be beneficial, but having to spend a 2 RN on it seems kind of wasteful in Sama. Ainz. Albedo, if I hold the potion in my mouth, words are slurred as she balances. Potion in her mouth, like this, and drink it when I enter combat, will I still have to spend a turn to do so? Aura, that's cheap. Shalltear, that's cheap. Albedo, GH, that's for the sake of the party too. Ainz. Ah well, if you had cheek pouches like ham soap, that might be doable. Albedo, cheek pouches. Aura, ah ha ha ha, oh man, I just thought of Albedo with puffed out cheeks. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 357 Shalltear, ha ha ha, so much for the dignity of the Guardian Overseer, ha ha. Ha ha. Aura Shalltear, ah ha ha ha. Albedo, Shalltear, Albedo. Aura, are you mad? Albedo, serious, does anyone have magic to make cheek pouches? Aura, what the heck is up with a super special spell like that? Trademark. Official Sorceress Kingdom Runecraft jingle. Mare, Overlord. Aura, I used my lockpicking special skill. Ainz, the lock opens with a click. Mare, Oni-chan, you're great. Albedo, that's the thief for you. Aura, nosy wife or mother-in-law voice, he now, what's inside? DCDASS. 358 Ainz. After pushing open the massive door, you see a small room. It contains all manner of items. Mare, is it a storehouse? Aura, could it be a treasury? Shalltear, let's search it. Ainz, your search reveals item potions. They are red, blue, white, black, and yellow. Albedo, do we know what kind of potions they are? Ainz, unfortunately, there is no way to tell by sight. There is no other way to discover their effects other than by drinking them. Aura, then let's each drink one and see how it goes. Mare, worried at? I think we'd better not, Oni-chan. Aura, don't worry, ITLLBINE. Besides, it's just a game. Alright, Mare can have the blue one. Mare, I'll drink it. Ainz, after Mare drinks the blue potion. Mare, after I drink it. Ainz, you feel something strange about your body. Like you've lost something. You should have and gained something you should not. What's this? Your char. Actor's gender has been reversed. So it seems. Shalltear, sex change. Aura, in other words, Mare's a girl now. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 359 ALL Guardians, ER. Albedo, I couldn't help imagining it, but it doesn't seem particularly strange. Shalltear, indeed. Demiurge, he usually dresses like one anyway. Mare, no way, voice at me, a girl? I don't want that. Albedo, it seems he doesn't like it. Mare, after all, Byukyuku Kagami-sama made me as a boy. Satoru, well, technically he'd still be a boy, just that it'd be spelled trap in stead. But it's true that making him a girl would be going against Chagama Sen's wishes. Aura, well, it's just a game after all. He'll drink the yellow one. Ainz, after drinking the yellow potion. Aura, excited, what happens? What happens? Ainz, time marches on inexorably, and whether it is blessing or bane, your character ages by 10 years. Aura, Albedo, you would never want to drink that potion in the real world. Aura, 10 years, 10 years. I have no idea what that must feel like. Ainz, if Aura, as a human, were to suddenly gain 10 years of age, it feels like she'd be about the same as Albedo, no? Mare, if I had someone like Albedo-sama as a big sister. DCDASS. 360. Adult Aura, do not worry, Ainz-sama. Everything I do is for the sake of the Supreme One. Ainz, Albedo, she sounds surprisingly like me. Adult Aura, how do you do, Guardian Overseer Dono? The 6th floor is as peaceful today as ever. Shalltear, she's pretty much a different person now. Adult Aura, Shalltear, you're as tiny as always. I feel a little embarrassed about having grown so much, be it my height or my chest. Shalltear, thug life voice bitch, you want to be drained into a shriveled husk? Albedo, will we see Aura like that someday? Aura, well, neither me nor Mare will stay children forever. Ainz, I wonder what Mare would be like after he grows up. Aura, see, Mare, and Sam is looking forward to it too. Try talking in a grown-up way. Mare, but I don't know what to say if you tell me to do it all of a sudden. Aura, it's INE, just do your best. Adult Mare, honestly Nathan doesn't change no matter how much time passes. All Guardians, oh. Mare, W8. That's not me. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 361 AURA, that? Demiurge, do forgive me. That was ventriloquism on my part. Shalltear, you? Demiurge, male voices change, in roughly this part of the throat. What we call the Adam's apple lowers the pitch of a man's voice. Mare, an Adam's apple, so even dark elves have those. Aura, the what apple again? Demiurge, it seems to refer to the apple eaten by the erst man, Adam. Apper. Evidently it is religious in nature. Albedo, in other words, for us it would be an Ainz's apple. Satoru, how the hell did you make the leap there? Aura, an Ainz's apple. TL note, the pun in JP is or literally throat Buddha. That won't be it. Also I reworked the pun. In the JP Demiurge talks about the Buddha being a religious figure and Albedo talks about a throat in Sama, since obviously Ainz Sama is superior to some fat fuck. Shalltear, what's that? I want one too. Ainz, more importantly, you still have 3 potions left over. Shalltear, then I shall drink the red one. Who knows, I might grow an Ainz's apple. Satoru, Pararon Sino-san would CRY. Ainz, after drinking the red potion. DCDASS. 362 Shalltear, excited what happens? Ainz, oh god. What you drank was not a potion, but a bomb. Shalltear, confused hi. Ainz, from now on, you will explode if you take any higher damage. The explo. Zion has the force of a fireball spell. Shalltear, what the hell? Aura, oh wow, you got a really horrible pick still, making her into a bomb is really out there. Albedo, how much damage does a fireball do? Mare, can your character cast it? Demiurge? Demiurge, of course. Demiurge, it does 12 damage to its target, ignoring defense. A powerful spell. Indeed. In addition, it is an area effect spell so all nearby targets will take half that damage. Albedo, Shalltear's character has 14 HP, right? That means if she takes more than 2 points of fire damage and then takes the 12 points of damage from the explosion on top of that, she'll be killed in one attack. Demiurge, and everyone around her will be caught in it as well. Aura, that's pretty bad. I'm going to have my character stay away from hers. Shalltear, WL, it should be INE. We're only going up against goblins, right? It's not likely that it'll take fire damage. Demiurge, as long as you're not in the blast of my fireballs. Shalltear, female angry voice, do it and it'll fucking kill you. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 363 MARE. What should we do with the remaining potions? If they all have similar effects. Demiurge, no, it's more likely that the remaining potions will have beneficial effects. Mare, hi. Why is that? Demiurge, consider that of the 5 potions, 2 of them had gag effects while one had a tremendously negative effect. If the game's designer has any notion of the idea of balance, the remaining 2 potions will probably be positive in nature. That would mean there are 2 gag potions, 1 negative 1, and 2 positive ones. Alternatively, one might be gag and the other might be POS. If that would make for 3 gag potions, 1 negative potion and 1 POS. Negative potion. Mare, I see, so you could think of things that way. Satoru, this line of thinking assumes the game writers were interested in game balance. There were things like this in Yggdrasil too. Although the devs would immediately screw it all up. Demiurge, well, if I were one of the game's creators I would put 2 gag potions in and 3 negative ones. The players would surely think since the goblins were guarding them in their treasury, at least one of them ought to be initial and then drink them all. Albedo, so instead of having them all be negative, putting in 2 gag potions would be more effective, then? Demiurge, that would lead to the player expectation that there might be something good among them. Aura, AIEE, you're devils, this is a conversation between devils. Albedo, let us pray that this game's makers were not devils, then. Shalltear, anyone would put in a bomb potion must be a devil for sure. DCDASS. 364 Albedo, in summa, I shall take the white potion among the 2 that remain. Ainz, after drinking the white potion. Albedo, what happens? Ainz, a surge of blazing power runs through your body. From now on, you will take 2 less fire damage from any source. Albedo, right. Shalltear, what? If I'd known, I'd have drunk that one. Ainz, also. Albedo, also. Ainz, having drunk that love potion, you have awakened as a warrior of love. From now on, you must shout the name of a super move with the word love in it whenever you attack. Albedo, love. Shalltear, ha. That's so lame. So lame. Mare, does shouting the name help in any way? Ainz, not really. Aura, so this is both helpful and a joke, then. Albedo, in truth, you could say that it's purely beneficial. Shouting about love or whatever is hardly an issue. I am a succubus, after all. Aura, is that what succubi really are? Demiurge, relieved, I am truly glad I did not drink the white one. That is the only one I cannot stomach under any circumstances. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 365 Shalltear, considering you can go kuro with a perfectly straight face. You can't say love or anything, can you? Demiurge, well, I am a demon, after all. Saying such things hurts me. Satoru, like hell they do. Demiurge, now then, shall we move on? Mare, hi. Aren't you drinking the black potion? Demiurge, on second thought, I'd rather not. It would seem this game's designers are quite wicked. Aura, is there anyone else who wants to drink the potion? Shalltear, I'll pass. Albedo, I don't want to deal with any more weird side effects. Mare, let's forget about it. Oni-chan. Aura, and while I'm pretty curious about what effects it has, oh well. Let's move on to the next area. Satoru, so nobody drank the black potion. Speaking of which, what effects does it have, anyway? Turned pages are heard, an explosive bite and a refreshing taste in the mouth. It's a Coke, yo, and why, the hell's with that? Yo, everyone would just stare and go what when they see that potion. Have a care for me as the narrator. Anime emotional trigger noise. I raged so hard that my emotion override triggered. Trademark. Official Sorcerer's Kingdom Runecraft jingle. DCDASS. 366 Demiurge, Overlord. Aura, we've explored all the other paths of the room in front of us. Must be the last one. Albedo, thank you for mapping the area. Aura, proud, no problem. Map making is a thief ability. Demiurge, since this is the last room, it will most likely contain the goblins. Leader. Proceed with caution. Albedo, indeed. Aura, please. All guardians, Albedo, he'll drink the defense up potion before we open the door. Aura, alright, do what you like. Albedo, I'm done. He'll be opening the door now. Ainz, after Albedo opens the door, you see a large room ahead of you. As they goblins waiting inside hurriedly raise their weapons, a gigantic shape slowly gets to its feet. It is over 2 meters tall and heavily muscled. It holds a demonic sword that radiates a sinister glow. It snarls, bearing an untidy row of fangs. The goblin's eyes blaze with a lust for slaughter. It roars like the sound of a gong. Mare, sounds scary. Shalltear, it's just a goblin, but after Insama's description it sounds like an extraordinary monster. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 367 Albedo, in truth, he's nothing like the enemies we've faced before. Ainz, indeed. The battle with the last boss of this map, the Goblin King, begins. Aura, I'm immersed. I use Vital Strike to do 4 damage to it. Also, I ignore 3 points of its defense. Ainz, the Goblin King uses a skill, Fatal Evade. This reduces the damage he takes by 3 points. Aura, no way. He has skills too. Shalltear, well, he's no ordinary opponent. Albedo, Shalltear, eliminate his lackeys. We can't let them gang up on Mare. Shalltear, roger. I approach the goblin minions and use Flame Blade for 6 damage. Albedo, they'll take on the Goblin King. I swing with my magic sword for 7 damage. Ainz, the Goblin King strikes back. The Goblin King swings his sword in ire. Spews forth from its blade. His broadsword is one which automatically casts Flame Blade. Shalltear, good thing I didn't go there. Ainz, Albedo, take 8 points of damage. Albedo, he's very strong, but at least I can use ire resistance to reduce the damage taken by 2. Demiurge, I'm next. I cast Fireball on the Goblin King. Ainz, that's an area effect spell. Albedo will take half its damage as well. DCDASS. 368 Demiurge, that's INE. After all, Mare's turn is next. Also, it's ire damage. Our priority should be damaging the boss. Aura, devilish. Demiurge, I am a demon, after all. The Goblin King takes 12 damage while Albedo takes 6 damage. Albedo, it's tactically sound, but it won't sit well with your allies. Mare, they'll heal Albedo. Albedo, recover 6 HP. Ainz, the last 2 goblin lackeys attack Shalltear. She takes 4 damage. Hits. Shalltear, 6 damage in total. That hurts. Trademark. Official Sorcerer's Kingdom Runecraft jingle. Shalltear, Overlord. Albedo, time to settle this. Ainz love attack. 4-7 damage. Shalltear, Lame. Aura, Layam. Albedo, I don't have a choice. Those are the rules. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 369 Ainz, the enchanted greatsword slides diagonally down on the Goblin King. It howls in pain and staggers several steps back. All guardians, Ainz, and then it keels over. The combat is finished. Aura, alright. We beat it. Mare, that was close. I only had 1 more healing spell. Shalltear, I only have 2 HP left. Ainz, very well done. And with that, this map is Demiurge, a moment please, Insama. Ainz, Albedo, what is it, Demiurge? Demiurge, I have been thinking about something. Why did the village chief ask us to eliminate the goblins? Satoru, Demiurge, surely he could have asked his liege to send his troops, given that there were goblins squatting nearby. He must have been taking things too easy. To leave it all to adventurers who happen to be passing by. Satoru, no, otherwise we wouldn't even be able to get the adventure off the ground. Aura, now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case. Even goblins must be really strong for the average villager. Mare, but that village looks so peaceful. DCDASS. 370. Demiurge, precisely, Mare. That was what stood out to me. I was also quite surprised by the goblins. They set traps on the doors of their own cave. That would mean they had been around for quite some time. In that case, it would not be unusual for them to have destroyed the village in the process of hunting, or foraging food to feed themselves. Albedo, we killed 12 goblins. Yet despite their numbers, there was no sign that they kept livestock or planted yields. I indeed that very suspicious too. Satoru, no, it's just a game. Demiurge, and then the goblins were so well equipped that I could not help. But indeed it odd. Why would a mere goblin tribe possess magic swords and potions? Satoru, well, all the players are happier if the monsters drop better loot, right? Demiurge, at this point I am compelled to point out something. Namely, that the village chief must have been secretly in league with the goblins. Satoru, Demiurge, on one hand, he offers his crops to the goblins as a show of obedience. Then he directs passing by adventurers to the cave where they end. The goblins will kill each other. After that, the goblins scavenge the adventurer, gear and give their wealth to the chief. That's their scheme. Besides, the goblins have no use for human coinage. Albedo, so this great sword must have belonged to an adventurer who fell into the trap, then? But if that were the case, the goblins should have noticed our approach. Demiurge, under normal circumstances, the village chief would have sent out a runner, bearing a message like adventurers are coming or something like that. But this time, could it be the bandits on the outskirts of the village? Was that why the message didn't make it through? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 371 Demiurge, correct. The bandits knew nothing of the arrangement and killed the messenger. Thus the goblins did not know we were coming and we wiped them out in an ambush. Shalltear, I see it all makes sense now. Satoru, no, wait, really? Isn't this because Demiurge is too persuasive? Demiurge, in Sama would never have us play a simple game of Goblin X termination. He did so in order to see if we could discern the truth of the situation. Am I correct, in Sama? Ainz Satoru, no, how could that be? You're just reading too deeply into things. Worried voice, but if I actually said that, both Demiurge and I would lose face. At this point I've got no choice but to go with him. Ainz, I expected nothing less of you, Demiurge. Indeed, that was the case. You did well to realize it. Demiurge, no, in truth there were many parts of the script which seemed unnatural to me. Those were probably hints for us, am I wrong? Ainz, yes, precisely. It seems I made the hints too obvious. Demiurge, I am sure that if you were serious about the matter even we would not be able to see through your plans, in Sama. What a truly remarkable arrangement this was. Ainz, is that so? Demiurge, Or, well, let's interrogate the Goblin King to be sure. Albedo, a good point. Well, force him to talk at sword point. DCDASS. 3728 Ainz Ooal. The fallen Goblin King shouts, curse the chief. He actually sold us out. Albedo, it would seem Demiurge's reasoning was on the mark. How dare they? Village chief take us for fools. He must pay for this. Ainz, all right, I talked. Please spare my life. The Goblin King says. Albedo, he talks too much. I killed him. Satoru, well, I expected that. The sound of a map being put down is heard. Ainz, so what will you do now? Satoru, that said, according to the original rules, they've already completed the adventure. Demiurge, we know the chief is the mastermind behind all this. Let us rest and return to the village. Then we shall burn the village down in the dead of the night. Albedo, however many of these scum there are, they are ultimately still loggers. They will panic when their homes are burned in the middle of the night. Demiurge, we will use this opportunity to attack the village chief's home. Satoru, it'll be a massacre, Ainz, after igniting the houses, they catch fire one after the other. They burn merrily in the darkness of the night. Countless embers dance through the air. In the village, the awakened villagers are shocked by what they see and run in all directions, weeping and wailing. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 373 Shalltear. What feel you in? Ora, oi, you over there, don't go all blood frenzy on us. Demiurge, as planned, I approach the village chief's house and launch a fire. Fall into it. Ainz, Demiurge's fireball strikes the chief's house dead center. It explodes with incredible force. The house is immediately immolated and collapses in the blink of an eye. Ora, Tamia, Mare, Kajaya. TL note, Tamaya and Kajaya each refer to historical ironworks houses in the Edo period. Onlookers would cheer the name of each house as they shot fireworks into the sky. Satoru, where did they pick that up from? Ainz, and in the next moment a mass of dark energy billows forth from inside the burning house. Demiurge, oh my. Ainz, from the flames emerges a demon, with jet black skin and razor sharp claws. Ainz, as demon using a jank audacity voice distortion ilter, how dare you really did it this time, things being what they are, I will take care of you myself. Satoru, ah. To hell with this. It'll just make up a super strong boss. Demiurge, I see. So the village chief was actually a demon. So he was toying with the humans and the goblins? Well, this is a shame. DCDASS. 3748URA, this is the end of your scheme. Ainz, as demon, play your petty tricks all you like. You're nothing more than weak little humans. I'll crush you with my strength. Aura, mumbling weak, we're really weak. What the hell are humans? Anyway, Shalltear, this roleplay session made me keenly realize that. Satoru, oh don't get all down now, of all times. Shalltear, hero mode still, we made it all this way under our own power. As weak humans. Satoru, oh, Aura, that's right. That's why we can't lose to this guy now. We have to clear this game for the sake of Insama. Mare, Super Coney Dent MM. Everyone's let's gather our strength and beat him together. Albedo, it'll show you the true power of these so-called weak humans. Satoru, oh I have a good feeling about this. Demiurge, the likes of you demons are powerless before justice. Circa 1976 Sentai or Mecha series note sting. Satoru, you know, those words sound terribly suspicious coming from you. Or, rather, it just sounds like an outright lie. Ainz, now then, let us begin the anal battle. Your enemy is a single village. Chief Demon. Aura, wow, that's such a lazy name. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 375 Shalltear, mumbling it must be because the game designer has crappy taste. Aura, mumbling isn't it? I'm sure Insama would have given it a better name. Ainz, what's with the two of you? Aura Shalltear, no, nothing at all. Ainz, I see. Then we'll start with you, Aura. Aura, as usual, I begin with Vital Strike to do 4 damage. Ainz, he takes it without lynching. However, that's not nearly enough to give the village chief demon any trouble. Shalltear, I advance and attack. Because I'm using the Goblin King's magic broadsword, it automatically casts Flame Blade and I deal 6 damage. Ainz, after subtracting his defense of 2 points, you deal a total of 4 points of damage. You'll need to do better than that. Albedo, I'll join in too. Love Slash. I deal 7 points of damage with my great sword. Ainz, next. Demiurge, I cast Arrow Frog Venom on Aura's bow and add 2 points of dam. H to her attacks, Curl. Aura, thank you, Curl. Mare, I cast a protective spell on Albedo and Shalltear. It creates a shield that reduces the damage they take by 1 point. Ainz, now it is the village chief demon's turn. DCDASS. 376 Ainz, as Demon Ainz Ooal Gown. Ainz, he swings his long tail dealing 8 points of damage each to Shalltear and Albedo, who approached him. Albedo, an area effect attack. Not bad. Ainz, everyone has acted. Well, start from Aura again. Aura, well, since Vital Strike didn't work, he'll use a normal bow attack. It does 42 damage, for a total of 6 damage. Curl. Shalltear, since our opponent has high defense, it'll cast Acid Arrow on him. I deal 3 points of damage that ignores defense. In addition, I lower his defense by 1 point for the duration of the combat. Albedo, I immediately follow up with an attack. Love Saber. 7 points of damage. Thanks to Shalltear's spell, I ought to add 1 more point to it. Demiurge, I cast Flame Arrow to deal 5 points of defense ignoring damage. Ainz, you forgot your Curl. Demiurge, pardon me. 5 points of damage. Curl. Mare, who should I heal? Albedo, Shalltear has lower HP, heal her instead. Shalltear, I have an idea. Heal Albedo first. Mare, got it. I cast a healing spell and restore 6 of Albedo's HP. Ainz, it's the village chief demon's turn. Just like before, he sweeps his tail and does 8 damage. Albedo, worried Shalltear, are you alright? Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 377 Shalltear, feeling motivated, don't worry, I've got 2 HP left. Ainz, on to the next turn, then. Aura, you're up. Aura, I shoot with my bow for 6 points. Shalltear, I cling to the Goblin King and stab myself with my sword. TL note, this should probably be the village chief demon, but that's what Chair says also spell A. Aura, shock Shalltear. Albedo, Masaka, don't tell me you're Shalltear, death monologue voice, I won't survive the next attack anyway. So I might as well. Mare, I see, that's because your weapon automatically casts Flame Blade. Ainz, because she took dire damage, Shalltear's body blew apart. At point blank range, the village chief demon takes 12 points of damage which ignores defense. His skin begins to crumble. But in exchange, Shalltear's character dies. Mare, pain Shalltear. Shalltear, Oscar-worthy dying voice, please tell Insama that Shalltear fought right until the end, cough. Albedo, Aura, Mare, Shalltear. Demiurge, I take my hat off to the portrayal of your death, Curl. After all, you did die recently. Shalltear, angry feminine voice, stop digging up old traumas. Ainz, Shalltear, Albedo takes half the damage of that magic attack. DCDASS. 378 Shalltear, insincere at? Sorry, Albedo. Please take 6 points of damage. That ignores defense. Albedo, angry masculine voice Shalltear. Ainz, as demon you work such resolve. Ainz, the village chief demon begins to falter. Ainz, as demon how can puny humans be so strong? Albedo, because of love. Ainz, love? Albedo, as long as we have love for Insama within our hearts we will never be beaten by others. He'll end things with his strike. I say I want to push down Insama, but actually I want to get pushed down instead. Love Tempest. Aura, so basically you're just trying to show off with a move name, but you're actually full of despair now that you've said it. Albedo, shut up. I deal 7 points with my greatsword. Ainz, Albedo's attack cuts the village chief demon down. Ainz, as demon arg. Albedo, Ainz, sorry, he had 1 HP left. Demiurge, then he'll cast a flame arrow curl. It does 5 points of damage. Curl. Ainz, he's dead. Albedo, GH. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 379 Demiurge, please don't look at me like that, curl. The sound of a map being folded up and put away is heard. Ainz, and with that, you've cleared the game. Well done. To think you actually uncovered the village chief's true scheme. Demiurge, I tremble in awe to receive your praise. Also, that was not all we noticed. Insama. Ainz, I see. It would appear you have learned a great deal from this game. Albedo, indeed. We have discovered that human beings are truly scum. Ainz, lustered at Aura, I kept thinking that they were weak and all, but I didn't expect them to be so useless. Mare, yup. Shalltear, dismissive their prey or fodder at best. Satoru, wasn't it going so well just now? You were all witness the power of mankind and all. Ainz, ahem, still, everyone such humans still managed to defeat that demon. Did they not? Albedo, yes, they did. Because of love. Ainz, love? DCDASS. 380. Albedo, yes. They could put up a fight with such weak stats because we guardians, their players have love and loyalty for you, Insama. Ainz, is that so? Albedo, as Demiurge said earlier, humans are not like ourselves. They were not born with the purpose of serving the Supreme One. And if they continue living like that, they will end up leading an empty existence like those bandits. However, by pledging allegiance to Insama, by harboring love in their hearts and uniting for Insama, even such insignificant humans can bring forth a strength which exceeds their own. Demiurge, in that case, even humans can have a use. I trust that is what you wanted us to take away from this, Insama. Aura, after all, if we didn't play this game, I'd simply dismiss humans as unimportant and kill them off. Mare, anyone from any race can be a comrade of ours as long as they have the same purpose as we do. Even human beings. Right, Nachan? Shalltear, well, if anyone's audacious enough to not swear loyalty to Ainz Sama, it doesn't matter what happens to them. Is that right? Ainz, yes. Well done, all of you. I have to hand it to you for realizing that all guardians, truly, we expected nothing less of the Supreme One, Ainz Sama. Satoru, somehow it feels like the plan fell through. Oh well, forget it. They look happy enough. I had fun myself. When I think about it, I haven't played a game in a while. If I could meet another player in this world, it might not be bad to sit down and play a game like this with them. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 3813.9 TMN. Date, October 26, 2018. Source, Overlord Season 3 Drama CD Blu-ray 1 bonus. Translator, Nigel. Post-release script, that faggot. Demiurge, thank you for granting me a portion of your precious time, Ainz Sama. Ainz, that's not a problem. Making time for the innocent intellect of Nazarick. My time will always be meaningful. Now then, what do you want to discuss with me? Demiurge, actually, I had an idea concerning world domination. Ainz, oh? Demiurge, humans are creatures who rely on faith in their gods as a pillar to prop up their spirits. Therefore, by creating a myth that days Nazarick and yourself, and then disseminating it, it will make rulership easy for the next 50 to 100 years. Ainz, I see, so you wish to invent a new mythology, then. Using the faith of humanity is truly a devilish course of action, Demiurge. Demiurge, you ladder me. Ainz, still, faith in the 4 gods and the 6 gods is already deeply rooted in this world. Will it be so easy to encourage belief in a new mythos? What do you think, Sebas? DCDASS. 382 Ziba. Creating instant belief should be very difficult. But the 6 great gods, which the slain theocracy worships, apparently descended upon this world 600 years ago, according to what I have heard. Cocytus, after such a long time, faith and worship would naturally take root. Island. That what you mean? Shalltear, and unlike the 6 great gods, Insama will continue to reign. Throughout this time naturally, he will feel much more real. As Siva, humans are very utilitarian. Compared to a god they cannot see, Ainz Sama, who can manifest his power in reality, will be better able to gain their worship. Ainz, that might be the case. So, what kind of myths do you have in mind? Albedo, actually, everyone has come here today after coming up with various myths of their own. Cocytus, may we prevail upon you to select a myth that island worthy of the supreme one? Ainz, I see, I understand. Then let me hear them. Satori, so they're really going to do this? Man, I feel uneasy everyone thinks too highly of me if they just throw weird hurdles in my path. It feels like my stomach cramps are going to get worse than before. Granted, I don't have a stomach. Shalltear, it's only natural that the myth which most accurately depicts the beauty of Insama should be mine. Aura, oh ho. I wonder about that. The myth Mare and I came up with is a literary tour de force, you know. Right, Mare? We worked hard to come up with it after reading the books in the library. Overlord, August 2019 Anthology. 383 Albedo. This too is a test of my love for Insama. And I have no intention of losing to anyone. Satoru, this is all really unsettling, but since everyone works so hard to come up with their myths, they'll need to carefully listen to them. Ainz, I understand. Then take turns to tell me. Then, I shall begin. Ainz, Satoru, Sebas has common sense and he understands the people of this world. He probably won't come up with anything weird. In the beginning, the 41 supreme beings of Ainz Ooal Gown created this world and everyone lived peaceful lives, bathed in their mercy. Even to ally, the supreme beings decided that the world no longer needed their help. And so they left. However, humans are creatures of good and evil as well as strength and weakness. Without the leadership of the supreme beings, they were overcome by their desires and fought for rulership over the world. And this has resulted in the state of the world as it is now. The supreme beings beheld the world which they had released with their own hands and sighed in sorrow as they saw how it was falling into ruin. And then, he who was the leader of the supreme beings took upon himself the name of Ainz Ooal Gown, and once more returned to this land. Satori, he came up with the pretwise serious myth. Still, if that's all. And so, in order to set this world right, Insama has returned and has thrown himself into righteous battle. Satori, the tension got ramped up all of a sudden. DCTASS 384 Ziba, ham mode activated in order to defeat the villains who walk the world and save the weak who cry out in suffering. He hides without respite, in the name of mercy and justice. Villain 1, totally not. Shalltear, he. Did you think you could get away? Villain 2, totally not. Albedo, just give up. Hapless victim, totally not. Mare knows who will save me. Insama, stop right there, villainous scum. Bystander 1, totally not. Aura. And who are you? Bystander 3, totally not. Sebas, that extraordinary power. That pure and noble soul. Behold. Truly he is the manifestation of justice itself. The true king who will save this world of chaos. It is he. And none other. Sebas, cough wheeze, and that is all. Thank you for hearing me out. Mare, that was really forceful. Sebas Tian. Sebas, to my shame. I had no choice but to get serious. Ainz, speaking of which, there were quite a few lines in the middle of that and I think I even heard my voice too. What was that all about? Demiurge, we rehearsed this beforehand. A simple narration seems what lacking in immediacy. Albedo, Insama's lines were supplied by Pandora's actor. And then recorded by magic. Aura, he totally felt like a friend of justice. Overlord, August 2019 Anthology. 385 Satoru, Justice? That's right, Sebas creator, Touch Me San always got super fired up whenever it came to hero stories. Did Sebas hear about those from him as well? Cocytus, even non-warriors will admire one who island strong it island the fundamental nature of all life forms, emphasizing Insama's strength. Island, a good idea. Albedo, it is especially true in an age like this with frequent wars and ravaging monsters. Ainz, but saying that I, one of the undead, am righteous lacks persuasive power, don't you think? Demiurge, in addition, championing justice successively will place many limitations on our future operations. Demiurge, would that not be solved if you could simply refrain from indulging excessively in your hobbies? Demiurge, indeed that quite upsetting. I merely said so for the sake of Ainz Sama and Nazarick's future actions. The various human experiments I have undertaken were also for that reason. Granted, it is not as though I did not enjoy them. But my top priority was the benefits they could provide. Albedo, in any case, from Nazarick's perspective it would be better if this myth contained elements which could accommodate demons or the undead. Shalltear, how about my myth, then? Shalltear, in the past, there was no concept of life and death in the world all. Living creatures enjoyed eternal life. However, Aura, I say. DCDASS. 386 Shalltear, lacking dialect. Hey? Aura, could you not speak like that? Shalltear, Aura, I've been thinking about it ever since we started rehearsing, but it doesn't feel atmospheric at all. Albedo, indeed. Tone it down when you're narrating. Shalltear, howdy, biting her cheek. Fine, I got it. Shalltear, lacking dialect in the past, there was no concept of life and death in the world. All living creatures enjoyed eternal life. However, eternal life was not as convenient as one might imagine. Aging, hunger, sickness and injury. They had to bear all that suffering and more. Aura, it really feels like a myth now. Shalltear, and the one who felt sorrow for this world and stepped forth was Ainz Ooal Gown Sama. Ainz Sama brought the concept of death to the world. In order to free the people from a lifetime of pain and misery, he opened the gate to the sweet afterlife. Miserable person 1, totally not Albedo. My body is so cold, it's so hard to breathe. Miserable person 2, totally not Aura. Albedo, how did things end up like this? Miserable person 3, totally not Mare. Please pull yourself together. Albedo-san. Miserable person 4, totally not Sebas. At last, I can't move any longer. Miserable person 5, totally not Cocytus. So, what? A cold, yet peaceful. Overlord, August 2019 Anthology. 387 SMILE. Ainz Sama, totally not Pa with reverb. That is what they call death. Miserable person 6, totally not Demiurge. This majestic and saintly person, could it be? Ainz Sama, totally not Pa with reverb. I am the lord of the undead who rules over life and death. Ainz Ooal Gown. Life and death are nothing more than states of being to me. And life is simply an incomplete state where one must taste their ill of needless suffering. Shalltear, and then, after creating the concept of death, Ainz Sama went on to create the concept of undeath and created the undead. Ainz Sama, totally not Pa with reverb. Be free of your meaningless misery, and enjoy eternal bliss. You are a completed being, an undying being. One of the undead. Only when all lives join the ranks of the undead will they begin to have value. Shalltear, Ainz Sama turned world-renowned beauties and heroes into undead creatures, one after the other, and thus forged a true paradise. The undead rejoiced, for they were free of the misery of life, and they each pledged their loyalty to Ainz Sama. And so, Ainz Sama, known as the Lord of the Undead, came to have a beautiful vampire princess by his side. Albedo, hold it. Shalltear, Albedo, is there something that bothers you? Albedo, that last part didn't show up in the rehearsal. Shalltear, humph. That was simply the result of seeking ever greater quality. A story needs a heroine, after all. Then well, just go with this. Albedo, they. DCDASS. 388IRST to die became the minion of the princess and was ordered around. Albedo, deep voice, it seems you're tired of living, aren't you? Aura, exasperated, come on, enough of that, honestly. Cocytus, I have been thinking this ever since the rehearsal, but this seems to promote an undead supremacist angle too strongly. Satoru, in other words, Shalltear simply let her fetishes run wild. Shalltear, when you become undead, you don't need to eat or drink. You won't get sick and you won't die because you reach the end of your lifespan. This way, the people who fear war and hunger will embrace this splooge. Oh, what a wonderful undead life splooge. Aura, life? Mare, still, if you want to become undead. Aura, you still have to die once. I'm sure there's a lot of people who wouldn't want that. Sebas, claiming that the afterlife is better than the present one is a type of doomsday theory. While I believe it will attract fanatical supporters, it will probably be difficult for it to gain broad acceptance among the masses. Shalltear, pouty and mumbling, but the undead are so cool and they've got so many advantages. Hence, while proclaiming the virtues of being undead is a good idea, I would still like to bring humans and demons under my wing while they are still alive. Demiurge, they cannot multiply if they are dead, after all. Albedo, how could such a plan pass muster? Ainz Sama, please listen to my myth. Overlord, August 2019 Anthology. 389 AURA, come to think of it, I don't recall Albedo presenting a myth during our rehearsal. Albedo, I couldn't make it in time back then. But after spending a great deal of effort working on it, I'm satisfied with the results I've achieved. Albedo, that land was abandoned by the gods. Its people engaged in shame, less and unsightly struggles with each other for wealth, single-mindedly built up hatred and resentment. Countless nations were born and destroyed, over and over again. It was as though the very world itself sought destruction. Mare, it sounds really atmospheric. Satoru, it sounds less like a myth and more like a PV for a new game. Albedo, the fragile shards of hope were washed away and obliterated by the tides of despair. And in this world, that was sprinting headlong down the road to annihilation, was one who still has not abandoned the wish known as love. A girl who continued offering her prayers to the gods. And her name was Albedo. Ainz Shalltear, Albedo. The horses neighed and savage shouts rang out. Lewd smiles crossed the face of sword-wielding humans as they chased the leading girl. The girl prayed as she ran. She ran on, fearlessly, desperately, with all her might and then, just as the blood-stained sword was about to fall, a miracle happened. Insama, totally not Pa, are you all right? Albedo, the brave and handsome Ainz Ooal Gown Sama rescued the girl. DCDASS 390. The brave and handsome Ainz Ooal Gown Sama, totally not Pa, this world is filthy beyond redemption. I did not expect that it would hold someone as pure as you. Albedo, Insama took the girl by the hand, and stepped into the sky. The brave and handsome Ainz Ooal Gown Sama, totally not Pa. Hold. The land is corrupt. There is no saving it. Therefore, a new world is needed. In that new world, I would have you as my bride, Albedo. Albedo, Insama then bade the stars fall from the night sky, thus cleansing the impure earth. After that, the two of them returned to the land, and at long last, they became man and wife. That is how the world was made. Shalltear, thuggish voice, hold it right there, bitch. Aura, what the hell kind of ego stroke was that? Albedo, well, as Shalltear was saying, stories need heroines. That being the case, would it not make sense for me, the guardian overseer, to take the stage? Shalltear, KHHHH. How thick-skinned can one person be? Cocytus, truly. She. Island. They. Guardian. With. They. Greatest. Defensive. Strength. Mare, that doesn't seem quite right, does it? Ainz, well, regardless of whether or not Albedo should show up in that myth. The fact is that in that myth, the world has already been destroyed. Sebas, indeed. If it does not contain any elements which appeal to humanity, then it will probably be very difficult for it to gain any traction. Overlord August 2019 Anthology 391 Albedo, how about this, then? After that, the two of them worked very hard. And had a whole bunch of kids, and those children became mankind. Shalltear, Cocytus, indeed. It. Island. Quite. Appealing. However, that would mean that all of humanity bears Insama's bloodline. Albedo, that is quite unpleasant. As I thought, we should skip that after all. Satori, it would be quite vexing for humans to be told they have bony blood low in their veins, right? Demiurge, good grief. The objective of this gathering was not to showcase our personal wishes. Cocytus, Demiurge. Island. Correct. Then, I shall speak of my myth next. Cocytus, there was once a boy in a certain small town. The lad was a lone wanderer, but he was straightforward, hardworking, and brave, and he was loved by all. He possessed a mysterious power, the ability to perceive what others could not. Guided by this power, he encountered many travails. Sound of spotlights turning on. Lone wanderer, totally not mere, reading like a child who can barely read a script. These incidents were the doing of monsters. I'm very clear on that. I need to do something about it. Cocytus, a violent monster, set its sights upon a town. Violent monster, totally not Aura Wu. DCDASS 392 Cocytus, a cruel witch, kidnapped humans. Cruel witch, totally not Shalltear, they were delicious. Cocytus, a demon, laid its fearsome schemes. Demon, totally not Demiurge, greetings, I am the mastermind behind everything. Cocytus, he steadfastly faced all these disasters. And with his courage, and his mysterious power, he attained victory. Lone wanderer, totally not Mary. Violent monster, totally not Aura with no emotion. Cruel witch, totally not Shalltear with no inflection. Demon, totally not Demiurge, I lose. Lone wanderer, totally not Mary, I won. Cocytus, AF after the number of challenges he had overcome reached 100, he was hailed as the hero of 100 trials. Civilian 1, totally not Sebas, you could well be someone who could conquer the world. Civilian 2, totally not Albedo, everyone will obey you. Cocytus, eventually, a sorcerer appeared before the lad. Hero of 100 trials, totally not Mare. Who are you? Sorcerer, totally not Pandora's actor. Well done. My name is Ainz Ooal Gown. I am your father. God, totally not Pandora's actor. I despaired over humanity as foolish. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 393 NESS, and so I sent you out to be a hero that would guide them. You have done very well. The world is at peace now. Cocytus, and so. They. Hero. Who. Led. They. Masses. Eventually. Vanished. Under. Unknown. Circumstances. Because. He. Knew. His. Mission. Was. Complete. But. If. They. World. Falls. Into. Chaos. Once. More. And if. Mankind. Loses. Its. Way. Sought. Ought. Forward. They. Blessing. Of. Ainz Ooal Gown Sama. Will. Once. More. Descend. Upon. They. World. Cocytus. And. That. Island. All. Do. You. Like. It. In Sama. Emotion override is heard. Ainz. It was very good, Cocytus. Is that what they call a monomyth? A story about a protagonist with a special bloodline who overcomes difficulty. Ought to be quite popular with the masses. Cocytus, thank you very much. Shalltear well, it's probably because of the actors, but it sounded less like a myth than one of those kids' stories you'd see at a school arts festival. Mare, I'm sure it'll be a hit among the kids. Aura, you do like that sort of thing after all. Like the adventures of Tom Sawyer. And so on. Demiurge, perfecting and letting the bard spread an adventure story seems like a good way to get the word out. Albedo, in that case, it would seem having an heir would be essential. Shalltear, it would be more convincing that way. DCDASS. 394 THE sound of heels and cloth being grabbed is heard. Ainz, well, while that might be the case, that role, can be held by some actor instead. Making a baby skeleton and whatnot. Albedo and Shalltear, you. Shalltear, but a real child. Albedo, would be more convincing. Albedo and Shalltear, you. Ainz, hold it, don't come at me together, you two, you're too close. Demiurge. You're next. Hurry up and recite your myth. Demiurge, understood, in Sama. Then I shall unveil my myth. Demiurge, once, the world was ruled by a mighty army of demons. It was a sight that could only be described as hellish. Mankind was made into slaves, and tormented, becoming the sacrifices for the demons' cruel ways. Some were subjected to harsh human experimentation over and over again, some who were skinned alive, some who were forced to eat the corpses of their fellows, some were devoured from the inside by fearsome insects. Mare, that level of detail seems a bit excessive. Aura, you might as well say that all of it actually happened. Demiurge, as the world was shrouded in despair, its savior, Ainz Ooal Gown Sama, appeared. Sama challenged the demonic hordes to battle, and with his boundless intelligence he only drove them back. The sound of spotlights turning on is heard. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 395, totally not Sebas, thank you very much. In Sama, the world has been saved. Totally not Albedo, you are truly the great one who is suited to ruling this world. I beg you to lead us. Totally not Pa, unfortunately, I cannot. There are other things that I must do. Totally not Shalltear, how could that be? Please remain here to save us. Totally not Aura, we beg for your mercy. Please grant us your mercy. Totally not Pa, heed me, mankind. The demonic army has not been completely destroyed. Someday, they will be reborn with greater might than before. In order to deal with them next time, I too must become stronger than I am now. Totally not Cocytus, what did you say? You mean you will become stronger than you are now? Totally not Mare, I expected nothing less of Insama. Truly you are a great man of surpassing intellect. Totally not Pa, I shall return. And I promise you that when I do, I shall be your leader. Farewell, humanity. Totally not Sebas Insama. Totally not Albedo Insama. Demiurge, with hope in their hearts, the people watched Insama leave, believing that someday, Insama would return. And now, Insama has returned, as the prophecies foretold, in order to fulfill the promise of the past. Now, the people should serve him with everything they have built up in Prepa. Ration for this day. Indeed, as Insama's livestock. DCDASS. 396. Ainz, livestock. Demiurge, yes, livestock. Ainz, Kajaku. Demiurge, yes, Kajaku. Ainz, cough, can't they be servants? Demiurge, Nazarick has always been a land of heteromorphic creatures, and even being counted as the least among them is a great honor. Therefore, in order to not let them roam free, we must inculcate in them the self-awareness that they are no different from domesticated animals. Do you not think so? Sebas? Sebas, I believe swear is welcome in Nazarick as a maid. Demiurge, I am speaking about her intentions. I do not intend to gainsay. In Samus will. It is my hope that she does not forget to be humble. For instance, by wearing a collar, or something similar. Sebas, Demiurge, what are you say? Shalltear, enough. We are standing before Insama. Albedo, what need is there for an argument between two colleagues who serve the Supreme One? How unsightly. Sebas and Demiurge, the two of you are the last people I would expect to say that. Cocytus, speaking of which island there a need for they section where Insama leaves. Overlord August 2019 Anthology 397 Demiurge, of course. That way, we can declare that Insama is the original and rightful ruler of this land and that the gods being worshipped now are nothing more than country bumpkins from parts unknown. Ora, would anyone really believe such a convenient premise? Demiurge, if it was simply a declaration, then in all likelihood, it would not succeed. However, things would be different if we could back that declaration up. Albedo, do you intend to make use of Jaldabaoth's attack on the royal capital? Mare, I see. If you said that it was the work of a resurrected demon from that myth, then everyone would believe it. Sebas, even if they don't believe it, if they are actually threatened by demons, then they will have no choice but to depend on Insama. Satoru, while this is for why much Demiurge's STEL if you consider the part where I leave and return to be Demiurge's wish. Am I reading too deeply into things? Could it be that he didn't want me, but Albertsan to come back? Forget it, let's not think about that sort of thing. Demiurge, now then, the only myth left is Ora and Mare's Cocytus, they two of them did not make it. I in time for they rehearsal. Mare, yes, we took too long thinking it up. Sebas, which only goes to show how serious you were about preparing. I look forward to this. Mare, I don't feel too confident, speaking after everyone else. Albedo, don't worry, Mare. It can't possibly be worse than Shalltear's. Shalltear, Albedo's should be worse. DCDASS. 398AURA, yes, that's true. No matter how ours turns out, ITLL Dinightly be better than what you two came up with. Shalltear and Albedo, say what? Ainz, calm down, both of you. Mare, yes, thank you very much, Insama. Satoru, now then, I wonder what sort of myth the two of them came up with. Will it be childish and cheerful? No, Mare's been mugging in the library all this time. It might turn out to be quite proper. Ora, this was once a fertile land, where the beasts lived peaceful lives. But suddenly, evil shadows set foot into this eternal paradise. Mare, the name of this evil, humanity. They were a prideful, despicable, greedy and savage lot. Ora, as they attacked the beasts and despoiled this paradise-side warriors, stepped forth. Warrior 1, totally not pa with supreme courage, Ainz red. Warrior 2, totally not pa with supreme wisdom, Ainz blue. Warrior 3, totally not pa with supreme benevolence, Ainz green. Warrior 4, totally not pa with supreme terror, Ainz black. Warrior 5, totally not pa with supreme mercy, Ainz pink. Ainz's, totally not pa we are the supreme sentai, the Ainz 5. Overlord August 2019 Anthology. 399 Explosion. Shalltear, Albedo, 5 of them. Satoru, there is 5 of me. Mare, from the heavens they descended, the supreme quintet, the Ainz 5. Ora, in order to save the pitiful animals they tore mankind to shreds and cast them aside, then cast them aside and tore them to pieces again. Ainz red, totally not pa let's finish this in one blow, supreme bazooka. Shalltear, supreme bazooka. Ora, however, the fallen humans stubborn fused together into one being. And after becoming gigantic, they intended to trample the Ainz 5 underfoot. Ainz red, totally not pa KEH. In that case, Nazrick. Transform. Albedo, transform. Ainz red, totally not pa it's finished. Supreme combination, great. Tomb. Mare, with the power of Nazarick, which had transformed into a giant golem. They finally wiped out mankind once and for all. Satoru wiped them out. Ainz black, totally not pa humph, we've won. Ainz pink, totally not pa still humanity might come back someday to cause trouble. Ainz blue, totally not pa there's 30 of them for every one you see, right? DCDASS. 400.